Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 649 to Chapter 709. After listening to this, Clotho-Katax also realized something. He hurriedly asked in a humble manner, "Father, how can I control my temper?" "The main thing is that you have to have confidence. This confidence comes from your ability and your strength. Ability can be obtained through continuous learning and practice. I believe that you can handle any problems that arise. As for strength, you see." Devers turned around and pointed at the towering palace. He said in a low voice, "I have the powerful legion of Dionysia behind me, and millions of people who love me. The insults of the elders are like dogs facing lions. They can't hurt me, so why should I care? I can also take the opportunity to show my kindness and generosity." Devers taught his child without reservation. Clotho-Katax was deep in thought. After walking for a while, Devers suddenly sighed. "Time flies. You've all grown up. In the blink of an eye, Cynthia is married. How lively! When I was your age, I was still herding cattle and sheep in Thessaly. At that time, there was a girl who was a few years older than me. She took good care of me. I liked her. What happened next?" Clotho-Katax's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "What next?" Devers pretended to be ignorant. "That girl. Next?" Devers pretended to recall and said, "She married my employer's son, and I married your two mothers. Now that I think about it, I was too young at that time. She was the only young girl I could come into contact with. Liking her was just a youthful impulse and gratitude. In fact, she never liked me. The real marriage that the god of love gave me did not come until I met your mother." Devers pretended to be emotional as he finished the story he made up. Clotho-Katax fell silent. The father and son walked up the hill quietly. Devers did not go straight into the mansion. Instead, he turned around and looked down at the city of Turin. Clotho-Katax had to stop in his tracks. It was already late at night, and it was almost impossible to see any lights in the city. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, emitting a bright silver light. Without the obstruction of clouds and mist, it appeared even brighter. Under the moonlight, the houses of various sizes stretched far into the distance. It was quiet and serene. Occasionally, the barking of dogs echoed in the night sky. "What a great city." Devers looked at the scene and said with a sigh, "Croto, do you know how you got your name?" "I know. When I was born, Crotone's army attacked. Father, you led your army to defeat them and forced them to sign an alliance. That's how I got my name." Crotone's voice was filled with pride when Katax replied, "I was elected by the people. They hope that I can lead them to protect their beautiful homeland. One day, when I grow old, this position will be inherited by you. Protect the safety of the kingdom, protect the interests of the people, and ensure that all the cities in the kingdom can be as peaceful and quiet as Turin tonight. These will be your responsibilities." Devers pointed at the city below the hill with his left hand and pressed his right hand on Clotho-Katax's shoulder. He said in a deep and sincere voice, "This is a great responsibility. It concerns the lives and happiness of millions of people in the kingdom of Dionia. My child, you don't have much free time. You must always be prepared for this." Devers's words made Clotho-Katax feel unusually heavy. He looked down at the quiet city below the hill. After a long time, determination gradually appeared in his somewhat perplexed eyes. The people of Turin were happy in April. After the lively celebration of Hera and the marriage of Princess Cynthia, it was the start of the Hellenic Scholar Conference. Although most of the hard-working ordinary people of Dionia did not care much about it, it was undoubtedly an unprecedented academic event for the scholars, teachers, students, and even the Hellenic people who loved knowledge. They poured into Turin from all directions of the kingdom, and even from all directions of the Mediterranean Sea. The whole Turin region became lively again. Not only were the hotels in the city and the port full, but many Turin people also accepted outsiders to stay in their homes, thus earning a small sum of money. Consumption increased and business taxes skyrocketed. Turin enjoyed the benefits of being the central city of the kingdom. Eurypus was a merchant from Agrigento. He often came to Turin to buy large quantities of wine and sell them on the southern coast of Sicily. He was very familiar with the port of Turin. But today, when he arrived at the port, he found the surrounding situation was very different from the past. On the west side of the port, many young people in white robes were looking at the port, holding a wooden sign in their hands that read Xianxia Academy. They were also surrounded by many people, almost blocking the entrance to the west side of the port. There was a patrol team on the side, but they did not stop them to ensure that the road was clear. Instead, they ordered the laborers to take a detour to the east side of the port. Europe's, who had been doing business in Turin for many years, had a better understanding of the situation here. He knew that there were only two types of people in Turin who wore pure white robes. One was the priests of the temple, and the other was the teachers and students of the academy. The outstanding young students of the Xianxia Academy would be asked to teach at the school. The people in white robes at the port obviously did not have the solemn and peaceful temperament of the priests of the Hades, so they were most likely the teachers. "Excuse me, is there anything big happening in Turin recently? Why are there so many teachers at the port?" Europe's curiously asked a person on the side of the road who was also looking at the port. As a merchant, curiosity was a necessary quality to be able to find business opportunities. "You're not from Xianxia, are you? Who in the kingdom doesn't know that the Xianxia Academy of Turin is about to hold a conference of scholars in Greece? This is a big event that will shake the whole of Greece." The Turin said proudly, "Many famous scholars from various cities have arrived in Turin these days, and those young people are here to welcome them. Yesterday, I saw Lord Ansitanos personally welcoming Corbus from Thebes and Antisthenes from Athens. I wonder which famous scholar will come today." As he spoke, he suddenly looked surprised. "Lord Herpes and Lord Stesichodas, why are they here?" At this moment, these two respected elders of Xianxia who had saved countless lives, Stesichodas was also elected to the Senate due to the suggestion of the Devers a few years ago, who were already over 50 years old, were hurrying to the port with a group of doctors. Not only were the people curious, even the young teachers who were in charge of welcoming the scholars were surprised. Who would make these two elders spend their precious time on medical treatment and research to come here? Hundreds and thousands of pairs of eyes looked at the pier where Herpes and the others were hurrying to. They saw a white-haired old man disembarking from the passenger ship that had just docked, walking slowly to the shore with the help of others. Herpes looked at the old man, his heart full of emotions. Back then, it was because of the old man's inspiration that he was determined to become a doctor, and even prepared to go to Coco's Island to learn medicine from him. In the end, he met the Devers by chance, and it made him who he was today. But even though he had achieved success today, his heart was still full of respect for the old man. Herpes quickly walked up to him, shouting excitedly, "Teacher Hippocrates." The old man opened his turbid eyes, looking puzzled at the group of people hurrying to him. "You are?" "My name is Herpes, and this is Stesichodas, a doctor from Xianxia." Herpes introduced loudly. Hippocrates cupped his ear with his right hand, listening carefully, and then revealed a knowing smile. "Oh, you must be the authors of Human Anatomy. You're so great. Please don't call me teacher, you're my teachers." "Teacher Hippocrates, please don't say that. In the tradition of Xianxia's Academy of Medicine, any doctor with rich medical experience and unique ideas in medicine must be addressed as teacher, not to mention that you're the pioneer who helped us get rid of ignorance and use careful thinking to explore the source of diseases. The doctor's oath you wrote has been engraved in the hearts of all doctors in Xianxia. You're our well-deserved teacher." After Herpes finished speaking, the doctors behind him recited in unison, "I'll abide by the oath, and I'll never change my mind. I'll respect the teacher who taught me medicine like a parent. I'll carefully impart medical knowledge to my students. I'll do my best to take medical measures that I think are beneficial to the patients, and not to bring pain or harm to the patients. I won't give poison to anyone, and I'll never instruct others to use it. I want to practice medicine and live a clean life. No matter who I enter, I'll only treat patients. I won't do whatever I want, I won't accept bribes, I won't seduce the opposite sex, I won't see or hear anything about my private life that shouldn't be told to others." The loud voices of the doctors rang out at the pier, reaching the ears of the onlookers. One of the teachers shouted excitedly, "I know who he is. Hippocrates. He's Hippocrates." Moreover, the Xianxia Academy was also open to the outside world. Every day, there was a fixed quota for the knowledgeable citizens of Xianxia to enter the academy. Therefore, many people had listened to the lectures of the Academy of Medicine, especially A Brief History of Medical Development. Because the content was vivid and interesting, and it did not involve professional medical terminology, many people could still remember it vividly. This course focused on Hippocrates. Oh, he's the Hippocrates who is known as Dionia Academy of Medicine in the West and Hippocrates in the East. I heard that he went in and out of the plague site many times to seek a cure and save the sick Greek citizens, even at the cost of his own life. This is a good man with noble morals. I also heard that he set up a clinic on Kos Island, and did not charge the poor for treatment. He saved many people. The Greek city-states of the Eastern Mediterranean don't have hospitals all over the city like Dionia, nor do they have so many professionally trained doctors. Without Hippocrates, they would live in fear of disease. No. I think it's mainly because the Greeks of the Eastern Mediterranean don't believe in Hades, so they can't get its protection. Well, you're right. The onlookers discussed excitedly while spontaneously applauding. Teacher Hippocrates. Helps pointed to the large crowd of applauding audience on the dock, and said excitedly, the people of Dionia are warmly welcoming your arrival, and we're also ready to listen to your lecture. Hippocrates hurriedly waved his hand, and said humbly, I dare not say that I'm going to lecture, I'm here for exchange and learning. I've long heard that medicine is very prosperous in the kingdom of Dionia, and there's even a king who is well versed in medicine and strongly supports medical research. I've carefully read the book Human Anatomy that you brought when you invited me. You've studied the human bones, muscles, organs, blood vessels, to such a profound level. Amazing, amazing. Also, the human blood circulation theory with only a little more than 100 words has solved my many years of confusion. Unfortunately, there's only a little bit, and you've just begun to study it? Sigh, I should have come earlier. I should have come earlier. Hippocrates couldn't help but sigh. Although he was old, his thoughts were clear and his speech was clear. Stesichodas and Helps looked at each other and said with a smile, the human blood circulation theory is almost complete and is waiting for your criticism. There are also new models of human bodies, various new surgical instruments, tens of thousands of medical cases of various diseases. They are all placed in the Dionia School of Medicine. We're waiting for you to watch, read, and communicate with us. We heard that you've done in-depth research in many aspects such as skull surgery, epilepsy treatment, plague prevention, and so on. We really want to. Stesichodas' words made Hippocrates' eyes light up. Before he could finish, the old man grabbed Help's hand with agility no less than a young man's and said excitedly, Where's the Dionia School of Medicine? Take me there. Take me there. As he spoke, he hurriedly walked forward, even forgetting to introduce his two proud acolytes. Helps took the opportunity to support him. A large group of doctors walked through the port area, attracting the curious gazes of countless people. They brushed past Madiris and Mentodicus who hurried over. Although the two senators who rushed over were curious as to why everyone from the School of Medicine had come out in full force under the suggestion of Devers a few years ago, they didn't have the mood to ask. They rushed to the exit of the port and asked the students who were waiting, Is he here? The students shook their heads. A fast ship informed us that the passenger ship he took has entered the Taranto Bay. Madiris scratched his head in annoyance. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Mentodicus comforted him. The two of them talked, but they didn't know that the people around them were surprised to see them. Though they were not as popular among the populace as Helps and Stesichodas, they were respected by the port laborers, for the pulley boom, which had been perfected many times by Madiris, was the design of Madiris, which greatly reduced the amount of work they had to do in loading and unloading cargo, and minimized the possibility of injury. Many sailors at the port also knew that Madiris was also using the buoyancy theory he invented to experiment with a wooden hull covered with a thin sheet of iron to make it float on the water. In that case, who were these two knowledgeable scholars coming together to welcome? The people were full of anticipation. At this time, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man came to the front of the welcoming line and asked, Excuse me, are you in charge of the Hellenic Scholar Conference? Yes, and you are? A student asked. The middle-aged man smiled. My name is Xianxia, a scholar from Aldera. Aldera? Hearing this name, Madiris immediately asked loudly, What is your relationship with Democritus? Democritus is my respected teacher. Xianxia said apologetically. I want to apologize to you. My teacher originally promised to participate in this conference, but he caught a cold a few days before the departure, and his body hasn't recovered well. He is already 78 years old, and he really can't adapt to such a long journey by ship. Not only did his family persuade him, but even the councillors of the city came to persuade him. In the end, he could only give up the idea of coming to participate in the conference and sent me to Turai to represent him in the academic exchange. I hope to receive your understanding. That's really a pity. I still want to have a good exchange with him about the calculation methods and knowledge of cones, spheres, these geometric aspects. Mad Iris grabbed his hair regretfully. Mentodicus quickly said, we really didn't think it through enough. The old teacher Democritus really can't adapt to such a long journey. I believe he can send you, Xianxia. You must be his best student, and we will listen to your wonderful speech. Yes. That's right. After all, Mad Iris had been the deputy dean of the School of Mathematics for so many years, and he wasn't without any emotional intelligence. He sincerely said to Xianxia, I look forward to exchanging knowledge with you in mathematics, physics, astronomy, and other aspects. As for philosophy, Gorgias and the others will definitely warmly invite you, but that will have to wait until after your speech and exchange at the School of Mathematics. Xianxia quickly said a few humble words, and everyone quickly became familiar with each other. They chatted and laughed as they walked out of the port. Matiras's voice was very loud just now, and the onlookers all heard the name Democritus. A merchant from the Ionian region exclaimed, Democritus. Dionia actually invited Democritus. Someone next to him quickly asked, who is Democritus? You people in the Western Mediterranean may not know much about him, but the Greeks in the Eastern Mediterranean, especially the Greeks in Asia Minor and Ionia, know him as long as they can read. He lives in the Greek colonial city of Aldera in Thrace, and he is a very knowledgeable scholar. It is said that he knows about nature, philosophy, astronomy, geography, mathematics, physics, animals, medicine, law, politics. Countless young Greeks went to Aldera to ask him for advice, and all of them returned satisfied. Even the king of Persia has heard of his reputation, and wrote a letter inviting him to Babylon to give lectures, but he refused. I've also heard that even though Democritus was a great scholar, he was humorous and kind to people. He could explain complicated issues in a lively and interesting manner. Many Greeks who learned from him had nothing but praises for him when they came back. They even called him the omniscient god. The merchant proudly recounted the stories he had heard about Democritus. The people around were fascinated by the story, and they could not help but sigh, it's a pity that this great scholar can't come. Look, Lord Ansitanos is here. And the eloquent Lysias. The onlookers of Turai exclaimed again. As the first senator of the kingdom and the writer of the history of Magna Graecia, Ansitanos was deeply respected by the people. Lysias was equally famous in Dionysia. Not only did he compose the hymns at the various celebrations every year, but he also became famous as a defense lawyer in the trial of Laodicean. Many youths wanted to learn how to debate under his tutelage. Many people who had committed crimes wanted to hire him to defend them. Now, his house was crowded with visitors every day. Therefore, wherever they passed, the people would salute and greet them. Plato got off the passenger ship, but he did not leave the dock in a hurry. Instead, he carefully observed the situation of the port. He found that although the port of Turai was not as large as the port of Piraeus in Athens, and its location was not very good, it was almost as busy as Piraeus. Moreover, the cleanliness of the dock and the various facilities and equipment were much better than Piraeus, especially the cranes erected on the trestle, which attracted a lot of his attention. Various merchant ships and passenger ships entered and left the port, docked at the dock, and loaded and unloaded goods. How could the laborers, sailors, and passengers not interfere with each other? Could the entire dock operate effectively and maintain good order? By observing these, one could see the level of management of a city. Obviously, the busy but orderly scene of the port of Turai made Plato secretly nod. At this time, Visippus reminded him, Teacher, it may be the people from the Dionia Academy coming to greet us. Plato was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. Lysias, it's nice to see you again. You've put on weight. I almost didn't recognize you. Indeed. Lysias was living a good life and had a successful career. He was no longer the person he used to write defense speeches and earn a living in Athens. He patted his protruding belly that was covered by the gorgeous Bolton coat and sighed with a seemingly helpless but secretly proud look. I'm getting older, but I'm getting fatter. I can't cut it no matter how hard I try. There's really no other way. Plato replied with a smile, that's because your experience and knowledge will increase as you age. Lysias laughed after being praised by Plato. He pointed to the person next to him and said enthusiastically, let me introduce to you, this is the senator of Dionia and the main organizer of this all-Greek scholars conference, Ancitaros. Could it be Ancitaros who wrote History of Magna Graecia? Plato asked in surprise. History of Magna Graecia was written by me, but it's barely readable, Ancitaros said modestly. Ancitanos said modestly, unlike Plato, your republic shocked all the scholars in Greece. Even our king Devers was full of praise for your book. He said that it was a wonderful political book and praised you as the great Plato. Ancitaros' praise made Plato a little embarrassed. He said frankly, this book was written by me after traveling in the Mediterranean Sea for 12 years, using the knowledge gained from observation and thinking. There are still many flaws and drawbacks, and I'm constantly improving it. In fact, when this book was written, it caused a lot of controversy and criticism in Athens because Plato criticized the drawbacks of the democratic system in the book. Plato then praised, on the other hand, the history of Magna Graecia written by Lord Ancitaros is plain and rigorous in textual research. It uses time as the vertical line and the events that happened in Greece at the same time as the horizontal line. It clearly describes the history of Greece for hundreds of years. I feel that it's not inferior to Thucydides' history of the War of Peloponnesus. It also allows our native Greek people to understand the difficult history of the Greek colonies in southern Italy for hundreds of years. I've already collected 3 copies in my library in the school, you two can stop praising each other. Let's leave this place quickly. Ancitaros, don't forget that the king of Devers is still waiting to meet Plato. Ancitaros urged. Your king wants to meet me? Plato was surprised. Didn't I just say that King Devers admires you very much? The reason why he wants to meet you now is that the conference hasn't started yet, so it won't attract too much attention, Ancitanos explained. Plato thought about it and immediately understood. He smiled and said, that's great. I was just about to meet the amazing king who created the miracle of Dionysia. Compared to the 2 scholars who came, there were more bystanders who recognized Plato. It was not because he was more famous at this time, but because it had only been a few years since he completed his tour of the major countries and city-states in the Mediterranean. Hippocrates and Democritus were already in their old age and rarely traveled far. For example, the merchant Euphrates of Agrigento had met Plato when he was doing business in Syracuse and Leontini when he was traveling to Sicily. At this moment, he looked at Plato's receding back and his imagination ran wild, the famous Greek doctor, Hippocrates, the omniscient scholar, Democritus student, the famous scholar of Athens, Plato. In just half a day, Dionia had invited 3 famous scholars of the Greek world. The Greek Scholars' Conference held by Dionia would definitely be a gathering of scholars. It would probably be quite attractive. Did Thurii want to replace Athens and become the academic center of the Greek world? This great philosopher and thinker was called the father of philosophy by the Westerners in his previous life. When the Westerners talked about political and philosophical research, they even had a consensus that Plato is philosophy, and philosophy is Plato. Therefore, divers had long been eager to meet him. Plato also hoped to meet the young king who made a small city-state quickly rise to become the most powerful Greek power in the western Mediterranean Sea. He believed that it would be very helpful for him to perfect his political philosophy theory if he could consult him face to face about the political mystery of making a country strong quickly. Both of them were eager to meet each other. Thus, they met in the king's office in the palace of Dionia. Plato was not tall and had a strong physique. He was very different from the traditional China image of a talented scholar. As the young king who single-handedly created the powerful kingdom of Dionia, the Devers did not have much to do with the word handsome. But neither of them were ordinary people. They would not judge each other by their appearance. After looking at each other, Plato first said, Your Majesty, I came here from the port. On the way, I found that there is a big difference between the citizens of Dionia and the citizens of other Greek city-states. He paused. Seeing the curious look on the Devers's face, he continued, you don't have a beard. Is it intentional? The Devers did not expect that Plato would ask such a question. He subconsciously touched his smooth chin and said with a smile, this is because the people of Dionia have realized that having a long beard is not a good thing in these years of life. Our militia found that if their beards are too long, they can easily be caught by the enemy and get injured or even lose their lives. After research by the doctors of the Dionia School of Medicine, they found that if their beards are too long, some small things that we can't see will grow in them and cause us diseases if we don't wash them frequently. But frequent washing will consume a lot of energy and time, so it's better to shave them completely. After listening to the Devers' words, Plato also subconsciously stroked the thick beard on his chin. He muttered, so, the people of Dionia advocate practicality? For this reason, they are not even willing to follow the ancient Greek tradition? The Devers smiled and said seriously, we Greeks' understanding of the environment and nature has gradually become clearer and richer with the passage of time. The scholars of the ancient times certainly can't be compared with us now, so many of their views and understandings are simple and even wrong. So, of course, we must inherit the good Greek tradition, but why should we keep the bad tradition? Just like how other city-states lock their women in their homes, we, Dionia, give more freedom and equal education to our kingdom's women. Didn't you also call for equality between men and women in the Republic? The Devers' words made Plato think as he listened, but he did not directly respond. Instead, he asked, Your Majesty, since you said that you want to inherit the good Greek tradition and abandon the bad, then when you became king and turned the Union of Dionia into a kingdom, did you think that the monarchy is superior to other systems of government? The Devers also did not directly answer his question. Instead, he looked at him and said seriously, I've read your Republic, and I don't agree with your view that only philosophers are the best rulers of a city-state. Even letting philosophers rule will only make the city-state worse. Plato's eyes widened when he heard this, but he quickly calmed down and asked in a serious tone, Why does your Majesty think so? The Devers said unhurriedly, we Greeks call philosophy the love of wisdom. It is a profound knowledge that explores the evolution of heaven and earth, society, and the human world. To be called a philosopher, one must put all his heart and soul into it in order to obtain his own insightful understanding of the world. It is not an easy task, so where would he find the extra time to govern the country? Look at me here, the Devers pointed at the mountains of letters, proposals, and information on his desk and sighed. These are the affairs of the kingdom that I have to deal with for the day. Apart from that, I also have to gather officials for discussions and participate in the Senate's discussion of various proposals. I have almost no free time today. Even meeting you, I have to plan in advance, and that's why I only have half an hour of free time. This also means that I have to go home late tonight, or some of the resolutions will not be approved in time and will have to be postponed until tomorrow. This not only means a reduction in administrative efficiency, but it may also mean that the lives of the people in a city or a region of the kingdom will be greatly affected. You see, to be a good king, he has no time to specialize in philosophy. He can only devote most of his energy to the complicated affairs of the city-state. The same is true for the governors of the various cities in my kingdom. Their power is equivalent to that of the rulers of other city-states. They must work diligently and down to earth to solve the practical problems of the city under their jurisdiction. If anyone spends their energy on studying instead of doing proper work, I don't have to replace him. The local councillors and civil officials will protest against him. Your Majesty, I'm amazed by your diligence. Plato praised first, then calmly said, Since your Majesty has said that philosophy is the love of wisdom, then wisdom cannot be obtained by sitting there and daydreaming. It has to be refined from practice. When you encounter a problem in dealing with government affairs, you can think about it seriously, discover the rules, and finally find a solution. You can even refine this method into a system and generalize it. Isn't this the result of applying philosophy? If the rulers of the city-states could learn through constant practice, instead of indulging in the pleasures of the flesh, they would be able to treat the people of the city with kindness. If they can treat the people of the city with kindness, and can see the essence of things with keen vision, and make laws about beauty, justice, and kindness that are beneficial to the citizens of the city, and guide the people to abide by it and protect it, Then of course they are philosophers, there's no doubt about it. Plato said firmly. Devers knew that Plato had expanded the concept of a philosopher, but he felt that there was no need to refute it directly. Instead, he changed the topic. In the book The Republic, you said that a true philosopher should have love, truth but not falsehood, temperance but not greed for pleasure, open-minded, magnanimous, courageous and not afraid of death, fair and virtuous, intelligent and studious, born harmonious, and has a sense of propriety. In other words, he should be a perfect benevolent person. Only such a philosopher can be a true ruler of the country. Is that right? Yes, that's basically it, Plato said calmly. He then added, but it's very difficult to achieve now. Why is it difficult to achieve now? Devers asked. Because there is no stage in the current city-states for philosophers to display their talents in governing a country. Plato replied with a slightly agitated tone. Some so-called wise men only know how to please and cater to the people at the city-states General Assembly, attacking philosophers who truly pursue the truth of things. Because truth is always more difficult for the people to accept than falsehood, philosophers are not welcomed by the people of the city. The harsh environment of the city tempted talented young people, causing them to become ambitious. They would rather learn flowery words to cater to the people to earn power and wealth, rather than go through the hard training of slaves to gain rationality. As a result, there are fewer and fewer true philosophers. It's like falling into a herd of beasts. They are not willing to participate in evil, but they can't fight against all the beasts alone, so they can only remain silent and only focus on their own matters. So you wrote The Republic, but it doesn't actually exist in reality, Devers said as if he had understood something. No, it will exist one day. Plato said with determination. For this reason I built Academy of Academy. Devers was shaken by Plato's words. Looking at the philosopher who was called a great in his previous life, Devers deeply felt his determination to fight for his ideas for the rest of his life. This reminded him of another great philosopher who was from the same era as Plato in his previous life, and had influenced China for more than 2,000 years. They were the same kind of people, which was why they could achieve greatness. With that in mind, Devers no longer made things difficult for Linley in the book. Instead, he calmly asked for advice. In the book, you mentioned that a strict division of labor is the first principle of establishing an ideal city-state. Rulers, protectors, farmers, and craftsmen should each perform their duties to ensure the order of the country and everyone's happiness. However, you didn't seem to consider the slaves and foreigners who made up the majority of the population in the city-state. This may be a huge hidden danger. Because the slaves and foreigners also have their own political demands. If the city-state cannot give them what they want, they will bring great damage to the order of the city-state. During the War of Peloponnesus, Athens, which should have been united against foreign enemies, suffered a great blow when more than 20,000 miners and slaves escaped. When Syracuse under Dionysius fought against Dionia, the free citizens of Syracuse, who had been discriminated against, rebelled and overthrew Dionysius's rule. In addition, if you divided the citizens of a city into several classes, farmers could only work in agriculture, craftsmen could only work in handicrafts, and guardians could only participate in war. Wasn't such a division too idealistic and rigid? Because most of the people have the desire to obtain a better status in the city-state. Farmers and craftsmen may also want to become guardians, and guardians also want to become rulers. Whether they can do it or not, you should give them the possibility to achieve their wishes in advance, so that the different classes of the entire city-state can maintain a kind of mobility. Only then will the people of the city-state be full of vitality. Don't you want to know the reason why Dionia became so powerful so quickly? This is one of the reasons. The Devers and Plato exchanged their opinions and views on the city-state system. Sometimes they argued fiercely, sometimes they discussed calmly. Both of them were very engrossed in the conversation. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. It was not until the clerk, Hnepolis, reminded that the Devers had no choice but to stop the conversation. He apologized to Plato that he still had important matters to attend to, so the conversation had to end here. Plato showed a look of regret. From the initial inattentiveness when he was received to the present, he had indeed benefited a lot from this conversation. At this moment, he sincerely requested, "Your Majesty Devers, can you promise me a request?" "Go ahead." Can you allow me to visit the actual operation of the various institutions under the Kingdom of Dionia, such as the schools you mentioned just now, the inspection department, the construction department, and the officials management committee that evaluates and recruits public officials? Of course, that's not a problem. The Devers readily agreed and said, "This is my clerk, Henepolis, a senator of the Senate of Dionia. After your speech in the academy, Plato will lead you around Turii." Plato immediately expressed his gratitude. After he left, Henepolis asked doubtfully, "Your Majesty, do you really want Plato to visit our administrative institutions in detail?" Of course. Plato is a well-known scholar in all of Greece, and he even built his own academy. I hope that he will promote the superiority of the Kingdom of Dionia in Greece and spread the name of Dionia, the Devers said without hesitation. But this might allow the other city-states to secretly learn our system, said Henepolis with slight worry. The Devers laughed. "Henny, you can secretly learn the crafting of weapons, you can secretly learn the crafting of handicrafts, but it's very difficult to secretly learn the political system, especially for the city-states that have been established for a long time. They have many traditional and powerful forces. If you want to change the political system, it will definitely harm their interests. When that happens, a bloody riot will be unavoidable. Herolas of Syracuse is a good example. That's why I say, different people wear different kinds of shoes. You can't just do whatever you want." There was no official opening ceremony for the Greek Scholar Conference. This was considering that the scholars advocated freedom and did not like to waste their time sitting around listening to conventional speeches. However, coordinating the lectures and discussions of the invited scholars was a troublesome problem. The conference was held in 4 places in the Dionia Academy: the Faculty of Mathematics, the Faculty of Liberal Arts, the Faculty of Medicine, and the Faculty of Philosophy. Many of the invited scholars had made contributions in many fields. For example, Democritus' disciple, Xianxia, had done research in philosophy, mathematics, and medicine. As an important figure in the Pythagorean school of thought, not only did he have deep research in mathematics and physics, he also had his own unique philosophy. These few academies all wanted the scholars to come to their side to explain first, so they argued endlessly. Fortunately, the Devers was also the chairman of the conference. He gathered the deans of the 4 academies together, and after a series of discussions, they quickly came up with a schedule. When Plato's students arrived at the Dionia Academy, they discovered that it was just as Fostkata had said. The academy was huge, had many buildings, and had a beautiful environment that far surpassed the Academy of Dionia. They were slightly disappointed, but they were soon immersed in the profound knowledge. They frequently traveled between academies to listen to the lectures of the scholars. In the Faculty of Liberal Arts, they listened to Lysias, the application of logic in court debates, and Isocrates, how to sculpt your speech. In the Faculty of Mathematics, they pondered over Matthias' discussion on the law of the vibration curve of matter and Mendeleev's elementary theory of probability. This was the knowledge that the Faculty of Mathematics had discovered and summarized after the Devers had entrusted the Faculty of Mathematics to calculate the odds for ball games for the past 6 or 7 years. In the Faculty of Philosophy, they carefully distinguished the philosophy of Lysias' everything is number, and Orstinis on the existence of things. He was a student of the Parmenides of Elea and was also the vice dean of the Faculty of Philosophy of the Dionia Academy, and the philosophy taught by Plato. In the Faculty of Medicine, they stared wide-eyed at Help's presentation and demonstration of the function of the heart, Stesichorda's a preliminary study of the pathogenesis of the common disease of mankind, and Hippocrates' medical view of obey nature. The human body itself is the best medicine against disease, and the main responsibility of the doctor is to stand on the side of nature and promote the physical and mental recovery of the patient, while learning and absorbing knowledge. Lysippus and the others also met many young talents. Most of them were students of the Dionia Academy. They were competent, generous, and diligent. When listening to the lectures of the scholars, they not only recorded the main points on papyrus, but also actively asked questions. Many times, they even stumped the speakers because of the depth of the questions. Although this made Lysippus and the others a little frustrated, it also motivated them to study harder. In addition, what made Lysippus and the others curious was that since the beginning of the Scholars' Conference, there had been an endless stream of Dionia citizens coming to the academy to listen to the lectures. The entire academy was filled with people, and even Turiai had to send soldiers into the academy to maintain order. In the end, the academy imposed a rule that only a fixed number of people would be allowed to enter the academy every day. Even so, there were still many people wandering outside the academy every day. Aurelius had talked to them before. Among these people were public officials, farmers, merchants, craftsmen. Turiai, Campania, Magna Graecia, Apulia, Sicily. Not only Greeks, but also Lucanians, Bruttii, Messapians. Most of them had studied in schools in various cities of Dionia. Even though they were busy with their daily lives, they were still eager for knowledge. From the questions they asked in the meeting, it was evident that their level of knowledge was not low, which surprised Xianxia, Aurelius, and the others, because speeches and exchanges of this level were usually done by a few people, and knowledge was not widespread in many Greek city-states, even in a prosperous city like Athens. Every year, when the Athens Citizens' Assembly elected generals or expelled politicians, it was common for illiterate citizens to ask others to write on pottery for them. The people of Dionia were so enthusiastic in their pursuit of knowledge that it made them feel ashamed. In the afternoon, Aurelius and the others hurried from the faculty of philosophy to the faculty of mathematics because there was a speech by Forced Kata. The scholars' conference held in Dionia also provided a stage for young scholars. As long as their application was approved, they could also give a speech on the stage, interspersed with the speeches of well-known scholars. Of course, most of the young people on the stage were students of Dionia. After all, they were more well-prepared, so naturally, more of them passed the assessment. Forced Kata was the first student of Dionysia Academy that Xianxia and Aurelius knew and had a good relationship with. He had invited them to Christoia's restaurant in the city last night, so Xianxia and Aurelius naturally wanted to show their support. At the same time, Xianxia and Aurelius were curious about what Forced Kata would say, because he had been very tight-lipped during their conversation last night. When they entered the venue, Foster's speech had already begun. What they saw was a surprising scene. Some of the audience shouted and wanted to rush onto the stage, but they were stopped by the soldiers. Some people even threw stones at the stage. Surrounded by his classmates, Forced Kata fearlessly explained his point in a louder voice while writing his argument on the black wall with a white pen made of limestone. "What's the title of Forced Kata's speech?" Olas quickly asked the audience beside him. The listener said impatiently, "On the existence of numbers other than whole numbers and integer ratios." Then, he continued to listen attentively. Aurelius felt that this question was somewhat familiar. "Hipparchos?" Desippus reminded him from the side. Realization dawned on old Ajax. The reason why he found it familiar was that the topic was related to an academic tragedy that happened in Greece decades ago. Hippasus was a native of Metapontum, a disciple of the Pythagorean school. When he was studying a regular pentagon, he found that its diagonals and side lengths could not be expressed by whole numbers or integer ratios. Then, he found that the same thing was true for the side lengths and diagonals of a square. Therefore, with a spirit of exploration, he confirmed one thing after repeated verification: other than whole numbers and integer ratios, there was another kind of number that could not be divided evenly. It could not be divided to get an accurate number, and it could not be divided inexhaustibly, and it could not be repeated. Then, he put forward his point of view in a discussion among the members of the school. The members of the Pythagorean school panicked because if Hippasus' discovery was confirmed and popularized, it would overturn the philosophical idea put forward by the founder of the school, Pythagoras. All things are numbers, one is the generator of all numbers, and everything in the universe is reduced to integer ratios. As a result, the other members of the Pythagorean school imprisoned Hippasus and eventually threw him into the sea, where he drowned. However, this incident eventually spread after the complaint of Hippasus' family. Aurelius knew that there was such an incident, but he did not know the details of it. However, when he saw the angry and protesting audience, he knew that they must be members of the Pythagorean school. He could not help but feel nervous for Forced Kata. However, Forced Kata did not pay any attention to these people's arrogance. He calmly continued to solve the problem on the wall. Desippus stared at the wall. He saw that the numbers and symbols used by Forced Kata were the Devor's number. It was said that the Devor's king was inspired to invent it by Hades. This Devor's number was originally only popular in the kingdom of Dionia. Later, it spread to other city-states through merchants, and gradually, it was accepted by the people of other city-states and even scholars. After all, it was too convenient and fast in counting and calculation. In particular, it eliminated the trouble of the Greeks in counting large numbers. Therefore, scholars and people present today could basically understand it. Foster Cotta drew a square on the wainscoting. He set each side to be 1, and then he solved for the length of the diagonal. Ironically, Foster Cotta used the Pythagorean theorem invented by Pythagoras. The result of the calculation was that the length of the diagonal became the square root of 2. Forstkater then used the method commonly used by the Pythagorean school, the method of reductio ad absurdum, to prove that the number could not be expressed as the ratio of 2 integers. After he successfully proved it, he continued to try to calculate the square root of 2. This time, he used an algorithm he called the dichotomy method. Seeing that the whole wall was almost filled with the words, he threw away the white pen, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned to the audience, and said loudly, "According to my calculation, the length of the diagonal of this square should be 1. 4142. This number is not the end. It will be endless and non-circular. It cannot be written as the ratio of 2 integers, so it is not a natural number. I call it an unnatural number." "Shut up. Nonsense. Everything you've said is wrong. There's no such number. What right do you, a little student, have to slander the great Pythagoras? Insult our school. Get down here and let us teach you a good lesson." The members of the Pythagorean school shouted loudly. In the front row of the venue, the deputy dean of the School of Mathematics, Matacores, stood up angrily and shouted, "What are you doing? This is the Dionia school, not Tarentum. Soldiers, get these idiots who are not listening carefully in class but causing trouble out of here." Matacores was a senior member of the kingdom. As soon as he said this, the soldiers immediately rushed up to arrest the troublemakers. The venue was in chaos. A member of the Pythagorean school shouted angrily, "Matacores, you traitor! I knew you would use the power of Dionia to suppress the Pythagorean school because you can't compete with us academically. Originally, we came to Turii to see what new ideas you have, but I didn't expect. Bah! What all Greek scholars conference? I think it's just a pile of sh*t. Whether the all Greek scholars conference is good or not, it's not up to you to comment." A loud voice came from the entrance of the venue. "Your Majesty Devers! Your Majesty!" Amidst the exclamations of the audience, the Devers strode to the podium. Intimidated by the power of the Devers, the members of the Pythagorean school also stopped shouting, and soon there was a strange silence in the venue. The Devers walked up to the podium, and Forst Cotta respectfully saluted him. The Devers patted him gently on the shoulder, then faced the audience, and said in a deep voice, "This is a sacred place for imparting knowledge and exchanging knowledge. Verbal abuse and fighting are prohibited. Violators will be punished. This is the law of Dionia, and I hope you will not violate it. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you will be punished by the law. Your Majesty, we have no intention of violating the law of Dionia." However, at such an influential conference, the school of Dionia deliberately chose such a topic to smear and slander the respected ancestor of our school, Pythagoras, wantonly attack the reputation of our school, and destroy the unity between Dionia and Tarentum. I don't think this is what you want to see. I hope your Majesty can deal with the perpetrators of this matter seriously. As an important member of the Pythagorean school, Lysis did not make a scene like the others. Instead, he used his sharp eloquence to protest righteously. "Your Majesty, listen to me." Matacores was eager to argue, but the Devers' knife-like eyes swept over him. He felt guilty and stopped talking. The Devers had coordinated the schedule of the conference before, so he roughly knew the topic of the speech of the well-known scholars, but he did not know the content of the speech of the young scholars, because it was all reviewed and arranged by each school. But as a disciple of the Pythagorean school, how could Matacores not have known the effect of such a thing, and had secretly arranged for a student to speak on such a subject without informing him of it? Dives would have been displeased with him, for it might have ruined the assembly, which had been so painstakingly organized. The Devers quickly scanned the audience. Those who looked angry were probably the members of the Pythagorean school of thought. Those who looked at them with dissatisfaction were probably the students of the school, the teachers, and some people of Dionia. There were also some confused people who did not understand what was going on. Some of the invited well-known scholars in the front row looked on coldly, some focused on the wall, and some gestured with their hands as if they were doing calculations. The Devers knew that the reason why Mentodicus, the dean of the School of Mathematics, was not here was because he happened to have a bad cold these days. Even his speech was delivered by his students. If he was here, this would not have happened. Thinking of this, the Devers glared at Martocores again, then said in a loud voice, "Everyone, this is the temple of academia. In this sacred place full of knowledge, there is no such thing as birth, status, or the size of one's fist or the loudness of one's voice. Everything is based on knowledge. Now, I'm standing here, not as a king, but as a seeker of knowledge. I'm seriously asking all of you if the speech and argument made by this young scholar is wrong or not." "Well said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Someone in the audience shouted, followed by a round of applause. The applause became louder and louder. The Devers had to ask them to keep quiet, then asked loudly again, "Is this argument wrong?" The venue was silent for a while. A member of the Pythagorean school of thought stood up and said, "Of course it's wrong." There was another uproar in the venue. The Devers quietly made an inviting gesture and said, "Well, come up and verify its error." The member shook his head and said, "I don't need to go up. This argument itself is wrong. There is no number that is independent of the ratio of integers and integers." The Devers' face became gloomy. The authenticity of knowledge should be proved by knowledge, not by being a rogue. If the Pythagorean school of thought still uses this method to disrupt the conference, not only will I question your academic level, but I will also list you as unwelcome in this conference and expel you from Turii. Devers said coldly, "Now let me ask you again, is this argument correct?" The members of the Pythagorean school, including Lysias, looked at each other nervously, but no one stood up to speak. Why was Hippasus killed back then? This was because although the members of the Pythagorean school of thought were conservative and stubborn, their mathematical level was definitely at the top of the Mediterranean Sea. They knew in their hearts that what Hippasus had verified was correct. Over the past few decades, the members of the school had not dared to touch this domain because of this reason. Now, of course, they didn't dare to stand up alone to distort the truth and be laughed at by other scholars. The hall was silent for a while again. The Athens mathematician, Theaetetus, stood up. His expression was solemn as he slowly said, "I believe that Foster Cotta's entire argument process is correct. The square root of 2 is indeed a new number." As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted, "You're talking nonsense." Devers raised his eyebrows, pointed at him and shouted, "Get him out of here." The soldiers immediately rushed over, grabbed the man's arm, and dragged him out of the hall. Devers slammed the table hard and said sternly, "I said, if anyone is dissatisfied, they can come up and prove it. If anyone causes trouble down there, don't blame me for being rude." After Devers finished speaking, the noise in the hall quieted down. Then, several mathematicians from Cullen stood up one after another and believed that Foster Cotta's argument was correct. "Good job, Foster Cotta." Some people in the audience shouted, some applauded, and some congratulated Foster Cotta. The hall began to become lively. The members of the Pythagorean school of thought stood up angrily and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Devers said loudly, "Scholars of the Pythagorean school, please listen to me before you decide whether to leave or not." Devers' words made Lysias and the others temporarily stop in their tracks. Devers said loudly with a solemn expression, "We humans have developed from the ignorance of ancient times to the present day, and we have some understanding of the mysteries of nature. It is precisely because of the diligent efforts of our predecessors that we have made one after another. Today, you will definitely have more knowledge and a deeper understanding of the world than great scholars like Thales, Anaximander, and Pythagoras of 100 years ago. It is not because you are better than them, but because you are standing on the shoulders of these giants, inheriting their knowledge and using it to discover more knowledge. This is the reason why we Greeks and the entire human race are constantly developing and becoming more prosperous. Otherwise, mankind will only stagnate and eventually perish." Pythagoras was a great scholar. He expanded the field of mathematics and enriched the application of mathematics in society. However, he was not omniscient or omniscient. In fact, there was no such thing as an omniscient person in this world. Even the powerful god Zeus had to consult others before he knew who would replace his position in the future. Many of the creative ideas of the Pythagorean school were discovered by later members. I believe you all know this very well in your hearts. Therefore, of course, he may have made some mistakes due to his lack of understanding of the world at that time. It doesn't matter if there are mistakes, as long as you can discover them and have the courage to correct them. Therefore, an outstanding member of your school, Hippasus, discovered the problem of this unnatural number. Devers patted the wall with his hand and said excitedly, he bravely said it because of his true love for mathematics. However, the truth is often in the hands of a few. If you want to defend the truth, you have to pay the price in blood. Hippasus died. He died in the fear, conservatism, and ignorance of the other members of the Pythagorean school. You clung to a wrong understanding of Pythagoras, shackling your thinking and sealing your wisdom. You are like ostriches buried in the sand, thinking that you can't see anything. Do you think that this number, independent of the ratio of integers and integers, doesn't exist? At this point, Devers turned to Forstkater and asked, tell me, how many numbers like this are there? Forstkater immediately said loudly, there are many, but I haven't counted specifically. For example, the square root of 3, the square root of 5. These numbers mainly exist in the calculation of geometry. Very good. Devers nodded and said loudly with more confidence, I believe that you people of the Pythagorean school of thought rarely study geometry, because as long as you do, you will encounter this problem. I believe that there are people who have doubts about this problem, but once they think of the tragic experience of Hippasus, they will choose to retreat. Geometry should be the most important field of mathematics, closely related to our practical lives. But it is sad. Because of a wrong understanding, it has become a sore point in your research of mathematics for 100 years. It has become a stumbling block in your improvement and expansion of the field of mathematics. Here, I want to give you and everyone here a sentence, I love my teacher, but I love the truth even more. Because only the true truth is the source that sustains the world. It is there, and only the brave who keep learning and working hard, who are not afraid of authority, and who are not afraid of sacrifice, can continue to discover it. I look forward to Dionia Academy, the Pythagorean school, and all the scholars here to study the world with this spirit. Then, you will definitely make more discoveries, which will make our civilization more prosperous. That's all I have to say. As soon as Devers's voice trailed off, the whole audience stood up, and there was a warm cheer in the hall. Even well-known scholars such as Cetitus applauded. Martocores applauded and said excitedly, well said. You've touched my heart. What your majesty said is exactly why I agreed to let Forstkater give a speech. The students next to him were not in the mood to criticize this teacher who was good at research but bad at words. They were all applauding with all their might. Some of the members of the Pythagorean school of thought left the hall angrily, while some of the members led by Xianxia chose to stay. Devers turned to Forstkater and praised him, with your fearless academic spirit, you made such a bold speech. I think all the scholars in the Mediterranean world will be grateful to you, because you have swept away a major obstacle in their research of mathematics. I hope you can always maintain this spirit and make greater achievements in your academic research. Make more discoveries. Forstkater replied excitedly, I will, your majesty. Devers patted him on the shoulder with relief, then faced the audience, bowed respectfully, and left the hall. Xianxia and the others looked at his back with complicated expressions. Cetitus and the others watched him leave with respect. More of the audience applauded him even more enthusiastically. The big event that happened in the hall of the School of Mathematics quickly spread throughout the Dionia Academy. Countless scholars and students were surprised by this new mathematical discovery. While they felt sad for the death of Hippasus, they were also shocked by the thought-provoking speech of the king of Dionia at the hall. Especially when Devers said, I love my teacher, but I love the truth more. It made countless people repeat it over and over again, and it was very touching. It also gave the young students more motivation. What the Devers advocated at the conference, let's have an academic debate, not unreasonable abuse. This made the scholars even more vigilant. In the subsequent speeches and seminars, although there were fierce debates, everyone controlled their emotions well. Among them, the debate between Plato and Democritus' disciple, Xianxia, was the most eye-catching. This was because Thanstrian inherited Democritus' ideology. He believed that democracy was the most ideal form of government, and that other forms of government were undesirable. Living in a democracy, even in poverty, was better than enjoying wealth under an autocratic system. But he also emphasized that for a democratic country to function well, the role of the legal system must be emphasized. A well-governed city-state could not be without perfect laws. Because human nature was always seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and always trying to seek benefits outside the law, making the people obey the law was to protect the safety and lives of the citizens. And persuading the people to obey the law was the long-term task of a city-state. His philosophy was exactly the opposite of Plato's political philosophy. Plato advocated the rule of the world by the wise and admired the rule of kings. He hoped to use the concept of good to guide the people, and cultivating the virtues of the citizens was the foundation of a country. He was especially opposed to democracy, believing that democracy indulged people's desires, degenerated the youth of the city-state, and cultivated ambitious and arrogant people. The result of this debate was Plato's victory. Plato was knowledgeable and quick-witted, and he had lived in the city of Athens for decades, where everyone was known to be good at debating. He had long developed a superb debating ability, and how could Thanstrian, who came from the remote town of Aldera, be compared to him? Moreover, Plato used his mother state, the best democratic city-state in the Mediterranean, Athens, as an example, listing all kinds of shortcomings and foolishness, which made the audience feel the same, so it was reasonable for Thanstrian to lose. However, the Dionia audience, who had the concept of law-abiding, deeply agreed with Thanstrian's emphasis on the law is to ensure the good functioning of the city-state, because it was precisely the strict laws that Dionia used to ensure the stability and unity of the entire kingdom. The Greek Scholar Conference, which had lasted for nearly a month, finally came to an end. During their stay in Turi, the famous scholars from all over the Mediterranean Sea not only had academic exchanges, but also, under the careful care of the academy and the full support of the city hall of Turi, they had tasted the delicious food of Turi city, soaked in the hot spring, watched the intense ball games, went to the hospital to check their health status, and appreciated the culture of the alien race. It could be said that they had gained a lot. In addition, the Dionia Academy also collected the speeches of the scholars and compiled them into a book, named the Selected Works of the Hellenic Scholars Conference. Several hundred copies were made and distributed throughout Greece. The scholars, who had gained both fame and fortune, returned with satisfaction. In the days that followed, whenever they talked to someone about the matter, they would always praise the academic atmosphere in the kingdom of Dionia and the enthusiasm and richness of the people. As a result, more scholars from the city-states began to inquire if Dionia would hold another scholars' conference. When will it be held? Only when the members of the Pythagorean school of thought returned to Tarentum. They quarreled over Faustocata's speech, which led to conflict and eventually division. Some of them left Tarentum and went to the eastern Mediterranean. The other group, led by Luces, stayed in Tarentum, thinking about how to perfect the philosophy of the Pythagorean school of thought and integrate these unnatural numbers into it. But that was for later. Among the well-known scholars, there were two who did not leave. One of them was Hippocrates. Although he was already an old man, the rich creative ideas and advanced theories in medicine at the School of Medicine of Dionia surprised him. A short month was not enough for him to understand, let alone learn, so he was willing to stay and guard this treasure mountain until he fully understood and mastered it, completely solving the many puzzles he had about medicine in his life. Of course, the Devers supported this. They gladly allowed him to stay in the academy and hang the title of a teacher. They even gave him the title of honorary citizen of Dionia in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the cause of medicine in his life. The other scholar was Plato. He asked the Devers to fulfill their promise and sent someone to bring him to understand the political system of the kingdom of Dionia. On this day, the court clerk, Henepolis, led Plato and the two students, Thesippus and Aurelius, to the examination center for the kingdom's reserve officials in the outer city south of Turin. This center was originally near the Victory Square, but with the expansion of the kingdom's territory, the number of people who needed to be assessed increased, and the examination venue could no longer accommodate them. Since the land in the inner city of Turin was limited, it could not be further expanded, so it was moved to the outer city. Henepolis explained as he walked in front. Plato listened carefully, and at the same time, he looked at the building that did not exist in other Greek cities. It occupied a large area and was surrounded by thick stone walls that were more than 3 meters high. It was impossible to see what was going on inside from the outside. The few of them walked around the periphery of the building for a long time before they saw the main entrance in the distance. Plato noticed that the bustling crowd and bustling noise that were common in other urban areas of Turin could hardly be seen in this place. Even if there were many pedestrians passing by, they tried to keep quiet and whisper. This might have something to do with the special patrol team that patrolled the area, but it might also have something to do with the quality of the Turin people. They tried not to disturb the citizens who might be participating in the examination in the center. There's a temple there. Aurelius pointed to the distance and said in surprise. That's the temple of Hades. Henepolis explained with a smile, there's an advantage to having the examination center next to it. Hades is very observant and abhors evil. Any citizen who wants to cheat in the examination has to think about it carefully. In the end, they can't escape his fair punishment. Plato fell into deep thought. In the process of visiting various departments of Turin for the past few days, he could find traces of Hades's direct and indirect presence. This god who was in charge of the underworld had become a watchdog that was engraved in the hearts of the people, forcing them to restrain their actions at all times. This made him fall into deep thought. When they arrived at the entrance of the examination center, there was a towering statue standing 5 meters in front of the entrance. The statue was of a tall and strong man. He had a determined expression on his face, holding a flame in his hand and stepping on an auspicious cloud as he rushed down. Why is there a statue of Prometheus here? Aurelius asked curiously. Henepolis pointed to both sides of the entrance and gestured for him to look. There were 2 lines of words carved on both sides. Those who are willing to be the people's servants and sacrifice for the people, please enter this door. Those who want to use their power to earn wealth and oppress the people, get lost. It was signed by Devers. When they thought of the story of Prometheus risking the great danger of being punished by Zeus to steal the heavenly fire to benefit mankind, the 3 of them immediately understood the king's intention. Plato could not help but exclaim, this is moral education. Don't be fooled by the fact that Dionia emphasizes on restraining the people by law. But in fact, this city is always subtly teaching the people to do good. As soon as Plato's voice fell, the guard came up and warned them, this is an important place of the kingdom, please do not make any noise. Plato expressed his apology. Henepolis showed his waist token and the warrant written by Devers, then led Plato and the others into the courtyard. There were no ponds, fountains, gardens, pavilions, or any other pleasing buildings or sceneries in the vast examination center. There were only a dozen buildings that looked like storage warehouses in the port, as well as pieces of flat and compacted land. Some of the empty land had some equipment placed on it. There was only a building that looked like a temple standing 100 meters in front of him. It was quite imposing, and it added a little bit of color to the entire examination center. Every year, Dionia selects civil servants through an examination. The examination will be held in October, because it is the slack season, and the citizens have enough time to prepare. At the beginning of the year, the chief officials of each city and department will report the number of civil servants needed and the number of vacancies to the kingdom's Civil Servant Management Committee based on the situation under their jurisdiction. His Majesty and several lords of the committee will discuss and determine the number of civil servants to be selected for the examination this year, as well as the specific examination time. After that, the list will be distributed to each department, and the city hall will notify the citizens of the kingdom in the form of an announcement. Those who are willing to participate will pay attention to this news and be prepared in advance. Before coming to Turin for the examination, they must first obtain a certificate from the city hall of their residence to confirm their citizenship, and that they must be a law-abiding citizen with good behavior. Henepolis explained as he walked. What if someone from the local city hall accepted a bribe and hid his criminal record? Aurelius asked. Even in Athens, there would be wealthy citizens in the suburbs who bribed the officials of Demo every year to report less of their property in order to pay less tax. Moreover, for a country as vast as the kingdom of Dionia, they were very interested in how to strengthen the supervision of the officials in the remote areas. His Majesty once said, "You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever." People like this will not only be severely punished by the law, but they will also be tortured by infernal purgatory after death. Therefore, since the establishment of our kingdom's examination system, there has not been a single case of cheating. After Henipolis finished speaking, he saw that the three of them were deep in thought. A mischievous feeling rose in his heart, and he could not help but ask, the official examinations of the kingdom of Dionysia are usually held in October, but they are occasionally held at other times. It just so happens that the examinations are being held these few days. Can you guess why? His question made the three of them fall into deep thought. The youngest, Aurelius, asked tentatively, "Is it because of us?" Henipolis looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Plato scolded him sternly, "Don't talk nonsense, Aurelius. The examination for citizens and the selection of officials are important matters of the kingdom of Dionysia. How can it be as casual as playing a game? I think the reason why the kingdom of Dionysia is holding the examination at the last minute must be because there is a shortage of officials, right?" "That's right." Henipolis nodded and said, "We conquered Downey last year. In order to govern there, a large number of officials were transferred from other regions, causing the other departments and cities to be in urgent need of civil servants. Therefore, the examination has been going on since the beginning of the year." "But you just said it will only be held in the next few days," Aurelius said, unconvinced. Henipolis blinked his eyes and said, "Of course, the next few days are included in this period of time." The few of them chatted and laughed as they arrived in front of the building. The official in charge of the examination center, Clintus, who was notified by the guard at the door, quickly came out to welcome them. "Sir Henipolis, welcome to the inspection." Clintus bowed respectfully. As a senator of the Senate, Henipolis did not hold a high official position. However, the king of Devers stood behind him, so no one dared to slight him. "Which departments are conducting the examination today?" Henipolis did not bother with small talk and asked directly. "Court and construction." "Should we go in and rest for a while? Or should we go and take a look now?" Henipolis turned around and asked Plato. "We're not tired now." "We don't need to rest," Plato said. "Then, let's go to the court's assessment first," Henipolis said after thinking for a while. Clintus immediately brought them to a warehouse. There was a wooden sign hanging on the door that read, "Courtroom Assessment." Clintus motioned for them not to make too much noise and walked in. The room was very spacious, and there were close to 100 wooden tables on the ground. Almost all of them were filled with examinees, but it was abnormally quiet. Only the examiner sitting on the podium imitated the defendant in the court, purposely telling his own experience in a disjointed and illogical manner. The examinees had to write a fluent court record according to what he said. Thus, no one raised their heads to look at Plato and the others who came in. They were all listening attentively, at the same time using an iron pen to record on a wax tablet. There were also 3 examiners patrolling the examination hall to prevent cheating. Plato and the others stood by the door and watched for a moment, then left the examination room. "Just based on the level of their written records to determine who will be admitted and who will be eliminated?" Plato asked. Obviously, he felt that the examination was a little too simple. "Of course not. Next, we will have to examine their familiarity with the law. The sum of these 2 scores will be their final score. This time, they're in luck. The court of the entire kingdom of Dionysia is short of 20 positions, so more than 15 of them will be admitted." Clintus seemed to have read Plato's mind and continued, "Don't think that as long as they pass this examination, they can become judges." "Isn't that so?" Aurelius asked curiously. "Of course not." Henipolis took over the conversation and said, "Even if they pass, they will have to start from the court recorder, orderly, and other low-level positions. After 2 or 3 years, they will be assessed according to their performance. At that time, not only will they be tested on all the legal provisions, but they will also have to simulate real court debates to test their thinking ability and debating skills, as well as the application of the legal provisions and control of the court. After all these are passed, they can then serve as trainee judges or trainee prosecutors, and then as judge d'amo, city judge, and senior judge. This process will take about 20 years. If there is a major mistake during the process, they may be kicked out of the court." Aurelius could not help but exclaim, "It seems that it's too difficult to be a judge in Dionysia." "It's indeed difficult. Henepolis said, the assessment for a judge is the most difficult of all the assessments for a public servant. This is because Dionia emphasizes the rule of law. The judge is the representative of the law. If he is incompetent, it will affect the correct implementation of our laws. Upon hearing this, the three of them were touched. After all, in Athens, there were no judges in all the courts. Instead, it was up to the citizens to decide the case. This determined the outcome of a case, and it depended on the debating skills of the plaintiff and the defendant, as well as the emotional guidance of the jury. I saw in the room just now that there seemed to be a lot of foreigners participating in the assessment. Spicippus suddenly said. You're talking about the Lucanians, the Brudi, and the Messapi, right? Henepolis replied disapprovingly, there's nothing strange about that. They are all citizens of Dionia, so of course they have the right to participate in the assessment and become judges. In fact, in that room, there are not only foreigners, but also a liberated slave who is participating in the assessment, Clintus interjected. A liberated slave? Plato and the other two were shocked. As the person in charge of the assessment center, Clintus was clear about the identity and origin of each candidate. At this time, he explained, his name is Plica, and he came from Libya under the rule of Cyrenaica. He was a slave of the army of Syracuse that invaded Greece. After the surrender of the army of Syracuse, he became a slave of our kingdom. He has always performed well, and in the war to conquer Messapi, he was a member of the supply team. He also made great contributions, and thus obtained his freedom. Last year, he obtained the citizenship of Dionia. According to the certificate issued by the Turii City Hall, all these years, he has worked as a laborer in the court of Turii, a cleaner in the library. He has always performed well, and the money he earned is either to study in the adult classes at school, or to read books in the library. After listening to this, Henepolis could not help but be moved. He sighed and said, it is because of this citizen's hard work that he dares to participate in the judge's assessment. In the kingdom, citizens who were born as emancipated slaves have positions in the finance department, the commerce department, the city hall, and other departments. Only the court hasn't. If he can become a judge, he will set an example for others. Any official position in the kingdom is open to any citizen, as long as they work hard enough. Sir Henepolis, you said it so well. Clintus praised. Aurelius and Disippus were a little confused. It was completely beyond their understanding that non-Greek people and slaves could hold important public positions in the city. Plato remembered the tactful criticism made by the Devers when they first met him. They said that his writing of the Republic excludes slaves and foreigners, and his thinking is too narrow. He should give all people equal opportunities, and let the whole society have a kind of upward mobility. Plato could not help but look back at the examination room. He was thinking and sighing in his heart. Is this the bearing of a strong kingdom? After that, they went to watch the assessment of the construction department. The assessment of the cultural level of the candidates here was a little lower. The candidates were only required to be able to read and do simple writing. The most important assessment was in an open space. The candidates were required to bring 2 or 3 neighboring slaves of the kingdom, use fixed materials, and build a small section of the city wall, a small section of the road, or make a siege weapon within a specified time. This was to test the candidates' hands-on ability, as well as their ability to coordinate and arrange people to supervise and command the construction. This special assessment was also an eye-opener for Aurelius and Disippus, and it also made Plato feel refreshed. He thought that the assessment of the public officials of the kingdom of Dionia was the embodiment of his view in the Republic that the first principle of the establishment of an ideal city is a strict social division of labor. Just as he reluctantly walked out of the door, Henepolis said with regret, tomorrow is the Hercules celebration of the kingdom of Dionia. Please forgive me for not being able to accompany you for the time being. I also suggest that all of you participate in this celebration tomorrow and relax. You will find that it is a very interesting celebration. After his reminder, Plato and the others, who had been busy visiting the city, realized that the increase in the number of people in the city of Turin and the full number of inns had something to do with the celebration. However, there were many gods in Greece, and most of the Greek city-states worshipped different patron gods. As a result, each city-state had a lot of celebrations every year, but they were not exactly the same. For example, the Pan-Athens festival in Athens was unique in the Greek world. The Hercules celebration was also held in Sparta. However, the people of Sparta advocated frugality and forbade pleasure, so the celebration was extremely simple. Therefore, Plato did not pay much attention to it. But the next day, they found that the Hercules celebration in Dionia was very unusual. Behind Hercules were the herdsmen herding 20 cows. Behind them, not only was there a huge parade made up of men, old people, women, and children, but there were also pipers, drummers, and trumpeters playing cheerful tunes. The whole parade was talking and laughing noisily, just like how Hercules herded the cows across the western Mediterranean Sea. They walked around the whole city of Tilii, filling the whole city with a lively atmosphere. The end of the parade was just the beginning of the celebration. Next, there were various competitions. The most important competition in the celebration was the Hercules competition. The contestants had to carry a 5-meter-long cedar wood as thick as their thighs and walk a distance of 40 meters to pass the preliminary round. In the following elimination rounds, the contestants had to pick up stone pillars that were constantly increasing in weight. They had to lift a 5-kilogram shot put, and how long they could hold on. The most important challenge was pulling the carriage. Countless spectators cheered for the contestants, watching them pull the huge carriage with a certain amount of weight. They had to tighten their muscles and use all their strength to pull the carriage forward like a strong horse. The final champion would be awarded the title of Hercules of the Kingdom. After receiving the blessing of the priest of the Temple of Hercules, he would wear a flower crown and parade around the city surrounded by enthusiastic people. He would also be received by the king's devers and have a meal with them. In addition, he would also be given a lot of material rewards. There was another important competition during the celebration, which was wrestling. Everyone knew that Hercules was a master wrestler. Everyone knew about his battle with the giant Antaeus. After 9 years of development, the wrestling competition held in the Hercules celebration of the Kingdom of Dionia was no less than the traditional 4 Greek games. Compared to winning the 4 Greek games, the main reward was honor. Winning the championship in the wrestling competition in Turin would also be rewarded with a lot of gold and silver. Therefore, there were many contestants, and every competition was quite intense. The wrestling competition lasted for nearly a month, coinciding with the end of the celebration. The champion of the wrestling competition also enjoyed the same treatment as the champion of the Hercules competition. It was said that the audience of these 2 competitions were often watched by the personnel of the Ministry of Military Affairs and various army commanders. This was because these 2 competitions not only allowed citizens and preparatory citizens to participate, but also allowed free people, foreigners, and even slaves to participate. Those who achieved good results would be lobbied by the Ministry of Military Affairs to join the Kingdom of Dionia or be freed from slavery. This was because such outstanding contestants were usually excellent soldiers. In addition to these 2 competitions, the celebration also had other interesting competitions. For example, bull riding competition, sheep racing, pig driving competition. These were also to show respect to the guardian of livestock, Hercules. The hilarious mountain climbing competition was a demonstration of Hercules' adventurous spirit, while the hilarious running competition with his wife was a tribute to this romantic god. So unlike other celebrations, the Hercules festival was full of laughter. At the same time, Plato and the others also found that at least half of the contestants and spectators of the various competitions were non-Greek people. They could fully feel their heartfelt reverence for this Greek god. They were fully enjoying the joy of the competition and interacting harmoniously with the Greek citizens. Plato did not stay until the end of the celebration. In early June, he bid farewell to the king of Devers and the Dionia Academy and prepared to return to Athens. After all, there were still a lot of affairs waiting for him to deal with in the academy. The Devers held a farewell banquet for him. At the banquet, Plato said cheerfully, "During this period, thank you very much for your great help to me, your Majesty of Devers. You gave me enough time to observe the operation of the Kingdom of Dionia. I found that Dionia had many advantages compared to other Greek city-states. First of all, Dionia attached great importance to education. The government funded the construction of schools in various cities. The low school fees allowed the kingdom to implement almost universal basic education for children above the age of 6. This kind of education was comprehensive. Not only did children learn mathematics, literature, rhetoric, logic, philosophy, but also sculpture, music, and dance were taught to edify their minds, and physical exercise to strengthen their bodies. When they grew up, they would be the gold and silver seeds of Dionia, and they could easily become excellent citizens of the kingdom. Secondly, although Dionia emphasized the role of law, it actually emphasized moral education. Otherwise, it would not believe in Hades as the protector of your kingdom. The promotion of Hades' just and strict punishment in Hades guided the people to do more good deeds in life. The same is true of your worship of Hera. It guided the people to love marriage and family, which played a very important role in the stability of the kingdom. Dionia used gods to guide the people to do good deeds. This was a very novel but very effective method, and it was worth learning from other city-states. Again, Your Majesty of Devers, you said to me before that you will not strictly divide the duties of the citizens of the kingdom, but Dionia has strictly divided the duties of the public officials of the kingdom through a method called assessment. Let those who are proficient in the law serve as judges, let those who are good at manufacturing as supervisors, let those who are good at making money manage trade, let those who are good at statistics manage money. Even your generals are promoted through the ranks of soldiers and team officers, and most of your city governors have rich experience in city management. This was completely different from most Greek city-states, including Athens. Most of the senior officials elected by the people through the citizens' assembly were hypocrites who only knew how to flatter and cater to the people. They did not know how to manage a city-state, let alone how to lead the army to victory. The blind ignorance of the people allowed these people to grasp the power of the city-state, so how could the city-state prosper? Also, Your Majesty of Devers, you allowed girls and boys to receive the same education and physical training from a young age, and granted them more property and freedom of life when they reach adulthood. Although you have yet to allow women to take up some public positions in the kingdom, compared to other Greek city-states, you have done a very good job on the issue of gender equality. Also, Dionia has also made the distribution of property fair. Every citizen of the kingdom will be given 5 acres of land, and according to the citizens' contributions to the kingdom, they will also be given land and other property rewards, instead of letting most of the public property of the kingdom be earned by the nobles and the rich. Hearing these words, Divers was in a good mood. He half-jokingly and half-seriously said to the other senators who came to the banquet, "Did you hear that? We, the party members, have so many good points. You should have more confidence in the kingdom and work harder." The others laughed in response. Plato, however, did not laugh. He stared at the Devers and said seriously, "I realized that the greatest merit of Dionia is you, Your Majesty of Devers." "Me?" "Yes." Plato began to get emotional and said loudly, "As a king of a kingdom, you are not above the law, but act according to the law. You do not spend lavishly and pursue a luxurious life, but keep a low profile and moderate. As far as I know, the regime of the kingdom of Dionia and these amazing laws are mostly due to your suggestions. Without profound knowledge, deep observation, and good judgment, it is difficult to achieve. And only philosophers can do all this. Philosophers do not have to write treatises and be widely known. My teacher, Socrates, has always been all talk and no action. On the other hand, Your Majesty of Devers, you are all action and no action. You are the real king of philosophy." At this point, Plato looked excited, and his eyes were shining. "My previous judgment was wrong. My utopia is not impossible to exist in reality, but it is being realized in Dionia." In his previous life, Plato had traveled to Tarentum. At that time, Tarentum was in its heyday. Plato hit it off with Archita, who had been the consul for a long time. As an important figure of the Pythagorean school of thought, Archita was the typical image of a king of philosophy in Plato's mind, so he highly praised Archita in his works. But in this life, Archita died early, and Tarentum was reduced to a free city of the kingdom of Dionia. Plato turned his attention to the Devers who had created more glory than Archita. Of course, the proud Plato at the farewell banquet did not admit that there was an obvious flaw in his book compared to the current situation of Dionia. In the past, he was a little narrow-minded and focused only on one city. He even thought that the population of a city should be 5,000 to 40 people. Dionia, with its large population and vast land, could also be governed well. This touched him a lot. With reluctance and longing for the future, Plato left Thurii and returned to Athens. While concentrating on teaching, he also devoted most of his energy to thinking more deeply about the political system of the city-state. A few years later, he wrote the Diver's Treatise, claiming that the value of this treatise was far greater than the Lysis Treatise, Gorgias Treatise, Hippias Treatise, and other essays he had written before. It was no less valuable than the Utopia Treatise, but that was a story to be told later. Note: I've finally finished writing this volume. Before this, I didn't dare to write about Plato, philosophy, and academic debates because I'm not good at them. Some book friends once advised me to avoid them, but I later thought that since I'm writing about ancient Greece, how could there not be a scene of 100 schools of thought contending in classical culture? So I bit the bullet and wrote about it. I've read several books for this. Although my writing is shallow, at least I've defeated myself. The next volume is even more exciting because it has things you want to see: Rome, Carthage, Etruria, Egypt, Celts, Iberia. Agesilaus' brother, Seleucus, died in battle on the Carkia Peninsula. Agesilaus was devastated and fell ill once again. In the end, another Sparta king, Agesilaus, gathered a large army from his allies on the Peloponnesus Peninsula and once again headed to northern Greece to attack the Carkia League. When Agesilaus arrived in northern Greece, it was the height of summer. Unfortunately, he caught a fever from the intense heat and died before he could engage the enemy in battle. After the Sparta Council of Elders hastily held the king's funeral, they once again sent out an expedition against the successor of the Carkia League. After a series of bitter battles, in the spring of the third year, that is, the 13th year of Dionia, 380 BC, Olympus was forced to surrender and disband the league. At the same time, the other city-states on the Carkia Peninsula were forced to join the Sparta League. The coastal cities of Macedonia were also returned to King Amyntas of Macedonia, and Sparta gained the supremacy of northern Greece in one fell swoop. During the fierce battle in northern Greece, the Sparta people adopted a high-handed policy in the Peloponnesus Peninsula. They forced Phus, a city-state in the middle of the peninsula, to recall the previously exiled nobles. As a result, a war broke out between the nobles and the commoners, and Sparta supported the nobles. After half a year of siege, Phus was forced to surrender. Then, according to the wishes of Sparta, a new system of government was implemented. In central Greece, after Sparta controlled the Thebes and supported Plataea, it gained the support of the other city-states in Boeotia. Sparta's power began to expand from the Boeotia region in central Greece to the Attica region in the east, and the Phocis region in the west. After the rainy spring came the hot summer. The commander of Sparta's northern expedition, Polybiades, led his army back from northern Greece in victory. Before entering the flat and fertile Boeotia region, they first had to pass through Thessaly, Maris, Doris, Phocis, and other regions. There were many places here that were worthy of being worshipped by the victorious Sparta generals. The first was Ida. Legend had it that the ancestor of the Sparta royal family, Hercules, sacrificed himself on a pyre on this mountain and ascended to heaven in the flames to join the family of the Olympian gods. Secondly, when crossing the narrow pass, the narrowest passage could only accommodate 2 four-wheeled carriages side by side. This passage was called the Hot Spring Pass. Its name resonated strongly with the Sparta soldiers. 100 years ago, Leonidas, the Sparta king, led his 300 guards to fight against the Persia army here. All of them died in battle, winning eternal glory for the Sparta warriors. Almost every time the Sparta army passed through this place, they would worship it. At the end of the rugged path they came to a little fertile lowland, called the Plain of Doris, from which the name of the Greek race, the Dorians, is derived. The Spartans were Dorians. Hundreds of years ago, the Greeks who migrated from the desolate north first rested in the Doris Plain. Eventually, they invaded the lowland surrounded by mountains and scattered along the coastline. After hundreds of years, they had forgotten their barbarian identity. For example, the Spartans had always claimed that they were the blood of Hercules, and that they were the descendants of Menelaus, the former king of Sparta. To the south of the Doris Plain, near the Gulf of Corinth, there was also a mountain famous throughout Greece called Parnassus. Legend had it that the steep mountain was occupied by a gigantic python named Pedon, which was known for eating humans. Under the instruction of Hera, it had hunted down Apollo, Arthenes, and their mother, Leto, when they were young. When Apollo grew up, he came to the mountain and found the giant monster that was devouring eagles in a lonely and gloomy canyon. He shot the monster with a deadly arrow and became the ruler of this area. Apollo planted the laurel tree to purify the sacred land. Later, people cut down the branches of the laurel tree and built temples of Apollo one after another. This became the holy land of the Greeks, Delphi. It was a place with high mountains and dense forests. The soil was barren, making it difficult for the local people to make a living. Apollo said to them, "Guard my temple and receive the people who come to visit with hospitality." So the people of Delphi became priests of Apollo. They built huge temples of Apollo and fairly charged everyone who came to seek oracle and worship the same fee. Because of the justice of the Delphic priests, more and more Greeks believed in the oracle of Delphi, and believed that Apollo would live on Mount Parnassus for 9 months every year, where the air was pure. It was also rumored that when Zeus first ascended the throne to rule the world, he wanted to measure the land he inherited, so he released 2 eagles to the east and west to observe the flight of the 2 eagles to determine the center of the world. As a result, the 2 eagles met at Delphi, where Zeus left a huge stone egg, Omphale, as a mark. This stone egg has been preserved to this day. As a result, Delphi became even more famous, surpassing the Greek race and becoming famous throughout the Mediterranean Sea. For this reason, the priests of Delphi also welcomed foreigners to come here to pray for oracle. When the warring city-states came to seek the judgment of the oracle of Delphi, they completely believed in the oracle's judgment. Therefore, the neutrality of Delphi must be guaranteed, otherwise no one could bear the consequences. 200 years ago, when a neighboring and powerful city-state, Crisa, tried to annex Delphi, the whole of Greece was shocked and launched an angry counterattack. Many city-states formed a coalition to defend this sacred land. They even violated Greek tradition by poisoning the river that the Crisans drank. The city of Crisa was conquered, and this impious city was razed to the ground. The bay that separated the Greek mainland from the Peloponnesus Peninsula was originally called the Gulf of Crisa because of the great city-state of Phocis. After the war, it was named after the important city-state on the isthmus, Corinth. More than 200 years later, the field where Crisa used to live was still a barren land. No one dared to live there because it was a place cursed by the gods. After the most tragic lesson, the city-states around Delphi established a close neighbor alliance, the Amphictyon Alliance. It included the people of Thessaly, Phocis, Locris, Phocis, Pyotia, Athens. Later, the city-states on the Peloponnesus Peninsula also joined in under the leadership of Sparta. The main purpose of this alliance was to protect Delphi's neutrality and not allow any forces to harm or annex Delphi. Therefore, this alliance was also called the Sacred Alliance. Each alliance provided 2 representatives as a member of the entire alliance. Every spring and autumn, a meeting was held in Delphi to discuss the governance of the Delphi region, the maintenance of the temples, the hosting of the Pythian Games, and the management of the sacred products of Apollo. In this way, the oracles and the nobles of Delphi were given an independent status, and Delphi became more prosperous. On this day, the nobles and priests from all over Delphi walked up the winding stone steps to a steep hillside. The main temple of Apollo, built from giant stones, was located here. It was backed by the straight and bare cliffs of Mount Parnassus, overlooking the deep and serene Plessis Valley in front of it. It gave off a cold and solemn feeling. The 9 powerful priests of Apollo were the representatives of the 9 Greek tribes that had lived in Delphi for hundreds of years. There was also a woman sitting in the temple with the 9 priests. She was a shriveled old woman with sagging skin and a face full of wrinkles. She did not have a striking appearance, but she had great prestige among the Greeks. She was the one who walked into the oracle office and delivered the oracles of Apollo to the people in the sulphurous smell of smoke. She did not have a name of her own. She was called the Pythia. Every oracle issued by Apollo was called the Pythia. 10 people sat in a circle in the temple with solemn expressions. The old priest in the lead was the chief priest of the main temple of Apollo, Cercidas. He said, "An hour ago, I sent off the Sparta general Polybiades, who conquered Chalcidia. Before the Sparta's northern expedition, Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, sent someone to seek an oracle for his expedition. He came this time to thank Apollo for his guidance. The sincerity of the Sparta people toward Apollo is amazing." But, Cercidas changed the topic and said in a low voice, "He brought 4 fully armed soldiers and let them set foot on the sacred Mount Parnassus. After I protested, he let them go down the mountain. This is blasphemy." It is common knowledge that people with sharp weapons are not allowed to enter this sacred area. These Sparta people should be severely punished, a priest shouted angrily. Severely punished? The Sparta people are known for their barbarism and rudeness. If they cause trouble, we will be the ones to suffer. You should know that their army is stationed in the Dolis plains not far to the north, another priest said helplessly. Do you think the Sparta people dare to lead their army into Delphi? If they dare to do that, the whole of Greece will form another anti-Sparta alliance and completely destroy Sparta, just like how they destroyed Clyssa, another priest said angrily. Cercidas sighed. When Agesilaus' emissary came here to ask for the oracle, he made a request to me. I hope that when Sparta's enemies come here to ask for the oracle, we can secretly tell the Sparta what they ask for. That's not all. Patmos, who was in charge of managing the sacred vault, said angrily, after Polybiades left the temple, he purposely went to my place and said, this time, they have consumed a lot of resources in the expedition to northern Greece, and they owe the pay of more than 1,000 mercenaries in the team. The Sparta are too arrogant. Kabatas, the priest in charge of the Pythian games, shouted angrily. We must teach them a lesson to dispel their ambitions towards Delphi. Teach Sparta a lesson? They are now the overlord of Greece, and they have the support of Persia. If we anger them, I'm afraid it will be even more disadvantageous for our Delphi. Patmos said worriedly. At this moment, the high priest, Sitarsis, voiced out the idea that he had been thinking for a long time. Who said that we are going to fight against Sparta head-on? We can invite a strong force to join the sacred alliance to balance out the absolute advantage that Sparta has in the alliance. The eyes of the priests lit up. Patmos thought for a moment and said, then who should we invite? Macedonia? Macedonia. Kabatas snorted. The Sparta expedition to northern Greece is to help Macedonia. The Macedonians can't wait to thank Sparta, so why would they fight against it? Moreover, although Macedonia's territory is vast, they don't have enough power. They can't even defeat the barbarians, so how can they fight against the powerful Sparta? At this moment, another priest, Critomene, said hesitantly, now, I'm afraid the only Greek force that can fight against Sparta is Dionia. Are we going to invite them? As soon as he finished speaking, Kabatas loudly objected, no. No. Dionia is a barbaric kingdom, not a Greek force at all. How could the kingdom of Dionia be a barbaric country? Last year and this year, the All-Greek Scholars Conference was held there, and many scholars went to Thurii, and they all spoke highly of the academic atmosphere there. What's more, Thurii, Tarentum, Locri, Silatina, Crotone, Lygium, Catani. These cities under the kingdom of Dionia were all famous Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea more than 10 years ago. Every year, they contribute a lot of gold and silver to the sacred treasury of Delphi. Clementi argued. The Holy Alliance has never invited any of the Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea to join us, because they are all colonies. Kabatas still objected. Clementi sighed, everyone, it's not like it was a few decades ago. Everything depends on the strength of the city-states. The tradition has long been broken. The Covenant of the Holy Alliance also states that no city in the alliance is allowed to be destroyed. But you see, there are many examples like Sparta destroying Mandynia and Plataea. And Dionia is the most powerful Greek country in the western Mediterranean Sea. I'm afraid it is also the most powerful force in the entire Greek world. Even Sparta has taken the initiative to go to Thurii many times to discuss the covenant. Only by inviting Dionia to join the alliance will the domineering Sparta fear and restrain themselves. Clementi's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Patmos said awkwardly, even if we have the intention to invite Dionia to join the Holy Alliance, will Dionia agree? You must know that all these years, we, like the Olympia, have firmly opposed Dionia's participation in the games, and because it has never offered gold or silver to the sacred treasury of Delphi, we have secretly promoted the barbarism of Dionia, hoping that the Greek freedmen will not migrate to Dionia. The priests all looked a little unnatural. They had all done such things before. Kabatas complained, Dionia highly respects Hades, causing the number of Dionia citizens who come to Delphi to seek the oracle is decreasing. If this continues, I'm afraid that all the Greeks in the western Mediterranean Sea will regard Delphi as nothing. His words resonated with the other priests, and everyone began to complain. At this moment, Archbishop Cercidas said, "It seems that you have all confirmed that the Greek country to be invited is Dionia. As for the problem of the Temple of Hades, I think you don't have to worry about it. I've learned about the Temple of Hades in Dionia. Although it is very important in the hearts of the Dionia people, the Temple of Hades doesn't seem to value divination and oracles very much, and this happens to be the field that we, Delphi, are good at, and the only field." Cercidas emphasized. He knew very well that the reason why Hades could develop so quickly in Dionia must be because of the powerful king who claimed to be a descendant of Hades, and Delphi should not be so stupid as to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Delphi and the Temple of Hades do not conflict with each other. I think the hundreds of years of tradition of oracles in Dionia will make the people of Dionia who encounter difficulties hope to seek guidance from Apollo. And we can also guide the Greek freedmen who are living in difficulties to the Italian peninsula to find a new life. Even if Dionia is willing to join the Sacred Alliance, I'm afraid that Sparta will not agree to it. After all, we only have the right to suggest, but not the right to decide. Patmos reminded. Cercidas sighed. This is the problem that worries me the most. I heard that in the treaty signed between Dionia and Sparta, there is a treaty that states that Dionia shall not interfere in the affairs of the Eastern Mediterranean. Although this shows that Sparta is afraid of Dionia, it also proves that Sparta is wary of Dionia. Sparta will definitely oppose Dionia joining the Sacred Alliance. But the Sacred Alliance does not have the right to interfere in the affairs of other city-states. It is only an organization that protects Delphi. I believe that Sparta will not react that violently, many of Crete consoled. At this moment, Cercidas brought up the idea that he had already thought of. My suggestion is, can we send someone to Thurii secretly to discuss with the king of Dionia and have them take the initiative to make a request to the Sacred Alliance? Meanwhile, we can privately contact Athens, Corinth, Argos, Mecca, and other city-states that are at odds with Sparta. With this kind of pressure, I believe that Sparta will have no choice but to consider it carefully. After hearing this, all the priests felt that this was a good idea. None of them objected. What if Dionia is unwilling to join the Sacred Alliance? In their opinion, Dionia would definitely be overjoyed to be invited to Delphi, the holy land of the Greeks. Patmos looked at the Pythia, who had been resting with her eyes closed, and asked respectfully, about this matter, what did Apollo's oracle say? For something as important as this, Apollo's oracle must have been consulted beforehand. If there was absolutely no hope of success, it would not have been brought up in a meeting of the priests. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Pythia. The old woman, who was dressed like a young girl, this was a requirement of the temple of Apollo, a symbol of chastity, opened her murky eyes and chanted in a low, raspy voice, "O scorching sun, exhausting its radiance, falling beneath the mountains, the pitch-black curtain of night had already descended. Clusters of blazing bonfires illuminating it as bright as day." Just as the priests were pondering the profound meaning of the oracle, Cercidas continued, "Since Dionia worships Hades as the kingdom's protector, this god is only the lord of darkness, so I think Apollo's oracle is saying, the sun represented by Sparta is about to fall, and Dionia will take its place. As for those bonfires, I haven't figured it out yet. Perhaps it's referring to another rising power." Oracles were always cryptic, just like the gods themselves. Although the priests could not understand it at the moment, it did not affect their execution of the matter, because at least the general direction seemed to be in the right. Last year's scorching summer had killed the king of Sparta, Agesiporus. This year's summer was a huge test for Dionia. In the royal palace of Dionia, the king's Devers, Minister of Commerce Marigi, Minister of Finance Murses, and the 5 presidents of the Senate were listening to the report of the Minister of Agriculture, Buccos, with solemn expressions. In fact, last year, there was less rain in the spring and summer than in the past. But this year, from February to July, there has been no rain for more than 5 months in southern Italy. Areas such as Lucania, Apulia, this area includes Messapi, Puccetti, and Downey, Magna Graecia, and Brudi are all facing a serious water shortage. Small rivers such as the Cisno River and the Saraceno River have basically exposed their riverbeds and turned into small streams. Large rivers such as the Creti River, the Ramato River, and the Neto River have narrowed and their water levels have dropped. If it were not for the widespread use of water wheels, a large area of wheat seedlings may have withered in the Sabari Plain, the Croton Plain, the Orfemia Plain, and the Cosenza Plateau. But if such a drought continues for another month, I'm afraid the entire southern Italy will suffer a serious crop failure during the autumn harvest in September. Judging from the current situation, the possibility of such a bad situation happening is very high. It's not just a problem of grain failure. Such dry weather has lasted for so long, the pasture in the mountains has withered, and many of the livestock raised by the herdsmen have died. Vespa lamented. Oh, right. Buccos reminded them again, the Ministry of Agriculture has specifically investigated the grain storage of the people in Turii, Crotone, Grimentum, Cosenza, Locri, and other cities. They can only last until November at most. How's the situation in Sicily? Antares asked. There's plenty of rain in Sicily this year. The cities of Catania and Naxos should have a good harvest, Buccos replied. What about Campania? The farmland in that area is in good condition. After Antares' reminder, Buccos continued, there's no drought in Carthage and Africana either. Only central Greece and Peloponnesus are experiencing the same situation as us, but their situation is slightly less severe. After listening to his subordinate's report, the Devers could not help but tap his fingers on the table. His expression was also a little ugly. But very quickly, he relaxed his brows and said slowly, the heavens are unpredictable, and people have their ups and downs. The gods can't take care of our Dionia forever. This upcoming drought is a test for our kingdom. But what do we have to be afraid of? We've already prepared for it, haven't we? In the past, during Senate meetings, there were always people who said, the granaries that we built, aside from the occasional supply for the army to fight, have been left empty most of the time. It's a complete waste. But this time, these seemingly wasted granaries will save the lives of millions of our Dionia citizens. The Devers' words made Lucius, Mursa's, and the others feel ashamed. After a small knock on the table, the Devers continued to ask, Buccos, have you done any statistics on how long the grain in our kingdom's granaries can last the people of southern Italy? Buccos was already prepared for this. He said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, our kingdom has a total of 9 granaries. They are located in Grimentum, Turii, Cosenza, Crotone, Trine, Locri, Catane, Urdii, and Silvium. They correspond to the garrisons of the 10 major armies. There are about 100,000 tons of grain in total. The population of southern Italy is about 1.5 million. If everyone has 2 meals a day, just enough to keep them warm, we can guarantee a food supply for about 6 months. Only 6 months. This food can't last until next year's autumn harvest. Vespa sighed. The other chairman glanced at him. To prevent him from feeling awkward, Marigi immediately explained, in the past few years, the citizens have made a lot of money from selling grain because of the successive harvests. There are very few citizens who are poor. The grains in our granary are not being supplied to them for free, but are being sold at a lower price in the market so that they can afford it. This will help them tide over this crisis and prevent the grain merchants from raising the price crazily, thus causing panic among the people. The Devers said in a deep voice, 100,000 tons of grain is still not enough. We must have sufficient grain reserves to deal with the upcoming drought. Also, we need to store enough wheat seeds for next year's sowing. Mursa's, before the news spreads, use the national treasury to send people to Carthage, Cyrenaica, and even Egypt to buy a large amount of grain. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do it immediately. Mursa's answered without any hesitation or evasion. He knew that this was the most important thing for the kingdom. Marigi, the Ministry of Commerce has to strictly control the markets in the cities. Let the grain merchants sell their grain at an appropriate price. They are not allowed to disturb the market or raise the price blindly. For grain merchants who ignore warnings and act recklessly, allow the Ministry of Commerce and the courts to punish them severely. At the same time, you have to work together with the governors of the cities. When selling grain from the granaries, verify the identity of the buyer. Everyone is only allowed to buy a certain amount of grain every day. This is to prevent people from reselling the grain in the granaries in order to make a fortune. If such a despicable person is found, he will be severely punished. I understand, Your Majesty. Marigi's expression was also serious. Buccos. The Devers turned to the Minister of Agriculture. Now that the drought is coming, the rivers have become shallower, and the use of water wheels has been greatly reduced. To solve the problem of drinking water for the citizens, digging wells is a very good solution. You and the Ministry of Construction have to work together and dig deep wells in the cities to solve the problem of water shortage. Yes, Your Majesty, I will rush to the Ministry of Construction in a moment. Bucko's expression relaxed slightly. The Dever's gaze finally fell on the 5 chairmen on duty. Sirs, the Senate needs to hold an emergency meeting to discuss a proposal to deal with the drought as soon as possible. This is to remind the citizens to save on food and water, and to store more water in their homes. At the same time, we need to comfort them not to panic and to remain calm. With the protection of Hades and the full support of the kingdom, they will definitely get through this crisis. Your Majesty, we will hold a meeting in the afternoon. Cornelius immediately replied. The Devers nodded. His gaze swept across everyone in the room. Their solemn expressions revealed their nervousness, so he asked loudly, Lucius, how did you deal with the drought in Greece 25 years ago? Your Majesty. Lucius recalled the situation at that time, and his face showed some pain. At that time, the people of Crotone raised gold and silver and went to Carthage to buy grain. However, the cunning people of Carthage knew that we had a drought and immediately increased the price of grain by several times. So we were unable to buy more grain. The council had no choice but to draw lots and send some of the citizens to Iberia to colonize. Later, these citizens who went out died from the attacks of the Iberian natives. Yes. A small country is weak, and when faced with such a natural disaster, they can only endure the pain of losing their family and friends, and the destruction of their families. However, the kingdom of Dionia has the ability to make every family in the kingdom not suffer such suffering. We have to see that this drought is a bad thing, but also a good thing. It will make those few citizens who are still obsessed with the long history of the original city-state and delusional about the independence of the city see clearly and understand that only by staying in such a powerful kingdom can they ensure that they can safely survive every natural and man-made disaster. Only then can their homes obtain long-term peace. The words of the Devers inspired the spirits of the senators present and aroused their resonance. After working hard for more than 10 years in this kingdom with a unique regime, even Lucius, who joined the latest, was becoming more and more aware of this powerful country. After the Devers sent Cornelius and the others away, Aristyrus came in before he could catch his breath. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Intelligence has sent news about Rome from the north. As soon as he heard Rome, the Devers immediately perked up and asked, what's the situation? The Wolski in the south of Rome joined forces with the Equi in the east of Rome and the Hernic in the southeast. They were invited by the rebellious Latin alliance of Rome, Praenest, to invade the territory of Rome. It is reported that they have about 20,000 troops. Praenest? The Devers thought for a moment, but he did not have any impression in his mind. He immediately turned to the clerk, Hennepolis. Henny, go and get the map of central Italy. The map was placed on the desk. The Devers looked down and finally found the location of the Latin city-state. Praenest was a large Latin city-state located more than 60 miles southeast of Rome, near the mountains. It happened to be at the entrance of the lowlands between the mountains, blocking the way into the Equi and the Hernic. In other words, its rebellion would allow the Equi and the Hernic to easily invade the Latin alliance of Rome and threaten the city of Rome itself. Has Rome's troops that went to the north to attack Etruria returned? The Devers asked again. Not yet, Aristyrus replied. The Devers rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. In the 3rd year of Dionia, 390 BC, the Celtic king Brennus, who was entrenched in the upper reaches of the Po River in the north of Italy, united most of the Celtic tribes and invaded the Etrurians in the south. They were unstoppable, defeating many Etruscan forces and capturing many towns. Just as they began to besiege the city of Clusium, Rome, as an ally, sent troops to rescue them. As a result, the Celts and the Roman army fought near the Arria River, and Rome was defeated. What the Devers did not know was that, because in this life, there was no emissary sent by Dionysius died in the hands of Phoebidas 2 years ago, the Celts did not abandon the Etrurian towns along the way to attack. Instead, they quickly advanced to the city of Rome. Instead, they continued to kill and plunder along the way, and it was not until more than 2 months later that they crossed the Tiber River. At this time, the walls of Rome were dilapidated and did not even completely surround the entire urban area of Rome. In addition, half of the young and middle-aged people in the city were killed or wounded in battle, and most of the civilians finally left the city of Rome due to the conflict between the nobles and the civilians a few years ago, and settled down in the city of Venus. Therefore, the city of Rome no longer had enough troops to defend itself. Except for a few old and weak people who were unwilling to leave their homeland, and a few who were willing to stay outside the Capitoline citadel, most of the civilians had to evacuate the city of Rome. Some of them went to Venus, and a few went to a Latin city called Ardea, south of Rome. The famous Roman general Camillus, who once conquered Venus but was expelled because he was framed, lived here in seclusion. When Camillus learned of the fall of Rome, he was devastated. He gathered the people of Rome who had fled to Ardea and formed an army. At the same time, he convinced the people of Ardea to join him. Then, he found an opportunity to launch a night attack on the careless Celtic tribes who had come to collect grain. He won a great victory. The news of his victory quickly spread throughout Latin, and Camillus became famous. The people of Latin, who hated the Celts for their invasion, came to join him, and the people of Rome and Veii also asked to be under his command. After taking a risk and receiving the appointment of a Rome senator who was still defending the Capitoline citadel, he became the military dictator. Camillus organized an army that grew larger and larger, and at the same time, attacked the Celts who were collecting grain in various Latin towns. As time passed, the situation of the Celts became more and more difficult. Because of the lack of grain and the fear of Camillus's army, they did not dare to loot everywhere. Large numbers of corpses were piled up in Rome. No one took care of them and buried them, causing an epidemic. Coupled with the fact that they were not acclimatized to the climate, the Celts fell sick and died in battle. Their morale was extremely low. King Brennus, who had stayed in Rome for half a year, could not resist the persuasion of many tribal leaders and decided to negotiate peace with the people of Rome. However, the people of Rome who were defending the Capitoline citadel secretly learned that Camillus was leading a large army to Rome, so they refused to negotiate. Although Brennus was angry, he could not do anything. However, he was not willing to leave empty-handed. Just as he was hesitating, he heard that Camillus was leading a large army to rescue them. Seeing that the morale of the Celts was low, Brennus did not dare to fight them and was forced to retreat. However, less than 10 miles away from Rome, the Latin allied army led by Camillus caught up and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. In the end, the Celts suffered a crushing defeat. Most of them were surrounded and killed by their pursuers. A small number of them scattered and fled in different directions. As a result, the people of the neighboring towns and villages all came out to search for them. Almost all of them were slaughtered, and only Brennus and a few dozen of his trusted aides managed to escape. This battle dealt a heavy blow to the Celts in the upper reaches of the Po River, and their strength was greatly reduced. Although the people of Rome suffered losses in the war against the Celts, it alleviated the conflict between the nobles and the commoners. The people who had migrated to Veii returned to Rome and worked together to rebuild the city of Rome. The Senate also enacted laws to reconcile the nobles and commoners. At the same time, they took the time to accept the refugees who had lost their homes in the Latin Alliance and rebuilt the Latin Alliance. Camillus learned his lesson from the defeat at the Allia River and combined it with his own battle experience. After obtaining the support of the Senate, he reformed the Roman army. At the same time, Rome unexpectedly received the support of a powerful country in the Western Mediterranean. Therefore, in the second year after the war with the Celts, Rome began to recover its vitality. It began to attack the surrounding Latin city-states that had left the Latin Alliance and abandoned Rome. After a few years of hard fighting, most of the Latin cities were under its control and the Latin Alliance was rebuilt. During this period, the Etruscans from the north took advantage of the fact that the Roman army was pinned down in the Latin region and sent out a large army to surround the important Etruscan city-state that Rome had spent many years to conquer. It was now a colonial city of Rome, Veii, and they tried to force it to surrender. The people of Rome defended the city and refused to surrender. They repelled the enemy's attacks many times and even crossed the river to ask for help. As soon as the Latin war ended, Camillus led the Roman army to attack the Etruscan army that had surrounded Veii on the north bank of the Tiber River. The Etruscans had yet to recover their strength after being ravaged by the Celts. On the other hand, the morale of the Roman army was high after Camillus reformed the military system. The two sides clashed several times, and the Roman army was victorious. After repelling the Etruscan army, the people of Rome did not give up. After learning about the weakness of the Etruscans through the war, they seized the opportunity and continued to attack the Etruscan territory that had been a threat to Rome for hundreds of years. In just a few years, as the important Etruscan city-states such as Tarquina, Velch, Novae, and Volsii were conquered one after another, Rome had also brought most of the southern part of Etruscan territory under its control. During this period, the Volsci and Hernici in the southern part of Rome were afraid that the rise of a powerful Rome would threaten the safety of their territory. From time to time, they would gather other forces around Rome to attack the territories of Rome and its allies. This time, the scale of the attack should be the largest in the past decade. Devers stared at Rome and its colonial cities on the map, as well as the allies that had surrendered to him. It had already covered a large area. He knew that if Rome was allowed to grow, it would cause a lot of trouble to Ionia. However, for the past 10 years, Ionia had been concentrating a lot of manpower and resources to integrate and unify southern Italy and eastern Sicily. It really did not have the extra power to interfere with Rome in the middle of Italy. To the people of Ionia, that was an unfamiliar area. It would be too much for Ionia to send a large force, and sending a small force would be easy to destroy. He hoped that this attack from the Volsci could pose a threat to Rome. Unfortunately, his understanding of the history of Rome in his previous life was more from the beginning of the Punic War. He knew very little about the history of the early rise of Rome. The only person he knew was Camillus. After reading the information collected by the intelligence department and combining it with the little knowledge he had learned in his previous life, he realized that Camillus, who was very famous in the Latin region at this time, was the Camillus who was known as the father of Rome in his previous life. "Where is Camillus now?" he asked immediately. Aristyrus was stunned for a moment and immediately understood that Devers was talking about the person he had asked them to pay attention to. Previously, Camillus did not serve as the commander of the expedition to Etruria, citing his old age and weak health. He has been staying in the city of Rome, and there is no new news so far. It seems that this time, the people of Rome will let him serve as the commander of the coalition against the Volsci. Devers sighed softly. "Observe the war closely and report to me at any time." "Yes, Your Majesty," Aristyrus replied. Devers pondered for a moment and remembered something. He hurriedly said to his clerk, Hennepolis, Henri, "Immediately write a letter to the governors of Catanae, Naxos, Sicily, Herbida, Hera, these cities in Sicily. Ask them to try to persuade the people to sell their surplus food to the city hall at an appropriate price after the autumn harvest for the people in the southern region." "Yes, Your Majesty. I will write the letter immediately and give it to you for review." Hennepolis finished speaking and immediately prepared to write the letter. Devers looked down at the icon of Rome on the map again and sighed inwardly. This drought really came at the wrong time. 2 days later, Devers received the Delphic priest, Clementine, who had hurried over to the palace. Devers did not show any joy at Delphi's invitation. On the contrary, he only expressed his gratitude to Delphi politely, but said that unless Delphi openly invited the kingdom of Ionia to join the Holy Alliance, Ionia would only take action. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ionia to take the initiative to make an application. Clementine was stunned. He thought that Ionia would be grateful to Delphi's favor, but he did not expect the Devers to be so cold and arrogant. In fact, if Clementine had a deeper understanding of the national conditions of Ionia, he would definitely understand why Devers did this. Because Devers was not only the king of the kingdom of Ionia, but also the high priest of the temple of Hades and the descendant of Pluto. How could he proactively worship another god? Even if the two gods controlled different territories, it would still make him feel that he could not explain to the priests and believers of Hades. But if Delphi took the initiative to invite him, Devers would find it easier to accept. On the surface, it was just a question of whether he took the initiative or not, but in fact, it was an important issue that would determine who was the leader of the two gods in Ionia. Both sides were at a stalemate at this crucial point, and neither could give in. Clementine had no choice but to change the topic, to invite Ionia to participate in the next Pythian Games, which would be held 2 years later, in the summer of 379 BC. Devers thanked Delphi again for the invitation, but reminded him, Ionia is a kingdom of many races. As long as the Pythian Games allow foreign citizens of Dionia to participate, Dionia will definitely form a team to participate. This condition was precisely something that Delphi could not agree to on its own. Such an unconventional action would require the approval of the members of the Holy Alliance. Similarly, Delphi, of course, could not risk the wrath of Sparta by openly inviting Dionia to join the Holy Alliance. Clementine thought that he came with sincerity, but because of the arrogance of the Devers, he got nothing. In the end, he left in anger, and the matter of Dionia joining the Holy Alliance was put on hold. However, when the angry Clementine returned, he spread the rumor that the king of Dionia was arrogant and rude to Delphi. In the Latin region of central Italy, Camillus, whom the Devers were concerned about, received an order from the Senate of Rome to lead the troops stationed in Rome to repel the Volsci's coalition army. Although he repeatedly declined, saying that he was old and weak, and that he was not suited to lead troops, hoping that the task would be given to a more suitable candidate, the people of Rome strongly urged him to take up the position. In reality, they did not expect him to lead the troops and charge into the enemy's ranks. Instead, they strongly believed in his combat experience and ability to command troops. They believed that he would bring a glorious victory to Rome. Camillus had no choice but to accept. Considering that Camillus was unable to go into battle, the Senate also assigned him a young military governor named Lucius Florius to be his partner. The two of them led the remaining 2 legions in the city, a total of 12,000 soldiers from the Roman duchy, and joined up with a few thousand soldiers from their allies. They then led the army to the southeast and quickly arrived at the borders of Praenestor. Just as they were about to encounter the Volsci coalition army, Camillus ordered the army to stop and set up camp. He wanted to delay the battle with the enemy. On the one hand, he did not want to engage the enemy's morale at this moment. He wanted to wait for the enemy to slack off, or force the enemy to take the initiative to attack their camp. On the other hand, one of the reasons he had delayed his appointment to the Senate was that he had caught a cold and was still feverish. His body was weak, and he wanted to wait for his body to recover before fighting the enemy. Who knew that the other young military governor, Florius, was eager to gain merit and was eager to engage the enemy in battle? Camillus could not go to battle because he was sick, so he could monopolize the battle. Thus, he privately encouraged the officers in the army to unanimously request for battle from Camillus. Seeing that it was difficult to go against the will of the people, Camillus did not want others to think that he was being jealous and did not want to let the young people win merit and glory. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to let Lucius Florius lead the army into battle, while he led a small number of soldiers to guard the camp. Out of concern for the battle, he sent people to monitor the progress of the battle and report back to him. Lying on the sickbed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When Frias learned that the Roman army's formation wasn't complete yet, he had rashly launched an attack. As a result, they were defeated by the enemy and the routed soldiers were fleeing to the camp. He forgot about his illness and leaped out of bed to organize the remaining soldiers to quickly prepare for defense. He personally ran to the gate of the camp and loudly urged the soldiers who had retreated from the battlefield to pick up their weapons and fight back the enemies who had followed them. The routed soldiers saw this highly prestigious, white-haired old general nailed like a boulder in front of the gate, not retreating a single step. They couldn't help but feel ashamed. One after another, they turned around to fight, cooperating with the defending troops in the camp, and finally driving away the enemy. After this ordeal, Camillus broke out in a cold sweat, and his cold was more than half healed. He couldn't help but thank Minerva for her protection. The dejected and guilt-ridden military official, Frias, came to Camillus to ask for forgiveness. Camillus didn't harshly criticize this young general who fought recklessly. Instead, he patiently asked him about the whole process of the battle. After some thought, he said to Frias, "Tomorrow, we will lead the army out of the camp and fight the enemy." Frias thought he heard wrong. "We just experienced a defeat in the battle. It is because of this defeat that the honorable citizens of Rome urgently need a victory to wash away this shame," Camillus said firmly. Motivated, Frias nodded in agreement. Soon, the news of the battle tomorrow morning spread throughout the camp. The soldiers heard that the highly respected general, Camillus, would lead them out of the camp for a decisive battle to wash away the shame of this defeat. Immediately, all of them were no longer dejected. Instead, they rubbed their palms together and swore to God that they would take revenge. The next day, after Camillus led the army out of the camp for a mile, they stopped and quickly began to get into formation. When the Volsci coalition heard that the defeated Rome had walked out of the camp, they were overjoyed and hurried over with their troops. Before they could fully get into formation, Camillus ordered the whole army to attack. The Roman soldiers, eager for revenge, launched a fierce attack on the Volsci coalition, and Camillus focused the attack on the weaker Helmicii. After a fierce battle, the disorganized Volsci coalition was at a complete disadvantage. The Helmicii were the first to be defeated, and then the whole army was routed. Camillus ordered the whole army to continue the chase and not let up. The Roman army took the opportunity to occupy the enemy's camp. Most of the Volsci coalition soldiers were either killed or captured, and the Roman soldiers celebrated their victory. But after a day of rest, news came that another Latin ally in Rome, Bo, had been captured by the Helmicii. Camillus immediately made the decision to send the heavy infantry back to Rome, and then led the light infantry to rush to Bo and launch an assault on the Helmicii. The Helmicii, who had just occupied the town, were caught off guard and were quickly defeated. Most of the soldiers were killed. Camillus returned to Rome with a large number of spoils of war and captives. The people of Rome cheered for him. The Senate of Rome, under his suggestion, ordered the Roman army that had returned from the north to attack the Etruscans to attack the Aeaci, Helmicii, and other forces in the east. 2 months later, the Aeaci, Helmicii, and Marsi, who had suffered heavy losses in the previous war, could no longer resist and chose to surrender. After the Romans sorted out their main enemies in the east and southeast, they began to set their sights on the Volsci in the south. The Volsci were an ancient race in Italy. Hundreds of years ago, they lived in the upper valley of the Ligus River in the northeast of Italy. But as the Celts continued to invade the south, the Volsci were forced to migrate to the southwest of Italy. Finally, they settled on the fertile land south of Latin and lived there peacefully for hundreds of years. But because of the rise and expansion of Rome, the Volsci had no choice but to engage in constant armed conflicts with the power that had become their neighbor in the north. In the past 100 years, the two sides fought many times. In the beginning, the Volsci still had the upper hand. But as Rome conquered the surrounding Latin city-states and established the Latin alliance, its power increased greatly, and the Volsci gradually found it difficult to attack Rome. And in the 358th year of the founding of Rome, 396 BC, the Roman general Camillus led his army to conquer the powerful Etruscan state in the northern region of the Tiber River, Veii. This conquest not only completely occupied the surrounding land of the Tiber River, but also intimidated the surrounding races and forces. So, the Volsci and Rome signed a peace treaty. But 4 years later, the Celts captured the city of Rome, and Rome's power declined, leading to the dissolution of the Latin alliance. The Volsci took the opportunity to tear up the treaty and joined forces with the forces around Rome to continuously invade Rome's territory and allies. Until this time, they were completely defeated by the army led by Camillus. The Volsci had suffered heavy losses, but before they could catch their breath, the army of Rome invaded Volsci's territory and surrounded the powerful state in the northwest of Volsci, Velletri. While the Volsci gathered their troops to help, they also considered asking for reinforcements from other forces. In the past few years, after the military reform of Rome, they became more and more powerful. Volsci had lost several wars with Rome, so they were afraid of the people of Rome. In fact, the Samni were the closest and more powerful force to Volsci. Unfortunately, this powerful mountain race had always been very aggressive toward the forces around them. In the past, Volsci and the Samni had fought many times. Several Volsci towns near the Samni mountains, such as Sora and Sieti, were still occupied by the Samni. How could the Volsci dare to ask for help from this violent hostile force? Therefore, after some discussion, the Volsci alliance agreed that the strongest kingdom in the south, Daionia, was the most suitable place to ask for help. However, Volsci did not have any formal diplomatic contact with Daionia, and they were afraid that they would be rejected. So, the Volsci came up with a solution. The Volsci alliance sent an emissary south to the Campania region. In the Campania region, there was a Campania alliance that the Volsci thought was relatively powerful. It had a good relationship with Volsci, and they often traded with each other. At first, the Campania alliance was just an alliance formed by the Greek colonial city-states in the area. Its purpose was to protect the city-states and defend against foreign enemies. The main enemy was the Samni in the mountains to the east. Later, some Etruscan city-states in the eastern part of the Campania plain that were also invaded by the Samni joined the alliance. The Etruscans used to be the most powerful force in Italy, occupying the northern and most of the central part of Italy. Later, due to the invasion of the Celts, their power was greatly weakened. Many of their territories were occupied by other races, and their power began to retreat to the north. However, in the eastern part of the Campania plain, there were still a few Etruscan city-states led by Caua and Sassara. After joining the Campania alliance, Capua had once fought with Naples for the leadership of the alliance. However, 20 years ago, after the Simonians captured Capua, the alliance had always been dominated by Naples. The Neapolitans knew a little about the people from Rome mentioned by the Wolsey emissary. Over the past decade, this resilient people who lived in the northern part of the Campania region had won every battle they fought and expanded rapidly, causing the surrounding forces to feel very uneasy. However, there were still many forces between Naples and Rome, such as the Wolsey, Oronzi, Cyzini, and even the Samnese Cautini tribe. Therefore, the Neapolitans did not feel uneasy about Rome. After the council members discussed, the chief general, Orosius, apologized to the Wolsey emissary. "We really want to help the Wolsey, but there are more important things for us to worry about in the Campania region, so we dare not split our forces. Therefore, we can only apologize to you." What Orosius said wasn't just for show. In the past decade, the Campania alliance and the Samni had been living in harmony. However, in the past 2 years, the Samni had begun to frequently clash with the surrounding city-states of the Campania alliance. Although it had not escalated into a major war, the Campania alliance was extremely nervous. They were constantly on guard, ready to deal with a war that could break out at any time. The Wolsey emissary looked disappointed and depressed. He was about to continue begging, but Orosius suddenly changed the topic. "Although we can't help you, there is a powerful country in Italy. As long as they are willing to lend a helping hand, they can guarantee the safety of the Wolsey." The Wolsey emissary's heart skipped a beat. A name immediately popped up in his mind. Orosius then said in a serious tone, "Daionia. Only Daionia can stop Rome from attacking the Wolsey." As expected, Mate Bolus secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was exactly what the Wolsey emissary wanted to hear. Of course, they knew that the kingdom of Daionia, which controlled the entire southern part of Italy, was probably the most powerful force in Italy apart from the Celts in the north. Of course, it would not be a problem for them to intimidate Rome. However, he pretended to be troubled and said, "But the Wolsey has never had any dealings with Daionia." Orosius said sincerely, "Naples and Daionia are allies. We are willing to recommend the Wolsey to the king of Daionia." The Wolsey emissary was overjoyed and immediately expressed his gratitude to the Neapolitan council. After resting for a day in the city, he followed the Neapolitan emissary, Mithides, south by boat. It was the end of September, and a drought was raging in southern Italy. The southern territories of the Kingdom of Daionia suffered a major crop failure, and the kingdom mobilized a large number of manpower and material resources to busy themselves with disaster relief. In the palace of Daionia, the Devers had just approved the order to increase the punishment of several Carthage merchants. After the Senate had already issued the law that no merchants are allowed to raise the price of grain in the country and disrupt the market order, or else they will be severely punished, these few Carthage merchants joined forces with some grain merchants in the city to spread rumors in the market of Rockridge City. They ran over the grain shops temporarily opened by the city hall and caused panic among the people. In the end, they were arrested by the inspection team, and the others were severely punished. However, because these few Carthage merchants had extraordinary backgrounds, and one of them even came from the Hanno family, the inspection team was worried that their punishment would cause serious dissatisfaction among the Carthage people, so they asked the Devers for instructions. In fact, Divers himself was also worried about this. However, he knew that in such a critical situation, if he did not strictly enforce his orders, then the foreigners would imitate them and act recklessly. The local merchants would also be involved. Therefore, he had to punish them severely to serve as a warning to others. Therefore, after the Devers signed the order, he asked Aristides to immediately send it over. The Devers leaned against the wooden chair and stretched. During this time, because the kingdom was dealing with the drought, the requests and letters from various cities had piled up, leaving almost no time for the Devers to rest. Even the energetic Devers felt tired. He closed his eyes, but he was not resting. Instead, he was thinking about how to summon the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate and establish a drought handling committee. They would handle the specific matters, big or small, and he would only be responsible for supervision and control. In this way, not only would he save his energy, but his efficiency would also be greatly improved. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. Just as he was about to ask Aristides to go to the Senate and summon the 5 senators together, he received a message from the guards that Foreign Minister Xianxia wanted to see him. Since the Senate passed the Devers' proposal to pay the senators a high salary and prohibit them from accepting gifts, the Devers also proposed to establish the kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that foreign envoys could be directly received by this department, reducing the number of blind contacts they had with other senators, and also ensuring their safety, to prevent the senators from making mistakes again. At the same time, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, more professional and experienced diplomats could be trained, creating a more favorable external environment for Xianxia. The Devers appointed Xianxia as the first foreign minister. Xianxia had been in office for more than a year, and he had completed the administrative structure and personnel arrangements for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Why did he come to the palace today? The Devers wondered in his heart. He did not expect Xianxia to give him a surprise. Are you saying that the Wolsey have asked us for help? Yes, Your Majesty, Xianxia explained seriously. The Romans are invading Wolsey's territory, and they can't stop them. They have no choice but to ask us for help under the guidance of the Neapolitans. Then arrange a meeting, the Devers answered without hesitation. When he received the news that the Wolsey allied forces were defeated by the Roman army led by Camillus, he already knew that the Wolsey were in big trouble. Your Majesty, there is another good news. Oh? Although it was a good news, Xianxia did not look happy. Instead, he said seriously, the Neapolitan messenger who accompanied the Wolsey said, knowing that Xianxia is suffering from a drought, the Campania Alliance, as an ally, is willing to donate a large amount of grain for free to help us tide over the difficulties. However, he hopes that we can restrain the Samni and stop harassing their people. Restrain the Samni? The Devers looked a little angry. The Neapolitans make it sound easy, but the Samni are not that easy to restrain. Ever since we firmly supported the Abennulum, these Samni tribes have become more and more disobedient. Fortunately, they are afraid of our strength and dare not do anything rash. Xianxia looked at the Devers and asked softly, then, reject the request of the Neapolitans? No. The Samni now think that they have recovered their strength. The Devers shook his head and sneered. It's just that we have been busy stabilizing the situation in the Downey area for the past 2 years and can't spare any time to help. Now that the situation in Downey is stable, Xianxia agreed to the request of the Neapolitan messenger and send someone to question the Samni. Why did they repeatedly violate the covenant and invade the allies of Xianxia? If they still refuse to repent, I don't mind letting them have a taste of the power of the Legion of Dionysia. In addition, didn't Quindec, the leader of Nuceria in Caiutini, hint that he was willing to send a team to participate in this year's rugby competition? Let Annona strengthen the relationship between the tribes in the southwest of Caiutini and make them completely fall to our side. Your Majesty, this is likely to lead to a war between the Samni and us. Xianxia said worriedly. Divers said firmly, as our ally, Samiet ignored our warnings many times and repeatedly invaded the people and land of our other ally. They have violated the covenant, which means they have long had the intention to betray us. If we don't stop their bad behavior, it will not only affect the prestige of the Kingdom of Xianxia, but also reduce the trust the ally has in us. We must fight back forcefully. Your Majesty, we are facing a famine now. I'm afraid we don't have enough food to support the army. Xianxia reminded. The Devers smiled. We don't, but the Campanian Alliance does. If we help the Campanian Alliance solve the problem of the Samni, they will not be stingy with their food. This will also help us reduce the pressure on the domestic food supply. Besides, I heard that the central and southern parts of Hilpini are also suffering from the disaster. We can take this opportunity to completely weaken them. All right, Your Majesty, I understand. I will discuss this matter with the Neapolitan messenger, Xianxia replied helplessly. Wolsey's messenger, Mate Bola, followed the Neapolitans ashore at the port of Laos and trekked for 3 days to reach Turiai. He was immediately shocked by the prosperity and size of the city. He began to believe that only such a powerful country could help them drive away the ferocious people of Rome. When he received the notice from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that the King of Devers was ready to meet him, Mate Bola had been thinking about how to persuade the king of this powerful kingdom to lend a helping hand to Wolsey. The next day, Mate Bola walked into the palace of Dionia. The important officials of the kingdom were already standing on both sides of the spacious hall of the palace. The King of Devers was wearing a garnet crown made of pure gold and a luxurious black robe with red patterns. He was sitting steadily on a leather chair that was 2 steps above the stairs. Therefore, he was much taller than the people around him, displaying the majesty of a king. His words successfully attracted the attention of the people around him. The ministers of the kingdom, who did not know much about Wolsey and did not care much about him, now focused their attention on him. The envoy from the north was wearing a short white shirt with a belt, revealing his arms and calves. His outfit was similar to the Simonians, except that they had shoes. "Thank you, Wolsey, for your generous donation," the Devers said calmly. "I have long heard that the Wolsey alliance in central Italy is brave and good at fighting. Unfortunately, because Dionia is too far away from you, we rarely have any contact. I believe that your visit this time will open a new chapter of friendly relations between Dionia and Wolsey." The Devers talked a lot about strengthening the friendship between the two countries, as if the Wolsey envoy's only purpose was to strengthen relations with Dionia. Mate Bora became anxious and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I am here to ask for help from Dionia." "Ask for help?" The Devers put on a puzzled expression. The Rome of central Italy has always relied on their country's power to stir up wars everywhere. This time, the Rome has invaded Wolsey's territory. We, the Wolsey, are unable to resist, so we have specially asked for help from the most powerful kingdom in Italy, Dionia. We hope that your Majesty can send reinforcements to help Wolsey defeat the Rome." Mate Bora said earnestly. "But I heard that it was because you, the Wolsey, took the initiative to attack Rome's ally, which angered the Rome, so they attacked Wolsey," the military minister, Helos, interrupted. Mate Bora glanced at Helos, and then replied confidently, "We, the Wolsey, have been living in southern Latin for hundreds of years, getting along well with our neighbors. 100 years ago, Rome was just a small city on the Tiber River, but through endless wars and killings, it became a powerful force in central Italy. In order to resist the Rome's invasion, we have been at war with the Rome for decades and have become mortal enemies. In recent years, Rome has conquered most of the city-states in southern Etruria and has become stronger. Of course, we, the Wolsey, cannot sit still and wait. Unfortunately, we have failed." Mate Bora sighed in pain, and then said loudly with a slightly resentful expression, "The Rome worship the wolf as their ancestor. The wolf is a greedy and violent animal. If Wolsey is conquered, the Rome sword will definitely cut the Campanian alliance, whose land is more fertile and whose people are richer. After conquering them, they might even continue southward. So, I beg of Dionia to lend us, the Wolsey." Most of the ministers felt that the Volsci were deliberately making Rome sound so scary, as if it could even pose a threat to Dionia. They were just trying to encourage Dionia to send reinforcements, but they did not think much of it. Only the Devers sitting on the throne knew that what he said might be the truth, but he did not say anything. "We sympathize with Wolsey's situation, but I believe that you have seen it when you entered Dionia. We are suffering from a drought, so at least for now, Dionia is unable to send troops to central Italy to fight the Rome," the Minister of Commerce, Marigi, said regretfully. "We, the Wolsey, have food. The autumn harvest has just ended, we have enough food. As long as Dionia sends reinforcements, we are willing to guarantee the Dionysian army's food supply." Mate Bora immediately added. After he said this, Mirzas, the Minister of Finance, Marigi, and the Minister of Agriculture, Buccos, looked at each other. They were a little tempted. At this time Antares, one of the rotating presidents of the Senate, said, "Your Majesty, in fact, we do not have to rush to send troops to help Wolsey. We only need to send an envoy to Rome to persuade them to retreat. With the prestige of Dionia in Italy, it is possible to achieve this." "But, Whether it is sending an envoy to negotiate with Rome or sending troops to help Wolsey, we need a legitimate reason. Now that Wolsey has no diplomatic relations with Ionia, we will only be criticized if we interfere with the affairs of the forces in central Italy. Anteri's reminder made everyone's eyes light up. The Devers looked at him with admiration and asked, "What do you think we should do about this?" Before Antares could speak, Mate Bora immediately said loudly, "The Wolsey alliance is willing to form an alliance with the Kingdom of Ionia. Forming an alliance is a big deal. I'm afraid the alliance will need to discuss it before making a decision," the Foreign Affairs Minister Ansitanos said in a roundabout way. The Foreign Affairs Minister Ansitanos said tactfully. He was actually questioning Mate Bola's authority as an emissary and reminding him not to brag blindly. "Please rest assured. Before I came out, the Wolsey alliance has given me full authority to make any decision on the spot. And..." Mate Bora straightened his back and said confidently, "And my House of Pulo has always been an important political force in Xianxia. Any decision I make here will be recognized by the Wolsey alliance." The Devers nodded slightly and said, "I have understood Wolsey's request, and we will discuss this matter. Please take a rest, you will soon know the decision of Ionia." After Mate Bora left the hall, the Devers looked around at the ministers and asked, "What do you think about Wolsey's request for help?" "Your Majesty, we have just conquered Downey, and now we are facing a drought. I heard that Rome is a powerful force, and once we start a war with it, it will take a long time. Based on our current situation, I am afraid we cannot support this war for a long time," Cornelis said worriedly. "Your Majesty, there is one more point, please note," Lucius took over and said, "Rome and Carthage are allies. If we hastily agree to Wolsey's request, interfere with Rome's military operations, and resort to force in the end, we will be forcing Carthage to make a choice. Given that our relationship with Carthage is not very good in the past 2 years, Carthage is likely to choose to support Rome, and this will make the conflict bigger." Everyone in the hall was shocked by Lysias' shocking words. "Carthage and Rome are allies?" Marigi asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. 100 years ago, Carthage and Rome formed a friendly alliance, the scholar Ansitanos said. As a scholar, Ansitanos continued, about 100 years ago, Rome first conquered the Latin region and began to establish the Latin alliance. The Carthaginians signed an alliance with Rome. I still remember the original clause of the alliance. The friendship between the people of Rome and the people of Carthage and their allies is based on the following conditions. The people of Rome and their allies shall not sail past the beautiful Cape. They shall not engage in any trade activities in Libya, Iberia, Sardinia, and Corsica. The people of Carthage shall not harm any people in any other Latin city that belongs to Rome. The people of Carthage must guarantee that they will not occupy any of the cities in this city. This is just a friendly agreement, not an alliance, Senior Judge Tritodemus questioned. As I said, this is just the original text. The agreement has been renewed many times, and it has continued to this day. In the renewal 2 years ago, the following clauses were added to the agreement. Ansitano said slowly, when Rome or Carthage starts a war with a third party, it can seek support from the other party, and the party that is asked can help as much as possible according to its own situation. After the war is won, the two parties can discuss the ownership of the spoils of war. 2 years ago? Sidorum's expression changed, and he exclaimed, I'm afraid that this clause in the agreement is set up by Carthage against Ionia. 2 years ago, it was Ionia that discovered the conspiracy of the Tannic tribe, which was secretly supported by Carthage, to unite the tribes of Sicur. The 8th Legion defeated the Tannic tribe in one fell swoop, and its leader led the remaining soldiers to the western part of Sicily, which was controlled by Carthage. It was said that Carthage took them in. Although the friendly agreement between Carthage and Ionia was renewed, the relationship between the two countries became subtle, especially in the area of trade competition. Tannic had fallen, and now there was a new Rome in the north of Ionia? Everyone's expression became a little complicated. Hilo said solemnly, Your Majesty, although Carthage has maintained peace with us for the past 10 years, it is because it needs to recover from the war with Syracuse. Even so, Carthage is still secretly causing trouble for us. After all, the Western Mediterranean can only accommodate one hegemon. It was like that between Carthage and Syracuse, and now it will be the same between us and Carthage. Therefore, the alliance between Carthage and Rome shouldn't be a reason for us to be afraid of helping Wolsey. On the contrary, we should increase our efforts to form a strong alliance with Wolsey. Otherwise, Rome will conquer Wolsey and become even more powerful. It and Carthage are in the south and north, sandwiching the kingdom of Ionia in the middle. We will be in even more trouble in the future. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that Carthage is still unwilling to go to war, and that Rome isn't strong enough? We should unite with the other forces in central Italy to besiege Rome. We will completely destroy it and weaken it, so that it will no longer be a threat to Ionia and our allies. As the military minister, Helo's words were filled with murderous intent. His words represented the military's intentions. The meeting hall suddenly fell into silence. Cornelius hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, I'm not opposed to forming an alliance with Wolsey and letting the Rome conquer Wolsey. I just feel that with the current situation of Ionia this year, this is not a good time. Moreover, we are very unfamiliar with the situation in central Italy. We should be more cautious and make more preparations to ensure that if a war really breaks out, we will have full confidence to win." Cornelius's mature and prudent words made the ministers, led by Lucius, nod repeatedly. "I also hope to wait until the kingdom has enough soldiers and food, and when there are no external threats around us, then intervene with Rome. However, a good opportunity never comes easily, and the enemy will not be so stupid as to always stay in the same place and let us interfere." The Devers sighed and said, "Do you still remember the war with Syracuse? Our original idea was to attack Rockley first and lure the army of Syracuse to Great Greece. However, Dionysius lured the Simonians into a sudden invasion. We hoped to station our troops in the Carenia-Trine line of defense, stall the army of Syracuse, and deal with the Simonians first. Then, we will wait for the main force to come back for a decisive battle. However, Dionysius led the army to easily break through our southern line of defense. These lessons have deeply taught me that a good opportunity does not come easily, but it is won by our bold actions. Moreover, the people of Carthage are also no less intelligent than Dionysius. They have long known that Ionia will be their future enemy, so not only have they long supported the Tannic tribe, but they have also been supporting the people of Rome since 7 or 8 years ago." Cornelius and the others were shocked. Lucius hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, is this true?" "Of course it is true. Because of the incident with the Tannic tribe, I became vigilant against Carthage, so I increased my attention to the forces around the kingdom. As a result, the people I sent quickly collected some information about the relationship between Carthage and Rome. There is evidence that Carthage has been supporting Rome over the years, providing food, weapons." As the Devers spoke, he nodded to the clerk Hennepolis, who was taking notes next to him. Hennepolis immediately left the council hall and quickly found a few documents in the forbidden area of the palace, the information room. He brought them to the Devers, and the Devers handed them to Cornelius. Cornelius, Lucius, Sidorum, and the other ministers looked at each other, and their expressions became more and more serious. "Previously, I didn't talk about Carthage and Rome because we were busy governing the Downey area that was newly incorporated into the kingdom. There was no need to be distracted by Rome's matters for the time being. But," the Devers suddenly stood up and said loudly, "now that Wolsey has come to ask for help, this is a good opportunity. Helping Wolsey and fighting against Rome will win the support of other forces in central Italy. Destroying Carthage's conspiracy will also be beneficial for us when there is a war with Carthage in the future. In addition, defeating Rome will also be beneficial for us to enter the same fertile land as Rome in central Italy." When the Devers said this, the ministers were surprised. The Devers looked at them and said in a deep voice, "My lords, this drought has covered most of the land in the kingdom of Ionia, making our disaster relief so difficult. I believe that every one of you will remember this. Why? Because our country is not big enough, and our national strength is not strong enough. We need to acquire more land in order to cope with every drought, every earthquake, every tsunami. With Carthage blocking the way in the south, we can only acquire land in the north. So, the arrival of Wolsey's messenger is a good opportunity for us." When the Devers saw the ministers fall into silence, he smiled and said in a gentle tone, "Of course, this is a long-term strategy that I have set for the kingdom. The war with Rome will not necessarily break out immediately. With our help, maybe the people of Rome will back down. So, we have to take it one bite at a time. Let's not rush. Let's take it slow. Let's first let the Senate pass the proposal of forming an alliance with Wolsey, then carefully discuss the alliance with the people of Wolsey. After everything is done, we will send messengers to test the reaction of the people of Rome. Daionia quickly sent its foreign minister, Ansitanos, to negotiate with Wolsey's messenger, Mapula, about the alliance between the two countries. The negotiation went smoothly, and it only took more than half a day to draw up a draft of the alliance. The main content is that Daionia and Wolsey will form a friendly and equal military alliance. They will strengthen friendly exchanges, and as long as they do not violate the laws of the alliance, their people will be free to stay in the land of the alliance. They will give each other preferential treatment and convenience in trade. There will be no additional taxes, and they are not allowed to detain or capture the merchants of the alliance without authorization. If there is any dispute, it will be settled by arbitration between the two parties. When one party is invaded by the enemy or has a war with a third party, the alliance should do its best to provide military assistance, and even send troops to participate in the war at the request of the other party. Mapula took the draft and immediately returned to Wolsey. 10 days later, he hurried over with the Wolsey emissaries. The emissaries included the governors of several city-states in the Wolsey alliance. The Devers and the Wolsey people signed the alliance agreement solemnly. As soon as the agreement was signed, the Wolsey people could not wait to ask Daionia to send troops to Wolsey's aid. It turned out that the Romans had already conquered Valette and repelled Wolsey's reinforcements. They had begun to attack the city of Satricum. The Wolsey alliance had suffered a series of defeats, and there were not enough soldiers to organize a large number of reinforcements to stop the attack of the Roman army. They were faced with an unprecedented crisis. The Devers decided to follow Antally's suggestion and first send an emissary to Rome to mediate. At the same time, they informed the Ministry of Military Affairs to prepare for war. After careful consideration and selection, the emissary sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was Topyrus. More than 10 years ago, Topyrus was still a slave bought by Christoia. Because of his quick thinking and hard work, he was promoted to the manager of a restaurant within a few years and was granted freedom by his master, the Devers. During the war in southern Italy, he participated in the most important battle of Crotone as a probationary citizen. As a spearman, he and his companions resisted the attack of Syracuse's mercenary cavalry and defeated them. At the same time, he helped other troops to defeat the powerful right wing of Syracuse and played a key role in the final victory of the battle. After the war, the surviving spearmen became official citizens of Daionia. A few years later, Topyrus also participated in the war to conquer Messapi and Pucetti. Perhaps the frequent battles had tempered his courage and broadened his horizons. He was no longer satisfied with just being the regional manager of Christoia's restaurant. Instead, he used his ability to read and count to pass the examination of the finance department and became a tax officer. When the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was established, Antalles recruited civil servants. Topyrus, who had done a good job but was tired of the daily accounting and bookkeeping, applied to come to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Antalles knew very well that it was not an easy task to go to Rome. The emissary needed not only to be observant and eloquent, but also to be courageous. Therefore, Topyrus, who had served as a restaurant waiter and participated in many battles, was the best candidate. In the 13th year of Daionia, November 1, 380 BC, the Daionia emissary, Topyrus, boarded a passenger ship at the port of Laus bound for Rome. It was a sunny day, with no clouds in the blue sky. Topyrus sat in the cabin, still recalling the scene when he was received by the king of Devers before he left Thurii. Although it was a meeting, it was actually an invitation to attend a banquet at the Devers mansion. Since he was a personal slave released by the Devers, according to the popular saying in Daionia, the Devers were his benefactors, a peculiar custom formed due to the national conditions of Daionia, where there was a special familial relationship between the freed slaves and their masters. As long as it did not violate the law, the freed slaves could turn to their former masters for help in finding jobs or financial support if they were in trouble. When the former masters were in trouble, the freed slaves, who had become full citizens, would also lend a helping hand. Or, when the former masters ran for local councillors or bailiffs, they would join hands to cast a valuable vote for the former masters. This was recognized by the society. It was for these reasons that the wealthier citizens of Daionia were keen to treat their slaves well and grant them freedom in recent years. That was why a formal meeting was turned into a private banquet. At the banquet, he was surprised that the great king of Devers cared so much about such a native city-state in central Italy. At the same time, he was even more surprised by the request made by the Devers. At this time, the captain pushed the door open and came in. "Sir, we will arrive at the port of Ostia soon." Hearing this, Topyrus put aside his thoughts and went out of the cabin. Seagulls soared in the sky ahead, and ships of all sizes converged in one direction. That should be the estuary of the Tiber River, where the colonial city of Ostia of Rome was located. After receiving this appointment, Topyrus specially studied the information about Rome. He knew that Ostia was originally a small Latin town. A few decades ago, it was captured by Rome and its citizens settled there, turning Ostia into a colonial city of Rome. Later, it became Rome's only port city for maritime trade. It was precisely because of these benefits that Ostia had always been loyal to Rome. Even when Rome was captured by the Gauls, it did not betray them. Topyrus disembarked in Ostia with the members of the emissary delegation that accompanied him. Soon, he was surprised to notice that most of the people who appeared in this prosperous port were not the black-haired and black-eyed Latin people, but the familiar Carthage merchants from the south of Ionia. They docked here with a full load of goods, and then were given priority to be unloaded by the port staff before being transported to Rome in the east by pack wagons. Compared to the merchants from other city-states in this port, they were much faster. The process was orderly, and it was obvious that they had been operating for a long time. In addition, Topyrus also saw merchants from Ionia in the port area. Over the past decade or so, the expansion of the Kingdom of Ionia, the rapid expansion of its territory, the increase of various resources, the construction of roads and bridges in the kingdom, and the implementation of various measures that were conducive to the development of trade and commerce, led to the prosperity of trade and commerce. Many merchants sprung up in various cities, and it also attracted foreign merchants to actively apply to join Ionia. This caused the footprints of Ionia merchants to spread throughout the entire western Mediterranean. Of course, this excluded the regions that were under the strict control of Carthage, such as Sardinia, Corsica, and southern Iberia. A few years ago, some Ionia merchants came to Rome to do business, and they also became an important source of information for Ionia's intelligence department to understand Rome. However, compared to the Carthage merchants who had established a close relationship with Rome, they could not get any more preferential treatment. Rome was somewhat similar to Ionia. Neither was a port city, and both were located in the middle of a large river. But the difference was that Rome was farther from the coast, more than 40 miles away, so it was very difficult for a ship to go against the current and directly into the city of Rome. Therefore, it needed the port of Ostia for the transfer of goods. Topyrus and his party left Ostia and headed north along the south bank of the Tiber River. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they saw the city of Rome towering in front of them. Rome is a city built by the Latins and the Sabines 300 years ago. It is said that at that time, this place was full of tidal flats and swamps. Many powerful forces in the surrounding area looked down on this place, but this does not mean that the people of Rome can develop quietly and steadily. It is invaded by foreign enemies from time to time. The Etruscans once ruled it, and the Gauls destroyed its cities. The Walsis, the Aquis, the Sabines, and even the Latin League of the same race as the Rome. However, the people of Rome gradually grew stronger in the constant setbacks and wars. Until today, it has become the most powerful city-state in central Italy. When Topyrus heard these words from the mouth of the king of Devers, he deeply felt the respect that the ruler of Ionia had for Rome. At the same time, it also made him feel that the people of Rome must be a tough, tenacious, and brave race to be able to grow to this point despite having so many hostile forces around it. With great interest, Topyrus observed the city of Rome that was getting clearer and clearer as he searched for information about it in his memory. Rome was called the City of 7 Hills because there were 7 hills in the city, and they were all concentrated at the bend of the Tiber River. Due to such a series of river bends that went west, then east, and then west, it was easy to form a depression when there was a flood during the rainy seasons of spring and summer. Therefore, the original people of Rome lived on these hills. The city of Rome that Topyrus was looking at now was a new city. It was built by the people of Rome on the ruins after the Gauls were driven out 10 years ago. It was said that the people of Rome only took a year to build it. How could they build a big city in such a short time? Topyrus was surprised to find that the walls of Rome standing in front of him were not straight and smooth like the walls of the inner city of Turin. Instead, they were curved, and the bricks and rocks were pieced together in a disorderly manner. Therefore, the walls were rough, had large gaps, and even protruded outwards. Of course, the walls were tall enough, so it could be judged that the walls were thick enough. Otherwise, such a bad wall would not have been able to hold up. Of course, this was only Topyrus' personal opinion. The more professional people were hidden in his emissary group. They would quietly and carefully observe the city, recording the situation of Rome and the surrounding areas in detail from various aspects, such as military, politics, commerce, and society. They would also summarize the information and report it to the king of Devers. In fact, what Topyrus did not know was that 7 years ago, after Camillus drove away the Celts, the city of Rome was already in ruins. The people of Rome were debating whether to move this city that had suffered misfortune because of the curse of the gods, or to rebuild a new city on the ruins. The questions were debated endlessly, and finally, a citizens' assembly had to be held to decide. Just as the voting was about to begin, a centurion who had become a hero in the previous battle brought the flag-bearer to the stage and suddenly shouted, "Stop! Put up the flag! This place is the best place to build a city." His words immediately received the support of many former comrades. Immediately, Camillus and a few other highly respected senators quickly declared in a pious manner that this was a divine omen. In fact, the citizens were already tired of this long debate and anxious. Under the guidance of the senators that they trusted, their mood quickly changed. Everyone cheered and demanded that Rome be rebuilt here. In order not to waste the passion that the people had worked so hard to incite and cause another unforeseen event, the construction work was carried out quickly. Since there was basically no normal planning and construction division, the construction process was completely arbitrary or convenient. Therefore, whether it was the city walls or private buildings, the construction was quite poor. However, to ensure the speed, the reconstruction of Rome was completed within a year. One could imagine how effective it was. If it were not for this Celts occupying Rome incident that gave the people of Rome a painful memory, coupled with the years of war, the people of Rome would repeatedly repair the city's defenses during the slack seasons to ensure the safety of the people in the urban areas. Otherwise, if Topyrus had come to Rome 5 years ago, he would have seen an even more unsightly state of the city walls. There was already a long queue in front of the western gate of Rome. Topyrus and his entourage only stood in front of the city guards at dusk. The city guard of Rome looked at Topyrus and his entourage standing in front of him in surprise. "Are you messengers from Dionia?" After listening to his entourage's translation, Topyrus calmly said in a loud voice, "Yes, I am under the order of the king of Dionia to come to Rome to discuss important matters." The city guard no longer hesitated. He said to another soldier next to him, "Go and get Minucius." After a while, a young man in full military uniform with a red crown on his helmet walked out of the city. After listening to the city guard's description, he was equally surprised. Dionia was a kingdom as powerful as Carthage. Why did its messengers come to Rome? With this doubt in mind, Minucius walked forward and said in fluent Greek, "I am the chief of the city guard of Rome, Minucius. Are you a messenger from the kingdom of Dionia?" "I am a diplomat from Dionia, Topyrus. I have an important mission for the kingdom to discuss with the Senate of Rome." Topyrus bowed. "Rome welcomes you, noble messengers from the kingdom of Dionia." Minucius smiled and said apologetically, "I am sorry to have kept you waiting." During this time, the citizens of Rome were fighting against the invading Volsci, and another army was sent to quell the rebellion in Tusculum. In order to prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack, the Senate has stipulated that only the citizens of Rome are allowed to enter and leave the city. Topyrus expressed his understanding. Minucius led them into the city. After entering the city of Rome, Topyrus realized that his previous judgment was correct. Not only were the city walls crooked, but the large and small residences in the city were also the result of the hasty construction of a large city within a year. These residences, which were definitely not planned as a whole, grew wildly like weeds on the ground, making the streets narrow and crooked. Garbage was piled up everywhere, and dirty water flowed on the ground. The air was filled with a strange stench, and one could step on feces and urine if they were not careful. Minucius saw that Topyrus and the others were frowning, and some were even covering their noses. How could he not understand the problem? His face was slightly red as he explained, more than 10 years ago, the Celts invaded our city. When we drove them away, we discovered that more than half of our city of Rome had been destroyed by them. When we were rebuilding the city, we encountered the betrayal of our allies and the invasion of the enemy. Our main focus was on how to repel the enemy, so we did not have enough time and wealth to rebuild the various districts. We could only let the citizens solve the problems themselves, which is why it has become like this. A few years ago, the Senate made a resolution to widen the roads in each district. However, the war that happened every year made us unable to find the time. During this period, we did not even have enough manpower to transport the garbage in the city. However, it seemed that the people of Rome had long been accustomed to such a living environment. Pedestrians crowded the narrow streets, and everyone was busy with their own lives. However, the expressions on their faces were somewhat calm. They were neither disgusted by the terrible environment, nor worried about the two wars that were going on in Rome. This open-minded state of mind was somewhat similar to that of the Turii of the kingdom of Ionia. Minucius led them around a street, and the field of vision in front of them was much wider. They could see a low hill lying in front of them, which was also densely covered with houses. Many people of Rome, dressed in ordinary clothes, walked between the hills with solemn expressions. That is Mount Raventine, one of the 7 hills in the city of Rome. Minucius saw Topyrus looking at it carefully and hurriedly explained, "It is said that Remus, the younger brother of Romulus, one of the 2 founders of Rome, used to live on this hill with his tribe. Now, in the middle of the hill, there is a temple of Diana built by our former king, Servius. Diana is the Latin goddess of the hunt and the protector of the herdsman. King Servius once made a rule, as long as you fear this goddess, regardless of whether you are a citizen of Rome or not, you can come here to worship. If it weren't for the war during this period, you would see Latin tribesmen from the surrounding areas of Rome coming here every day to worship. Mount Raventine would become very lively, but also very noisy." His face was filled with pride, as if Rome is the center of the Latin people. Topyrus nodded politely and did not speak. The group of people followed the road and turned north. The street here was originally spacious, but both sides of the road were full of people of Rome who had set up stalls. All kinds of noisy hawking and bargaining sounds made Topyrus feel a little annoyed as he squeezed forward. However, during the war, the city of Rome was still filled with a strong atmosphere of life, which surprised them very much. "Is that the arena?" An entourage pointed to the front left and asked. Through the gaps in the crowd, they could see a huge circular building standing in front of the emissary group on the left. The shape of the building was too familiar to the emissary group. "Yes, this is our Rome's Colosseum," Minucius said loudly. "We, the people of Rome, often hold sports competitions here. There is also the most popular gladiatorial competition." Upon hearing this, a look of disgust appeared on Topyrus' face because he had already learned about the gladiatorial competition that Minucius mentioned from the Turii library. It was a competition where prisoners of war or slaves of Rome fought in the arena with crude weapons, using their blood and screams in exchange for the joy of the people of Rome watching the competition. Topyrus, who was born a slave, believed that this wasn't a competition, but a barbaric, backward, and bloody game. As they passed by the arena, the emissaries heard shouts coming from inside. One of the entourage pretended to be curious and asked, "Is there a gladiator competition going on in the arena?" Minucius shook his head and said, "Intentionally or unintentionally, there is a military training for the underage citizens of Rome. Although most of the young and middle-aged citizens of Rome have gone out to fight, once the enemy attacks, we can still summon the citizens of Rome from the surrounding colonies to come to our rescue. We don't have to worry about the safety of Rome at all." However, the people of Rome are used to holding shields and spears from a young age. Only when they grow up can they face the enemy bravely and have the ability to kill the enemy. They also need to be familiar with the formations and tactics of Rome from a young age. When the city needs them to join the battle, they can quickly integrate into the army. So, the people of Rome are not afraid of any strong enemies. Upon hearing this, Topyrus was shocked. This practice was very similar to the military training of children in Ionia from a young age. His eyes met with an entourage behind him. That person was an official sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs. He believed that he had a deeper feeling about this. However, what the emissaries of Dionia did not know was that it had always been a tradition of Rome to let the children of Rome receive military training from a young age. However, it was only in the last 10 years that they were taught the fighting methods and tactics of Rome from a young age. 10 years ago, Rome suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Gauls on the banks of the Aria River. In the end, the Gauls occupied their homeland. This painful lesson made the people of Rome realize the shortcomings of their fighting methods. After some investigation and consideration, the dictator Camillus carried out a military reform on the Roman army. He learned the tactics of the Celts. First, he changed the large phalanx formation of the Roman army, which was similar to that of Greece, into multiple small phalanxes, i.e., squadrons. Each legion had 50 squadrons, and they could attack separately. This gave the previously bloated and clumsy Roman legion more flexibility and mobility. Secondly, he changed the principle of the allocation of soldiers in the legion. In the past, the military tradition was that the rich and well-equipped citizens were in the front row, and the poorer citizens were in the back row. Now, the formation was based on age and level of training. The first row was for the young, the second row was for the strong soldiers, and the third row was for the veterans with rich combat experience. Thirdly, he improved the weapons of the soldiers for offense and defense. Iron helmets replaced leather helmets, leather shields replaced wooden shields, iron spearheads replaced bronze spearheads, and leather breastplates were mostly replaced by chainmail. Of course, Carthage's assistance played a big role in this. He allowed many poor soldiers to use the standard equipment distributed by the Senate, thus expanding the source of soldiers. Of course, they had to return the equipment after the war. Fourthly, he emphasized the need to build a strong and comfortable camp when going out to fight. Although the traditional military tactics of Rome had been implemented for hundreds of years, the people of Rome, who had been growing up in battles, soon began to implement this kind of military reform once they found that it was beneficial for them to fight. From adult citizens to children, almost all of them seized all the spare time to train, in order to familiarize themselves with the new equipment and tactics as soon as possible. And it had already begun to produce obvious results. Over the years, Rome had almost always maintained a complete victory in the battles against the surrounding forces. Due to the attention paid by the Devers, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia also learned about the current military system in Rome. They were surprised to find that the military reform of Rome was very similar to the military tactics of Dionia's heavy infantry. They all thought that the people of Rome must have secretly learned the tactics of Dionia. This time, one of the purposes of sending officials to the emissary delegation was to see the Roman army with their own eyes. After passing the arena and heading north, the situation in the neighborhood changed again. Not only was the road really wide, but there was also less garbage. Even the houses had become more luxurious. Although there were still simple and crude houses mixed in, the arrangement of the houses was still somewhat disorderly, but the number of large houses with red bricks and white walls was clearly increasing, especially on the two not too tall hills not far from the north and south sides of the road. There were even more of such houses. An official of the emissary delegation from the Ministry of Household Registration of Dionia pretended to be curious and asked, "Is this the rich district?" Minucius understood what he meant. Before this, it was the slums with a bad environment and a good environment, but now it was the rich district with a good environment and good houses. Was the gap between the poor and the rich in Rome so obvious? He replied wittily, "Every city has its poor and rich, and conflicts between the poor and the rich are inevitable. This is inevitable, and it is the same for Rome. But the difference is that the people of Rome may quarrel with each other, but once the citizens' assembly passes a resolution, we will work together to complete it." At this point, he looked at the hills on both sides of the road and said with a serious expression, "Not all the people living on these two hills are rich, but most of them are the earliest founders of Rome and the early citizen clans. They have contributed more to the city, and now, they are also a group of people who are willing to sacrifice more for the city." Minucius pointed to the hill on the left and said, "This is Mount Pardini. The founder of Rome, our first king, Romulus, lived on this hill from the beginning with his people." Then he pointed to the hill on the right and said, "This is Mount Sirio. 200 years ago, it was once the center of the Latin people. Alba Longa was defeated by Rome. Its residents were not captured, but were invited to move to this hill and become citizens of Rome. Topyrus keenly sensed the pride in Minucius' words, so he asked subconsciously, "May I ask where you live?" Minucius seemed to point to the Mount Pardini on the left casually, but in fact, he did not tell the people of Dionia his full name, Minucius Cornelius Scipio. Cornelius was the name of a clan in Rome. This was the aristocracy of Rome, the aristocracy of the aristocracy, the aristocracy of the aristocracy. Topyrus obviously felt this as well. This smiling young man who spoke fluent Greek and used elegant words inadvertently exuded the aura of an aristocrat. In the kingdom of Dionia, of course, there were some aristocrats who joined Dionia when it conquered neighboring city-states. Some even retained part of their land and wealth, and some even entered the Senate. However, under the strict control of the king of Devers and the Diolian law, they did not have much power. Moreover, the kingdom basically treated nobles and commoners equally, old citizens and new citizens equally. Therefore, people like Topyrus who were born as slaves could also obtain wealth and power through their own efforts. Topyrus coughed lightly and said, "I have long heard that Rome is a powerful city-state with a long history and unique culture. Today, I have seen it with my own eyes. The city of 7 hills is indeed as unique and magical as the rumors say." After hearing Topyrus' praise, Minucius smiled sincerely and said, "No matter how magical Rome is, it cannot be compared to Dionia. I heard that Dionia has only been founded for a little more than 10 years, but you have defeated your enemies again and again, becoming the most powerful kingdom in southern Italy. You have really received the blessing of Mars." "Mars? Oh, Mars is the god of war of the people of Rome. No, the reason why Dionia can be where it is today is because of the full blessing of the great Greek god, Hades, because our king is his descendant," Topyrus said with a pious expression. His piety came from the bottom of his heart, because he was declared free by the king of Devers in front of the temple of Hades, amidst the song of Hades. The blessing that Hades gave to the slaves was well known in the kingdom of Dionia. The slaves and the people of Dionia who were born as slaves respected this Hades wholeheartedly. Minucius smiled awkwardly and pointed to the front. "That hill in front is Mount Escuri. The earliest citizens of Rome, the Sabines, lived on it," Minucius explained as he led them to the Escuri hill, where they saw an archway that spanned both sides of the road. "This is..." An official from the Ministry of Military Affairs pointed at it excitedly. "This is the Arc of Triumph," Minucius also introduced excitedly. "Rome will hold a triumphal ceremony for the generals who have won a major war for Rome. They will drive a chariot with 4 horses and lead the army into Rome. They will pass through the Arc of Triumph and go to the square to receive the cheers of the people of Rome and the commendation of the Senate. This is the greatest glory that every citizen of Rome yearns for." Minucius looked up at the Arc of Triumph with a look of longing. The official from the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia and the rest of the emissary group looked at each other with indescribable surprise in their eyes. Dionia and Rome had a lot of similarities in military systems. Looking at the mottled and old marble arch, it was at least a few decades old. Who was learning from whom this time? Minucius led the Dionia emissary group to the left and passed through the Arc of Triumph. After walking for a while, a square appeared in front of him. Topyrus furrowed his brows again. The square looked quite big, but there were many houses around it. Some even broke into the square, so it did not look like a square at all. Ever since Topyrus stepped into the city of Rome, he felt that the people of Rome mixed public facilities and private houses everywhere. Even the square, which represented the heart of the city, could not be avoided. It was a little hard for him to accept. Minucius obviously saw the unhappy look on Topyrus' face. Not wanting to be looked down upon by the people of Dionia, he said loudly, "This square is an old square. It has been around for about 150 years. It is mainly used for leisure and gatherings. There is an even bigger square in Rome. On the west side of this square it can accommodate 100,000 people. It is used to gather troops. Sometimes, it is also used as a voting place for citizens' meetings. It is called Piazza de Mars." Piazza de Mars? Hearing this name, Topyrus remembered that this young man had said before, Mars is the god of war of the people of Rome. This name was similar to the Victory Square of Thurii. This showed how much the people of Rome respected the military. Minucius led the way through the square. Along the way, people greeted him from time to time. At the same time, they also cast curious glances at Topyrus and his group. The Senate of Rome was located on the west side of the square. It was a tall building that looked like a temple. Minucius asked them to wait at the steps in front of the Senate, then quickly walked into the Senate. Other than the fact that other meetings were being held or the celebration of the gods, the Senate of Rome would normally convene at sunrise every day. As for when it would end, it would depend on how many matters there were to be discussed. However, it would usually not end after sunset. It was already dusk, so the senators must have already left. However, as it was a time of war, the Senate had a rule that there must be a military officer on duty at night to prevent emergencies from happening and to prepare in advance. Minucius walked into the guard room next to the meeting place and found that the military officer on duty was someone he was familiar with. He shouted, "Paulus!" Paulus Valerius Spotitus was letting the slaves light the candles. When he heard the voice, he turned around and asked in surprise, "Minucius, why are you here? What happened?" As the chief of the city guards, Minucius definitely did not come to the Senate at this time to chat with him. "There is an important matter." Minucius did not beat around the bush and said directly, "An emissary from the kingdom of Dionia has come to Rome. They said that they have something important to discuss with the Senate." Dionia? Paulus was not a civilian military officer. He knew a lot about Dionia. He immediately said with a serious expression, "Why would the Greek kingdom of southern Italy send an emissary to Rome at this time?" Minucius was no longer smiling. He said solemnly, "On the way here, I tried to ask them why they came, but every time, the emissary avoided my question. Clearly, they are not here to establish a friendly relationship with us." Paulus fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his eyebrows and said with uncertainty, "A few days ago, Carthage's people warned us that Wolsey's emissary is suspected to have gone to Thurii. Could it be that they are here for Wolsey?" Minucius was shocked. "Dionia wants to protect Wolsey? We can't make a rash judgment. Minucius, bring them to a place to stay first. I will now inform Pantius and the other senators to urgently discuss countermeasures. After all, Dionia is no weaker than Carthage. We must be careful," Paulus said in a low voice. Topyrus and his entourage were arranged to stay in a public hotel that was under the jurisdiction of the Senate. The hotel was near the old square and not far from the Senate. The emissaries originally wanted to take a walk around the city of Rome after dinner. However, before leaving, Minucius warned them that it was best not to go out at night. This was because during the war, the city had to implement a curfew at night to prevent chaos. It would not be good if they were caught by the Rome patrol and caused a misunderstanding. Topyrus sensed the young man's sudden wariness towards them. After dinner, Topyrus and some of his entourage went up to the roof of the hotel. Night had fallen on the city, but the noise did not disperse. The laughter of the people of Rome, the crying of children, the fighting of men, the whistling of the patrol, the barking of the dogs. Even though this was the center of Rome, these sounds still gathered from all directions. This was truly a messy but vibrant city. Topyrus thought to himself. "That's probably Capitoline Hill," an official from the Ministry of Military Affairs said softly as he looked towards the west of the Senate. Under the cover of the night, only the silhouette of a hill in the distance could be vaguely seen. Although Minucius did not mention this hill, Topyrus knew how important it was to Rome because it was regarded as the abode of the gods by the people of Rome. Most of the temples of Jupiter and other gods revered by the people of Rome were on that hill. That was where the Acropolis of Rome was located. That was why the people of Rome still held on to Capitoline Hill after the Celts occupied Rome. They actually held on for several months until victory came. This showed how steep the hill was. This was probably what the Ministry of Military Affairs was most concerned about. Was it possible for Dionia to go to war with Rome? Topyrus looked at the entourage, then turned his eyes to the Senate in the night. No matter what, he had to complete his mission first. The next morning, Topyrus was invited to the Senate of Rome. It was a circular hall. The dark red wooden chairs were like the seats in the arena. From the front to the back, they were closely arranged in rows. Senators of Rome dressed in white robes sat there. There were nearly 300 of them, including 2 magistrates. In recent years, due to the increasing conflict between the nobles and the commoners in Rome, the commoners refused to elect a magistrate in the citizens' assembly in protest against the nobles' monopoly of power. However, the military situation around Rome was quite bad. In order to ensure the safety of Rome and the smooth implementation of internal affairs, the nobles and the commoners negotiated and had to agree to elect 6 magistrates every year. 3 were from the nobles, and the other 3 were from the commoners. Half of these senators in Rome were white-haired old men. Most of them were the patriarchs of the major clans in Rome. Of course, the other group of senators were also nobles. They had previously held high-level positions in Rome. Because of their achievements or political achievements, they were recommended and selected to finally enter the Senate. Entering the Senate made it easier for them to hold high-level positions in the city. At this moment, Topyrus calmly faced the most powerful people in Rome and said in a loud voice, "Respected senators of Rome, the king of the Devers of the kingdom of Dionia has asked me to bring his sincere greetings to you. Before I left, he repeatedly told me, although he has never been to Rome, he knows that Rome is a great city-state, and he has a deep respect for Rome." Topyrus' words did not seem to be fake. It was beyond everyone's expectations and moved them. After all, they had heard some rumors about the king of the Devers of Dionia, and they felt honored to be praised by him. His Majesty the Devers also hopes that my visit this time will not affect his good impression of Rome, as well as the precious peace between Rome and Dionia. Topyrus' next words suddenly changed the topic, causing the senators of Rome to feel nervous. He then said loudly, "Wolsey has already formed an alliance with Dionia. Dionia hopes that Rome will stop its invasion of Wolsey's territory, return the territories it has captured, and both sides will stop the war." As soon as Topyrus' words fell, there was an uproar in the venue. Someone stood up from the crowd and asked angrily, "What if Rome doesn't stop the war?" Topyrus replied confidently, "Then Dionia will fulfill its alliance with Wolsey and send troops to stop the war." The entire venue suddenly exploded, and arguments were heard everywhere. The person who spoke earlier asked angrily, "You Dionia are far away in southern Italy. What right do you have to interfere in the affairs of Rome?" Topyrus replied calmly, "Dionia has no intention of interfering with Rome. We are just fulfilling our obligations as allies. Don't you Dionysians know that it was the Walshes who invaded our alliance first, and that's why we fought back?" "The Walshes should be punished," another person yelled. "That's right. Rome acts according to the covenant, and so do we," Topyrus replied unhurriedly. "People of Dionia, don't think that you can come to Rome just because you've occupied southern Italy. If you dare to send your troops to this land, we, the warriors of Rome, will let you taste the true pain of war." Another man shouted angrily, and some other senators echoed. "Dionia has no intention of showing off its military might, but it's not afraid of any strong enemy either. The forces that we've defeated in the past are proof of that." The commotion in the Senate seemed to be expanding. At this time, Paulus, who was sitting in the front row, stood up and shouted, "Ambassador of Dionia, please return to the hotel first. We will inform you after we have discussed and made a decision." Topyrus nodded in agreement. At the same time, he reminded, "I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. Any delay will cause more casualties to the Wolsey and the soldiers of Rome. This is not what you want, and it's not what His Majesty wants to see either." Topyrus' seemingly kind words contained a hidden threat to Rome, which caused the elders to scold him even more. However, he resolutely walked out of the venue with his head held high. Paulus walked to the center of the hall and said loudly, "Dear elders and newcomers, please be quiet. Please be quiet. The people of Dionia have asked us to stop attacking Wolsey. Do you have any opinion on this?" The man who had shouted at Topyrus many times said, "Do you even need to ask? Of course, ignore them. Our citizens have gone through many bloody battles and finally won this opportunity to defeat the Wolsey. How can we let Wolsey go just because of a few words from the people of Dionia? Pantius, it's easy for you to say that. Dionia has rarely had diplomatic contact with Rome. I'm afraid you don't know much about it. Although this kingdom has only been established for more than 10 years, it has already occupied the entire southern part of Italy. Even the powerful Simonians were defeated by it and had no choice but to become its ally. Even the people of Carthage are afraid of it and took the initiative to renew the agreement with it. Although we have now escaped from the embarrassment of being defeated by the Celts, and our strength has been restored, we are even stronger than before. However, compared to Dionia, it is like a goat facing a bull. The difference in strength is too great. If Dionia intervenes in the affairs of this region, it will be a big problem for Rome. Someone at the back of the hall stood up and said seriously. The person who said this was Fabius Ambustus, a respected senator known for his strong patriotism. Of course, I don't know as much about Dionia as you nobles do, but I will never back down because I am afraid of Dionia's strength. Do not forget that the Roman plebeians need more land to lift them out of poverty and to ease their conflict with us if we stop fighting the Volsci and return to the lands we have conquered. If we stop the war against the Wolsey and return to the occupied land, then our promise to the civilians to distribute the land in the newly occupied Wolsey town will not be fulfilled. Unless you nobles agree to give them a large amount of public land in the city, otherwise, you will see. Pentius Scomilius looked around coldly and said loudly, the anger of the commoners will erupt again. The noise in the hall suddenly became much quieter. Fabius Ambustus's face was a little pale. At this time, Paulus said, Hey, Pentius, don't get too worked up. The people sitting in this hall, whether they are nobles or civilians, love Rome no less than you do, especially the respectable Ambustus. In the Battle of Cremery nearly 100 years ago, almost all of his 306 people were sacrificed to resist the attack of thousands of Vikings on Rome. 10 years ago, after the defeat of the Arian War, the Celtic army approached Rome, and the whole city was in a panic. Ambustus decided to go to the Celtic camp on the north bank of the Tiber River to persuade the Celtic king, Brennus. Although he failed in the end, his courage was still admired by the people. This is not inferior to your brave action of sneaking into the Capitoline Mountains surrounded by the Celts to retrieve the appointment of Camillus as dictator. When Paulus said this, Ambustus's face lit up. The other senators also began to agree and began to criticize Pentius for being unreasonable to his elders. Although Pentius did not speak, there was still a little bit of unwillingness on his face. In fact, Paulus was not in the mood to care about the mood of his fellow military and political officials. He looked at the front row of the hall, where an old man was sitting. He had white hair, dry skin, and a stooped body. Therefore, when he sat on the white ivory chair, there was still a lot of empty space. However, the senators of the Senate did not look down on him because of this. Instead, like Paulus, they looked at him with respect. He was Lucius Valerius Potitus, who had served as the consul of Rome many times. Uncle, what do you think about the unreasonable request made by the people of Dionia? Paulus asked respectfully. He was not a direct relative of the old man, but both of them belonged to the Valerius clan and the same Potitus family. It was natural for him to call him uncle. We don't have to reject Dionia's request immediately. After all, such an important matter can't be decided in a short period of time. We can slowly negotiate with the Dionians. Potitus opened his turbid eyes and said slowly, we don't need to reject Dionia's request immediately. Paulus's eyes lit up. He understood what this uncle meant, and that was, delay. No, we must never give hope to the people of Dionia. In order to avoid trouble in the future, we should reject them directly. An old man next to Potitus objected loudly. He was Publius Cornelius Maruginensis, a senator of Rome whose prestige was not inferior to Potitus. In the Senate, he had always opposed Potitus, but this time, the senators were intimidated by the power of Dionia and did not accept his opinion. Finally, Ambustus picked up where Potitus left off and gave a concrete suggestion. We should send a messenger to inform Camillus and Frius immediately and get them to settle the matter with the Tuscarans as soon as possible. Then, they should lead the troops to Saturnicum without returning to the city and assist Licinius and Quintus in attacking Wolsey. We should try to occupy as much land as possible in a short period of time. As he said this, Pentius glanced at him and Paulus nodded. Also, we must contact Carthage as soon as possible. See what they think about Dionia's sudden intrusion into the Latin region. Potitus reminded. I'm afraid we should also remind our colonies and allies to be prepared. Pentius said. In the end, the Senate of Rome made a decision. They sent a messenger to inform Topyrus, who pretended to be sincere and said, the Senate is already considering the matter of a truce, but because 4 military and political officials are far away, without their consent, according to the legal procedures of Rome, a final decision cannot be made. So, please wait a little longer. Topyrus did not have a deep understanding of the political system of Rome. Judging from the political system of the Kingdom of Dionia and the surrounding Greek city-states, the absence of so many generals seemed to have a great impact on the Senate's decision, especially since they were the parties involved. So, he pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "My king is waiting for my return, and I hope the Senate of Rome can give me a final answer as soon as possible." "I can wait, but the king of Dionia has no patience to wait." The next day, Terrace was woken up by loud shouts outside the hotel. He put on his coat, stood in front of the window, and looked down. He saw hundreds of Rome people gathered in front of the hotel. They waved their fists, shouted angrily, and even tried to break through the guards and rush into the hotel. "What are they yelling about?" Tamaris asked his translator. "These people from Rome are cursing us." The translator stammered angrily, "They asked us to leave Rome. They said that Dionia has no right to interfere with their affairs in Rome. They said that they are not afraid of Dionia. If we dare to send troops here, they will definitely defeat us." Tamaris knew that the translator didn't translate the message properly. It was impossible for these angry Rome people to speak so elegantly, but he didn't care at all. There was a popular saying in the Kingdom of Dionia: "Dogs that bite don't bark, no matter how fiercely they bark." More and more people gathered, but Tamaris wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he hoped that they would rush in and injure one or two people in the emissary delegation. Once this problem was magnified, Rome would have a hard time dealing with it, and Tamaris would have more means to mediate. But Tamaris's wish was destined to never come true. The heavily armed Rome patrol team soon arrived and tried to disperse the crowd. There were even some scuffles between the two sides. When the captain of the patrol, Titus Cassius, saw Tamaris, his face darkened. He threatened, "People of Dionia, this is the result of your request for a truce. The citizens of Rome who lost their land because of the truce will vent their anger on you. I'm afraid this is just the beginning, and I can't guarantee that every patrol will arrive in time." After listening to the translator's translation, Tamaris pointed at the people of Rome who were shouting angrily and unwilling to leave and sneered, "Is that so? Why are they cursing now? Damn nobles, we will never allow you to use this matter to cancel the promise of giving us land and turn it into public land." Cassius was speechless. He did not care that the envoy of Dionia was right in front of him. He cursed angrily, "Damn commoners." Then, with an ashen face, he warned the emissary group, "In view of the anger of the civilians in Rome towards you, I hope that you will stay in the hotel for the next few days and not go out. Otherwise, if something happens, it will not be our responsibility." That being said, before Cassius left, he stationed more soldiers in front of the hotel to protect them. Aristocrats and civilians. Tamaris looked at Cassius back as he left, deep in thought. It was very easy for Rome to inform Carthage about the Dionia emissary group. Since the two sides established a closer military alliance 2 years ago, there was a special envoy of Carthage stationed in the city of Rome. On the one hand, he was responsible for contacting the Senate of Rome and dispatching aid to Rome. On the other hand, he was responsible for strengthening the trade between Carthage and Rome and monopolizing the sales of certain goods. It was precisely because of the full support of Carthage that Rome had always maintained an absolute advantage in the battle against the surrounding forces. Not only did they quickly recover their strength, but the speed of their expansion was also far faster than during this period in Cassius' previous life. When the envoy of Carthage, Archidgar, learned of the arrival of the Dionia emissary group from Rome's military governor, Paulus, he could not help but be shocked. The first thing that came to his mind was that 2 years ago, the people of Dionia had destroyed the Sycures Tannic tribe, which was secretly supported by Carthage, in Sicily. Could it be that they were now targeting Rome, which was supported by Carthage, in the north of Italy? Paulus saw that Archidgar was deep in thought, so he asked softly, "Now the people of Dionia are pressing us for a reply. We want to know what is Carthage's suggestion on this. Don't reply for the time being. I will immediately send someone to report to the Senate of Carthage." Archidgar said cautiously. "Dear Lord Archidgar." Paulus took a small step forward, slightly lowered his head, and asked in a respectful manner, if the final result between Rome and Dionia is not a good one, resulting in a conflict, will Carthage support Rome?" Archidgar's eyes immediately swept over to Paulus. As a member of Hanno's faction, he knew Hanno's conservative style very well, so he said cautiously, "This is a very important question. I can't answer it. The decision must be made by the Senate of Carthage. Carthage and Ionia have been friends for more than 10 years, and they have just renewed the friendship agreement. It is difficult for him to make this decision. But Archidgar showed a hint of fierceness. As far as I am concerned, I am willing to support Rome and teach the arrogant people of Ionia a good lesson. When the messenger from Rome rushed to inform Camillus, Camillus was already on his way back to Rome with his army. When the Thessalonians learned that Rome had led an army to attack them, they did not resist. Instead, they opened their gates to welcome them, showing to Rome that they had no intention of rebelling. The generous Camillus recognized the loyalty of the Thessalonians, so he did not let the army enter the city. Instead, he waited for the leaders of the Thessalonians to swear to God and make a promise before he led the army back. On the way back, Camillus was stunned when he received the news from the messenger. Although he was already a famous and ever-victorious general of Rome in central Italy, he did not know much about Ionia. He only knew that this kingdom occupied the entire southern part of Italy and was very powerful. The rise of Ionia was too short, and Rome had been in turmoil for more than 10 years. Camillus had spent most of his time on the battlefield, so he did not have the spare time to study the kingdom of Ionia in the south. Another civilian military officer, Phraates, knew even less about Ionia, but the young and energetic him said with dissatisfaction, "The Senate is too cautious. They should directly reject the unreasonable request of this Ionia messenger. If Ionia really dares to send an army to Latin, we will completely defeat it and let this kingdom know the power of Rome. Such an important matter will be decided by the Senate, so let's not worry too much about it." Camillus warned him, "What we need to worry about now is how to attack the Volsci." Hearing this, Phraates did not dare to make any more comments. The last time he failed in battle, if not for Camillus's rescue, he would not have escaped the Senate's accusations. Yet, Camillus still disregarded the past and chose him to be his assistant for this expedition. This made him completely angry with Camillus. After a while, Phraates said, "All right, we will obey the order and lead the army directly to Saturnicum. But before we change the route of march, we must first inform the soldiers so that they will not protest again." After he finished speaking, he saw that Camillus did not reply. He was holding his chin, deep in thought. "Camillus! Camillus!" Phraates called out repeatedly. Camillus came back to his senses. His eyes were bright, and he said in a deep voice, "No, we should not go to Saturnicum. We should go to Antium." Phraates was stunned. "Why?" Now Quintus and Licinius are leading the army to besiege Saturnicum, and Volsci has also mobilized troops in an attempt to defend it. Even if we rush there, it will be difficult to break through Saturnicum in a short period of time. But the Senate hopes that we can occupy more Volsci land as soon as possible. Antium is far from Saturnicum, and it is at the rear. I'm afraid that they will be unprepared. If we attack it, we will have a high chance of success." Phraates' eyes lit up. "Just like how we saved Priscilla?" "Yes." Camillus nodded confidently. Just 4 days before Camillus led his army to invade Volsci's territory, Ionia's envoy, Chaereas, took a boat from Poseidon and entered the city of Naples. Then he headed east into the Samni Mountains and came to the central town of Catini, one of the 4 major Samni races, Catini. He met with its leader, Segovani, and expressed to him that the king of Ionia was seriously concerned about the Catini warriors frequently invading the territory of the Campanian alliance. He hoped that Catini would not violate the covenant again, restrain its people, and ensure that similar things would not happen again. Segovani only said lightly, "Got it." Then, with an unfriendly expression, he proposed that he could agree to Ionia's conditions, but Ionia could no longer interact with Quinduc, the leader of Nazara, a town in the south of Catini, nor could they send the priests of Hades into their territory. Roping in and assimilating Nazara was Ionia's established strategy. Of course, Chaereas could not agree to Segovani's request. Therefore, he was given the cold shoulder in Catini and even received loud insults and humiliation from some of the Catini people. Segovani not only did not stop it, but also took pleasure in his misfortune. Chaereas returned to Poseidon angrily and wrote a letter to the Turii Senate, truthfully describing what he had encountered and seen during his visit to Catini, and concluded that the Catini would soon launch another attack on the Campanian alliance. The Devers had discussed this with the Ministry of Military Affairs beforehand, and Korea's judgment was indeed consistent with the Khatini's practice for the past 2 years. Every time Dionia sent an envoy to condemn the Khatini's aggression, the Khatini would soon launch an attack on the Campanian alliance. It seemed that the great leader of Khatini had a rebellious mentality against Dionia, and always liked to go against G. Therefore, after an urgent discussion with the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Devers decided to immediately send Legio III to assist the Campanian alliance against the upcoming attack of the Samanai and Khatini tribes. On the third day, the fully equipped Legio III left the Grimentum and sailed to Poseidonia before entering the port of Naples by sea. Naples was a pearl among the Greek colonies in central Italy. It was the second colony built by the Greeks in Italy after Cumae. It had a long history. But at the beginning, it was just a small port called Partenope, meaning pure eye, which was the name of an ancient Greek siren. As time went by, it continued to expand and finally became the largest city-state in the Campania region. Later on, it was renamed Naples, meaning new city. In the process of Naples' development, Syracuse had provided a great help. 100 years ago, Dillon, the tyrant of Syracuse, sent an army to help Cumae and Naples repel the Etruscans' attack. Later on, Syracuse sent troops to help Naples defend against the Samnites' attacks. So in the past, Naples and Syracuse had a close relationship and were close allies. However, since the rise of Dionia and the complete destruction of Syracuse's hegemony in the Southern Italian War, Naples, which had strongly supported Dionysius in the Southern Italian War, had no choice but to surrender to Dionia. A large number of Campanian mercenaries under Dionysius' command were provided by the Campanian alliance, which was led by Naples. In the process of Naples' expansion, the Samanai had also helped it a lot. For 100 years, the Samanai had constantly attacked from the eastern mountains to the western lowlands, capturing many towns built by the Etruscans and the Greeks in Campania. Even the ancient city of Cumae had been destroyed, and the big city of Capua had been occupied by them. A large number of people fled to Naples, which they thought was the safest, causing the population of Naples to skyrocket. This was also the reason why there were so many Campanian mercenaries in the western Mediterranean. Under the constant attacks of the ferocious Simonians, the Campania alliance, which was initially formed to defend the natives and protect the safety of the city-state, was only left with a few towns along the coast. If not for the Campania alliance's timely alliance with Dionia, most of the land would have belonged to the Simonians in less than 20 to 30 years. On this day, the Neapolitans, who had been notified beforehand, had specially cleared half of the port to allow nearly 1,000 passenger ships from Dionia to dock. Many Neapolitan citizens brought their families to the port to watch curiously. I heard that the Legio III from Dionia is coming to Naples this time. What does this legion mean? That's a unique army of Dionia. It's very different from our other city-states. I heard that this army has many advantages, which is why they have an advantage in battle. Since the Legio III is here, then there must be the 1st and 2nd legions. Why didn't the 1st and 2nd legions come to Napoli? Naples is the leader of the Campania alliance. Idiot. It's not that Dionia is looking down on us, but their Legio III is the closest to us. They're stationed in Lucania municipality, so it's the most convenient for them to come to Campania. And don't underestimate this Legio III. In the Southern Italian War 10 years ago, they defeated the Simonians' army that invaded Potentia and captured Capusa and Annona alone. Therefore, they're very experienced in dealing with the Simonians. If the Legio III is so powerful, then wouldn't the 1st and 2nd legions of Dionia be even more terrifying? I heard that the kingdom of Dionia has 10 legions, and each of them has achieved a lot in the past wars. I think any one of them is enough to fight against the ferocious Simonians. 10 legions? My God, Apollo above, how many soldiers does Dionia have? Therefore, the alliance between the Campania alliance and the kingdom of Dionia is very correct. With the help of Dionia, we will no longer be afraid of the wolf-like Simonians. Look. Look. The Dionia soldiers have begun to come ashore. Hey, why is the armor on their shoulders black? I know that. Dionia regards Hades as their kingdom's protector and worships black. It's said that their king is a descendant of Hades. Speaking of Hades, a temple of Pluto has been built in our city last year. It's said that the priests are sent from Turin. They are very hospitable to the people who come to worship. Not only do they take the initiative to answer all kinds of questions, but they also treat the believers for free and provide some useful help. I've just been there once a few days ago. I just went there once a few days ago. A priest with some status spent a lot of time listening to me talk about my troubles and enlightening me. So, the other temples can't be compared to the Temple of Hades at all. No wonder this god is so popular in southern Italy. I heard that even the Samanese in Nazara have begun to worship him. Is it really that good? Then I'll go to the Temple of Hades tomorrow to worship. Stop talking. Look, the Dionia soldiers have begun to line up. Wow. They're really fast, and there's almost no soldiers talking at all. It's not like our militia gathering. The noise can be heard 10 miles away from the city. This is the army that can fight against a strong enemy. Oh, look. There are so many flags in the Legion of Dionysia, and all of them are shining in gold. It's so beautiful. Idiot, those flags are used to command the battle, not to look good. Look. The Dionia actually sent so many cavalrymen. I'm afraid that this is more than the number of cavalrymen of the Campanian alliance. What's so strange about that? I heard that Dionia has 4 cavalry legions, and each of them has nearly 2,000 cavalrymen. Oh, Apollo above, Dionia is really a powerful country. The people of Naples were discussing and commenting about the Legio III of Dionia, but few of them criticized the Legio III for having so many foreigners, mainly the Lucanians, in the Legio III. This was because Naples had been surrounded by many different races since its establishment. The Oronzi and Etruscans were to the north, the Simonians to the east, the Lucanians to the south, and the Phoenicians from the Sardinian island to the west. After living for 100 years, they had gotten used to living next to these foreign races. Their culture was deeply influenced by each other, so the Neapolitans were not as xenophobic as the Greeks of other cities. Moreover, many of the people in the city were of mixed blood, so one could imagine how tolerant they were toward the foreigners. When the army of the Kingdom of Dionia set foot on the territory of the Campanian alliance for the first time, the Legio III immediately won the cheers of the surrounding Neapolitan people with their strict discipline and mighty military demeanor. It could be said that they had successfully established the image of the Dionysian army. Just as the various battalions of the Legio III and some of the cavalrymen of the 2nd Cavalry Legion that were transferred over by Cho lined up neatly, the commander of the Legio III Legion, Lazaru, and the official of the Dionia's foreign ministry, Carias, were talking to the high-ranking officials of Naples who came to welcome them. Welcome, our great allies of Dionia. Thank you very much for your timely arrival. We can finally rest assured. For the past 2 days, there has been a continuous flow of Caiutini's warriors passing through Lola and Susella in the east. The people of the Campanian alliance are very uneasy. The chief general of Naples, Onosius, said excitedly. Has Caiutini's army started their attack? Lazaru asked immediately. Not yet. However, based on past experience, they will probably rush into the territory of the Campanian alliance in the next 2 days. I'm afraid the scale of the Simonians' invasion this time will be far greater than before. Mithides, a well-respected member of the Council of Naples, replied with a gloomy expression. The envoy of Dionia, Carias, also had a gloomy expression. He was a Turii, a student of Anzitanos. A few years ago, he was still studying history in the Dionia Academy while serving as a teacher in the Turii Academy. After Anzitanos became the foreign minister, he recruited his good student from the academy to serve as a civil servant of the foreign ministry due to the lack of manpower. Previously, Carias had also gone on a diplomatic mission to a foreign country and successfully completed the mission given by the kingdom. He did not expect to be humiliated by Caiutini. Furthermore, Caiutini had launched such a huge attack after that. It was obvious that they were taking revenge for the warning he had given to Caiutini. However, Lazaru smiled. Caiutini's people came at the right time. The soldiers are looking forward to a big battle. You must be Legion. Commander Lazaru. I've long heard of your name. Onosius said in an obsequious manner. You've heard of me? I've never fought in any big battles. Am I that famous? Lazaru's expression darkened. He subconsciously thought of how he made a fool of himself during the Corinth tournament. That was a sore point for him. Onosius was stunned. He did not know why his enthusiasm was met with such a cold expression. Legion Commander Lazaru, who doesn't know that you played an important role as the first captain of Legio 3 when we defeated the Simonians back then. This time, we are all looking forward to you leading the Dionia Legio 3 to make a name for themselves in Campania. Mythide said sincerely. It was obvious that he had already understood the army that Dionia had sent out beforehand. At this moment, Lazaru was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, another Neapolitan general, Ialos, asked a timely question to divert his embarrassment. General Lazaru, how many reinforcements did you bring this time? 10,000, Lazaru answered crisply. The Neapolitan generals were not very familiar with Dionia's military system. They had heard from the Dionia envoy, Carias, that the kingdom would send Legio 3 to participate in the war. They had thought that there would only be a few thousand soldiers. They did not expect the other party to easily send out 10,000 soldiers. This was already half of the Campanian alliance's military strength. Carias thought that the Neapolitans were unhappy with Dionia for sending out too many soldiers, so he quickly explained, because the Caiutini refused to learn their lesson, His Majesty the Devers was very angry. He sent out the entire Legio 3 to completely crush the Caiutini's invasion and teach them a heavy lesson so that they would never dare to invade the Campanian alliance's territory again. That's great, we have been looking forward to that day. Anaxius and the others could not help but say. Where is our base? At this time, Lazaru asked impatiently. The camp is set outside the east side of the city, but there are not enough tents, Ialos said awkwardly. They did not expect Dionia to send out so many soldiers. We have brought the tents. You just have to ensure that there is an adequate supply of food. Lazaru looked calm, but in fact, food was his biggest concern. There is no problem with the food, you can rest assured. Onosius said loudly, the autumn harvest has just ended, and the citizens have enough food in their homes. Furthermore, when they heard that the warriors of Dionia were coming to help defend against the Samni, even the city hall didn't have to buy anything. Everyone voluntarily took out their food to supply the Dionian army. We have also prepared dozens of bottles of wine and a lot of cattle and sheep for Legio 3 to celebrate your arrival. Lazaru waved his hand and said, there is no need for that. Legio 3 does not have the time. I am going to bring the soldiers to build the camp now. Please call the leading generals of the Campanian alliance over and discuss with me how to deal with the Samni that are about to invade. Although Lazaru's words were too direct and hurtful, his swift and decisive actions reflected that the kingdom of Dionia was treating this battle seriously. Therefore, not only were the Neapolitan officials not dissatisfied, they were happy. The Samni people were a mountainous people who liked to live in the mountains. If they lived on the plains, not only would they feel uncomfortable with the climate, but they would also lack a sense of security. However, nothing was absolute. The Catini, one of the 4 major Samni races, had many villages and towns on the eastern plains of Campania. This was mainly because of the increase in population, which forced the Catini, who were located in the west of the Samni mountains, to move to the western lowlands to obtain more land to support their population. After decades of hard work, the eastern part of the Campania plains had been completely occupied by Catini. They had taken over the cities of other races, such as Capua and Caesarea. At the same time, they had built some new towns, such as Lola. Therefore, some of the Catini tribes had begun to get used to farming instead of herding cattle and sheep for a living, so that the overall strength of Catini had gradually begun to catch up with the Hilpini tribe, which had always been the leader of the 4 major races. However, the war more than a decade ago was a blow to the ambitious Catini. A large number of tribal warriors were killed or captured, and the approach of the Dionysian army forced the Catini to lower their arrogant heads, sign a humiliating alliance treaty, and stop their westward march. But when their strength was restored, its new leader, Segovani, was no longer willing to be bound by this covenant. It was not because of Catini's habit of plundering, but because, on the one hand, the spread of Dionia's religion and economic culture had destroyed the traditions of the Samni people and shaken the cohesion of the tribes. On the other hand, after Catini occupied the eastern plains of Campania, they had tasted the benefits of farming on the plains, and they had already intended to take all of Campania into their arms. Of course, there were also personal reasons. Segabani needed to use war to increase his prestige and defeat the Nazara leader, Quinduk, who had always refused to obey him and relied on the support of Dionia. Therefore, the frequent attacks sent by the Katini tribe to the west were not as simple as plundering supplies and people. They could constantly undermine the enemy's morale and increase the fear of the Campanians, so that they would never dare to settle down to farming and herding. While strengthening their own strength by plundering people and supplies, they were also constantly weakening the opponent's strength, and finally, through war, they would achieve their goal of occupying all of Campania. The two major cities of Capua and Caesarea were obtained in this way, so how could the Catini be willing to be bound by the alliance of Dionia? One morning, the leaders of the Catini tribes gathered in the three towns of Capua, Lola, and Caesarea led their young and strong tribesmen, weapons in hand, and began to break into the territory of the Campanian alliance to the west. The straight-line distance between the three cities and the west coast was about 40 miles, especially Lola, which was directly to the east of Naples. Therefore, as long as these tribal warriors ran as fast as they could, they would be able to reach the city of Naples in about 2 hours. This was one of the main reasons why the city-states of the Campanian alliance were afraid of Samone. They were too close to the Catini forces, and they were on the plains, with almost no place to defend. Faster! Faster! Tarek, the leader of the Catini tribe, shouted loudly to urge his warriors. His tribe came from Abella, a small town less than 15 miles east of Lola. It was located in a col, guarding a pass into the mountains, so the land area was narrow and not suitable for farming, and the mountains on both sides were too high, not suitable for grazing, so they mainly lived by plundering. Although Segavani, the leader of the Catini tribe, had proposed to use this attack to strike the arrogant faces of the kingdom of Dionia and the Campanian alliance. But Tarek was more interested in the grain that the Greeks had piled up in their homes. Now that the autumn harvest had just ended, even if the Greeks who had a good harvest fled after hearing the news, they would not be able to take that much grain with them. Tarek wanted to plunder enough grain before the other tribes did, so that he could get through the winter without a hitch. Tarek ran on the flat land with his 200 warriors, and soon entered the territory of Naples. He could already see the farmland in front of him, and at the same time, he could smell the burnt straw in the air, which made him even more excited. Tarek was familiar with the area because of his frequent raids. He knew that there was a Greek village a mile ahead. Faster, he urged again, quickening his pace. Chief, there are enemy cavalry in front, a warrior shouted. Tarek, of course, saw it too. He also saw the Greek cavalry immediately turn around and run back after noticing his troops. Don't worry about them, hurry up. Tarek shouted. He was not worried at all. Based on past experience, he knew that the cavalry must have run back to Naples to gather their soldiers, and by the time the heavy Greek infantry arrived, they would have already returned to Abella with a full harvest. If the Greeks dared to give chase, Catini's warriors would come from all directions and give them a taste of the power of a rain of javelins. The timid Greeks always gathered in tight phalanxes. Not only were they slow, but they were also easy targets for the javelins in their hands. Tarek led the warriors into the village, and just as he had expected, the village was empty. He immediately sent a small group of warriors to the south of the village to act as sentries to observe the movements of the Greeks, while he led the majority of his warriors to break down the locked doors of the houses and rush into the houses to start looting. Just then, a warrior hurried over and reported, not far from the village, there are some Greeks fleeing with their carts. Tarek was overjoyed when he heard this. They must be the people of the village, and they must be loaded with valuables. Tarek was worried that he did not have enough carts with him, so he could not carry too much. He immediately gathered some of his warriors and rushed out of the village, heading south in pursuit. When the Greeks saw that they were coming, they ran even faster to the south. Unfortunately, their numbers were heavy and clumsy, and they were getting closer and closer. Tarek was shocked to discover that there were dozens of Greek heavy infantry in front of the fleeing Greeks. Unlike the Greek heavy infantry he had seen before, they were all clad in black armor, and they were charging towards them at high speed. Should we retreat? Tarek only had this thought in his mind, but he immediately suppressed it. What a joke, why would I retreat? He was very experienced in dealing with the Greek heavy infantry. Moreover, he had more than 100 warriors with him, which was twice the number of the enemy. Quick, spread out. He ordered the warriors to form an even looser formation, spreading out in the shape of a goose and pressing towards the enemy at the same time. The enemy heavy infantry continued to advance past the fleeing Greeks, and gradually formed into a tight phalanx as they advanced. Seeing this, Tarek laughed inwardly. The stubborn Greeks have suffered so many times, but they still haven't changed. I'll let you continue to taste the power of a javelin. The enemy's phalanx had already entered a distance of 30 meters. Tarek raised the javelin in his hand, only to see the Greeks slow down and raise the long shields in their hands. In the blink of an eye, the front, back, left, right and even the top of the phalanx were tightly protected by the shields, and they continued to advance towards Tarek's team. Tarek was shocked, but he still threw the javelin in his hand. The warriors in the semicircle formation also threw their javelins at the enemy in the middle. The javelins that were thrown covered the entire phalanx. Only boom sounds could be heard. Some of the javelins slid off the shields, and some pierced into the shields, turning the phalanx into a hedgehog. But this phalanx did not have any soldiers fall, and no one screamed. It stood perfectly intact. While the Simonians were still in shock, the Greeks suddenly removed their shields. Javelins flew out from the phalanx and were thrown in front of them, where Tarek was standing. At this time, the distance between the two sides was close to 20 meters. Tarek did not expect the other party to have such a fatal move. As the tribal leader, Tarek had his own armor and shield, but in order to better pursue the fleeing Greeks, he left them in the village. Seeing the javelins flying straight at him, he could only rely on his instincts to dodge. Then he let out a scream. A javelin pierced through his right leg, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, 7 or 8 warriors beside him also fell to the ground, screaming, "Chief!" The panicked shouts of the soldiers rang in his ears. Amidst the pain, Tarek suddenly remembered something mentioned by the previous leader 10 years ago. These enemies in black helmets and black armor should be Daionia. They're the Dainians. Tarek reminded the others loudly. At this time, the Daionia soldiers had already rushed to the front. In order to protect their leader, the Kayutini warriors did not retreat. Instead, they hurried forward and fought with the Daionia soldiers. This was obviously a wrong move. Even if the Kayutini warriors outnumbered the other side, the unprotected Kayutini warriors fighting against the well-protected legion of Dionysia was like an egg hitting a stone. After paying a heavy price, the Kayutini warriors had to retreat. At this time, they heard the sound of hooves behind them. "It's the Greek cavalry!" the Kayutini warriors exclaimed. Dozens of Daionia cavalry who had circled to the rear and galloped overthrew javelins at the retreating Kayutini warriors, slowing their retreat. The legion of Dionysia soldiers were quickly catching up. Under the pincer attack, the Kayutini warriors were completely routed and fled in all directions. They would become the targets of the Daionia cavalry. At that moment, the commander of the Legion of Dionysia stood in front of the unconscious Tarek, looking back at the Campanian army that had just arrived. "Where's the nearest enemy?" The scout pointed to his right and said, "About 400 meters from here, further west, there are about 300 Katini people. Your comrades from the 3rd Squad and a company of light armored soldiers are preparing to attack them." After the captain heard this, he immediately shouted, "Brothers of the 2nd team, gather. Other than the few of you who are injured, the rest of you will follow me to the west immediately and coordinate with the 3rd team to attack the Samanai." "Captain, this is just a small injury. It's not a problem for us to continue fighting," the injured soldier said unwillingly. "This is an order, executed immediately." After the captain said this, the injured soldiers did not say anything. "What about the Katini hiding in the village?" a soldier asked. "Leave it to the Neapolitans. I think they should be able to handle the remaining soldiers." With that, the captain immediately led the soldiers to the west. This similar scene happened in many places in the Campanian plains. Only in Atella, the situation was different. Atella was originally a small city built by the Etruscans, and later joined the Campanian alliance. It was located in the northeast of Naples, in the middle of the Campanian plains, less than 25 miles away from the city. 20 years ago, it was taken away by the Catini, and since then, Atella had become a forward base for the Catini to invade the coastal city-states of Campania, as well as a transfer point for looting. The Campanian alliance suffered greatly. Therefore, after forming an alliance with Dionia, they took advantage of the fact that the Catini were defeated by Dionia and were still negotiating with the Devers. Could the Catini return Atella to the Campanian alliance? The Devers agreed. The Catini, on the other hand, had no choice but to make concessions due to the circumstances. This humiliation had always been weighing on the Catini great leader Segovani's heart. Therefore, this time, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Campanian alliance was busy dealing with the invasion of the other tribes to gather a large number of troops, recapture Atella in one fell swoop, and establish his prestige. As for when Dionia sent messengers to accuse him, Segovani had already thought of a way to deal with it. He would use the phrase Atella originally belonged to the Catini to dodge it. Anyway, the Dionia only knew how to threaten him with words and could not harm him at all. When the time came, the deed would be done, and the Dionia could not do anything to him. Segovani spent 2 days in Cadium to gather about 5,000 warriors from the surrounding tribes and secretly entered the city of Caesarea. Half an hour after the other tribes began to invade the west, he led his army and set off. As he had specially ordered that no tribes are allowed to loot along the route from Caesarea to Atella, the journey was smooth and did not encounter any enemies. Caesarea was less than 20 miles away from Atella, and it was all flat land. An hour later, the army led by Segovani neared the city of Atella. The Atellans obviously did not expect the Catini, who had always only looted, to suddenly lead an army to attack the city. There were only a few panicked sentries on the city wall. Segovani, on the other hand, had made ample preparations. Not only did he let the warriors bring enough scaling ladders, but he also gathered the heavy infantry of Catini, equivalent to the intermediate infantry of the Greek army, into the army. There were about 3,000 of them. Attack! Segovani immediately gave the order without hesitation. He did not want to give the enemy any time to react. The warriors roared and rushed towards Atella. At this time, the scout hurried over. "Great leader, we found the enemy's cavalry." Segovani's heart tightened, but he immediately relaxed. So what if the Greeks found out? Victory was already in his grasp. "Continue to observe the enemy's movements south, and report to me at any time," he said with a wave of his hand. "Yes, great leader." The scout ran away. Cavalry. This was a pain in Segovani's heart. The Samni were a mountainous race and had never had cavalry. But after the Catini occupied the eastern plains of Campania, he began to plan to build a cavalry to increase the scouting ability of the army and at the same time to assist in battle. But none of the Catini warriors were willing to try riding a horse. They were more willing to fight the enemy face to face, rather than riding and hiding like cowards. Of course, sitting on the back of a naked horse gave these Catini warriors no sense of security at all. It was far better to have their feet on solid ground, which made them feel at ease. In the end, the dream of building a cavalry could only go down the drain. Segovani sighed and threw away this annoying thought. He returned his attention to the battlefield. He was delighted to see that the warriors had already used scaling ladders to cross the trench and force their way to the city wall. Only then did many panicked Greek defenders appear on the city wall. "By the time Naples' reinforcements arrive, I will have already taken this small city." Segovani clenched his right fist confidently. "What did you say?" "More than 5,000 Catini are attacking Atlas." The Neapolitan general, Ialos, was shocked when he heard this news from the mouth of a scout. He immediately reacted and shouted with a livid face, "We have all been deceived by the Catini. This time, they are not just plundering, they are going to invade our land." Ialos' words were mainly directed at Lazaru. At this moment, Lazaru, who was sitting in the big tent, had a very ugly expression. After sending out the troops of Legio III to prepare for a surprise attack on the Catini who had come to invade the Campania alliance, he had been sitting in the barracks. There was no other way. Because the location of the attack was too wide, the various brigades, companies, and teams of Legio III were scattered in this vast area. He could only rely on the many scouts and messengers, as well as the planning of the staff officers, to barely achieve a general control. There were only 500 light infantrymen left in the camp, and they were reserved for reserve. Lazaru carefully looked at the map of Campania on the table, then asked loudly, "How many citizen soldiers are there in the city of Atlas?" Ialos thought for a moment, then came over and said, "Atlas is a small city with only a few thousand people. We can take out nearly 400 citizen soldiers. Speaking of this, Aiolos felt a little regretful. When Atlas was returned to the Campania alliance, with such an important strategic location, it should have been expanded, strengthened, and stationed more young and strong citizens. However, at that time, the various city-states in the alliance argued endlessly about how much construction costs and how much land they would get, so this important measure was never implemented. Later, everyone found that the Catini were very obedient under the strong constraints of Dionia, so they did not bother to make any changes to Atlas. In the past 2 years, Catini had begun to attack the Campania alliance again, but they mainly robbed the property and occasionally robbed the population. They did not attack the cities, so they did not raise any alarm. Lazaro frowned and asked again, "How many soldiers have you not sent out to fight?" Aiolos hurriedly discussed a few words with the generals beside him, then said helplessly, "According to General Lazaro's previous suggestion, we have kept a reserve force, about 2,000 soldiers." Please remember the original domain name of this book. Mobile version, we don't have to rush to Atlas so quickly. If the Catini people want to attack Atlas, then let them. A voice sounded in the tent. The generals of the Campania alliance were a little angry when they heard this. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a general in black armor sitting next to Lazaro. The purple helmet was placed next to his hand. It was obvious that this person's status in the Dionia army was not lower than Lazaro's. This made them swallow the curses they wanted to say. This person seems to be called Pooh. Thor. Aiolos vaguely remembered that Lazaro had introduced him to them before, but this person had been sitting quietly and did not attract much attention. For a moment, he could not remember his name. Lazaro's plan was opposed, but he was not angry. Instead, he asked that person seriously, "Printos, what's your opinion?" Printos was from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade led by Lazaro. More than 10 years ago, he had made great contributions when Legio III took over the city of Espraustum. Then, during the war when the Devers led the army to fight back against the Samnite army's invasion of Potentia, he used a clever trick to cause the Samnite camp to howl, which led to their crushing defeat. After that, the Devers then asked him to assist Legio III in attacking the Samnite territory in the north. Legio III successively took over Copsa, Inona, and many other Hilpini territories. At that time, the first captain of Legio III, Lazaro, met Printos during this process. After the war in Greece, under the Devers' suggestion, the Ministry of Military Affairs established the General Staff Department. The Devers assigned Printos to the General Staff Department. Soon, he became the third most important person in the General Staff Department, the General Staff Officer. There was a joke in the Ministry of Military Affairs to describe the 3 heads of the General Staff Department. Felicius is tired from sitting, Tormid is tired from running, and Printos is tired from thinking. This showed their role in the Ministry of Military Affairs. At that moment, Printos looked at everyone and said slowly, "The biggest problem that the Kayutinis invasion poses to the Greek army is that they move quickly and are difficult to capture. Now that they have attacked Atlas, it is equivalent to them voluntarily giving up this advantage, giving us the possibility of surrounding and annihilating them. Moreover, such a large army must be led by their leader. If we annihilate and capture this army, it is equivalent to completely solving the problem of the Catini's frequent attacks on Campania." Printos' words made everyone in the tent very excited. A general from Pozzuoli said hesitantly, "But if we let the Catini occupy Atlas, they have some experience in defending the city. If we attack for a long time without success, the other Catini tribes, and even the Hilpini and Pentani will come to our rescue, and that will be even worse." 20 years ago, the reason why the Catini dared to seize the small city deep in the territory of the Campania alliance was because they had the confidence to defend it. After that, the army of the Campania alliance had failed many times to attack the city. Now, this general was worried that they would suffer the same failure again. Without needing Printos to explain further, Aiolos said, "There is nothing to worry about. Our ally, Dionia, is so strong that it can easily take down Atlas, which is guarded by the Catini." That's right, the Campania alliance now had a strong ally, Dionia. Thinking of what they had heard over the years about the cities and towns that Dionia had forcibly taken down in conquering the vast areas of Apulia, everyone's confidence was boosted. Lazaru, on the other hand, was slightly worried and asked softly, His Majesty only wants us to repel the Katini invasion. Will this cause a bigger war? When that time comes, His Majesty, Printos hesitated for a moment, then said with certainty, Don't worry, when we annihilate this main force of the Katini, even if they want to continue the war, they will not have the strength to do so. By then, they will only be more obedient to us. When Lazaru heard this, he immediately had no more worries. He was a warmonger. At this time, he said to everyone in high spirits, We have to hurry up and come up with a plan to eliminate this enemy as soon as possible. As he spoke, he leaned on the table and pointed at the map that was marked out in detail by the staff officers. He said, Now, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Brigades of Dionia Legio III, as well as most of the light armor and light infantry, as well as a part of your army, are in the northeast of Naples to stop the Katini coming out from Capua and Sassella. The 5th, 6th, and 4th Brigades of Legio III, as well as another part of your army, are in the southeast of Naples, mainly to stop the Katini coming out from Laura. We have to immediately send scouts to inform them, after completing the task of stopping, do not delay. Immediately turn to the east, north, and south of Atlas, and cut off the enemy's retreat. Meanwhile, we have to gather all the remaining soldiers in the camp and approach the south of Atlas. Finally, surround the enemy. There is one more thing that we need to pay attention to. Printos reminded. After the enemy knows that Dionia Legio III is participating in this battle, it is very likely that they will give up Atlas and escape back to the mountains. Lazaru thought for a moment and immediately said, Then inform the 2nd Cavalry Legion and the cavalry of the Campania Alliance to rush to the east of Atlas as soon as possible. Once the enemy is found to have escaped, do your best to delay their retreat until the other troops arrive and eliminate them. The generals also gave their suggestions to perfect this plan. At this time, no one cared too much about the lives of the thousands of people in Atlas. After all, the generals of the Campania Alliance hoped to completely eliminate their greatest threat through this battle. Soon, many scouts rushed out of the camp and galloped in all directions. After half an hour of battle, Segovani's troops attacked the top of the city wall. Then, they broke into the city and purged the entire city. Just as Segovani was feeling proud of the success of his plan, a scout who hurried back reported to him that a few Katini tribes that were raiding near Atlas had been defeated by the Greeks. Among the soldiers that were pursuing them were many heavy infantry who could throw javelins and helmets. They suspected that they were Dionia's troops. The scout also brought back a tribal leader who had escaped. He cried to Segovani, the Greeks' attack was too fierce. My 150 warriors were quickly defeated. The enemy still has many cavalry, and the warriors couldn't even escape. They were either killed or captured. Great leader, you must send troops to rescue them. Segovani was terrified at this moment. He asked loudly, Are you sure that Dionia was the one who attacked you? It must be them. The Campanians don't have those strangely dressed soldiers, and it's impossible for them to completely defeat us. The leader still wanted to find an excuse for his failure, but he saw Segovani gritting his teeth and cursing, Damn Dionia, how dare they violate the alliance? Are they preparing to start a war with the Simonians? Segovani's mind was in a mess. Although he had repeatedly ignored Dionia's warnings, he knew very well that Katini's strength could not compete with the powerful kingdom of Dionia. Once Dionia really sent troops, it meant that he was in a bad situation, run. This thought immediately appeared in Segovani's mind, but he immediately hesitated. They had just conquered Atlas and suffered some casualties. Not only was he reluctant to give up on this fat piece of meat and leave empty-handed, but the warriors of the various tribes would also not agree. While the enemy's troops were still scattered and could not gather to deal with him in a short time, he had to seize the time to plunder some resources and bring them back. When he returned to Cottam, he would discuss with Hilpini, Pentni, and Katini how to deal with Dionia's betrayal of the alliance. After Segovani made up his mind, he immediately ordered the warriors to seize the time to plunder resources and be ready to leave at any time. At the same time, he sent out many scouts and ordered them to carefully investigate the movements around Atlas and report immediately if there were any strange movements. However, not long after, he received reports of enemies to the south, north, and west of Atlas. At this moment, how could he not understand that the enemy had discovered him and was trying to surround him? Segovani did not dare to hesitate and immediately led the warriors to retreat east. Not long after escaping Atlas, they heard the sound of hooves coming from the north. "It's the Greek cavalry." The Catini warriors reminded each other and stopped in their tracks. They pulled out their javelins and were eager to face the hundreds of cavalrymen rushing toward them. The cavalrymen belonging to the 2nd Cavalry Legion of Dionia were rushing over. This time, in order to cooperate with Legio III in the battle in the Campania region, the Ministry of Military Affairs had the 2nd Cavalry Legion take out 1,000 cavalrymen and put them under Lazaru's command. Although the 2nd Cavalry Legion's camp headquarters was stationed in Nudum, most of the soldiers in the legion came from the Cosenza Plateau and were better at riding horses on the gentler slopes. When they were about to enter the range of the Catini's javelins, the Dionia cavalry turned around and galloped toward the front of the Catini army, facing them. Wherever he passed, the Catini warriors subconsciously slowed down their footsteps. At this time, the warriors on the right side of the team also shouted, "Cavalry! Cavalry!" Dozens of Dionia cavalry rushed over from the south and adopted the same tactic, forcing the entire Catini army to retreat at a significantly slower pace. Segovani panicked and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Ignore them!" Several trumpeters beside Segovani kept blowing the horns of retreat. At the same time, Segovani, who was at the head of the team, led the tribal warriors around him to speed up. Seeing that the Catini in front of them no longer cared about their threat and only cared about running forward, the Dionia cavalry did not hesitate to close in on them, throwing the javelins in their hands as they galloped. The javelins flew into the dense ranks and immediately fell to the ground. The Catini warriors who were attacked also angrily returned the javelins to the Dionia cavalry who were about to turn away. Screams and the neighing of horses rang out incessantly from both sides. At the same time, there were cries of alarm from the Catini warriors everywhere, "Cavalry! Cavalry!" Squads of Dionia and Campanian cavalry kept rushing from the rear, circling around the huge Catini team and stirring up dust and sand. They kept charging at the enemy, throwing javelins to injure and disrupt the enemy's advance. Even when they saw that the Catini team at the end of the team was thin, they directly drove their horses to scatter them, like a pack of cunning wolves pouncing on a giant beast, constantly increasing the pressure, adding wounds, and making them panic. Ever since the Dionia cavalry suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Namibian and Celtic cavalry in the southern Italian war more than a decade ago, the cavalry commander Leds learned from the painful experience and formulated a more rigorous and meticulous training plan. At the same time, he selected more outstanding riders to join the army. After more than a decade of persistent training and tactical improvement, the current Dionia cavalry had greatly improved compared to before. Segovani looked painfully at the enemy cavalry squads that constantly crisscrossed in front of him. While defending with a shield and throwing javelins, he constantly shouted to the warriors around him, "Don't stop! Keep going! Keep going!" In his heart, he actually wanted to order the team to stop, get into formation, and teach these annoying enemy cavalry a lesson. He believed that with the bravery of the Catini warriors and their large numbers, they could completely make the enemy retreat in defeat. But the increasing number of enemy cavalry also meant that his team had become the enemy's main target. Once the enemy infantry arrived, while Segovani was panicking, he suddenly saw a group of heavy infantry in black armor appear in the dust stirred up by the enemy cavalry. He was shocked. How did the Dionia infantry get to the front? Tagru was a reserve soldier of Legio III more than 10 years ago. As the temporary commander of the Laus River fortress, he led the soldiers to successfully stop the attack of the Laus. After the war, not only did he receive a generous reward from the Ministry of Military Affairs, he also successfully transferred to Legio III. After more than 10 years, he was now the captain of the 4th Brigade of Legio III. In this assault on the Catini, Tagru's 4th Brigade was responsible for the area to the south between Cesara and Lora. He first led 2 teams to defeat an enemy force with the assistance of cavalry, then led them to cooperate with another 2 teams to attack another enemy force with a larger number of people, and successfully defeated it. But in the process of interrogating the captives, Tagru learned that this team from Cesara had previously looted a village and some Greek civilians, and was already on the way to Cesara. Tagru immediately led the team to chase after them, and finally intercepted them before they reached Cesara. On the way back, they encountered cavalry scouts who were looking for them everywhere. Only then did Tagru lead the team to Atlas unhurriedly, because their current position was already directly north of Atlas. When Segabani saw the Daionia heavy infantry in front of him, Tagru also saw the Katini army in a hurry and in a disorderly formation, as well as the Daionia cavalry galloping around it. The enemy's mighty formation reminded him of the situation when Lao's men attacked the La River fortress more than 10 years ago. At that time, he only had a few people with him, but he had a strong city defense as a barrier. Today, he did not have a city wall to protect him, but he firmly believed that as long as he stopped the enemy here for a moment, his comrades would arrive one after another and completely destroy this large number of enemies. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and felt that his courage had grown a little stronger. The slow walk earlier had also alleviated their fatigue from the pursuit. He looked around at the soldiers around him, and the soldiers around him looked back at him. There was a hint of nervousness and excitement in their eyes. They were waiting for their superior to make the final decision, and then they would carry it out firmly. Thus, Tagru shouted without hesitation, "Brothers, the enemy that our legion wants to annihilate is in front of us. We must stop these enemies here, or they will escape into the mountains, and our encirclement plan will fail. This is a great opportunity that Hades has given us to make a contribution. Brothers, take out your courage and win this rare honor." Roar! 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 The soldiers used powerful roars to show their determination. Tagru immediately ordered, "All squads line up, form a shield formation, and stop the enemy." Tagru only had 4 squads with him, less than 200 people. In order to ensure the length of the formation, he hoped to be able to stop enough enemies and stretch the line. However, there were only 5 rows deep, which was too thin and could easily be broken. But the soldiers under him quickly split into 4 small square formations without hesitation, and then lined up in a row. They even threw away the javelins on their backs and the spears in their hands. Each of them held a long shield in their hands, drew out a short sword, and slowly advanced towards the enemy. Segabani and the other Katini warriors were shocked to see that the enemies in front of them actually dared to act like they wanted to stop them. They could not help but be furious. "Charge and crush them!" Segabani pointed his spear forward and shouted. Kaltini's warriors roared and once again increased their running speed. Seeing the large number of enemies charging at them aggressively, Tagru was not alarmed. Instead, he was happy. He was most afraid that the enemy would go around them and make his plan fail. The soldiers immediately stopped advancing. "Shield formation!" The leaders of the various teams shouted. The soldiers in the front row raised their shields. The bottom of the shields was slightly sharp and could be slightly inserted into the ground to strengthen the defense of the shield formation. The soldiers in the back row placed their shields above their heads and placed them on the shields of the soldiers in the front row, forming a line. The Samurai were very good at throwing javelins, and they knew this very well. Sure enough, as soon as the Daionia soldiers' shield formation was completed, the javelins of the Katini came raining down. Some of the soldiers could not help but cry out when the javelins pierced through their shields and pierced their arms. Tagru raised his shield and shouted, "Steady! Steady! Steady!" After the rain of javelins, Kaltini's warriors roared furiously as they charged out of the pervading dust and mist. They ferociously crashed into Daonia's army formation, instantly causing the shield formation, which was almost a straight line, to bend. The Daionia soldiers took a horse stance, front and back, using all their strength to resist the impact of the hundreds and thousands of people. The soldiers in the first row were half-crouching, their heads buried under their shields, their bodies turned sideways, and their shoulders against the shields. The enemy's javelins pierced them, and the short sword in their right hand constantly pierced through the gaps between the shields. It was unknown if they had hurt the enemy, because the sound of fighting completely occupied their eardrums, and they could not hear the screams. Only some impatient Katini warriors saw that they could not break the long shields that looked like a turtle shell. In a moment of desperation, they threw away their weapons and directly grabbed the top of the shield with both hands, trying to break it open. At this moment, the sharp short sword slashed across, cutting off their fingers, and blood splattered on the soldiers. The Katini at the back bypassed the front of the shield formation and attacked the flanks and rear of the shield formation. In the blink of an eye, the Daionia soldiers were surrounded. The soldiers raised their shields and completely protected the entire formation. This company of Dionia was like a small boat in a storm, in danger of capsizing at any time. The Dionia cavalry on the periphery also realized this. They risked being pierced by javelins and attacked the Catini more frequently in an attempt to help relieve the pressure on their comrades. But this only angered the Catini even more. Under their fierce attacks, the shield formation could not hold on for long before it began to fall apart. Tagru watched the soldiers around him being pushed down and stabbed. He was anxious. He quickly stabbed the short sword in his hand, trying to stab the enemy who had squeezed into the formation and protect the safety of his men. Unexpectedly, the Catini warrior who had his chest pierced did not fall. Instead, he leaped forward with all his might, and Tagru, who could not dodge, was pushed to the ground. More enemies rushed into this section of the formation. Tagru, who was pressed to the ground, watched in despair as the soldiers who had lost the protection of the formation were surrounded by more and more enemies, falling one by one. At this critical moment, the loud sound of a bugle pierced through the boiling battlefield. Lazaro led 2,500 reinforcements from the west and was the first to arrive at the battlefield, directly attacking the rear of the Catini team. Not long after, the 1st Battalion of Legio III arrived from the northwest, then the other companies of the 4th Battalion, and then the 2nd Battalion. Woo! 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 The sound of the bugle continued to sound around the Catini team, and attacks were launched from all directions. The Catini soldiers, who were already in a disorderly formation, were stunned. They felt that they were surrounded by enemies and were extremely panicked. They could no longer care about the Diana company that was already on the verge of death. They scattered and fled in all directions. But how could they outrun the pursuit of the cavalry with their legs? The battle ended quickly. Except for a few Catini people who escaped into the city of Sicilia, most of the Catini warriors were either killed or captured. Lazaro came to the center of the battlefield. It was full of wounded soldiers and corpses. The closer he got to the center, the more corpses there were. It was obvious how tragic the battle was. In the center stood more than 20 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. They were all injured, bloodstained, and disorderly. It was difficult for them to even stand, and they could only rely on each other to support each other, but when Lazaro came in front of them, they still tried hard to salute him. Reporting to Legion Commander, the first team of the 4th Legio III has completed the mission. Lazaro solemnly returned the military salute, and at the same time, his voice was a little choked as he said, "You have done well. Without your obstruction, there would not have been this victory." With that, he quickly stepped forward and supported Tagru, who was on the verge of falling. He grabbed his right hand and raised it high. "You, Tagru, blocked the attack of Laos with a small number of troops at the La River fortress more than 10 years ago. Today, you once again blocked the attack of thousands of Samoyed soldiers with a company. You are really an iron wall. Victory! Victory! Victory!" The soldiers around him cheered in unison. Amidst the cheers, Tagru and his soldiers tried their best to straighten their chests. From then on, Tagru had the nickname Iron Wall. Aialos and the other generals of the Campania alliance who followed Lazaro had never seen such a tragic battlefield, let alone such a terrifying army. In the face of the attack of an enemy dozens of times their number, they actually fought to the death without retreating. This was simply a replica of the legendary battle at Hot Spring Gate. The shock in these generals' hearts could be imagined. No wonder Dionia could defeat Syracuse and become the overlord of the Western Mediterranean. With such an army, which city-state would dare to go against it? At this time, the Legion's medical camp also rushed over. They rummaged through the pile of corpses to find the surviving soldiers and carried out emergency treatment. After a while, the captain of the Dionia cavalry rushed over and reported, "Legion Commander Lazaro, we have captured the leader of Catini, Segovani." Lazaro was not surprised at all. Under such a tight encirclement of Legio III and its allies, it was a miracle that they could still escape. Carias, the Dionia envoy who had followed Lazaro all the way here, hurriedly asked, "Where is he? Bring him here." The cavalry captain turned around and shouted proudly. Segovani, covered in dust, was pushed up limping. When he was escaping, he was knocked down by the Dionia cavalry and his right leg was injured. His escorts were also scattered. Seeing that it was impossible for him to escape, he took the initiative to become a captive. Great leader Segavani, I never thought we would meet under such circumstances. When Segavani heard this familiar voice, he turned his head and saw Korea's mocking face. People of Dionia, you have violated the covenant and secretly attacked your ally, the Kayutini. Do you want to start a war with the Samanai alliance? Segavani roared. Who's going against the alliance? It's you Kayutini who violated the covenant first. The hundreds of Campanian corpses in Atlas City are the evidence of your crimes. Dionia is upholding the sacred covenant and responding to the request of their loyal ally, the Campanian alliance. That's why they sent an army to protect the lives and property of the Campanian people in the territory of the Campanian alliance. If you Kayutini did not violate the covenant and did not invade the territory of the Campanian alliance, how could there be a war with us? Koreas barked out several questions. Segavani was speechless but continued to shout, quickly release me and my warriors. I will persuade my compatriots in the mountains to resolve this conflict peacefully. Otherwise, the entire Samanai alliance will gather all the warriors, form an army, and invade the territory of Dionia. When Koreas heard this, he wanted to say more, but Lazara roared, let them come. We, Legio III, are worried about not having a war to fight. Seeing Segavani's dejected face, Koreas quickly lost the anger he had when he was humiliated and caught him. He pondered and said, I wonder how His Majesty will deal with this. Battle? It's best if he can order us to take down Lola, Sassara, and Kapusa. Lazaro said confidently. The two looked at each other and laughed. In this battle, Segavani led more than 5,000 Kayutini warriors. Together with other tribal warriors who invaded the territory of the Campanian alliance, there were more than 12,000 people. On the other hand, Dionia's Legio III, half of Dionia's 2nd Cavalry Legion, and the army of the Campanian alliance totaled about 20,000 people. They defeated most of the invading Kayutini, especially the main force led by Segavani, who was almost surrounded and annihilated. After cleaning up the battlefield after the battle, a total of about 3,000 Kayutini warriors were killed or injured. More than 2,000 Kayutini were captured, and the casualties of the Kayutini warriors who escaped back to the mountains were unknown. For this victory, the allied forces of Dionia and Campania also paid a certain price. A total of more than 1,500 soldiers were killed or injured. Among them, the 1st Company of the 4th Brigade of Dionia Legio III was almost completely wiped out. The 2nd Cavalry Legion also paid a lot of casualties when they stopped Segavani's army from retreating. However, this battle dealt a heavy blow to Kayutini and shocked the entire Samanai region at the same time. In the Senate of Carthage, the elders were in a heated debate about the news that had just come back from Rome. Everyone, we can't retreat anymore. A year ago, because of our retreat, the Tarquinian tribe that was close to us was completely annihilated, allowing the Dionia to completely control the Siccar region. Our gold, silver, and supplies were wasted in vain. Now, the greedy Dionia is targeting our ally in central Italy, Rome. We can't just watch the Dionia conquer Rome and then smoothly occupy all of Italy. When that time comes, which country can stop the vast territory of Dionia? And such a powerful kingdom of Dionia will still be willing to live in peace with us, Carthage. Pretacuba, the leader of the Magonid faction in the Senate, waved his arms excitedly and shouted. His impassioned words moved some of the elders. Akradin stood up and said calmly, calm down, Pretacuba, you are too excited. I remember that the news only said that the envoy of Dionia hopes that Rome will stop its attack on Wolsey, and has no intention of starting a war with Rome. Rome has annexed too much land over the years, it should stop and sort out its internal affairs. The conflict between the nobles and the commoners in its country is so fierce, and even the people have refused to elect a consul for many years. If this continues, Rome will have a big problem sooner or later. Akradin, I think you are really muddle-headed. Another Magonid elder, Santapor, stood up and criticized, we spend so much gold, silver, and supplies every year just to make Rome a prosperous city? We want Rome to become a powerful force in central Italy, to be able to stop the expansion of the kingdom of Dionia to the north. Now that the Wolsey people have suffered a crushing defeat, it is the best time for Rome to conquer them and strengthen its power. If Rome stops its attack and shrinks its power, it will give the Wolsey people a chance to breathe. Now, Dionia has realized the danger of Rome, and they are doing their best to help Wolsey. They may also unite with other forces that oppose Rome to strengthen their influence in central Italy. With the support of Dionia, these races will continue to oppose Rome, and in the end, Rome will be conquered by Dionia, just like the Tannic tribe. I think this is not what any of the wise elders here would wish to see. It is also not in the interest of our Carthage at all. Therefore, we must fully support the people of Rome, and let them reject the proposal of Dionia. Santapor, please pay attention. What you mean by fully supporting Rome is to let them continue to attack Wolsey, and eventually lead to the war between Rome and Dionia ahead of schedule? Sophie Tepenlaco stood up and asked loudly. An uproar broke out in the hall. Yes, it is likely to lead to such a situation, Santapor replied calmly. Another uproar broke out in the hall. Rome alone will not be able to fight against Dionia. When that time comes, as an ally of Rome, should Carthage participate in the war? Tepenlaco asked. Whether it is to abide by the oath, fulfill the contract of military alliance, or to protect the interests of Carthage, we must declare war against Dionia. Preta Cuba said firmly. The elders were in an uproar, and the hall was filled with arguments. When we agreed to support the Tannic tribe and Rome, hoping that they could suppress the expansion of Dionia, didn't we already see Dionia as our enemy? Don't tell me you're still holding on to the delusion that the kingdom of Dionia, which has become immeasurably powerful after wiping out one race and faction after another, will continue to coexist peacefully with us? Preta Cuba questioned loudly, causing the noisy hall to become much quieter. Declare war against Dionia? Do you know that we have just sent troops to Cirta to eliminate the Numidian rebellion a few months ago, and it has not been completely pacified? Tepenlaco reminded loudly. There are also rebellions in Dionia. The Masapi, Puchetti, Doni, they have more of them than us, but this does not stop them from continuing to wage war and conquer other forces. Preta Cuba said loudly with an angry expression, if the people of Dionia can do it, we, Carthage, have ruled this land for so long, we should be able to do it. Akherdan immediately stood up, trying to dispel the impact of Preta Cuba's words on the senators. Preta Cuba, do you know that the current Dionia is much stronger than Syracuse? They have at least 10 legions, 4 fleets, and it is said that they have a population of 2 million. Their territory is also far larger than the land and city-states controlled by Syracuse. Therefore, they can easily form an army of 100,000 people. Can we do that? Therefore, it is not appropriate for us to start a war with Dionia now. Instead, we should speed up the expansion in the interior of Africa and strengthen our strength so that we can have a decisive battle with Dionia in the future. Preta Cuba sneered. In the future? When is the future? When Dionia completely occupies all of Italy? I think now is the best time to start a war with Dionia. Because Dionia is experiencing a drought, they are short of food. My lords, you should not have forgotten that we just refused their request to buy food not long ago. Let alone 100,000 people, I doubt that Dionia can even organize 50,000 soldiers, and we have western Sicily, Namibia, southern Iberia, and also allies with the powerful state of Rome in central Italy and the Mauritanian kingdom in western Africa. And I heard that the Simonians, who were defeated by Dionia and forced to form an alliance with them, are now very dissatisfied with Dionia and are completely likely to be roped in by us. There are also Sparta who are afraid of Dionia's strength. You see, Dionia looks strong, but in fact, it has many enemies. We have a good chance of winning. Preta Cuba's words caused the senators to discuss. Hanno, who had been silent, heard the word southern Iberia and frowned slightly. At this time, he saw the leader of the neutral faction, Essiaruba, stand up with a serious face. Everyone, you all know that I don't like war. The war with Syracuse cost me a son, but I want to remind you of one thing. For more than a year, our trade with Sardinia, Carthage has been sharply declining. What is the reason? I'm sure all of you are well aware that the judges we sent to the various cities in Sardinia have investigated and found out that the citizens of these cities have secretly sailed their ships to the Dionic cities of Ionona and Posidonia across the sea to purchase clay pots, olive oil, wine, and even livestock, and so on. Although our judges have urged the cities of Sardinia to strengthen their management, they are still unable to do so because the Dionia sells goods at a much lower price than we do. Unlike the city-states of the Campania alliance, Daionia ignored our protests and even imposed restrictions on our merchants within Daonia's borders. For example, Daonia's commerce officials recently punished a few of our merchants in Lochley just because they sold grains at a price higher than the price Daionia set. Tanit above, the price of goods is determined according to the demand of the people. This is the trade principle followed by the merchants of various cities in the Mediterranean Sea. Daionia actually punished our merchants because of this. This is simply unacceptable. Senators, our ancestors of Carthage came here from Tyre and made a living as merchants. They gradually prospered and finally became strong today. Without prosperous trade, there will be no strong Carthage. Trade is our root. I don't care how much land Daionia occupies, but now it is deliberately restricting our trade and trying to dig out our roots. This must arouse our vigilance. We must also make a strong counterattack. We want Daionia to make concessions on trade. Xiaruba's speech was deafening and resonated with the senators. Lord Xiaruba is right. My family's caravan no longer sells wine to Sardinia because very few people buy it. This is all because of Daionia. It's not enough to make Daionia make concessions on trade. As long as it continues to expand, there will only be fewer and fewer cities for us to trade freely and monopolize the sea routes. In the future, Carthage will have no choice but to submit to Daionia because of the decline of trade. If we want to continue to prosper in trade, we must eliminate the kingdom of Daionia. Yes, we will unite with Rome and wage war against Daionia. We will win back our dominance over the western Mediterranean Sea. Listening to these words in the conference hall, Hanno's face became more and more gloomy. He knew that the continuous expansion of Daionia in recent years was the biggest threat to Carthage's security, but he did not want to start a war at this time. There were two reasons. First, the occupation of the Namibian region was not stable. Second, although Margot was driven to the Iberian Peninsula, he occupied a large area of land there, built several towns, and appointed his own officials. He always disobeyed the orders of the Senate. Hanno had repeatedly tried to strengthen the management of the newly occupied territories in Carthage, but some of the means he took were ultimately unsuccessful, which gave him a headache. If he launched a war against Daionia at this time, it would give the warlike family a chance to return to the Senate of Carthage. After operating in the Senate for more than 10 years, Hanno had complete control over it. Although Pretacuba and Xiaruba's words had greatly moved the elders in the meeting hall, as long as Hanno did not agree in the end, the elders who were loyal to him would not easily vote in favor of this proposal. This proposal would not be able to reach a final decision due to the number of people supporting it. Hanno stubbornly resisted the pressure and did not express his position for 7 days in a row. Gades, a colony established by the Phoenician powerful Tyre in the southern Iberian Peninsula. It was said that it was discovered hundreds of years ago, when a high-ranking official of Tyre encountered a storm while on his way to the Bali Islands. The ship was blown off course, sailed past the Pillars of Hercules, and stopped on a beach. After these lucky survivors expressed their gratitude to the god Melicat, they found that the place where they were located was located at the end of a long and narrow promontory. The environment facing the water on 3 sides made it difficult to attack by land, but easy to enter by sea. It turned out to be an excellent natural harbor, so the colony of Gades was established here. With the discovery of a large number of silver veins, iron, and other metals in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula, the trade between the Phoenicians and the Kingdom of Tartessus in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula strengthened. They actually controlled the mining and metal or processing industries in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula, and Gades became prosperous. It quickly became the main transportation hub for the Phoenicians in the Iberian Peninsula, and it may even be the most prosperous of all the Phoenician colonies in the western Mediterranean. A large number of mined, melted and processed silver from the Iberian Peninsula were continuously sent to Tyre to meet the needs of its suzerain, Assur, and thus to fight for more freedom for the Tyrians. But in the following 100 years, the eastern Mediterranean Sea suffered frequent wars, the hegemony changed, and the mother state of Tyre declined. Carthage then rose and replaced Tyre's position. After 100 years, all the Phoenician colonies in the western Mediterranean were brought under his jurisdiction, and Gades was no exception. The silver and other metal castings that were processed in the city of Gades were first transported to Carthage, and Carthage was in charge of all trade matters with the mother state of the eastern Mediterranean. After the Maganid family set foot on the Iberian Peninsula, according to the rules of the Carthage Senate, they were not allowed to interfere in the government affairs of Gades. But after more than 10 years of operation, Gades had been secretly brought under the control of the Maganid family. On this day, a tattered merchant ship sailed in from the port of Gades, and to the surprise of the people in the port, it was a group of Greeks. So, after receiving the news, the Gades City Hall immediately sent a patrol to detain the people on the ship. Only then did they know that the merchant ship came from the kingdom of Dionia. Originally, it was going to the Greek colonial city-state of Sagunto in the northern Iberian Peninsula for trade, but unexpectedly encountered a storm, and the cargo ship was blown near the coast of Gades. The friendly agreement between Carthage and Dionia stipulated that apart from trading with Carthage, the people of Dionia were not allowed to trade directly with other colonial city-states or affiliated city-states of Carthage. Otherwise, they would be punished, but the punishment must be jointly heard by the officials of both sides. If, for some reason, they mistakenly entered Carthage's territory, they could be allowed to leave after understanding the situation, but they were not allowed to stay in the same place. Therefore, after the people of Gades understood the situation, they urged the merchant ship to leave. But the problem was that the merchant ship was too damaged and had to be repaired before it could set sail again. Therefore, the people of Gades had to send the ship to the shipyard for repair, and put the people of Dionia under house arrest in the hotel. Of course, they had to pay for the ship repair and food. During this period, someone quietly slipped into the room of the owner of the merchant ship, Iones. He claimed to be a Phoenician from Huerva, and his owner was a big merchant of Huerva. He owned thousands of mining slaves and controlled the mining rights of several silver mines. Every month, he mined several tons of silver ore. He could have made more money from this, but Carthage forced him not to sell it. He could only process the mined metal ore and sell it to Carthage, but the profit was much less. Therefore, his owner was very dissatisfied with this, and hoped to find a secret sales channel to sell the mountain of silver at a higher price. Iones was a little tempted after hearing this. Once an emancipated slave of the Cunigurata family, he later obtained citizenship and became a merchant with the financial support of Sostatus. And as he was in frequent contact with his benefactor, Sostatus, he knew that the Ministry of Commerce of the Kingdom of Dionia had a concern. Due to the strength of the country and the prosperity of trade, the currency of Dionia, Hades, was not only popular in the country, but also in the Allied States and the entire western Mediterranean Sea. Due to its exquisite design and high purity of silver, it had also become a popular commodity. The people of other cities liked to exchange other coins for the Hades silver coins as a collection and would not use them unless it was absolutely necessary. As a result, the silver coins that were circulated could not be fully recovered, and the new silver coins that were reforged with the silver coins of other cities would be damaged. This cycle continued year after year, and the total amount of silver coins circulating in the country decreased. The silver coins of Hades became more valuable, and this worsened the vicious cycle. Therefore, in order to maintain the credibility of the silver coins of Hades and promote the prosperity of trade without lowering its purity, they must have their own source of silver mines. This was why the Ministry of Commerce had been supporting Ionona and Posidonia to secretly trade with the people of Sardinia. Now, there was a new channel to obtain silver mines in front of Iones. If he could seize it, what would it mean? Wealth. Power. Even Iones imagined that the king of Dionia would personally receive him and reward him. Therefore, he was tempted, but he still maintained a little caution. Dionia and Carthage have an agreement, we can't trade here, definitely not in Gades. The people of Carthage here are too strict. But in Huerva, my master has considerable influence there. He can quietly avoid interrogations and trade at the uninhabited beach near Huerva. This person obviously came prepared. His plan was quite thorough, but after all, it was the first time he had dealt with him. Is he trustworthy? Iones hesitated again and again. In the end, he could not resist the temptation and decided to take the risk. After Iones' merchant ship was temporarily repaired, under the warning of the officials in Gades, he led his crew and smoothly sailed the merchant ship out of Gades. They first sailed east, and when the Carthaginian patrol ship returned, he made the merchant ship turn around again and sailed a big circle along the coast of the African continent. They went around Lissus and Gades, and arrived near Huerva, which was further west. Huerva was located near the mouth of the Oder River. Before the rise of Gades, it was the metal processing center of the Phoenicians in the entire western Mediterranean. Large amounts of ore from the mines in the interior were transported downstream through the Oder River to Huerva. There were hundreds of smelting furnaces in the town, and even the ore from Sardinia was transported here to be smelted. Even after Gades took over some of the smelting tasks, the metal smelting output of Huerva was still very shocking. Aoni saw from afar on the ship that countless pillars of smoke rising into the sky along the coast. Under the guidance of the Huerva who was lurking among the crew, the merchant ship anchored at a remote, deserted beach. But while the Huerva went to inform his master, Aonis was nervous and a little uneasy. He thought to himself that if he found out that he had been tricked, he would immediately sail away. It would only be a delay, and he would have already made a loss on this voyage anyway. Unexpectedly, things went very smoothly. After waiting for a long time, the owner of the mine appeared. He brought many slaves and a pack full of silver bricks. After a discussion, the two quickly reached an agreement. Aonis used a ship of Turii wine that he had originally intended to sell at Saganto in exchange for nearly 500 pounds of silver bricks. It was obvious that Aonis had profited, but it was obvious that the mine owner had also given Aonis a sweetener for future transactions. Aonis suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and agreed with the mine owner on the time, place, and goods for the next trade. Only then did he board the merchant ship contentedly and prepare to sail away from the deserted beach amidst the cheers of the crew. At this time, several Carthage patrol ships suddenly appeared and completely surrounded him. Once again, Aonis and his crew were all captured. When the dejected Aonis was escorted onto the patrol ship, he saw that the man who had persuaded him to come to Vila, who had previously tried to curry favor with him, was now sneering at him. Aonis' heart immediately sank to the bottom. This was a conspiracy. Xianxia, a Phoenician colony in southern Iberia, was located east of the Pillars of Hercules and near the city of Malacca. It was the residence of the governor of Iberia appointed by Carthage, and the governor was the patriarch of the Maganid family, Mago. A few years ago, he had moved most of the family members, including his daughter, Dido, and supplies here. Xianxia had actually become the private territory of the Maganid family. The waters near the city were rich in mackerel and one of the main producers of Phoenician fish sauce. In the study of the governor's mansion, the main members of the Maganid family were having an important gathering. Sitting in the middle was the patriarch of the Maganid family, Carthage's governor of Iberia, Mago. This old man, who was almost 55 years old, had white hair and beard, and his face was full of wrinkles. It was a series of setbacks that had been carved on his face over the years, including the fiasco of the attack on Syracuse, his brother's suicide, repeated defeats under the attacks of Dionysius, the loss of the Maganid family's dominant position in the Senate, and so on. Only when he came to Iberia, with great power in his hands and no one holding him back, did he recover his former lofty aspirations, and his authority grew with each passing day. On his right was his brother Hamilco's eldest son, Hasdrubal. After more than 10 years of tempering, this young general who only knew how to charge and attack had become somewhat steady and reserved. Only, his pair of slightly fierce eyes were filled with heroism. On his left was Hamilco's second son, Hacker. Before coming to the Iberian Peninsula, he was still a thin and childish youth. Now, he was almost 30 years old. His figure was slender, and his physique could also be considered strong. Only, his face was a bit pale, and there was a bit of exhaustion between his brows. He had already become Mago's most indispensable arm. Nowadays, he was mainly in charge of the internal affairs of the Iberian territory, and the stability of the Maganid family's rule here could not go unnoticed because of him. Sitting next to Mago was a member of the distant branch of the Maganid family. In the process of expanding the territory and fighting with the indigenous people, he stood out and was highly regarded by Mago. He was careful in his thinking and steady in the use of troops. The indigenous people had raided the rear of the territory several times, but they were all seen through by him and eventually repelled, ensuring the safety of the Iberian territory. "Uncle, there is news from Huelva. What we planned has been successful. The greedy Dionia merchant and his merchant ship full of silver bricks have all been captured. Next, should we send them to Carthage?" The wooden chair Hacker was sitting on was specially made. The back of the chair was tilted back, so he could lie down and talk. As soon as he spoke, the exhaustion on his face disappeared, and his eyes shone. A smile finally appeared on Mako's serious face. His eyes shone with the excitement that he had been waiting for a long time. He said in a deep voice, "Let's follow your plan. At the same time, inform Preta Cuba and let him spread the news. Let everyone in Carthage know that Dionia is not only eyeing our silver mine, but has also begun to take action. Will that old man really give in and support Rome to fight against Dionia?" Hasdrubal did not have much confidence in the Senate of Carthage, so he asked with uncertainty. "Brother, right now, Carthage is full of dissatisfaction with Dionia. Be it the people or most of the senators, they all want to teach Dionia a lesson, but Hanno has not made a decision yet." Hacker laughed coldly. "It's just as pitiful pride as the person with the highest authority in Carthage. This matter will be like pouring oil on a burning stove. If he dares to delay, then his Sophie's time will come to an end. I hope that old man continues to obstruct the passing of the Senate. I want him to taste the pain of being kicked out of office by the people." Hasdrubal said, taking pleasure in Hacker's misfortune. "Don't underestimate Hanno. He will not easily give up the leadership of the Senate of Carthage. We need to continue to be vigilant and pay attention to the development of the situation in Carthage." Margot reminded. He knew how powerful Hanno was. Otherwise, he would not have reluctantly chosen to leave Carthage and go to Iberia. "Once Dionia and Carthage go to war, uncle, when should we send out our troops?" Hasdrubal looked at Margot with an eager expression. "I think it's best if we send out our troops when Carthage's army is defeated, and the people remember and appeal to the Magonid clan. The Senate pleads for us to send out our troops," Hacker suggested. Hacker's words lifted the spirits of the other three. The Magonid clan had been preparing for this operation for a long time. Their goal was to restore the clan's glory and regain control of the Senate. What if Dionia retreats because Rome is supported by Carthage? Kisego asked cautiously. Margot and Hasdrubal were stunned, but Hacker said with certainty, "Dionia will not retreat. The king of Dionia has always claimed that he is a man who keeps his promises, and he has done so since the establishment of Dionia. Therefore, the people of Dionia and its allies have always trusted him. If he chooses to retreat this time and allows Rome to annex his ally, Wolsey, not only will it disappoint the allies of Dionia, it will also cause the people of Dionia to lose their trust in him. The king of Dionia is a wise man, he will never make such a mistake." Margot nodded and sighed. Although the king of Dionia is young, he has had to fight many powerful enemies in order to fulfill his promise. He actually won in the end. How admirable. But this time, it will be difficult for him to win again. Because we are participating in the war, Hasdrubal said, unconvinced. Once Dionia starts a war with Carthage, what if Carthage's army wins consecutive victories? What should we do then? Kisco asked cautiously again. With the Carthage army that Hanno fostered? Hasdrubal said with a look of disdain. They only know how to bully the weak Namibians. Even if the Dionia were to encounter a drought, it is likely that they will be surrounded by enemies on all sides. But a lion is a lion after all, it is not something that wild dogs can deal with. In the end, they still have to rely on us. Hasdrubal held his head high, full of confidence. If Margot was still in Carthage in the past, he would be the first to actively request to lead the army into battle when an enemy infringed on Carthage's interests. But after staying in the Iberian Peninsula for so many years, his temperament had changed greatly. He nodded without hesitation. "Let's do it." Then, he looked around at the three of them and solemnly said, "Hacker, from now on, you have to stock up on grains, forge more weapons and equipment, and carefully prepare everything for the expedition." "Yes, uncle." Hasdrubal, you have to speed up the recruitment of soldiers and train the army. "Don't worry, uncle. Leave it to me." Kisco, hurry up and contact the Celtic tribes in the north of Iberia, sign a peace agreement with them, and hire their warriors to fight for us. Also, send envoys to our ally in the south, the Kingdom of Mauritania, and strive to get them to send reinforcements to fight with us. "Yes, Lord Governor." After the meeting, Margot returned to the backyard, the excitement in his heart still lingering in his chest. He said to the servant, "Pour me a glass of wine." A moment later, it was his daughter, Dido, who brought the wine. Already 21 years old, Dido was unusually beautiful, like a fruit that was about to ripen, but she was still unmarried. She asked softly, "Father, have you made a decision?" Brother Mara knew what she was asking about. Because of Dido's intelligence, Brother Mara did not avoid her when it came to important government affairs. Sometimes, he even asked her for advice. "Yes, it has been decided. I believe that in less than half a year, we will be able to return to Carthage amidst the cheers of the people. At that time, your marriage will also be settled." Since Dido was his only child, Marco gave her some autonomy in her marriage, and his daughter had very high standards. In addition, the Iberian region was indeed relatively backward, and there were no outstanding people, so his daughter's marriage became a worry for him. Dido didn't reply to him, instead frowning and sighing, "We're doing quite well in Iberia, why must we return to Carthage? Carthage is our root." Marco said seriously, "Our ancestors went through a lot of hardships to build that city. How can we abandon it so easily? Besides, if Carthage declines, our days in Iberia won't be any better, so no matter what, we have to protect Carthage's prosperity. But, the kingdom of Dionia is not so easy to deal with. It is much stronger than Syracuse in the past. I'm afraid that if we anger it, it will eventually bring us disaster." There was a lot of worry between Dido's eyebrows. "Dionia is strong, but our Carthage is also strong. What's more, now is the best time to attack Dionia, so you can rest assured. Besides, war is a man's business, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. If you have free time, go and help Hacker. He will be the busiest in the next period of time, and he needs someone to help him with some tasks. Otherwise, I'm afraid his body won't be able to hold on." As Marco said this, he raised his glass and sipped the wine. Obviously, he didn't want to listen to Dido's persuasion anymore. "Okay." Dido sighed faintly. 2 days later, Ionis and his crew were escorted into the city of Carthage. Almost all the citizens of Carthage who received the news in advance were mobilized. When they saw the carts of stolen goods, silver bricks, following closely behind these criminals, the citizens of Carthage were enraged. About half of the citizens of Carthage were merchants or engaged in business-related occupations. For the past 2 years, the people of Dionia had used tricks to break the commercial monopoly of Carthage in Sardinia, and the expulsion of Carthage merchants in Dionia some time ago had already made them resentful. Now that they saw everything in front of them, their anger could be imagined. "Damn thieves! Despicable and shameless people of Dionia! How dare they steal the wealth of our Carthage? We can't let them off so easily. Execute them! Execute these thieves who tried to steal our wealth. Let the people of Dionia know the power of our Carthage." Curses filled with hatred resounded throughout the city. Ionis and his crew were like small trees in the wind, trembling in fear under the wave of protests and curses. Against Dionia, Preta Cuba and a few other senators proposed in the Senate to hold a public trial for these criminals of Dionia. This time, Hanno did not go against the trend to stop it, and the proposal was passed. Soon, the court of 100 people set up their formation in the square. Ionis plucked up his courage and applied for the court to arrange for officials of Dionia to be present to hear his case in accordance with the agreement signed between Dionia and Carthage. However, he was rejected. Next, the mine owner who sold him the silver bullion became the plaintiff, accusing Ionis of colluding with his own miners and slave leaders to sell the silver bullion privately. Another Carthage slave with a wretched figure whom Ionis had never seen before became a witness. He regretted how he was bribed by the people of Dionia with a large sum of money and betrayed his master. Furthermore, this was not the first time such a transaction had taken place. The captain of the patrol ship in Vilva and his sailors unanimously identified that they had found the silver bullion on Ionis' merchant ship and witnessed the transaction with their own eyes. The evidence was so clear that the matter was clear at a glance. This Dionia merchant deliberately violated the agreement between the two parties and repeatedly stole and sold the silver bullion, an important resource of Carthage. In Carthage, the people shouted in unison, "Execute this man of Dionia!" Amidst the roars of anger, Ionis was sentenced to death along with his crew during the entire trial without even a chance to defend himself. Ionis and his crew were pale as they were pushed to the execution ground by the soldiers of Carthage in a daze. Although it was called the execution ground, it was actually the temple of Baal Harmon, the protector of Carthage. Baal-Hamon was a god revered by the Phoenicians. He controlled fire and was also known as the Lord of the Furnace. It was no wonder that the Carthaginians, who relied on metal processing and smelting as their main industry, would worship him. They would also sacrifice living people, mainly children, to him during certain celebrations or special occasions in order to obtain his protection. This time, sending the people of Dionia to Mount Bursa to be sacrificed was the idea of Protocuba and the other elders. They believed that if the proposal to support Rome was passed, Baal-Hamon would curse the enemy and give them the greatest protection in the upcoming war with Dionia. When Ionis and his crew were escorted to the huge bronze statue of Baal-Hamon, they saw a huge pit filled with flames at the bottom of the bronze statue. Standing at the edge of the pit, the hot air that blew against their faces seemed to be able to singe their hair. Push them down. Push them down. The people of Carthage, who followed them, shouted in a frenzy. The people of Carthage want to burn us to death. Amidst the sorrowful cries of his crew, Ionis recovered from his stupor. He bitterly regretted his greed and hated the shamelessness and cruelty of the people of Carthage even more. In a situation where death was inevitable, he glared at the people of Carthage and roared in a stern voice, "Despicable and shameless people of Carthage! In the name of the Hades, I, Ionis, hereby curse all of you. One day, your homes and your cities will be burned to ashes by this raging fire." After Ionis finished cursing, he loudly chanted the hymn of the Hades. The crew who were originally terrified gradually calmed down when they heard his voice. They also chanted loudly, "Just and strict Lord of the underworld, I fearlessly accept death. I come to your temple full of hope." The people of Carthage became even more furious. When the priest finished his prayers, they could not wait to push the people of Dionia into the pit of fire. They watched as the criminals became flaming men, dancing and screaming in the pit of fire. The people of Carthage cheered excitedly. However, although the hymn of the Hades was weak, it still continued, "Under your cross, all sins will have nowhere to hide." When the news that Legio III defeated Caiutini reached Thurii, it really surprised the Devers. His initial hope was that Legio III could teach the Caiutini a lesson and deter the few disobedient tribes of Samni. However, he did not expect to achieve such a great result. He had to reconsider whether to change the strategy against the Samni. A day later, he once again convened a meeting of the heads of departments, including the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate, in the palace. The Caiutini violated the covenant and invaded the territory of the Campanian alliance without authorization. They must be severely punished. We accept Caiutini's negotiation and release the captured soldiers on the condition that in order to prevent Caiutini from attacking the territory of the Campanians, the allies of Dionia, in the future, Caiutini must hand over the 3 towns of Capua, Laura, and Sassella to Dionia. Segavani must be judged by the Campanians, and the leader of Caiutini must be re-elected and must be recognized by Dionia. The Devers' words shocked everyone present. They did not expect the king to have such a huge appetite. Compared to the lenient policy he adopted for the Samni people after their defeat more than a decade ago, the request this time was much harsher. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid the Catini people will not agree to your request," Cornelis reminded. "Negotiation is negotiation. We will propose some difficult conditions, and according to Catini's response, we will gradually reduce them until both parties are satisfied. However, the bottom line is that Lola must be controlled by us, and the position of Catini's great leader must be re-elected. We cannot allow a person who has violated the covenant multiple times and hates Dionia to remain in this position," the Devers said firmly. "Your Majesty, with Catini's current strength, it will not be difficult to achieve this condition," the Foreign Affairs Minister Ansitanos said confidently. "However, the crushing defeat of the Catini people and our next request will probably raise the vigilance of the other Samni races. They have been dissatisfied with us before, and I'm afraid that there will be new trouble this time," Lucius reminded worriedly. "I agree with the decision made by your Majesty. Even without this incident, the Samni people's dissatisfaction with us, the people of Dionia, has always existed. As far as I know, the Samni people have always regarded the crushing defeat to Dionia and submission to us as a humiliation, and have always held a grudge against us. We will seize every opportunity to weaken them, so that even if the Samni people hate us, they will not have the strength to retaliate against us," Antares said loudly. Lucius glanced at Antares with slight dissatisfaction. This newly promoted rotating chairman had been very active recently, and it seemed like he was catching up from behind. The Devers, on the other hand, gave him a look of approval. He felt that it was the right decision to choose Antares as the rotating president. Compared to Kunigurata, Antares' ability to handle internal affairs was not weak, and he was proactive. More importantly, he took the initiative to cooperate with the Devers, so that some of the Devers' decisions and proposals could be implemented through the Senate more smoothly. This was better than the dead Kunigurata. Your Majesty, the condition you proposed is really great. The Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, was not blindly praising. From the perspective of military strategy, he said sincerely, if we can get Lola and Sasela, then we can connect with the Katini town of Nazara, which is friendly with us in the south of Campania, and the Abenalim region of the Hilpini tribe that is close to us. At the same time, with the support of our ally, the Campania alliance nearby, and our territories of Annona, Poseidonia, and Kopsa not far to the south, we can completely seal the Samanai people in the mountains and restrict their invasion and expansion. The Devers were happy that Helos could see through their intentions. He coughed and further reminded, not only do we have to restrict the Samanai people, but we also have to further accelerate the conquest and assimilation of them. The Samanai people trapped in the mountains, because of the barren land and lack of food, will either come out to rob or trade with us, which will give us more opportunities. In addition, we have to strengthen the military forces in the Downey region to prevent the angry Samanai people from advancing eastward and raiding our newly conquered territory. Oh yes, how is the preparation of the 11th Legion? With the strong support of Sir Antonio's, our military camp near Luceria has not only been built, but we have also conducted several rounds of military training. After listening to Helo's report, the Devers tapped his hand on the back of the chair. It seemed that Antonio's had gotten over the influence of Laodicion's case. In the past 2 years, not only had he stabilized the situation in Luceria, the central town of Downey, but he had also actively cooperated with the Ministry of Military Affairs. He pondered for a moment and said, now the candidate for the commander of the 11th Legion has not been confirmed. The Ministry of Military Affairs wants to warn the military trainers in the Downey barracks to pay attention to strengthening the security of the Western Mountains to prevent the Samanai people from attacking. Once there is a real enemy situation, Antonios can temporarily command the 11th Legion. At the same time, you have to tell Melisande that he is the commander of the 10th Legion in the Puchetti region. Once there is an abnormal military situation, immediately rush to the Downey region. Yes, Your Majesty. After getting a clear answer from Helos, the Devers turned to look at Ansitanos again. How is the roping in of the Frentani going? The Fiorentani lived in the low-lying mountains north of the Donny region, close to the Adriatic coast. Although they claimed to be a branch of the Samni, they were not very aggressive and their numbers were not very large. Although the Samanai people did not recognize this race, they rarely invaded them. Of course, this might also have something to do with their land being too barren. Ever since the Frentani signed a friendly agreement with us, they are no longer as nervous as they were at the beginning. They know that we, the Dionia, have always kept our promises. While Ansitanos was speaking, Minister of Commerce Marigi interrupted, Your Majesty, the market we have set up at the Typhurnus River, the boundary river between Frentani and Downey, is very lively now. Every day, there are Frentani tribes of all sizes bringing mountain products, ores, wood, to exchange for grain, olive oil, pottery, and other goods. They are not as cautious and barbaric as the Samanai people used to trade with us. The Devers nodded and suddenly remembered something. He asked Helos, I remember that a few months ago, the Frentani people once asked us if we could send a fleet to patrol their coast to drive away the ferocious pirates. How is it going? Your Majesty, the 4th Fleet has specially sent a few warships to patrol the coast for them. There have been several battles with pirates who attempted to go ashore to rob them. For this reason, Miltias, this is the naval commander of the 4th Fleet, wrote a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs, requesting to increase the number of warships. Helos replied. I remember this. 2 months ago, I approved a document from the Ministry of Military Affairs, adding 5 3-oared warships to the 4th Fleet. The Devers tapped the table with his fingers and muttered, the Frentani people are now far more dependent on us than they are on the Samanai people. If we really have a war with the Samanai people in the future, I believe that the Frentani people will eventually stand on our side. After saying that, the Devers changed the topic. Alright, everyone. Although the negotiations with the Samonai people have not yet begun, we still have to make preparations in advance. Once we really obtain the 3 cities of Lola, Sicila, and Capsa, we can move people there as soon as possible, quickly occupying and stabilizing the eastern part of the Campania plains. The Minister of Household Registration, Raphias, immediately reminded, Your Majesty, in the past few years, the registered probationary citizens and freedmen have been successively assigned to the Apulia region. The Apulia region includes Mashapi, Puchetti, and Downey. Now, there is a lot of empty land in the Downey region, but there is not enough new population to fill it, so it has to be designated as public land for the kingdom. Unless the freedmen who have just moved to Dionia are sent to Campania. The Devers frowned. In the early days of Dionia's development, they had to adopt such an extreme method due to the urgency of the situation. But now, they no longer wanted to use such a method to lower the quality of the entire people and increase the difficulty of governance. At this time, Despot interrupted, Your Majesty, there is enough new population in the kingdom. They can move to Campania. Raphias looked at him in surprise. Where are these people you mentioned? The Devers reacted. You mean, the children and the tribes? Over the years, except for the old, the sick, and the disabled, the young and the strong of the tribes have gradually become independent. If it were not for the slaves, it would be difficult for those tribes to even graze. Despot lamented the decline of the tribes in Lucania, but he also knew that this was the general trend. After more than 10 years, most of the children in the tribes have now become adults. Their desire for independence, to establish a family, and to own a piece of land is stronger than the tribal warriors in the past. Moreover, most of them are reserve soldiers of Legio III. After settling in Campania, they can directly become the main force to stabilize that area and defend against the Simonians. The Devers were overjoyed. In this way, not only would the population problem of moving to Campania be solved, but the problem of the remaining tribes would also be solved. As the king, he considered more and turned to look at Sidorum. The situation that Vespa mentioned should also exist in the tribes of Burdi, right? Yes, Your Majesty. But it should not be as many as in Lucania. Sidorum pondered and replied, During the Southern Italian War, there was a rebellion in the Burdi region. In the end, many tribes were completely dismantled and destroyed, then I'll have to trouble the 2 sirs to go to Lucania and Burdi respectively to count the young people of the tribes who are willing to settle in Campania, and finally report to Raphias. Once the negotiations with Caltini are completed, arrange for them to go immediately. When the Devers finished speaking, they were also relieved. At first, the tribes of Lucania and Burdi were kept because Dionia was not strong enough, so they compromised. Later, when they conquered Masapi and Puchetti, they were much more brutal. From the beginning, they completely broke up the tribes. Although it caused more turmoil, it also made these 2 areas completely free of tribal problems. Now, the Devers saw the hope of completely solving the tribes of Lucania and Burdi. Your Majesty, should Legio III wait until the negotiations with the Simonians are over before leaving? Helos asked. The Devers said, The Campanians are not in a hurry to urge Legio III to leave. They even hope that Legio III can stay for a while longer to prevent the Samonai's subsequent retaliation. So, we don't have to worry. Anyway, they will supply the military food. We will wait until the negotiations are over and our citizens have settled in the new territory before leaving. But this way, the defense of Lucania municipality will be empty. If the Samonai risk an attack, even with the Abenalum blocking the front, I'm still worried about the safety of Capsa and Potentia. Your Majesty, now that there is a shortage of food in the country, and it is impossible to mobilize the legions from other areas to garrison, can you send a senior team officer to Lucania municipality to organize the reserve soldiers in the area and coastal towns and take precautions in advance? Helos continued to suggest. In the military system of the Kingdom of Dionia, the Legio III's jurisdiction was the largest in terms of the number of soldiers and the range of training required for the legions. Not only did it include Lucania municipality, but it also included a part of southern Campania and some coastal towns. The young citizens of Elia, Posidonia, and Annona also had to receive training from Legio III and be conscripted during wartime. The Devers agreed with Helos's caution and said, yes, the Ministry of Military Affairs will decide on the candidate to be sent to Lucania. Your Majesty, I recommend Xanthoparis to carry out the task of forming a new legion in Lucania. Helos had already considered the candidate. Xanthoparis? The Devers looked at Helos. Xanthoparis has been in the Legion and the Ministry of Military Affairs for many years. Not only is he rich in combat experience, but he is also familiar with military affairs. Now that he is idle at home, he is the best candidate to build and command the Legion, Helos said frankly. It seemed that Helos did not just recommend Xanthoparis because of their past friendship. After listening to the explanation, the Devers also felt that this candidate was quite suitable. They breathed a sigh of relief and asked, how is his health? He works out every day, so he's quite healthy, Helos replied. As a matter of fact, with the daily reports from the intelligence department, Devers had a good understanding of Xanthoparis's physical condition. He only asked this question to let the others in the room know, in case they objected. Then let's choose him. Devers immediately made a decision. Xanthoparis's removal from his position as a prosecutor in the Ministry of Military Affairs could be considered a form of compensation. Yes, Your Majesty. Next, let's talk about Rome. The Devers looked around and said in a serious tone, the cunning Rome used the excuse of waiting for their 2 military officials to return before discussing our request, but in fact, they are stepping up their attack on the Volsci town of Saturnicum. At the same time, they also sent more troops to sneak attack the Volsci coastal town of Antium, attacking the Volsci hinterland. Our messengers protested to the Rome, but once again, they were perfunctorily ignored by the Rome Senate. The dignity of the Kingdom of Dionia will not allow the Rome to make a fool out of us, and the Volsci who are in danger will continue to receive our help. My lords, under such circumstances, what should the Dionia do? Of course we should fulfill our alliance with the Volsci, send reinforcements to repel the Rome, and take back the Volsci's lost territory. Antares said loudly. Cornelis and Lucius looked at each other, and Cornelis did not hesitate this time. Your Majesty, we cannot let the Volsci be conquered by Rome. Otherwise, the reputation of the Dionia in central Italy will be severely damaged. We must send troops. But can the Volsci guarantee the food supply for the troops we send? I have asked the Volsci messenger, and he promised that he can guarantee at least 2 months of food supply for one of our legions. In addition, they can also seek food aid from their neighbors, the enemies of Rome, the Hernici. Therefore, we do not have to worry about food supply for the time being. The Devers' answer stopped Cornelis's doubts. Your Majesty, can we only send 1 legion? Mercies asked. With foreign countries providing food for free, he could not wait to send all his legions to relieve the pressure on the food supply in the empire. The Volsci is only a small force in the Latin region of central Italy. They have already done their best to guarantee a few months of food supply for a legion of more than 9,000 people. The Devers' answer disappointed Mercies slightly. Your Majesty, as far as I know, Rome is not like Catini. This city-state is very powerful. I am afraid that it will be difficult to defeat the Rome's army with just 1 legion. Helos was a little worried. Due to the Devers' influence, he had a better understanding of the situation in Rome. The Devers smiled. Although the military strength of 1 legion is a little small, we have the powerful Volsci as our ally. In addition, the Volsci are also preparing to join forces with the Hernici, Marsi, and Aquis to fight against Rome. Therefore, although we only have 1 legion, we are not fighting alone. Moreover, we only need to defeat the Rome, not annihilate them. Therefore, I feel that 1 legion is enough for the time being. At this point, the Devers asked, Helos, which legion do you think is more suitable to send? Helos thought about it seriously and said, Your Majesty, the 2nd Legion, Legio IV, and 5th Legion participated in the Dauni War. The 8th Legion also started a war against the Sicuri in Sicily, and Legio III just finished fighting against the Catini. Logically, this time it should be the 1st Legion, Legio VI, and 7th Legion. The 9th and 10th Legions have not been established for long and have not participated in any major battles. They lack combat experience and do not have the ability to fight on their own. I think it is best to send the 1st Legion. Legion Commander Amintas is experienced, and the 1st Legion is the strongest. Sending him to the Latin region shows how much we value the Volsci. After listening to Helos, the Devers were a little hesitant. After more than a decade, the senior generals were either promoted to the Ministry of Military Affairs, such as Helos, Capus, Felicius, Hieronymus, etc., or they were promoted to higher-ranking commanders, such as Alexis and the former Antonios. Some were transferred to local government affairs, such as Epitones, Agathia, and Adrianx. There were also some who were too old or tired of fighting and did nothing at home, such as Xanthoparus and Alpines. Only Amyntas insisted on being the legion commander and did not want to leave, just like Dracos in the past. Divers believed that Dracos was indeed very experienced and brave in battle. The first legion he led also had astonishing combat power and was an incomparably sharp knife. However, Amyntas was impatient and did things carelessly. He was worried about leading an army to fight alone, especially far away from Dionia and fighting against an excellent general like Camillus in Rome. However, the Devers could not say this reason out loud. After all, Amyntas was a veteran general and a Senate senator. He was quite famous, so he said, "I remember that the legion commander of Legio VI is Trotiras. During the decisive battle against the Mapu alliance, the outstanding performance of the Legio VI under his command left a deep impression on me. This is the first time we are going to help the Volsci. There is no need to send our strongest legion. It is not good to be too enthusiastic." Helos understood the meaning behind the Devers' words. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, if we send Legio VI, Lord Amyntas will probably have an opinion if he finds out." The Devers comforted him, "If Amyntas has an opinion, you can ask him to come to me." Helos could not say anything else, so he decided to send Legio VI to fight against the Volsci. At this time, Lucius reminded him with a little worry, "Your Majesty, if we go to war with Rome, I am afraid that Carthage will have an opinion." This was indeed a problem that needed to be considered. The Devers even knew through the intelligence department that the Carthage Senate had even discussed this matter for several days. However, he did not hesitate to say, "We are protecting our allies and helping them fight against a strong enemy. This is a legitimate action that cannot be criticized. If we have to consider what Carthage will think about everything, it will not only restrict our hands and feet, but also make the people think that we are too weak. This will damage the prestige of the southern overlord." Your Majesty is right. The relationship between Carthage and us in the past 2 years is not very good. Through this action, we can test Carthage's attitude towards us, Sidorum responded. The Devers nodded and said to Helos, "Inform the commander of the 8th Legion, Persosus, to be vigilant, strengthen the defense, and always pay attention to the movement of Carthage in the west of Sicily." At this time, the palace herald, Aristyras, hurried over and knocked on the door of the office. After getting the permission of the Devers, he walked into the room and handed the papyrus scroll in his hand to the Devers. After reading it, the Devers' face became a little ugly. Facing the curious eyes of the crowd, he said in a deep voice, "Carthage has responded. They killed our merchants and crew without our permission." In the afternoon after the Devers received the news, the envoy of Carthage rushed to Thurii. This time, it was not the old acquaintance of Dionia, Ocradon, who came, but Pretacuba. At the urgent meeting of the Dionia Senate at his request, the leader of the Magonid faction in the Senate of Carthage faced the angry and puzzled gazes of hundreds of Dionia senators and said loudly with a face full of indignation, "People of Dionia, since we, Carthage, signed a friendly agreement with you more than 10 years ago, we have always been very friendly to you. When you were struggling to resist the army of Syracuse, Carthage selflessly provided you with a lot of resources. When you occupied the territory of Syracuse in Sicily, the situation was very turbulent. It was Carthage who took the initiative to divide the areas under their jurisdiction with you, helping you to stabilize the situation in Sicily. These years, the prosperity of trade in Dionia should be attributed to the merchants of Carthage. But you," Pretacuba emphasized his tone and snapped, "you have used all kinds of means to attack the merchants of Carthage and restrict them from trading within Dionia. You have also violated the agreement and used tricks to secretly trade with Sardinia. What angers us even more is that you have even coveted our silver mines and repeatedly sent people to the Iberian Peninsula to secretly buy the silver that we were preparing to sell to Tyre. The people of Carthage are angry at the despicable actions of the people of Dionia against Carthage and strongly demand that our Senate retaliate. But based on the long-standing friendship between the two countries, the Senate sent me to protest to you and ask that you ensure that the following points can continue to be maintained. Pretacuba's words caused the entire Senate to boil over. The senators, who had been accustomed to the respectful attitude of visiting foreign envoys for more than a decade, were shocked by the arrogant attitude of the people of Carthage and were even angrier. The angry rebukes and curses of the senators of Dionia immediately filled the entire venue. Pretacuba was not afraid at all. He turned around and faced the man at the back of the center of the venue. Although it was his first time coming to Turii, he knew who the real decision-maker of the kingdom was. After receiving the information from Aristiras in the morning, the Devers were already mentally prepared, but they did not expect the envoy of Carthage to come so quickly. At this moment, he looked calm and said slowly, "Tell me, what is Carthage's request?" As soon as he said this, the venue became much quieter. Pretacuba was surprised by the degree to which the Devers controlled the Senate. At the same time, the Devers' face was neither angry nor happy, which gave him a sense of inscrutability. He calmed himself down and said loudly again, "Carthage's request is first, compensate the several Carthage merchants who were punished in Dionia and allow the Carthage merchants to sell grain in Dionia without any price restrictions. Secondly, stop at once any trade with Sardinia from your towns on the western coast, and never sell anything to it. Thirdly, Dionia shall completely open its domestic market to Carthage and allow Carthage merchants to trade freely in Dionia without any interference. Fourthly, no vessel of Dionia shall pass through the waters south of the line of Malta, Sauris, Sardinia, and the Balearic Islands. Fifth, do not interfere with any actions of Carthage's ally, Rome, and stop opposing it." After Pretacuba said this, the hall became silent. The Devers loosened his grip on the armrest of the wooden chair and looked at the senators whose eyes were burning with anger. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Senators of Dionia! The elites of the kingdom! Can we accept Carthage's rude request?" "No." Angry shouts erupted in the hall, almost tearing the roof off. The guards outside the hall were also startled by the commotion. They looked at each other, trying to guess what was going on inside. At this moment, a soldier suddenly pointed at the square in front of him and said excitedly, "Quick! Look! Look! Rain! It's rain!" Due to the 8 months of drought, the ground of the Victory Square had become dry and cracked. Now, black spots appeared, and the number of black spots increased rapidly. The tourists who were queuing up in front of the fountain to draw water put down the clay pots in their hands and stretched their hands to the sky. Their expressions of disbelief turned into ecstasy. "It's raining! It's finally raining! Thank you, Hades, for bringing us rain!" Just when they were in ecstasy, the sound of rolling thunder resounded in the sky. The originally disgusting sunny sky suddenly darkened, and a strong wind suddenly blew. The originally sparse raindrops quickly became denser, and in a moment, it became a heavy downpour. When the guard captain rushed into the hall, the Devers suddenly stood up from their wooden chairs, looking down at the Carthage envoy in front of them, and said word by word, "This is the answer of the Senate of Dionia." Pretacuba had already expected such a response from Dionia. He raised his head and said in a deep voice, "In this case, Carthage can only cancel the friendly agreement with Dionia. And I want to remind you that Rome is an ally of Carthage. If you go to war with Rome, Carthage will definitely support Rome according to the agreement." The Devers frowned and was about to respond. The guard captain's excited voice rang in the hall, "Your Majesty! My lords! It's raining! It's raining in Turis!" These senators, who had always been steady and wise in front of the people, could not hide the excitement in their hearts when they heard this. They completely ignored the important meeting that was being held and immediately ran out of the hall. Although it was still afternoon, the sky in Turis had already darkened. Even though there were eaves blocking the main entrance of the hall, the strong wind still sent large amounts of rain in, completely drenching the entire steps and platform. The thin bolton on the senators' bodies was soon drenched by the rain mixed with the strong wind, but the senators did not feel it at all. They cheered and jumped with joy like the people, and some like Amintas and Matones even rushed into the curtain of rain, enjoying the washing of the rain. Just when the senators were in ecstasy, an excited voice rang in their ears, "This is a divine omen. The omen of Hades." When Syracuse invaded Dionia, Hades resurrected the fountain of Turis, and we defeated the powerful Syracuse. Today, in the face of the threat of Carthage, Pluto has once again sent us the rain that we desperately need. With his blessing, we have nothing to fear. Plazinas raised his arms and shouted. His words excited the senators. Even Cornelis, Lysias, and the others, who were worried about a war with Carthage, gained a lot of confidence. Pretacuba did not think much of it. At this moment, the voice of the Devers rang in his ears. In fact, I am very happy that Carthage has cancelled the friendly agreement with us, and I welcome you to launch a war against Dionia, so that we can have the opportunity to avenge those Dionia sailors and merchants who were cruelly burned to death by your flames. Pretacuba turned his head to look at the serious-looking Devers and said proudly with confidence, Carthage is not someone that Dionia can defeat now. A sneer appeared on the Devers' face, just by relying on the Carthage citizen soldiers who have been tortured by the Numidian riots. Or is it the mercenaries of the almost independent kingdom of Iberia that your master Margot has occupied that give you confidence? Pretacuba's face darkened. The people of Dionia actually know so much about the inside story of Carthage? After the excitement of the reign, the senators returned to the venue. Then they would face the possible threat of war from Carthage, but none of the senators regretted at this time that they had rejected the proposal of the envoy of Carthage too firmly before. The senators who could sit in this position were not fools. From the harsh conditions put forward by the envoy of Carthage, they had deeply felt the hostility of Carthage towards Dionia. As one of the most powerful countries in the Western Mediterranean, it was impossible for Dionia to accept these humiliating conditions of peace negotiations and restrict its own development, let alone stop rescuing the Wolsey people for fear of Carthage's declaration of war. With the possibility of a major war coming, this approach would only make the many Italian indigenous forces that could become the arms of Dionia leave Dionia. Since the matter of aiding Wolsey could not be cancelled, and it was imminent, if what the envoy of Carthage said just now was the intention of the Senate of Carthage and not just a threat, a war with Carthage would soon come. Therefore, the senators began to discuss with the king of the Devers on how to take precautions for war. The first problem to be solved was the food problem. As long as the food supply was guaranteed, the kingdom of Dionia could gather enough soldiers to deal with any enemy invasion. Therefore, the Minister of Agriculture, Bucos, was asked to continue to observe the weather in the next few days. If there was continuous rain in all parts of southern Italy, then the Ministry of Agriculture should take action and let the people of Dionia plant some crops that were about to ripen to reduce the pressure on food, and at the same time, make careful preparations for the next spring plowing. At the same time, the senators also requested that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should send an envoy to Egypt and do their best to establish friendly relations with the Egyptian pharaoh, hoping to receive food aid from this country that had the reputation of the largest granary of the Mediterranean. In addition, they also suggested that the king of the Devers postpone the negotiations with Caltini, to avoid being too forceful and forcing the Samnite people to side with Carthage in the upcoming war. They also suggested that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should try to send envoys to the various forces in the Western Mediterranean, to try to get them to side with Dionia in the war. The Greek city-states that were friendly with Dionia on Sicily in the south, such as Gela, Agrigento, Tyndaris, and so on, were the first targets that the envoys of Dionia had to visit. It was necessary to ensure that before the arrival of Carthage's army, they would stand firmly with Dionia, and provide a certain amount of food supplies to the Dionysian army to reduce the logistical pressure of the Dionysian army. Although Syracuse had been greatly weakened due to the continuous civil strife over the past decade, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It was still the largest Greek city-state on Sicily, excluding the Sicilian cities of Dionia. Even though it had been at odds with Dionia for the past few years and had little contact with them, the senators still hoped that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would send envoys to try to rope in Syracuse as much as possible, or at least make it remain neutral. Further south, Cyrenaica, on the land of Libya, was also a target of Dionia. If Dionia could establish an alliance with it, then it would divert Carthage's attention in the east of the continent of Africa. In the north of Dionia, to ease the tense relationship with the Samni, strengthen the military defense with the Campanian alliance, strengthen the friendly relations with Brentani, and strengthen the friendly exchanges with Abenalum and Nuceria. This was to prevent the Samni, which was an unstable factor, and to protect the northern border of the kingdom of Dionia. Further north, in the center of Italy, in addition to Wolsey, Dionia would also send envoys to win over the Aqui, the Marsi, the Sabines, and many other races and forces that had conflicts with Rome to unite against Rome. This would make up for the shortage of troops that Dionia could not send out due to the drought, and at the same time, it would also prepare for Dionia to enter the center of Italy in the future. The senators also did not forget the north of Italy. There were two archenemies of Rome, the Etruscans who were being conquered and the Celts who had previously suffered a crushing defeat. They asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to also send envoys to these areas, especially the northern part of Etrusca, hoping that they could unite with the kingdom and attack Rome from the north, so that both sides could not look after each other. In the west of Dionysia, there were several Greek colonial city-states on the Iberian Peninsula, such as Zakynthos and Hemorrhoskapion, which divers had proposed that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs send an emissary to contact, were the city-states that divers had proposed. In the eyes of the senators, the Iberian Peninsula was too far away from Dionia, but the Devers believed that there was a huge force established by the Carthage-Magonid family in the southern part of Iberia, which would be a threat to Dionia, so they had to prepare in advance. As for the east, Sparta, which was far from Dionia, was maintaining a strong position in Greece. If it knew that Dionia, which it feared, was facing the threat of war, not only would it not lend a helping hand, but it would also have other ideas. But the Devers was not too worried about this. Although he did not know much about Greek history in his previous life, he also knew that Sparta's domination of Greece could not last long. Even if he had transmigrated to this era, the butterfly effect caused by it may have changed some of the history that should have happened, but the Thebes and Athens would still be Sparta's #1 enemy. After all, Sparta's own strength and the measures it implemented determined that it could not annex the Thebes, which were not much weaker than it, and would inevitably suffer a backlash from the Thebes. Therefore, Dionysia only focused on Egypt as a friendly target. Of course, no matter how good the preparation was, it ultimately depended on military victory. As for the military deployment, the senators had developed a long-term habit, absolute trust in the Devers' leadership, and some taboos, so they generally did not take the initiative to ask about specific military plans and troop deployments. But in order to reassure the senators, the Devers still took the initiative to let Helos give a detailed account of Dionia's deployment in response to the upcoming war at the Senate meeting. On the northern front, the Ministry of Military Affairs was ready to send a legion to Wolsey to unite with other forces to repel the attack of the Rome. Legio III was still stationed in the territory of the Campania alliance, and at the same time, a general was sent to organize the reserve soldiers in Lucania municipality to restore the defense of this area, strengthen the training of the newly established 11th Legion, improve its combat effectiveness as soon as possible, and prevent the possible invasion of the Simonians. Pucetti's 10th Legion was on standby, ready to quickly reinforce the north at any time. In the south, the 8th Legion began to mobilize, ready to defend against the possible attack of Carthage's army at any time. Once the war started, its commander, Prososus, would be given the authority to expand the army. At the same time, the 7th Legion in the Locri area was also ready at any time. Once the pressure on the battlefield in Sicily increased, it would be transported to Sicily and rendezvous with the 8th Legion. On the naval side, once Carthage started the war, Sicorion would quickly lead the First Fleet to the south and rendezvous with the Second Fleet stationed in Cadnae. While ensuring the security of the southern waters of Dionia, they would also look for opportunities to fight the Carthage navy. In fact, in the preliminary military plan, except for Legio III and Legio VI, which was about to go to Wolsey, the other troops were still in preparation. They were not even assembled, because this was the only way to reduce unnecessary food consumption. This was only a war plan, and everything had to be adjusted according to the development of the war. In the face of the huge war crisis that was about to come, the elders of Dionia did not argue pointlessly. They scrambled to offer suggestions and improve the plan to deal with the crisis. The meeting lasted until dusk. The Devers returned to the mansion and had dinner. It was already evening, and the heavy downpour of Turiae had turned into a drizzle. Perhaps it had been a long time since they had seen rain, so Christoia and Agnes asked the slaves to move their sleeping mattresses to the porch outside the living room. The two of them lay down and chatted through the thin curtain of rain while enjoying the rain. It was a different kind of atmosphere. The children, Eunice, Apox, Bryants, and Avril, excitedly rushed into the curtain of rain, stepping on the puddles that reached their feet, and started a water fight. After dinner, the Devers also moved their mattresses out and lay down between the two of them. "What are you talking about? Why are you so happy?" the Devers asked casually. Sister Agnes said that she finally doesn't have to see the people who prayed to Hera go back in disappointment. "They are so happy that they are jumping and screaming in the temple, and my sister can't bear to chase them out." Kristoya turned her body sideways and said to him, "Sister Agnes said that she doesn't have to see the people who prayed to Hera anymore." "The people also prayed to Hera for rain?" the Devers asked, slightly surprised. "Not at first." Agnes lay on her side and slightly raised her head, revealing her smooth neck. She frowned slightly and said, "But maybe after they prayed to Hades, the drought didn't get any relief, so they turned to Hera. I think they may have prayed to Heracles, Apollo, and other gods. I can understand their feelings. This drought has lasted for more than 8 months. If your majesty didn't let the kingdom open the granaries in time, use the treasury, and let the city halls sell food at fair prices to help the people, who knows how many people would have starved to death," Kristoya said with a sigh, looking at her husband with eyes that flowed with admiration. Agnes was the same. Kristoya even quietly stretched out her slender white left foot and placed it on the inside of the Devers' left leg, gently rubbing it. The Devers was in no mood to enjoy such tender affection at the moment. He said seriously, "Kristoya, although the drought has ended, there hasn't been a single grain of grain harvested in the south this year. So your bank still needs to continue lending to the people so that they can have the money to buy grain and seeds in the coming time, so that they can last until next year's autumn harvest." As she didn't get a response from her intimate actions just now, Kristoya took the opportunity to express her dissatisfaction. "We still have to give them loans? I'm running a bank, not a charity. Don't you know that there are already many people who can't afford to buy grain and are constantly borrowing from us? The banks in every city are feeling strapped for funds, and you still want to expand the scope of loans. I'm afraid that in a few months, our bank will be emptied. And by the end of next year, these people who borrow money may not even be able to repay the money." "Kristoya," the Devers said in a low voice, "do you know who usually benefits the most after a drought? After such a terrible drought, there are still people who benefit." Agnes was puzzled. Kristoya obviously wasn't Agnes, who didn't understand the ways of the world. She thought for a moment, then replied, "Merchants. More accurately, wealthy merchants and nobles." The Devers sighed lightly, "Whether it's a drought, flood, locust plague, or earthquake. The first to be unable to bear it are the farmers who rely on the weather. Not only will a disaster cause them to lose a grain of grain, it can also make them quickly exhaust the little money left in their families. In order to survive, they can only borrow from these wealthy nobles and merchants at usury. In the end, when they can't repay the money, they can only use their land as collateral, and even sell their own children. In the end, they even mortgage themselves and become slaves. That's too tragic." Agnes' face was full of pity. "That's in other city-states. In the kingdom of Dionia, we have our bank. Even if other rich people dare to lend usury, no one will borrow from them," Kristoya said proudly. "Yes, in other city-states." At this point, the Devers suddenly sighed. The problem of debt was very serious in many city-states in the Mediterranean. Back then, it was because of debt and land that the people of Athens finally rebelled, forcing Christian to implement the reform of the original democratic system of government in Athens. A few days ago, he had learned from Aristides that the conflict between the nobles and the commoners in the north of Rome had intensified, and the focus was also on land and debt. Thus, he said with a serious face, "Kristoya, since the bank has already helped them, let's help them to the very end. We're the royal family of Dionia, and the whole kingdom belongs to us. We can't just watch as the people of the kingdom can't afford to buy food and seeds. In the end, they have to borrow usury from the merchants, allowing them to annex their land, and even become their slaves. This will not only destroy the stability of the kingdom, but also reduce our source of soldiers and taxes. It will also make these rich people who have annexed large amounts of land a hidden danger that will be difficult to control. So, your bank isn't just used to make money, it's also an important tool for our family to stabilize the kingdom, so that the throne can be passed down for a long time." His last sentence made Kristoya's eyes light up. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? Every time you make a request, I will do it seriously." At this point, she propped her upper body up with her hands and leaned towards the Devers' couch, almost nestling against his chest. Her eyes wandered as she said softly, "You've been busy with the drought for the past few months. It's finally raining today, so you should relax. Let me and my sister accompany you tonight, sister." Although Christosia's voice was soft, Agnes could still hear her, and she immediately blushed. The Devers was moved. The drought and the possibility of war had put a lot of pressure on him. He really needed to relax. He was about to tease the shy Agnes when a female slave rushed through the rain. "Master, the guards reported that Elder Amintas insists on seeing you." "It's so late, and Amintas still wants to see me?" The Devers' heart skipped a beat. He gently rubbed Crystal's fragrant shoulders and smiled. "I'll go see Amintas first. You two wait for me in the bedroom tonight." With that, he got up and went to the study. Seeing the Devers leave, the smile on Crystal's face disappeared. Her expression became serious. "Agnes, don't you think it's strange? It's raining for the first time in 8 months, and His Majesty isn't very happy. It's already so late, but Amintas still wants to see you. Something important must have happened. I think it's probably war." "War?" Agnes jumped in fright, revealing a look of worry. Crystal stood up from the couch and shouted towards the outside, "Molina! Hurry and bring the children in. They'll catch a cold if they stay in the rain for too long." With that, she looked at Agnes and said in an unquestionable tone, "Tonight, the two of us will accompany His Majesty and let him relax. Come to my bedroom." "Okay. Okay." In the end, Agnes's concern for the Devers prevailed over her shyness, and she nodded hesitantly. In the Devers' study, Amintas straightforwardly stated his intentions. "Your Majesty, I'm here to ask you to send the First Legion to Wolsey to help them repel the people of Rome." The Devers was not surprised. He had already guessed it when he heard that Amintas had come to see him. He looked at the old general whose hair had begun to turn white but was still strong. He said earnestly, "Amintas, my old friend, Rome is just a small enemy to Dionia. You are the legion commander with the most combat experience, and the first legion that you lead is the strongest legion. Our real enemy is in the south, on Sicily Island, in Africa. Once Carthage declares war on us, your first legion will be the first to be sent to Sicily to face the strongest enemy since the founding of Dionia, Carthage. The first legion has to be used where it counts. I hope you understand that." Hearing this, Amintas looked slightly hesitant, but he quickly became firm again. "Your Majesty, the Second Legion, Legio IV, Legio V, and even Legio VI are not weaker than the First Legion. They can completely repel the attack of Carthage. But going north to fight against Rome is a rare opportunity to lead an independent army. I hope your Majesty can give me such a chance." Amintas spoke very bluntly, but this was his style. The Devers saw the determination in Amintas' eyes. He suddenly understood. All these years, this comrade who had followed him from Persia to Greece had given him many support, but he never asked for anything in return. He had always stayed in the army, resolutely carried out his orders, and became his sharp knife to attack the enemy. But it was not that he did not care. Anthony led the army alone and conquered Syracuse in Sicily, Alexis led the army alone and conquered Casa, Ionona, and later, Downey, Helos, who was younger than him, led the army alone and conquered the Locri region. Even Prososus, Leotychides, who became a citizen of Dionia after the establishment of the Dionia alliance, led the army alone and conquered the Sycure people. Recently, Lazaru, who was born in Lucania, led the Legio III and the Campanian alliance to defeat the Catini. Amintas, who thought that he was older and more experienced than them, would definitely feel resentful. As a general, who did not want to lead the army alone, defeat the enemy, and win glory for himself, it seems that I have neglected this. The Devers tapped his fingers on the back of the chair. Reject Amintas' request? This would undoubtedly hurt his old friend's heart, and it would make his old comrades feel that after becoming king, he had alienated them. But to agree to Amintas' request? He was indeed worried that Amintas, who was already brave in battle, would put the First Legion in a difficult situation because of his eagerness to make a contribution. Then what should I do? The Devers pondered, and his eyes gradually lit up. He slowly said, Amintas, I can inform the Ministry of Military Affairs to send the First Legion to Wolsey, but you have to promise me one thing. Seeing that the Devers did not speak for a long time, Amyntas thought that he would not agree. When he heard this, he was overjoyed and quickly said, "Don't say one thing, I will agree to 10 requests, as long as you let me go." The Devers smiled and said, "It's not a difficult request, but it will be very helpful to you. You should know Portolans, right? He once helped Alexis to seize Copsa and Annona, and previously helped Lazaru to defeat the Catini. He knows the situation in the north very well. I will send him to help you, and I believe that he will be very helpful to you in defeating the Rome people. Your Majesty, rest assured, I am very happy to work with Portolans, and I will definitely get along well with him." Amyntas immediately made a promise. The Devers nodded and said, "Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, you will be busy preparing for the expedition. It is best to lead the First Legion to the expedition the day after tomorrow." "Yes, Your Majesty." Amyntas immediately stood up and solemnly saluted. He felt that he could not express the excitement and gratitude in his heart, so he stepped forward and gave the Devers a strong hug. The Devers watched him leave excitedly, and his heart was quite touched. In the past few years, he had somewhat neglected the feelings of these old people. Should he consider them more in the future? After sending off Amyntas, the Devers was thinking that he should immediately rush to Cristonia's bedroom to see if his 2 wives were really waiting for him together. Cristonia's joking suggestion had quite tempted him. Just then, a servant came to report that Sostatus was asking for an audience. The Devers was stunned. Why did this guy come so late at night? When Cunigarata was alive, he had mentioned his eldest son to the Devers several times, saying that he had a carefree personality, hated work, and liked to fantasize. But in fact, according to Aristaeus' investigation, Sostatus was actually very talented in business. Especially after the Southern Italian War, Sostatus used the money he had previously earned to build a relatively large fleet. He seized the business opportunity of Dionia obtaining a large amount of land but lacking manpower and materials, and continuously transported Greek immigrants from the eastern Mediterranean. At the same time, he opened up the sea trade route between Carthage and Egypt, which was rich in grain, and bought a large amount of low-priced grain. While earning a lot of money for himself, he also contributed to the stability of Dionia's new territory. After that, Sostatus continued to open up new trade routes, such as the Celtic region to the north of the Iberian Peninsula, the Illyrian region to the north of the Adriatic Sea. He used the daily commodities and wine of Dionia to exchange for unique goods from these regions, such as gold, silver, iron, zinc, and various other metal ores, amber, agate, fur, and other rare goods, which once again increased his wealth. At the same time, he also loved to help other Dionia merchants, often funding them, and liked to cooperate with them in sea trade. Now, he was already a famous merchant in the kingdom, especially among the merchants in the Thurii region. Therefore, even if it was not for his father's sake, the Dionia Devers would not treat him lightly. "Your Majesty, I know Aeones. He was born a slave and has always been cautious. How would he dare to boldly go to Carthage's forbidden land and secretly purchase silver ore? This is clearly a false accusation by the Carthage. They did not go through the trial together with our officials and suddenly killed them. This must be because the people of Carthage have a guilty conscience. It's a pity that Aeones and the 50 sailors were wronged and died in vain. Now, their families are crying. I originally hoped that they would earn enough money to return home and raise their parents, wives, and children. Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for them and clear their names. Make the people of Carthage compensate them." The moment Sostatus entered the study, he complained to the Devers that Aeones and the others had been wronged. "Aeones was once a slave of your family, wasn't he?" The Devers did not express their opinion and asked in return. "Yes, Your Majesty. He was originally a farmer in Satsuma Island. Because he was unable to repay his huge debts, he sold himself as a slave. Later, he was sold to my family. Because he had always been diligent, my father gave him his freedom. 2 years ago, he became a citizen of the kingdom and has been in charge of selling our Thurii wine to the Celtic region in the west, as well as the Greek city-states in the Iberian Peninsula. His business has always been very good. But this time... Sigh. Damn the people of Carthage." Sostatus let out a long sigh and wiped his tears with his hand. His eyes were filled with regret and resentment. The Devers stared at him. Through his intelligence, he knew that Ioannis was a merchant supported by Sostatus. He was a distributor of the Chamber of Commerce he established, so his expression and behavior were not a pretense. So, he said calmly, I can no longer protest to the Carthage because they have torn up the friendly agreement with our kingdom. What? Sostatus widened his eyes and asked anxiously, Your Majesty, why would the Carthage do this? On the surface, they are protesting that our merchants are harming their monopoly of trade. They also want to abide by the alliance and help their ally, the Rome, to prohibit us from meddling in the affairs of central Italy. The Devers said calmly, basically, the Carthage wants to take this opportunity to strike a blow to Ionia, so as to prevent the kingdom from expanding too quickly and affecting the survival of Carthage. Sostatus was stunned when he heard this. He asked in a trembling voice, that means the war between Ionia and the Carthage may break out? The Devers nodded. Very likely. Sostatus suddenly stood up and rubbed his hands vigorously. He kept muttering something, looking very agitated. Do you feel that it is a pity? Because your caravan may no longer be able to trade with the Carthage, the Devers asked curiously when they saw his strange behavior. No, Your Majesty. Sostatus clenched his right fist excitedly and said loudly, This is great. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. The Carthage have monopolized the trade with the other Phoenician city-states, as well as the metal smelting and trade in the western Mediterranean Sea. They also control Africana, Sardinia, Corsica, and southern Iberia. They won't let us meddle in. We should have used force to break this monopoly long ago and taken all of these away. The Devers had thought that Sostatus was afraid of the coming war. They did not expect him to be happy about the possibility of war. They had underestimated the greed of merchants. Dives stroked his chin and asked, If a war really breaks out, the powerful Carthage and the powerful Rome are not weak either. Sostatus, aren't you afraid that our Dionysia will be defeated? Your Majesty. Sostatus sat down again and said confidently, All these years, I've been to many places to trade, but I've never seen any country or city-state stronger than Ionia. Not to mention, Your Majesty. With you around, Ionia will not fail. You have a lot of confidence in me. Devers smiled and then said with a solemn expression, However, there is a reason why the people of Carthage dared to tear up the agreement and support Rome at this time. It is because of the drought that we lack food. Without food, we won't be able to send our troops to fight. We can only passively take a beating. Under such circumstances, even the most powerful commander will not be able to win the war. After hearing this, Sostatus fell into deep thought. After a while, he made up his mind and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I am willing to send a fleet to Egypt or the Yoke Sea in the eastern Mediterranean to buy a large amount of food and donate it to the kingdom for free to support the army. I am also willing to call on the other merchants in the kingdom to do the same thing as me. But I hope. Sostatus did not finish his sentence. He looked at Devers with anticipation. Devers was overjoyed and understood the meaning behind Sostatus' words. He did not think that merchants like Sostatus who dared to take a gamble before the situation was clear were greedy. Instead, he admired their courage. He immediately made a promise, Ionia will never forget these merchants who dared to donate their wealth and help the kingdom in times of crisis. After victory, they will all receive the rewards they need. Sostatus smiled with satisfaction. 2 days later. His wife, Rita, saw Amyntas rushing to go out and said hurriedly, Amyntas, you haven't had your porridge. It's too late. Amyntas stood on the porch and looked up at the sky that was starting to brighten. He took a big bite of the bread in his hand and shouted back into the house, Stephos, hurry up. Father, don't worry. It's useless for you to go so early. His Majesty, the senators, and the soldiers of the First Legion are probably not here yet, Stephos, who was sitting at the dining table, said. I am the commander of the expedition. I have to set an example for the whole army. Hurry up, or I will beat you up. Amyntas said impatiently. Stephos stood up helplessly. This was his adoptive father's style. He was already used to it. Father, don't forget to bring me the spoils of war when you come back, a young boy sitting at the dining table reminded him loudly. Another younger child also shouted, Father, brother, when I grow up, I want to fight with you and kill the bad guys. Amyntas' attitude towards them was much better. He grinned and said, Crocus, how can I forget what I said? When I come back, I will bring you a cart full of spoils of war. Felkas, be a good boy and listen to your mother at home. When you grow up, your father will definitely take you to the battlefield to kill the enemy. In a mansion on the outskirts of the southern city of Turris, Patroclus had already finished his breakfast and spent some time with Xianxia. When the sky was bright, he stood up reluctantly and said, Xianxia, it's time for me to go. Although Xianxia was also extremely reluctant, she was not an ordinary woman after all. After going forward and giving Patroclus a loving hug, she said with concern, Be careful and come home as soon as possible. Patroclus smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, the First Legion will eliminate the enemy as soon as possible and come home as soon as possible. I still want to see the birth of the child with my own eyes. Patroclus caressed his wife's obviously protruding belly with a gentle expression. You have to take good care of yourself while I'm away. Okay. Xianxia nodded gently. I'm leaving. Patroclus said loudly, as if he was reminding himself. Oh. Don't forget to bring the helmet that my brother gave you. You'll receive the blessing of the Hades. Xianxia reminded him loudly. The Devers are the descendants of the Hades. This was no longer a rumor, but an irrefutable fact of the kingdom. It was deeply ingrained in the hearts of every citizen, including the royal family. Xianxia firmly believed in this. Therefore, she believed that the helmet given by the son of the Devers, Cultivation, who also had the bloodline of the Hades, must carry the blessing of the Hades. How could I forget? That's a helmet given by the descendant of the Hades, the future king. Patroclus laughed. It was indeed a good helmet, but the silver surface was too conspicuous, so he painted it black. Xianxia leaned against the courtyard door, her heart filled with longing and worry as she watched her husband leave with the slaves carrying his armor and weapons. At this moment, she deeply understood the feelings that Christonia and Agnes felt every time they saw their father off to war. It is not good weather for an army to assemble for battle in drizzly weather, because it hinders the march. However, the continuous drizzle made the citizens and soldiers of Dionia happy. It meant that the bitter drought was finally over. Therefore, the First Legion and the citizens who came to see them off outside the city of Turii allowed the drizzle to wet their cheeks, but their expressions were more relaxed. The Devers did not say much to Amyntas, who was dressed in armor. They encouraged him with their usual words, Amyntas, I await the news of your victory. Don't worry, your majesty. Amyntas saluted the Devers confidently, then turned to face the 9,000 soldiers, including the First Legion, and waved his right arm with force, brothers of the First Legion and the First Legion. Victory! 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 The soldiers' roars resounded throughout the Bari plains. The Devers stood straight and listened to the loud cheers with a solemn expression, but their hearts were filled with excitement. The First Legion's morale is high. Let's hope that we can return victorious in our first battle against the Rome. Move out. Amyntas gave the order. The bugle sounded. The soldiers in straw raincoats, with weapons and armor on their shoulders, lined up in a long line and marched towards the port. Wolsey was in the north. Why did they have to go to the port? Because the soldiers at the western mountain pass fortress of Turii reported that because of the continuous rain over the past few days, not only were the roads slippery, but silt and trees fell from the mountains from time to time, blocking the roads. Therefore, the Ministry of Military Affairs decided to let the expeditionary troops not go through the mountains in the west. Instead, they would take a boat to Silatina, then to Trine, and then take a boat north to Wolsey. The whole journey might take even less time. The Devers looked at the imposing soldiers marching towards the port, and his expression gradually turned solemn. He knew that this might be the beginning of a large-scale war. Topyrus felt very aggrieved. He had been trapped in the hotel for 8 or 9 days in a row. The people of Rome blocked the entrance every day, protesting and cursing. The soldiers of Rome guarded the entrance, saying that it was to protect their safety, but in fact, it was to restrict them from going out. And for such a long time, they did not see a single official from Rome come to tell them about the progress of the discussion on whether the Senate of Rome should stop the war with the Wolsey. At this time, Topyrus already understood that the people of Rome were obviously stalling. They had no intention of stopping the war at all. This despicable act of toying with the Dionia emissaries and ignoring the dignity of the kingdom of Dionia made him very angry. Just as Topyrus was about to leave, an official from Rome finally appeared. He vaguely remembered that the man walking towards him was the senator of Rome called Paulus. The senators of Rome are even more difficult to meet than the king of Dionia. They haven't shown up for more than 10 days and don't let us out. I thought that Rome was going to imprison us here. I almost couldn't help but want to send someone to Thurii for help. As soon as Topyrus saw him, he said sarcastically and threateningly, not caring that the timidity in his words would damage his reputation. Paulus remained unmoved and said, "Esteemed Dionysian emissary, you have seen the chaotic situation outside the hotel. We are doing this to protect your lives. In the past 10 days, the Senate has been engaged in a heated debate about Dionia's proposal. There has been no clear result, so we didn't inform you." "So, there is a result now?" Topyrus raised his eyebrows slightly. "Yes," Paulus said with a serious expression, "Wolsey and Rome are enemies. When Rome was still weak, the Wolsey had been relying on their strength to constantly invade the land of Rome and kill the people of Rome. The citizens of Rome are determined to eradicate this mortal enemy, Wolsey, in this war. So in an emergency meeting of the citizens, they passed the proposal to continue the war with an overwhelming majority. So I'm sorry, Topyrus was not disappointed or shocked. In fact, before leaving Thurii, the king of Devers had vaguely expressed his hope that Rome would reject this proposal. The main task Topyrus shouldered was to go deep into the city of Rome and understand the details of the politics, military, society, and other aspects of the city. Although they were restricted and could not go out, they had already bribed the servants and low-level service staff in this hotel, so they knew a lot of things. At this moment, Topyrus asked with a faint smile, "It sounds like, you guys even held a citizen meeting?" "Because the Senate couldn't come to a consensus, we had no choice but to seek help from the General Assembly," Paulus said solemnly. "Alright, I can only bring your decision back and tell His Majesty the King." Topyrus looked regretful, but in reality, he had long desired to leave this godforsaken place. "I've really wronged you by making you stay in the hotel all this time. To express our apology, this is a gift from the Senate to you and your entourage on behalf of the citizens of Rome." Paulus waved his hand, and the accompanying soldiers carried 2 boxes. When he opened it, he saw that it was filled to the brim with silver coins, which added up to at least 2 talent. The previous delay was to allow Rome to occupy as much of Volsky's land as possible in order to increase its leverage in negotiations with Dionia. After receiving the explicit support of Carthage yesterday, Rome, who had become more courageous, did not really want to go to war with the Kingdom of Dionia after rejecting the proposal of the Kingdom of Dionia. Even with the help of Carthage, a war with the Kingdom of Dionia would definitely cause some losses to Rome. Therefore, they tried to avoid it as much as possible. Therefore, they used money to bribe the emissaries of Dionia, hoping that they would put in some good words for them. Topyrus blinked and said, "Thank you." He accepted it without any hesitation. Of course, he did not want to keep the money for himself, because according to the law enacted the year before last, accepting gifts from foreign countries was a form of bribery. If he was greedy for money, the Ministry of Supervision would probably receive a report from his entourage in the emissary group not long after he returned to Thurii, and they would start accusing him. He just wanted to bring back the money from Rome and hand it over to the Ministry of Finance. It was also a small contribution from his trip to Rome. As for putting in some good words for the Kingdom of Rome, that was impossible. Topyrus would only tell the king of Devers everything he saw and heard in Rome. For the safety of the Dionia emissary group, the Senate of Rome even arranged for a patrol to escort them to the port of Ostia. When Topyrus and his entourage walked out of the hotel, countless Roman citizens shouted at them fiercely, "People of Dionia, Rome does not welcome you. Get out of Rome like a dog. Damn people of Rome, how dare you threaten us with war and try to steal our land? Let me tell you, the people of Rome are not afraid of war. We will kill as many as you come." Not only did they curse, but they also threw things at the Dionia emissary group, but most of them were blocked by the patrol soldiers with long shields. Cassius, the captain of the patrol, apologized repeatedly, "I'm really sorry, these guys are rude and ignorant, but when it comes to war, they are very brave warriors. I hope you don't mind." Was he apologizing? Topyrus' eyes narrowed into slits, and he said faintly, I heard that there are many rude and ignorant civilians in Rome. When they turn their ferocity against the enemy to the nobles of Rome, I'm afraid you won't feel good either. Cassius' face darkened when he heard that. In the afternoon, the Dionia emissary group left the port of Ostia. The news of the defeat of the Ceutini tribe spread throughout the Samni region, causing a great shock. The alliance of the four major tribes of Samni immediately held an emergency meeting at the request of the Ceutini people to discuss how to deal with the matter. The meeting was held in Cottium. Respected leaders, the people of Dionia violated the covenant and sent their army to ambush the people of Ceutini who went out to plunder in the Campania plain. Caught off guard, our leader, Segavani, and more than 2,000 warriors were captured, more than 3,000 warriors were killed and injured, and all tribes suffered heavy losses. After the battle, the Ceutini alliance immediately sent people to negotiate with the people of Dionia in Campania, but they refused to release our captured tribesmen and leaders, and they arrogantly warned us to stop all hostile activities. Now, the army of Dionia is stationed in Tazala, threatening the territory to the west of Ceutini like a hungry wolf. The tribes living around the towns of Lola, Cessala, and Capua are all afraid of being destroyed, so they have migrated to the mountains. Now the entire Ceutini region is in chaos. I implore the leaders to work together to stop the invasion of the people of Dionia and avenge the dead people of Ceutini, considering that we are all descendants of Savone. The leader of another major tribe living in the city of Cottium, Eusebique, pleaded with a tearful voice. When we entered the city, I think everyone saw the tragedy in Cottium. We can't let the people of Dionia go on like this, or else Cottium's today will be our tomorrow. The leader of the Caracini tribe, Contruk, stood up angrily. The Caracini tribe lived in the middle of the mountains. They were surrounded by the Pentine, Hilpini, and the so-called Samni branch, the Forentani. They were the smallest in number and territory, but they were also the most courageous, adhering to the ancient traditions of the Samni. I said 10 years ago, don't be afraid of the people of Dionia. Even if they kill many of our warriors, we, as the descendants of the wolf god Savone, will fight them to the end. Although Contruk was over 50 years old, his voice was as loud as a bell. He pointed at the leader of the Pentine tribe, Bartani, you kneeled to the enemy for the sake of your father and people who were captured, but when your father returned, he committed suicide out of shame. Don't you want revenge? And you, Contruk pointed at the leader of the Hilpini tribe and reprimanded, in the war 10 years ago, your tribe suffered the most casualties, and you even lost large areas of land such as Cosa and Annona. As the leader, you didn't want to avenge them and take back your territory, but instead, you fawned on the enemy like a dog. What happened in the end? The people of Dionia didn't give you any benefits. Instead, they treacherously alienated the friendly relationship between your tribes, causing the Abenelum to not listen to your orders, and instead become friends with the people of Dionia. This is a disgrace. And you, Cottium. Contruk pointed at Eusebique, if it wasn't for your leader supporting those two idiots to sign the alliance with Dionia, he wouldn't have become a prisoner of the enemy today. Look at the areas like Nuceria. The people there have given up their faith in the great wolf god and worshipped the gods of the foreign races. This is a betrayal of their ancestors. This is blasphemy. Today's fiasco is Savone's punishment for all of you. Riiskek, Bardani, and Eusebique were ashamed by Contruk's scolding. Since Contruk was the leader of the Samnese tribe for nearly 30 years, he was the oldest and had a lot of prestige in the tribal alliance. Therefore, even if they were dissatisfied, they couldn't refute. At this time, Roan, the high priest of the four major Samnese tribes, also said sternly, the insidious and cunning people of Dionia have sinister intentions against us. Not only do they want to destroy our people, but they also want to replace our great gods with evil gods. They want to destroy our traditions and make us Samnese their slaves. We can't bear it anymore. We must pick up our weapons and fight them to the end. We must drive them out of the mountains, take back our land, and restore our traditional beliefs. It's not enough to drive them out of the mountains. We must give them a heavy blow so that they won't dare to offend us Samnese again. Contruk emphasized again. Give Dionia a heavy blow? That's easy to say. The younger Bardani couldn't help but refute, do you know how big the kingdom of Dionia is? How many people are there? They can easily organize an army of 100,000 people, but can we gather 40,000 soldiers? brat, are you still a brave Samanese? Show me your courage. Don't be fooled by the thick iron shells those Greeks wear. A Samanese warrior can easily defeat 3 or 4 Greek soldiers. Kentruk shouted. Old man. Bardani was also angered by Kentruk's scolding. He sneered, you've been in the mountains for too long, you don't understand this situation outside at all. The Dionia soldiers are not comparable to the Greek soldiers. They can become the most terrifying force in Italy in just a dozen years, not because of their numbers. Kentruk was so angry that he roared, you coward. Coward. You don't deserve to be the great leader of the Pentni army. Whether I deserve to be the great leader of the Pentni army or not, it's up to the people of the Pentni army to decide. There's no need for an outsider who doesn't know anything to talk nonsense here. Everyone, please be quiet. Are we here today just to quarrel? Leskok held down Kentruk, who was about to get up and scold back, and then said to him sincerely, Dear great leader, Bardani is right about one thing. More than 10 years ago, I saw the power of the Dionysian army with my own eyes. After so many years of development, their strength has become even stronger. But we really can't retreat anymore, we must stand up and fight back. Leskok's words satisfied Kentruk. He snorted and stopped making noise. However, how to fight against the powerful Dionia requires us to think carefully. Leskok continued, first of all, it's best to trick the Dionia into releasing the thousands of captive Katini tribesmen. This will not only enhance our strength, but also allow us to have no worries in the battle. Therefore, we have to pretend to respectfully agree to some of the conditions of the Dionia, deceiving them into letting their guard down. Hearing this, Yuzabik nodded repeatedly. Kentruk snorted and did not say anything. Secondly, it's best not to fight the Dionia on the plains. They have a large number of people, and they wear heavy armor. They also have cavalry. It's more difficult for us to defeat them. But if we can lure them into the mountains, we can display the strengths of our warriors and cause a lot of trouble to the Dionia. That's right, we should fight the Dionia in the mountains that we're familiar with. Bardani agreed loudly. But how can we lure the Dionia into the mountains? The Greeks are not fools. They have always hated fighting in the mountains. Kentruk raised his doubts. We can discuss this problem slowly. I'm sure we can come up with a good solution. Although Leskok said so, his confident expression showed that he had already considered it. At this moment, he said with a serious expression, we still have an important problem to solve. We need to gather tens of thousands of warriors to fight against Dionia. It's possible for a short period of time, but I'm afraid that we won't have that much food in the long run. With Dionia's vast territory, they won't be defeated in a short period of time. These words hit the nail on the head, causing the others to fall into deep thought. The Samanai region was barren, but there was not enough food for a long-term battle. Bardani looked at Kentruk and the high priest, then exchanged glances with Leskok and interrupted, back then, we organized more than 40,000 warriors to attack Potentia, but we received food aid from Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse. So we need an ally. He can provide us with the food we urgently need, and at the same time help us share the pressure of Dionia's attack. Leskok took the opportunity and said loudly. Ally? Who's willing to be an ally of the Samanai? Kentruk said subconsciously. For decades, the Samanai had been very powerful in south-central Italy. They had always been the ones who bullied others. They did not need any allies, nor did they have the habit of forming an alliance. Except for a fiasco more than 10 years ago, which forced them to become an ally of Dionia, Kentruk had been brooding over it. Leskok smiled slightly. Yesterday, Carthage's messenger came to Beneventum. Xianxia, a Volscian town, bordered to the south by the Tyrrhenian Sea and situated on a promontory. To the west was a mountain, and to the east was a plain, which had been developed into large tracts of farmland by the Volscians. To the north, the coastal area was a series of swamps formed by the convergence of several rivers. This unique topography made Xianxia easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it an important town for the Volscians. As the mountain races developed, they often had common characteristics. Due to the increase in population, they had to expand to the lowlands to obtain more land to support their population. Therefore, the area of the lowlands that the Volsci now owned was larger than the mountainous area. They also made Xianxia and another coastal town, Taraka, not far away, as the center of the Volsky alliance. On this day at the beginning of October, a huge fleet sailed from the sea to the south of Xianxia. At the forefront of this fleet were 33 oared warships, followed by more than 200 passenger ships, and then another 33 oared warships. The entire fleet was surrounded by several dozen small and medium-sized warships. It was a very impressive sight. The Volsky messenger, Mate Bora, pointed at the vague outline of the town on the distant coast and said loudly to Amintas, "General, look, that's Xianxia." Amintas, who had been tossing and turning at sea for nearly 2 days, looked tired. However, when he heard this, he immediately perked up. He turned around and said, "Blow the bugle and remind our brothers in the 1st Legion and the middle-aids of the 3rd Fleet that we are preparing to enter the port." After giving the order, he said to Mate Bora, "It's a pity that you Volsky don't have a military port. Otherwise, our fleet could directly station at Xianxia's port. With the cooperation of the warships, it would be easier for us to attack the Romans." Mate Bora immediately said, "General Amintas, we can immediately start building the military port under your guidance." Although the Volsky had owned the coastal town for decades, they were, after all, a mountainous race. They were not good at sailing and were not very interested in it. Their shipbuilding skills were lackluster, and the number of warships they owned was also very few. It was the same for Rome. None of the powers in central Italy had a strong navy. By the time your military port is built, the Romans would have long been defeated by us. Amintas smiled confidently. Mate Bora could only smile apologetically. "General, the warships are starting to turn around." Adjutant Hippograta pointed to the front and reminded him. "The 3rd Fleet has been guarding us for 2 days. It's really hard on them. I believe that I will have the chance to work with middle-aids in the future. I won't thank him this time." Amintas looked at the warships passing by and ordered, "Get ready to enter the port." Of course, the port of Sels could not be compared to the port of Naples. Not only was it narrow, but it was also less efficient. Hence, the speed at which the Daionia fleet entered the port was very slow. However, there were many high-ranking members of the Volsky alliance who came to welcome the 1st Legion. Almost all the Volsky towns had sent their important figures. Not only that, but the representatives of the Aurunci and Sidixi had also arrived. These two small races living between the Volsky alliance and the Campanian alliance had also been persuaded by the Volsky to join the war. Aminta's translator was temporarily useless because Mate Bora, the Volsky envoy, was there to introduce him to the 1st Legion. In fact, since the Volsky and Campanians had a good relationship and traded with each other from time to time, most of the high-ranking members of the Volsky alliance could speak Greek. However, their strange pronunciation made it difficult for Amintas to understand them. "Sir Amintas, this is the consul of Sels, Tullus. This is the consul of Fundi, Belerius. This is the consul of Preverneu, Catamontelos." Most of the Volsky towns adopted a system of government with a single consul. The consul would be elected once a year, which was a remnant of the mountain tribes' tradition. In fact, the Volsky alliance was much looser than the Campanian alliance. In theory, every Volsky town was equal in the alliance, and there was no rule about who was the leader. However, the fierce attacks of the Rome forced them to unite even more tightly. With Sels and Preverneu as the center, they fought against the Rome together. Therefore, when they welcomed Amintas, their gratitude was sincere. Amintas was also surprised to see 2 Daionia representatives. The first was Printos, a staff officer from the Ministry of Military Affairs. After receiving the order from the Ministry of Military Affairs, he came directly from Naples to Sels and waited to meet up with the 1st Legion. "Commander Amintas, I have been ordered to go to the 1st Legion and listen to your command." Printos, who was dressed in a military uniform, stepped forward and solemnly saluted. After returning the salute, Amintas laughed and said, "What command? I only know that His Majesty sent you here to help me win the war. You have to give me more good suggestions like you did for Alexis and Lazaru." Printos immediately replied, "No problem, as long as the commander is willing to listen." "All right, let's have a good chat later." Amintas smiled and patted his shoulder. He then looked at the other Daionia representative. "Sir Amintas, I am Topyrus from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have been ordered to provide you with some information about Rome." After arriving at Port Ostia, Topyrus received orders from the Devers to come to Celse alone. His Majesty is so considerate of the First Legion. Amyntas immediately expressed his welcome to Topyrus. Unlike the Campanians, the Volsci did not hold a grand banquet to welcome the arrival of the Dionysian army. Instead, they cautiously asked Amyntas if he could explain the situation of the war to him in detail and discuss how the two sides should work together to fight against the Romans. Amyntas agreed without a second thought. This made the Volsci's impression of the Daionia rise to a whole new level. So, the two sides held a military meeting in the meeting room of the governor's residence in Celse. When the cowhide map of Volsci and the surrounding area was unfolded on the table, Amyntas and Printo's eyes widened. Although the map was crude and not very accurate, it was at least more detailed than the map of central Italy produced by the Daionia Ministry of Military Affairs. After all, there were many races and forces in this area, and some forces did not welcome outsiders. Besides, the Daionia did not have a base here, so the intelligence department of Aristyrus could not send his men to explore the inland. As the two studied the map, the governor of Celse, Tullus, pointed at the map and said in Greek, "General Amyntas and General Printos, more than a month ago, more than 30,000 Romans invaded Volsci's territory and surrounded the city of Villator. As we had just suffered a defeat against the Romans not long ago, we barely managed to gather 20,000 men to rescue them. They fought the Romans outside Villator, but we suffered another defeat." At this point, Tullus's face was a mixture of anger and shame. He coughed and continued, "After we retreated, the Romans began to attack Villator. They used a terrible siege machine that could launch stones from afar and bombarded the walls. In the end, they blasted a hole in the wall and caused the fall of Villator." Printos was shocked. "Do the Romans also know how to make ballistae?" As a senator of Daionia, Amyntas had been attending the emergency meeting of the Senate regarding the affairs of Carthage. After he was appointed by the Devers, he also went to the Ministry of Military Affairs to read some secret information about Rome, so he knew a lot of things. When he saw the surprise on Printo's face, he whispered to him, "It should be from the people of Carthage. They have formed a military alliance with the people of Rome, and it is said that they have sent ships to provide weapons and equipment to Rome. Before I left Thurii, the envoy of Carthage went to our Senate to express his support for the people of Rome and tore up the agreement with us. The Ministry of Military Affairs did have information about the people of Carthage secretly trying to develop ballistae and siege towers." But Printos was even more shocked. Because in the current situation, there was a high possibility that a war would break out between Carthage and Daionia. Tullus noticed the change in the expressions of the two generals of Daionia, but he did not stop talking. After the Romans captured Villator, they continued to attack Saturnicum. "This time, we learned our lesson and did not fight with the people of Rome. Instead, we defended the city with all our strength, so we repelled the attacks of the people of Rome many times, but..." Tullus said angrily again, 10 days ago, another army of Rome suddenly attacked Antium. As most of the citizens of Antium went to help Saturnicum, they were caught off guard and succeeded in their sneak attack. After the Roman army occupied Antium, they quickly moved south along the coast. In order to prevent being cut off by them, most of our reinforcements had to withdraw from Saturnicum. Tullus's face showed a pained expression. He sighed and said, "What is the situation in Saturnicum now?" "We are not sure, but there are not many soldiers in the city. I am afraid they will not last long. But we can't help them now, because the attack of the Roman army is very fast, and this area..." Tullus drew a small circle on the map with his finger. "There are no big towns, only a lot of villages and a few small cities. The terrain is very flat. Although there are a few rivers, they are easy to cross. So we hurriedly organized an army to intercept them, but they were defeated by the people of Rome. Now they have reached the city of Xianxia." Amyntas found that the place Tullus was pointing at did not seem to be too far from Xianxia, so he immediately interrupted, "How far is this city from us?" "About 40 miles. Tullus's answer made Amyntas and Printos look at each other. Their eyes expressed the same thought. No wonder the Volsci are in such a hurry to hold a military meeting. The people of Rome are almost at their doorstep. Tullus's finger moved slightly south on the map, pointing at another city very close to Xianxia. "Now our reinforcements are concentrated in Polophonum, but the cunning people of Rome have stopped attacking Xianxia. Instead, they have built a camp not far from the city. We have been in a stalemate for a few days, but once the other army of Rome takes our city, I am afraid that will be the time for them to attack. Tullus finished with a worried look, and the others in the room also looked worried. Amyntas thought for a moment, then pointed at the icon of Polyphonum on the map and asked, "How many people do you have here?" "About 12,000, Tullus answered. "This is the largest force our Wolsey alliance can muster, and this includes the 3,000 reinforcements that Orlongsai and Ctesiphon sent to us." Tullus didn't bother to hide his true strength after replying, and he emphasized, "This is the largest force our Wolsey alliance can muster." The Volsci people present were ashamed and a little sad. The Volsci that once dominated the Latin region was now in a situation where they could not even muster 10,000 soldiers. Topyrus, who was listening at the side, had a look of realization. No wonder there were not many Volsci citizens in the port and the city. Amyntas did not care about this. He pointed at the icon of Xianxia and asked, "How many Rome soldiers are here?" "I am afraid there are no less than 12,000, because there are 2 magistrates in the Roman army this time. According to the rules of Rome, under normal circumstances, a magistrate will lead a legion into battle. Their legion has about 5,000 soldiers, plus some troops from Rome's allies." Before Tullus could finish, Topyrus could not help but exclaim, "Rome also has a legion?" Amyntas looked at him and said calmly, "Yes, Rome also has a legion. And its organization is a little similar to our Dionysius legion." Before coming here, Amyntas had specially gone to the Ministry of Military Affairs to learn some information about Rome. When he saw the description of Rome's military system, he was also shocked. He thought to himself, "The Romans have secretly learned our Dionysius legion tactics." But because of this, he did not underestimate the Roman army. More than 12,000 soldiers. If they join up with another Roman army with more than 30,000 soldiers, then the Roman army near Xianxia will have nearly 50,000 soldiers, Amyntas said slowly. The Wolsey people in the room looked solemn. When they first formed an alliance with Dionysia, they thought that this powerful southern ally would send more troops here. They did not expect that they would only send 10,000 soldiers. Of course, after listening to Mephila's explanation that Dionysia could not send more troops because of the drought, they understood. In fact, Wolsey also found it a little difficult to supply food to more than 10,000 Dionysian army and their own army. Amyntas also looked solemn. Of course, he knew that no matter how brave the First Legion was, it was impossible for them to defeat 50,000 Roman soldiers. According to the information, the Roman people had been fighting for a long time, and they were definitely not as easy to deal with as the weak Tarentum people. He stared at the map and thought for a while. Then, he pointed to the west of Polevernham and said resolutely, "Tomorrow, I will lead my troops to camp here. Then, we will see if we can lure the Roman army to fight with us." After Amyntas finished speaking, he looked around the room. When his eyes fell on Printos, he paused for a moment and asked hesitantly, "Printos, do you have any suggestions?" If it was the old Alexis, she would first ask for Printos's opinion and then make her own decision after careful consideration. Obviously, Amyntas had not gotten used to the existence of Printos. His question was obviously perfunctory. Printos compared the styles of these 2 important Dionysia generals in his mind. He shook his head gently and said, "I don't have any opinions. The Legion commander's decision is correct." Indeed, Polevernham was an important town in Wolsey. The First Legion was building a camp on the west side of it. The 2 camps were like horns to each other, which undoubtedly made it difficult for the Roman army to attack. The west side of the camp was the swamp area. This way, they would be able to establish a relatively rough defense line to protect the 2 most important towns in Wolsey, Tercina and Xianxia, as well as the surrounding fields and villages. This also ensured that these towns and villages would continue to provide logistical support to the camp. Of course, if the Roman army gave up the attack on Xianxia city and Dionysius camp and forced their way through the large gap between the camp and the swamp area to attack Xianxia, which was defenseless in the rear, the Roman army would have to take the risk of being beaten up. Printos was analyzing the pros and cons of Amyntas' decision in his mind. Printos expressed his agreement, but before the Wolsey people could say anything, Amyntas had already slammed the table and said, "This matter is settled. Tomorrow morning, I will set off with the army." The next morning, in the Roman barracks outside the city of Xianxia, Camillus got up early as usual. He took the linen cloth that was soaked in water from New Poo, washed his face, and had some breakfast. At this time, his son Lucius, who was also the cavalry commander of this army, according to the Roman military system, the cavalry commander was the second in command of an army, entered the main tent as usual to greet his father. "Is there anything unusual?" Camillus asked immediately. "It's the same as before, nothing has changed," Lucius replied casually. Seeing his son's habitual expression, Camillus immediately reminded him cautiously, "Don't let your guard down. The Senate has informed us that they rejected the proposal of the Daionia a few days ago and will continue the war against the Volsci to the end. So, the Daionia are likely to join the war. We must be vigilant and be ready at all times, because the reinforcements of the Daionia may appear at any time. The Senate is right to reject the unreasonable request of the Daionia. How can we give up the victory and land that the citizens of Rome have fought for with their blood and lives just because of the threat of the Daionia?" Lucius said indignantly. He was already in his 40s, but he still retained his hot-bloodedness. He did not inherit his father's gentle and steady character. That being said, this undoubtedly adds a lot of potential difficulties to the war, Camillus said with slight worry. Lucius immediately said confidently, "Father, in the past 10 years, not only has the land of Rome greatly expanded, but the number of our citizens has also increased rapidly. At the beginning of this year, the Senate counted the number of civil militias of suitable age in the city of Rome and the established colonies. This does not include the Latin allies, not to mention that we have the help of Carthage. It's fine if the Daionia don't come. If they dare to come, they will know the power of the Roman army." Camillus didn't want to argue with his son. He waved his hand and urged, "You should send the cavalry to carry out the reconnaissance mission." After Lucius left, Camillus put on his armor with the help of the servants and began his daily routine of patrolling the barracks. Wherever he went, the soldiers would respectfully call his name. But in fact, Camillus was not his real name, but a nickname he used in his childhood. It came from the name of a Rome god in the temple. But when he won again and again on the battlefield, his nickname spread, because many citizens thought that he was invincible in battle, as if he was possessed by a god. He took Camillus as his family name, and regarded it as an honor. He was the first man in Rome to take a nickname as his family name. He often talked to the soldiers in the barracks in a friendly manner, like an elder talking to a young man. He understood their mental state, and other than encouraging them, he would sometimes help them solve some small problems. So the soldiers loved him, and he himself enjoyed the atmosphere in the barracks. To be honest, he hated the complicated political environment in the Senate. He was afraid to see the fierce conflicts between the commoners and the nobles. Only in the barracks could he relax. Just as Camillus finished patrolling the barracks, the commander of another legion, Magistrate Frius, walked into the tent. According to the rules of the Senate in Rome, when 2 or more magistrates were in charge of the army, they would take turns to command the army. Today, it was Camillus's turn. Frius could stay in his tent and not care about anything. But out of respect for Camillus and responsibility for the army, he still came to the tent as a deputy to listen to Camillus's new military deployment. When Frius saw Camillus walk into the tent with a serene expression, he immediately understood that Camillus's strategy today was to defend the barracks. But he still asked, "Camillus, are we still not attacking Xianxia today?" Camillus comforted him. "According to the news brought by the messenger, Quintus's army will launch an attack on Saturnicum today. If they can successfully take it, they will meet up with us in 2 or 3 days, and then we can join forces to attack the Volsci. So don't be anxious for now." How could Frius not be anxious? The citizens of Rome had always been thirsty for military achievements and glory, and Frius was even more so. He urgently needed more military achievements to wash away the humiliation of his previous defeat. It was only because of his previous defeat and Camillus's leniency that he had become more cautious and respected Camillus even more. If only the Volsci could come out of the city and fight with us. Even if they receive reinforcements from the Oronzi and Sidonese, and their numbers aren't any less than ours, they still won't be able to defeat the three-front strategy that you invented, Camillus. And with the help of Carthage's people, our soldiers are far superior in terms of weapons and armor. If we can defeat the last of the Volsci's strength in one fell swoop, we can drive them into the mountains and occupy this fertile land," Frius said confidently. After hearing this, Camillus said seriously, "It's a pity that the Volsci have become cautious. They are all hiding in the city to defend. Even a small city like Xianxia has thousands of Volsky soldiers. We won't be able to take it in a short period of time. Once we attack the city with all our might, we will have to worry about the army in Pelevernham. If only we had the ballistae that Carthage's people gave us. Frias sighed regretfully. Suddenly, he thought of something and suggested loudly, Camillus, why don't we do what you did last time and give up on besieging Xianxia and attack Xianxia instead? Camillus was stunned. He thought for a moment and then shook his head. After such a surprise attack, I'm afraid the Volsky people are already prepared. Once we are unable to capture Cels in a short period of time, the enemies will rush over after hearing the news and surround us. At that time, we will be exhausted, extremely tired, and not have enough time to build a camp. I'm afraid, Camillus looked at Frias and advised him seriously again, we already have an absolute advantage. There's no need to take risks. Wait patiently for 2 or 3 days. When the time comes, I'll let you personally lead the army to attack Xianxia. Frias slapped his thigh with his right hand and smiled helplessly. All right, Camillus, I'll listen to you. We'll wait for Quintus and the others to arrive. Let's hope they come quickly. After hearing what Camillus had to say, Frias didn't want to stay in the tent any longer. He got up and bade farewell. Just as he was about to leave the tent, a man suddenly barged in. He stumbled and nearly fell. Lucius. Frias looked in surprise at the dusty officer who was half kneeling on the ground. What happened? Camillus, who had been calm all this while, was surprised to see his son in such a pitiful state. Lucius pushed himself up with his hands and staggered to his feet. Frias quickly brought him a wooden chair and let him sit. Lucius nodded to express his gratitude. He then panted and said, Father, I led 200 cavalrymen around Pelevernham and prepared to continue south, to investigate the situation of the Volsky in the area around Xianxia. Who knew that a group of cavalrymen dressed in black would suddenly appear from the south? They immediately attacked us. There was a flash of fear in Lucius's eyes as he said this. They were good horsemen, outnumbered us, and were good at throwing javelins. Our cavalrymen were quickly scattered. If it wasn't for the cavalrymen around me, covering me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see you. After Lucius finished speaking, the thrilling scene of being chased by the enemy and the javelins whizzing past him from time to time appeared in his mind. The screams of his cavalrymen kept echoing in his ears. His already pale face became even paler. Black cavalrymen? Frias's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Camillus with a slightly nervous expression. Camillus also looked solemn at the moment. He said in a low voice with uncertainty, Looks like the people of Dionia are here. Lucius had been running all the way and had no time to think about it. When he heard his father's words, he was surprised. Are they from Dionia? I don't remember any cavalrymen dressed in black among the forces around here, and there are so many of them like you said. I only heard from Carthage that the army of Dionia, be it infantry or cavalry, all wear the same black. Camillus looked at his son and said in a low voice, So, they can only be the people from Dionia that you threatened to defeat. Lucius lowered his head in shame. How many of our cavalrymen have we lost? Camillus asked again. Because they retreated separately, some of the cavalrymen have not returned yet, so we can't calculate the casualties for the time being. Lucius said in a low voice. Frias saw that Camillus was not in a good mood and said worriedly, I'm afraid the cavalrymen of the legion I led were also attacked by the cavalry of Dionia. With Frias's reminder, Camillus was no longer in the mood to criticize Lucius. There were 10 cavalry platoons in the Roman army led by Camillus. Every morning, the 2 military officers would send out most of the cavalrymen, some to scout the enemy's situation, and some to cooperate with the infantry to collect food from nearby areas. Because the Volsky cavalry was not strong and had suffered a series of defeats, Camillus was not worried about the safety of the scattered cavalrymen. But now, he was nervous and immediately ordered, Lucius, immediately send out scouts to the north and urgently inform the infantry platoons and cavalry platoons that are collecting food from the Volsky villages to return to the barracks immediately. Also, remind them to be careful of the attack of the cavalry of Dionia on the way back. Although it was called a food requisition, it was actually a robbery. As Rome and its allies often fought together, they already had a professional logistical support system. They had specialized quartermasters to prepare food. The main source of food came from the Senate's unified allocation and the alliance's provision of a certain amount of grain according to the treaty. However, the Roman army often requisitioned food from the enemy-occupied areas to weaken the enemy and strengthen themselves. But now, Camillus realized that the scattered infantry platoons were likely to become the targets of the Daionia cavalry. "Frias, we better get the light infantry ready. Once they discover that the Daionia cavalry has circled to the north of our camp to attack our returning soldiers, we will immediately send the light infantry platoons to chase the enemy away and pick up the returning lads." Frias said disapprovingly, "The Daionia cavalry is likely coming from Sels, and it is nearly 40 miles from here. No matter how powerful the Daionia cavalry is, after such a long journey, they will not have the strength to harass our soldiers further north. We don't understand the Daionia, but we must not underestimate them." "It's always good to be prepared in advance," Camillus reminded patiently. "All right, I will arrange it," Frias said with a shrug. He was about to turn around and leave the tent when a guard hurried in. "My lords, there are a lot of black cavalry appearing in the south of the camp." Camillus and Frias' hearts tightened, and they hurried out of the tent. In the camp, the news of the cavalry being attacked by unknown cavalry was spreading, causing a commotion among the soldiers. Many of them were whispering to each other about the matter, and they even asked Camillus and Frias who were passing by. How could they answer them? They hurried to the south wall of the camp, and the walkway on the wall was already filled with soldiers. They looked curiously outside the camp and whispered to each other. The two climbed up the sentry tower and looked out. There were hundreds of black cavalry a few hundred meters away, lined up in a neat formation. In the middle of them were a few large flags, the tips of which were emitting a dazzling golden light. They stood there quietly. Although there were only 100 of them, they gave off a feeling that they could not be underestimated. "I heard that the flag of the Dionysian army has a golden statue of their god. It seems like they are Dionia's cavalry," Frias said with a solemn expression. Camillus did not say anything. His eyes were fixed on the few generals with bright tassels on their helmets in the middle of the Daionia cavalry, trying to guess the purpose of the Daionia soldiers appearing in front of the barracks. At this moment, Amyntas was among the cavalrymen, carefully observing the layout of the Rome barracks. "A little further forward," Amyntas said as he urged his horse forward. The cavalry had no choice but to follow. An uproar broke out in the Rome camp. "Commander, you can't go any further," Lala, the adjutant, reminded him loudly. "Aristos, you are the son of Scombros." Although Scombros was the oldest in the Senate, he often criticized those who opposed him. He was nicknamed the Roar. "You have inherited his bravery." Amyntas joked in a relaxed manner, "Have you lost your courage after staying in the general staff for a while?" Printos, who was next to him, did not show any reaction on his face. Aristos was not in the mood to joke around. He said anxiously, "Commander, I am worried about your safety. We are still far from the enemy's camp. Besides, we are all riding horses." Amyntas smiled and turned his head to the side. "If the enemy's cavalry rushes out, Leds, your cavalry will protect me, right?" The commander of the 1st Cavalry, Leds, said seriously, "Based on our previous battle with the Rome cavalry, their cavalry is far inferior to ours. So, don't worry. No matter how many cavalry they send out, I can guarantee that I will send you back to the camp safely." "Haha, I have been waiting for you to say that. Our cavalry has the upper hand. This is good news." Amyntas laughed as he observed the barracks in Rome. It did not take long for the smile on his face to disappear. Although the Rome soldiers had a great advantage in the battle with the Verci, they did not let their guard down. Their camp was not built hastily. There were deer abatis densely arranged under the walls, trenches surrounding the entire camp, and towering watchtowers every 20 to 30 meters behind the walls. There were also earthen barricades and wooden walls that stood tall. Amyntas could not see the situation inside the camp at all. Other than not knowing if there were traps outside the camp, Amyntas could feel that the defense of the Rome camp was not to be underestimated. He frowned and whispered, "This camp is not easy to attack." At this time, Printos said seriously, "Commander, there is one more thing that we need to pay attention to." In a short period of time before we arrived at the camp, it was already filled with soldiers. Printos pointed at the dense but orderly Rome soldiers on the wooden wall in front of them and reminded Amyntas, this means that the Rome army is well trained. If we want to attack their camp and destroy this Rome army before their troops meet up, it will be very difficult. The casualties of the First Legion will not be low. Amyntas was silent for a while and said, then we will fight them. Amyntas, I am afraid that the Rome soldiers already know that our army is coming. Will they dare to come out of the camp and fight us and the Warsi? Let's reminded him in a euphemistic way. We have to give it a try. Amyntas said, but in his heart, he did not think that the possibility was too high. They had already circled around the Rome camp and found that every place was basically the same. There were no obvious flaws. Through the observation of the camp, he had a preliminary understanding of the characteristics and style of the Rome army and its generals. This was an army that did things cautiously and seriously. Could it be that they could only stay in the camp and defend against the attack of the Rome army after they met up? Amyntas was not willing to give up. Just as he was about to turn his horse and return to the place where he was going to build the camp, a cavalry scout came from the northwest. Commander Leds, we found several Rome troops in the Warsi village in front of us. They are looting the food. Captain Agris asked if we should eliminate them. According to the Dionysius cavalry, a cavalry legion has 2,000 people, and there are 4 brigades. Each brigade has 500 people. A brigade has 5 companies, and each company has 100 people. A company has 10 small teams, and each small team has 10 people. How many enemies are there? Leds asked. About 200 enemies, the cavalry scout replied. There is a fat piece of meat right in front of his mouth, but he still refuses to eat it. Is Agris stupid? Leds immediately said, tell your captain to eliminate them as much as possible. Yes. The cavalry scout turned his horse and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Amyntas shouted to stop him, did you only see the 200 enemies? Or are there only 200 enemies outside the camp? Amyntas' question was a little roundabout, but the cavalryman understood. He pointed to the northwest and said, Commander Amyntas, our brigade is in this direction. We have not searched the other places. Amyntas immediately turned to look at Leds, my old friend, I need your help. Send out the cavalrymen behind you and find out how many Roman soldiers are plundering food in this area. Report back to me as soon as possible. Okay. Leds did not refuse. He immediately turned around and issued the task to the cavalrymen. Commander Amyntas, are you trying to use these Rome soldiers to lure their main force out? Printo's brain reacted quickly, and he roughly guessed Amyntas' intention. Amyntas looked at him and said with a little excitement, we can't just do nothing and watch the Rome soldiers gather. When the 50,000 soldiers come, the First Legion will not be able to stop them no matter how powerful they are. Under his gaze, Printos nodded and agreed with his opinion. Aristonos. Amyntas turned around and said to his adjutant, send a cavalry scout to inform our brothers in the First Legion. Tell them to stop building the camp, put on their armor and weapons, and march to the Rome camp in formation. Wait for my order. Yes. Aristonos answered excitedly. At this time, Leds had already sent out some of the cavalrymen. After hearing Amyntas' order, he had to remind him, the situation is not completely clear yet. Don't make such a big move just yet. What if there are only about 200 enemies? What if the Rome soldiers in the camp do not leave the camp at all? Not only will your efforts be in vain, but you will also be blamed by the soldiers. How dare they? Amyntas' eyes widened, and then he said in a firm tone, if we wait until we understand everything, I'm afraid it will be too late to make preparations. I'm afraid this is our only chance to let the Rome soldiers fight us in the field. I agree with Commander Amyntas. We have to give it a try. If the final situation is not what we think it is, we can just let the soldiers stay in Polyvernum tonight and continue building the camp tomorrow. Printos said. He had discovered a characteristic of Amyntas. This commander had a strong desire to fight, and he would not let go of any small opportunity. He continued, in addition, we also need to remind the Volsci troops in Polyvernum and Xianxia in advance. Once the Rome soldiers in the camp come out, we need to join forces with them to defeat them. I will only be responsible for fighting the Rome soldiers. You will be responsible for the other trivial matters. What do you think? Amyntas asked directly. Printos was stunned, but he did not decline. Okay. He then said to his adjutant, Aristonos, I need your help. Aristonos looked at Amyntas. Amyntas waved his hand and said, You are under his command now. Yes. Aristonos answered and immediately brought the messengers to Printos' side. Go and inform the Wolsey people in Xianxia and Pelevernham immediately. Tell them that we are intercepting the soldiers of Rome who are robbing the food supplies. The Roman army is likely to come out of the camp and fight us. Ask them to gather their soldiers and get ready. Once we have a large-scale battle with the Romans, ask them to come and support us immediately. After Printos gave the order, the two messengers immediately rode away. Printos then asked Aristonos, Did you bring the recording board? Yes. Aristonos took out a small square wooden board painted black and a white pen from behind the padding on the horse's back. This was the standard equipment of the adjutant of the legion. It was to prevent any mistakes in conveying the orders issued by the commander during an intense battle. At the same time, it could also be used as a tactical display board. Aristonos had been in the general staff headquarters, so of course he knew how to use it. Mark the camp of Rome. Xianxia is about 2 miles to the south, Pelevernham is about 16 miles to the south, and the camp we are building is 8 miles to the southwest. Printos was indeed the brain of the general staff headquarters. He had just arrived at Wolsey yesterday, but he had already memorized the situation. Aristonos listened to Printos while he used a white pen to mark each location on the board with the Rome camp as the center and wrote the distance numbers. Amyntas listened to a few words. With his character, he would not have the patience to analyze and calculate these numbers. He only wanted the final result, so he quickly walked away and looked to the north, anxiously waiting for the news brought back by the scouts. On the other hand, Leds's cavalrymen were vigilantly watching the Roman camp in the east to prevent the Roman cavalrymen from suddenly attacking and threatening the safety of the generals. In fact, Amyntas did not have to wait for long. Not long after Leds sent out the cavalrymen, the cavalry brigades and companies that were sent out earlier came back to report the situation of the enemy. Legion commander, the 3rd Company of the 2nd Cavalry Brigade has spotted more than 100 Roman soldiers in the south. How far? About 10 li. Legion commander, the 1st Company of the 4th Cavalry Brigade found about 100 Roman soldiers 11 miles north. As more and more cavalrymen came back to report, Amyntas's face was filled with joy. He shouted back, Printos, there are more than 1,000 Rome soldiers outside, right? According to the current statistics, there are already more than 1,500 people, Printos immediately said. Aristos, the adjutant, also presented the recording board. The board was filled with white words on a black background. It was filled with the symbols of towns, camps, armies, and distance numbers. Amyntas glanced at it and felt dizzy. He stopped looking at it and said excitedly, There is no need to wait for the other scouts to report back. There are more than 1,500 Roman soldiers. The Roman generals will not give up on them easily. Capture them and lure the Roman army out. We will fight them here. Amyntas stared at Leds and Printos with determination. Printos did not hesitate at this moment. He immediately replied, We should inform the 1st Legion immediately. Speed up the march and intercept the Roman soldiers before they return to the camp. Also, tell the 1st Legion that if any brigade, company, or division is late, they will be severely punished according to the military law. Amyntas said again. There was a hint of murderous intent in his stern tone. Yes. Aristos, the adjutant, looked a little ferocious when he gave the order to the messenger. Amyntas. Leds rode on his horse and said to him with a solemn expression, I am going to the north now. Organize my cavalry and try to delay the Roman soldiers who are collecting food outside to return to their camp. Thank you. It was rare for Amyntas to express his gratitude. Although the Ministry of Military Affairs had given the overall command of Wolsey to Amyntas before he came, he and Leds were both legion commanders after all. In fact, as the founder of Dionia's cavalry, Leds had the potential to command all of Dionia's cavalry. You don't have to thank me. I'm doing this for the sake of the 1st Legion, Leds said with a straight face. After I leave, you have to be careful of your safety. After receiving Leds' reminder, Amyntas and Printos also left the Roman camp with a small number of cavalrymen. The 1st Cavalry Legion departed from Cels and began to attack the Roman cavalries that were patrolling in the area. The 1st Cavalry Legion's goal was to clear the surroundings, hide the eyes and ears of the Romans, and protect the 1st Cavalry Legion's camp. In the end, they even circled to the north of the Roman camp. In contrast, the 1st Legion's marching speed was much slower. When Amyntas was planning to lure the snake out of its hole, the 1st Legion had just arrived at the selected camp. The soldiers had just put down their armor and weapons. Under the command of their officers, they picked up pickaxes, wooden frames, and other tools and began to dig trenches according to the layout of the camp designed by the engineers after surveying the terrain. At this moment, the messenger sent by Amyntas arrived. After receiving the order from Amyntas, although the captains were puzzled, they did not hesitate to blow the bugle to assemble. "Captain, are we going to attack the enemy's camp by putting on our armor and weapons?" a company captain asked doubtfully. Patroclus shook his head. He really did not know what was going on in front of him. The order given by Amyntas was a little vague, so he could only say, "Tell our brothers to hurry up and get into formation. We, the 6th Brigade, cannot fall behind the other brigades." "Don't worry about it, Captain. Our brothers will not embarrass you." The company captain immediately responded in a serious tone. Although Patroclus was young, he had a high prestige among the soldiers. He had made many military achievements and was known as the kingdom's hero. Now, he had another identity that the soldiers respected. He was the son-in-law of the great king of Devers. 6 heavy infantry brigades, 1 light infantry brigade, 1 light armor brigade, including the engineering battalion, because they had to consider the possibility of attacking the enemy's camp, and 100 scouts, totaled more than 8,000 soldiers. They lined up in several columns and began to march northward at a normal speed under the lead of the cavalrymen. At this time, the soldiers did not feel dissatisfied because they had to march again. Since the terrain in this area was flat, and the late autumn weather was relatively cool, the 1st Legion's 2-hour march was very relaxed. The soldiers who were still quite energetic were talking excitedly. "Will there be a battle next?" After marching for more than 20 minutes, Amyntas' messengers arrived again. This time, the order was much clearer. "Everyone, march quickly to his position, and intercept the Roman soldiers who left the camp to plunder." Tessus, Patroclus, and the other captains were all excited. They quickly gave the order. The bugle sounded hurriedly, and the messengers galloped between the marching columns. Soon, the shouts of the officers rose one after another, and the rumbling of footsteps could be heard. After the Roman army led by Camillus occupied Antium and Astura, they did not clear the many Volsci villages in the area behind them in order to quickly advance to Xianxia. Since the Volsci reacted quickly, Xianxia and Polyphonum had stationed their troops there. Now that they were prepared, the Roman army had no choice but to build a camp and confront the enemy in front of them. At the same time, Camillus repeatedly sent various Roman platoons to the rear to collect provisions. On the one hand, it could reduce the pressure on the army's food supply, and on the other hand, it could take the opportunity to clean up the Volsci villages that might be a potential threat. For example, they could capture the young and strong men in the villages and crush the resistance of the Volsci during the process of collecting provisions. Camillus was a platoon leader in Rome. Early in the morning, he was ordered to lead his platoon to the north to collect provisions. Due to the previous attempt to gather food, the villages near the Roman camp had already been looted clean, and the people had all run away. Hence, Camus' squadron, like the other squadrons, had to travel for nearly 10 miles to the north before they found a village that could be harvested. He immediately led his soldiers and rushed into the village like a wolf among a flock of sheep. After killing more than a dozen Volsci soldiers, Camillus' operation to collect provisions became smoother. Just as the soldiers were holding the Volsci's carts full of provisions and some of the looted carts, a Roman cavalryman arrived. "Officer Camillus orders you to return to the camp immediately. The enemy is attacking." Although Camillus regretted that there were still a lot of provisions that he did not load, he did not hesitate and immediately gathered the soldiers scattered in the village. At this time, he saw a lot of black cavalrymen coming from outside the village. They did not look like Volsci cavalrymen. Camillus was confused, but the Roman cavalrymen who could answer his doubts were nowhere to be found. Camillus was not nervous at all. He was used to the incompetence of the Roman cavalrymen. He calmly ordered 120 Roman soldiers to protect the carts filled with provisions. He also grabbed a few Volsky soldiers to lead the pack beasts. The group of people left the village unhurriedly. The black cavalrymen quickly surrounded them and circled around them. Camillus asked the soldiers to be more vigilant, but he was not too worried. As a veteran, he had seen the attacking methods of the Roman cavalrymen and the cavalry of other forces. He knew that in front of the Roman soldiers with shields, the cavalry's thrusts would not only be useless, but it would also cause them to fall off their horses. Camus had participated in the battle led by Camillus to repel the Celts 10 years ago. The ferocious charge of the Celtic cavalry with their greatswords and chariots was indeed lethal, but these black knights with spears were obviously not Celts. At that moment, he heard a few screams, followed by a soldier's panicked shout, "Be careful of the javelins." Camus instinctively raised his shield to protect himself. When he turned around, he saw a soldier not far away was stabbed in the right chest by a short javelin. The soldier was struggling and screaming on the ground. The Black Knights, who were only a dozen meters away from them, switched their spears to their left hand and held the javelins in their right hand. They slowed down their horses and circled around them, looking for the next opportunity to throw the javelins. Damn it! These enemies know how to throw javelins. Camus was a little panicked. It was his first time encountering such a kind of cavalry. What should I do? Camus thought anxiously. Should I continue forward? I'm 10 miles away from the camp. I have to defend against the enemy's attacks and protect the wagons. It's not hard to imagine how slow I'll be. The soldiers have to stay alert for a long time. Their stamina is also a big problem. Should I retreat to the village and wait for reinforcements? The village is not far behind the troops. It'll be fast for me to return to the camp, but I'm not sure when the reinforcements from the camp will arrive. Besides, the enemy's cavalry is here, and there might even be infantrymen. While Camus was hesitating, the captured Walsey soldiers took advantage of the fact that the soldiers were guarding against the Black Knights and could not help them. They quietly untied the horses from the wagons and drove them to break through the defensive circle of the Roman soldiers. Then, they took advantage of the chaos and sneaked out. A few angry Roman soldiers chased after them. "Idiot, come back!" Camus shouted anxiously. However, it was too late. A few Black Knights chased after them. The Roman soldiers noticed that the situation was not right, but they did not panic. They raised their shields to block the enemy's cavalry and retreated with large strides. Unexpectedly, a few more black cavalrymen charged at them from behind. They couldn't dodge in time and were knocked down by the horses. At this time, the enemies in front of them had also arrived. The confused Roman soldiers did not even have time to raise their shields. The enemy on the horse lowered his body and stuck out his spear. Using the speed of the horse, the spear pierced into the body covered by the chainmail. After that, the enemy quickly let go of the spear to avoid being pushed off the horse by the strong recoil. When the Rome soldiers saw the tragic state of their teammates and the skillful cooperation of the enemy cavalry, they were both angry and uneasy. Without the pack animals, it would be difficult to transport the looted goods back. Camus finally made up his mind. He gave up on the pack wagons and gathered the soldiers to form a more compact column. While guarding against the harassment of the enemy cavalry from time to time, they slowly moved toward the camp. The same thing happened to every Rome squadron that went out to collect food. However, some squadrons took the same measures as Camus, while some simply returned to the village and waited for rescue. Camillus and Frius, who were at the camp, soon received news that the troops that went out of the camp were attacked by the Daionia cavalry. Camillus no longer hesitated and immediately made the decision that there were light infantry and cavalry in the police station. They were to immediately rescue the troops that were attacked and repel the Daionia cavalry. Soon, the north gate of the Rome camp opened, and nearly 2,000 light infantry and more than 800 cavalry poured out of the camp. In the beginning, the light infantry in the Rome army was filled by the 4th and 5th class civilians of Rome who were poor and could not afford heavy infantry equipment. However, since Camillus implemented the military reform, and with the help of Carthage, the civilians of Rome could also serve as heavy infantry. However, the equipment was provided by the Senate and would be returned after the war. As a result, the light infantry in the Rome army was mainly provided by the other allies of Rome. At this time, the light infantry and the Rome cavalry spent a lot of time outside the camp before they were divided into more than a dozen groups. Under the leadership of the cavalry scouts, they rushed to their respective targets. Camillus, who was in the main tent, received another shocking news. 7,000 to 8,000 Dionia soldiers were marching quickly towards the camp in Rome. Frias looked at Camillus in surprise. The Dionia have just arrived, and they already want to attack our camp? Camillus pondered for a moment with a solemn expression. He then ordered, "Send out the cavalry scouts to the south to investigate the movements in the cities of Xianxia and Palavenum. Once you find any troops coming out, report immediately." Camillus did not believe that the Dionia would dare to attack his camp with only 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers. Therefore, he had to closely monitor the movements of the Volsci. At the same time, he did not dare to let his guard down. He began to mobilize the soldiers to prepare for the defense of the camp. At this time, in the city of Palavenum, the consul Cultivation received the news from the messenger of the 1st Legion of Dionia. He said in surprise, "The 1st Legion of Dionia is preparing to attack the despicable raiding troops of Rome to lure the main force of Rome out of the camp. They are attempting to engage them in a battle, and they are asking for our cooperation. These Dionia are really impatient. They have just arrived and do not understand the situation, but they already want to fight the Rome," the general of Xianxia's reinforcements said in a strange tone. "At least this shows that the Dionia are sincere in helping our Volsci." The words of Thulus, the consul of Sels, made Xianxia and the general of the Sidicines reinforcements a little embarrassed. They had led their troops to Wolsey for almost half a month, but they had yet to engage in a battle with the Romans. "But, the Rome army is very strong. Once our troops leave the protection of the city walls and fight with the Rome in the wild, if we lose, our Volsci will be in danger." Terezina's consul Toulouse said worriedly. He was the one who led the reinforcements to Viltri, but they were defeated by the Rome army, which eventually led to the fall of Viltri. As the most powerful kingdom in Italy, Dionia must have the confidence to defeat the Rome army if they dare to propose a battle with the Rome army. Carunus, the former consul of Antium, was eager to take back the occupied town. He shouted, "Besides, according to the tradition of us Volsci, how can we let our guests work so hard while the host stands by and does nothing?" As the commander-in-chief of the Volsci army, Cultivation finally made up his mind. He called for the messenger of Dionia and said, "Please go back and tell Commander Amintas that all the soldiers of Volsci are waiting for his order to attack." Since the cavalry of Dionia was mainly concentrated in the west and north of the Rome camp, the scouts of Rome could relatively safely observe the movement of the Dionysian army in the south of the camp. An hour later, Camillus received news that the Dionysian army was approaching the Rome camp. When he came to the watchtower in front of the south gate of the camp, he could already see the rising dust in front of him. Camillus was not nervous at all. He looked at the soldiers on the wooden wall who had already taken up their defensive positions, hoping that the light infantry and the Rome soldiers who were sent out to collect food would come back soon. Then he would not have to worry about anything. Fortunately, 2 or 3 squadrons of Rome had returned to the camp. It seemed that he did not have to wait too long. After standing on the watchtower for a while, he was surprised to find that the dust was not getting closer to him. Instead, it seemed to be moving further away. Just when he was puzzled, a scout from Rome rushed into the camp and reported to him, "Consul Camillus, the Dionysian army has turned to the west of the camp." "West?" Camillus was stunned. He pondered for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. "Is the Dionia trying to bypass the camp and attack the soldiers outside our camp?" "Commander Amintas, Commander Leds sent me to tell you that the cavalry legion is running out of javelins. The light infantry of Rome is attacking fiercely. Some of the cavalrymen have been injured. He can no longer stop the Rome army from withdrawing to the camp." Amintas' face turned gloomy when he heard this. Due to the participation of the light infantry and cavalry of Rome, it had become difficult for the 1st Cavalry Legion of Dionia to carry out the plan of delaying the retreat of the Rome army. The combination of the light infantry and cavalry of Rome, in turn, posed a great threat to the scattered Dionia cavalry. So, under Printo's suggestion, he reluctantly let Leds lead the cavalry to give up obstructing the other Rome squadrons and concentrate on obstructing the 3 Rome squadrons that were closer to them in the southwest. But he did not expect that the light infantry of Rome had also arrived here. Was his battle plan going to fail? Amintas was unwilling to give up. He said to the messenger of Leds, "Go back and tell Commander Leds, ask him to hold on a little longer." The 1st Cavalry Legion will be here soon. Your cavalry has worked hard for so long and paid a heavy price. You can't just give up like this. Aminta's request obviously moved the messenger of the 1st Cavalry Legion. The messenger hesitated and said, "I will pass on all your words to Commander Leds." After the messenger left, Aminta's face was completely gloomy. He shouted, "Hurry up and urge the 1st Cavalry Legion. If they can't get here soon and let the Rome army escape, they will all be punished according to military law." While Amintas was cursing, his adjutant, Aristos, suddenly looked happy. He pointed to the south and shouted, "Commander, our soldiers are here." Amintas immediately turned his head and looked back. He saw dust rolling in the distance, and the sound of footsteps was rumbling. Amintas immediately grinned. "It seems that if I don't scold them, they will not complete their mission properly." Reporting to the Legion commander, the 7th Brigade, has arrived. We are waiting for your order. The 7th Brigade commander, Satyrus, bowed to Amintas while panting. It was expected that the 1st Legion's light infantry battalion would be the first to arrive. After all, they were not wearing armor, and they did not have any heavy weapons, so they moved quickly. In fact, when they received the order to rush, they were only about 7 miles away from Amintas. Running 7 miles in an hour was not considered fast. The main thing was to maintain the integrity of the formation and maintain a certain amount of physical strength so that they could immediately join the battle when they arrived. Amintas glanced at the soldiers. They were all sweating profusely, but they were still in high spirits. He nodded with satisfaction and said loudly, "Brothers, you came at the right time. The enemy is just in front of us, waiting for us to eat them up. We will make the name of the 1st Legion of Dionia famous. Do you have the confidence to do so?" "Yes." The soldiers shouted in unison. "Staff officer, you will make the arrangements," Amintas said immediately. Printos did not decline. He glanced at the board full of marks, then pointed to the southwest and said to the 7th Brigade commander, "Satyrus, there are more than 300 heavy infantry, 700 cavalry, and nearly 2,000 light infantry from Rome 4 miles away. The 1st Cavalry Brigade is under great pressure to stop them from retreating. Immediately take the 7th Brigade and help the 1st Cavalry Brigade to delay the enemy. Wait for the reinforcements to arrive and annihilate them." "Yes." Satyrus turned around and shouted, "Brothers, continue to run with me." Under the guidance of the scouts, the soldiers of the 7th Brigade ran to the southwest. "Printos, your previous suggestion was right. As long as we capture this large group of enemies, I don't believe that the Rome will not come out to rescue them." The arrival of the 7th Brigade made Amintas feel a little relieved. He began to praise Printos. When Plutarch suggested to him to give up on intercepting all the Rome food supply troops and concentrate on the cavalry to block the few Rome platoons that were closest to them, and in fact, the 1st Legion, Amintas hesitated for a while. Now, not only did they stop more than 300 heavy infantry from Rome, but they had also lured the light infantry and cavalry from Rome over. If these 3,000 Rome soldiers could be pinned down, he would not have to worry that the Rome main force would not leave the camp. Printos smiled and did not say much. At this time Adjutant Aristos shouted again, "Commander, another unit has arrived." Dust billowed in the south. This time it was the 8th Brigade, the Light Armor Brigade, that had rushed over. At first, the companies of the 1st Legion successfully blocked the Rome platoons and even inflicted some casualties on them. It could be said that they had gained a lot of victory. However, the arrival of the Rome light infantry and cavalry reversed the situation of the Rome soldiers being passive. The Rome light infantry was composed of archers and javelin throwers. Not only did they have a longer range than the javelins of the Dionia cavalry, but they also had a more stable and accurate shot. On the other hand, the speed of the Dionia cavalry was limited by the Rome cavalry. Even if the Dionia cavalry wanted to charge forward with their horses, the Rome army was mixed with heavy infantry, making this risk impossible. Instead, it was easy for them to be surrounded by the enemy. The combination of Rome's heavy infantry, cavalry, and light infantry caused the Dionia cavalry, who were more skilled in horsemanship, to suffer casualties. In the kingdom of Dionia, the cavalry was not as precious as before. The cavalry of the 1st Legion mainly came from the Bruttii region. The people there were good at raising and riding horses. Therefore, the number of reserve cavalry of the First Legion was enough to form another legion. However, as the legion commander, Leds was distressed by the loss of the cavalry. These were the soldiers that he had painstakingly trained. Besides, in this unfamiliar land, it was difficult to replenish the cavalry after the loss. In the face of the current terrible situation, the commander of the First Legion, Leds, was hesitating whether he should cancel the order to intercept the Rome soldiers and return to the camp. Fortunately, Aminta's order arrived in time, so Leds could concentrate all the cavalry to deal with the 3 Rome platoons in the southwest. For this reason, Leds ordered the cavalry to purposely drive and force the 3 Rome platoons to gather food together. This would be more advantageous for him to command the First Legion to intercept the enemy. In the face of nearly 2,000 Ionia cavalry galloping around, the Rome soldiers did not dare to act rashly. However, it did not take long before a large number of Rome's light infantry and cavalry arrived and changed the stalemate. The Rome's heavy infantry was in the middle, the light infantry was on the periphery, and the cavalry was on both sides. They were ready to intercept the Ionia cavalry at any time. With such a formation, the Rome soldiers began to advance slowly toward the camp. Under the attack of the Rome's light infantry's javelins and arrows, the Ionia cavalry in front of them could not throw their javelins before they entered the Rome's light infantry's shooting range. When the flying arrows hit the Ionia cavalry, the Rome cavalry would also take the opportunity to charge forward. After a while, they would quickly retreat to avoid being surrounded by the Ionia cavalry. The Rome soldiers repeatedly used this tactic, causing the First Legion of Ionia to suffer a lot of losses. Leds no longer dared to let the cavalry block in front of him. Instead, he harassed them from the side and the rear. However, the Rome's formation was tight, and the Ionia cavalry did not dare to get too close under the threat of the arrows. Looking at the battlefield filled with dust and the constant neighing of the war horse, Leds once again fell into a dilemma of indecision. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a wounded war horse carrying a wounded soldier. The soldier was being pulled by another cavalry and was heading toward his back. The wounded soldier's face was familiar to him. He urged his horse forward and took a closer look. It was indeed the captain of the First Legion of Cavalry, Paboricius. His full name was Sabokos Paboricius. He was the eldest son of Led's old subordinate and the kingdom's hero, Sabokos. Ever since Devers named his son Cultivation, his practice gradually became popular in the kingdom. Most of the citizens gradually abandoned the Greek tradition of only having first names and no surnames, and began to use their own names as the surnames of their descendants. At this moment, the young man's eyes were closed and he was unconscious. "Commander, the captain's war horse was shot by an arrow. He fell off the horse and fell into a coma," the cavalry who brought him back reported. "Take care of him." After Leds gave the order, he looked at the front again. He finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath and said, "Order, cancel the interception of the Rome, woo." Suddenly, a loud bugle was heard in front of him. "Commander, it's the First Legion. The First Legion has arrived." The cavalry next to him shouted excitedly. Hearing the familiar bugle, Leds looked forward. Through the dust, he could vaguely see the golden light on the Ionia flag. At this time, Aminta's messenger also arrived, reporting to Commander Leds, "The 7th Brigade of the First Legion has arrived. They are on the enemy's way back and are approaching the enemy." "Only the 7th Brigade?" Leds was slightly disappointed. The messenger then emphasized, "The other brigades are coming one after another." Leds thought for a moment and then order all brigades to immediately stop harassing the enemy. Keep a distance from the enemy and slow down the horses. You only need to monitor the enemy's movements. At the same time, make way for the encirclement in the east to avoid being accidentally hit by the long-range attacks of the First Legion. The soldiers of the 7th Brigade looked at the dusty battlefield in front of him. Although they were physically tired, they were extremely excited. Their footsteps also quickened. When they were approaching the battlefield, the commander of the 7th Brigade gave the order to stop. "Goose formation." He then gave another order. Hearing the bugle and the waving of the flag, the soldiers immediately moved away from each other. The whole formation stretched to both sides, and soon, the whole formation showed a concave arc. At this time, the cavalry of the First Legion rushed over. "Brothers of the First Legion, we have moved away from the front. The commander of the light infantry immediately ordered again, "First Company, get ready." The organization of the light infantry brigade of each legion was a little special. It only had 4 companies. The 1st and 2nd companies were archers, while the 3rd and 4th companies were javelin throwers. Each company had 250 soldiers and was composed of 5 teams. However, the light infantry brigade of the 1st Legion was very special. It only had 3 companies. The 2nd company was archers, the 3rd company was javelin throwers, and the 1st company was stone throwers. This was the only unique unit in Dionia. There were a total of 350 soldiers, all of whom were born in Rhodes and were good at stone throwing. The soldiers of the 1st company untied the catapults tied to their waists and advanced in a loose formation to the front of the brigade. Satyrus kept his eyes on the front and judged the distance between his brigade and the enemy. This was a basic skill necessary for the commander of the Dionia light infantry. He had fought in Persia and was born as a Thracian light shield soldier. Therefore, he was even more experienced and outstanding in battle. That was why he was the commander of the 1st Legion of Dionia. Although the Rome soldiers saw that the Dionia cavalry in front of them had moved away, they still did not speed up because the Dionia cavalry was still surrounding them. This forced them to maintain a tight formation. Seeing that the Rome soldiers were only about 300 meters away from his brigade, Satyrus raised his right hand, "First Company, attack." The stone throwers took out a lead pellet the size of an egg from the leather bag on their waist. Compared to 10 years ago, when the stone throwers used pebbles, they had now changed their guns. The lead pellet in the center could not only fly farther but was also more lethal. Please remember the original domain name of this book, mobile version. The catapults placed the lead pellets into the leather bag in the middle of the catapult and began to rotate their right arms. The sound of wind whistling could be heard as the catapult spun faster and faster. The Rome soldiers also saw the new enemies a few hundred meters away through the haze of dust. Although they were a little nervous, they had no other choice but to move forward. At this moment, hundreds of lead pellets fell from the sky like hail and accurately sprinkled on the dense formation of the Rome soldiers. Suddenly, screams rang out. Other than the heavy infantrymen in the center who were slightly injured, the light infantrymen who had almost no protection were smashed and bleeding. The Rome cavalry on both sides were also affected. The horses that were hit by the lead pellets screamed and jumped, throwing the unprepared cavalrymen off their horses and almost messing up the Rome formation. This was the first time the Rome soldiers were attacked by the catapults. They were caught off guard and were a little confused. On the other hand, the Dionia cavalry was well prepared. While the Rome soldiers were in a state of confusion, they immediately rode their horses to the enemy and threw the few short javelins they had left. Screams rang out again, but the soldiers who fell were far more injured than just scratching their scalps. When the Rome light infantrymen picked up their bows and javelins and were ready to attack the Dionia cavalry that was retreating, another wave of lead pellets was thrown at them. The continuous attacks made the Rome light infantrymen complain incessantly. These soldiers, who were mainly from the Latin alliance, were in a state of confusion and low morale. The Rome heavy infantrymen in the center of the formation still remained calm and shouted in unison, "Charge! Kill them!" The first to take action was the Rome cavalry. They hurriedly gathered hundreds of horses and rushed forward desperately. The 4 hooves of the war horse were flying, knocking on the solid ground and making a rumbling sound as if the earth was trembling. Satyrus was still calm and raised his right hand again, "Second Company, get ready." The archers on both sides of the goose formation pulled their bows and released their arrows. The Dionia cavalry also followed the Rome cavalry in a parallel line. When Rome was less than 100 meters away from the 7th Brigade, the 350 Dionia archers released their arrows in unison. The arrows were shot from both sides to the center, forming a crossfire. Although the Roman cavalrymen raised their shields, it was difficult for them to defend against the arrows. They screamed and their horses neighed. They fell to the ground and even hindered the cavalrymen behind them. At this moment, the second volley of arrows arrived, dealing more damage to the Rome cavalry. A small number of Roman cavalrymen who managed to escape the arrows were about to reach the Dionia's catapults. However, they were attacked by the javelins of the 3rd Company of Dionia. As a result, only a few of them survived. The Diorians took the opportunity to attack the Roman cavalry from both sides, who were in a state of confusion due to the arrows. This skillful combination of attacks caused the charging Roman cavalry to be almost annihilated. At this time, the Rome heavy infantry was still protecting the light infantry as they advanced with difficulty. When they saw the tragic scene in front of them, they were filled with sorrow. At this time, they heard an unfamiliar bugle call from afar. The enemy's reinforcements were here again. The morale of the Rome soldiers hit rock bottom. At this moment, woo! 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 An even louder and more sonorous bugle call came from afar. Our reinforcements are here. Our reinforcements are here. When the Rome soldiers heard the familiar bugle call, they finally became excited. Reporting to Legion Commander, the Rome army in the camp has been dispatched. There are about 8,000 to 9,000 of them. A scout rushed over and reported to Amyntas. So fast? The swift response of the Rome soldiers surprised Amyntas. Initially, he wanted to let the 7th and 8th brigades and the cavalry continue to besiege the camp instead of annihilating this part of the enemy. He wanted to lure the Rome soldiers out of the camp. At the same time, he could allow the 6 heavy infantry brigades that had just arrived to rest for a while and recover some of their strength. He did not expect the Rome army to arrive so fast. Obviously, the Daionia light infantry, light armored soldiers, and cavalry could not stop a large force of 8,000 to 9,000 soldiers. Amyntas looked at the sweating Daionia soldiers in front of him. Although they were tired, few of them sat down. Instead, they put down their weapons and gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. They walked and chatted slowly because they knew there would be a battle soon. If they lay down, it would aggravate the soreness in their muscles. It would make their bodies lazy and they would not want to exercise. Amyntas immediately called the 6 heavy infantry brigade captains and said with a serious expression, "Our plan to lure the enemy has succeeded. The enemy's main force has left the camp. I hope you can overcome your fatigue, capture them, and defeat them." "Don't worry, Commander. Since the Rome soldiers have left the camp, they will not be able to run back." Tessus, the 1st brigade captain, received the approval of the other brigade captains. "Then get ready to go," Amyntas immediately ordered. Just as the brigade captains went to gather their soldiers, Amyntas ordered the messenger, "Immediately inform the Volsci in Xianxia and Palavenum that the main force of the Rome soldiers has left the camp. Ask them to come and participate in the battle." After Camillus guessed the intention of the Daionia soldiers, he did not hesitate and immediately gathered 9,000 heavy infantry soldiers, leaving only 3,000 soldiers to defend the camp. Originally, Phraates requested to lead the troops and let the elderly Camillus guard the camp. However, he was rejected by Camillus. He only sent the troops to rescue the soldiers who were trapped outside the camp. He had no intention of fighting to the death with the Daionia soldiers. However, if the young and energetic Phraates led the troops, it was likely to lead to such an outcome. Camillus led more than 70 heavy infantry platoons of Rome soldiers to the west. He knew that the Daionia army would also be coming in this direction. He had to lure out the trapped soldiers as soon as possible and then quickly return to the camp. Camillus did not know much about the Dionysian army. In his impression, the surrounding forces and even the Greeks of Campania fought in the form of bloated phalanxes, except for the Rome army that he led. Because the platoons were the main force of the army, they were more flexible in both formation and combat. Therefore, he believed that even if the main force of the Daionia army arrived, they would need to rearrange their formation, and he would have enough time to organize a retreat. When Camillus arrived at the battlefield, the 7th and 8th brigades of Daionia and the cavalry had taken the initiative to retreat. The scene in front of him shocked him. The ground was full of dead bodies, dead horses, and wounded soldiers who were struggling and groaning. Nearly 1/3 of the 3,000 soldiers, cavalry and light infantry, who were ordered to come to the rescue had been lost, and the soldiers who were still alive were disheveled and depressed. Some of them were bruised and bleeding. Through the brief description of the trapped officer, Camillus understood the whole process of the battle. He could not help but be surprised by the lethality of the light infantry and cavalry of Daionia, as well as the close cooperation between them. "This is a well-trained army." Camillus set a label for the people of Daionia in his heart, so he urged the soldiers to bring the wounded soldiers and retreat immediately. "What about our citizens who died in the battle?" The light infantry officer from the alliance asked to bring the corpses back as well. Camillus, who had always loved his soldiers like his own children, hardened his heart and said, "Leave them here for the time being. We'll deal with them later. We must hurry up and return immediately." The officer of the alliance was dissatisfied with this decision and wanted to say more. At this moment, a scout hurried over and reported, "Officer Camillus, there are about 6,000 to 7,000 black soldiers attacking from the south." Camillus's heart tightened and he galloped out of the team. According to the military tradition of Rome, the commander of the Roman army must be on foot like the soldiers to show that there was no difference between the two and that they shared weal and woe together. However, Camillus was too old and his physical strength was limited. Therefore, the Senate of Rome specially allowed him to ride a horse. He looked to the south and saw dust rolling in the distance. Based on his experience, the enemy was already a mile away. He immediately returned to the team and gave the order, "Line up according to the formation we used before meeting the enemy. Start to retreat." The formation he mentioned before meeting the enemy was a small phalanx of 120 Rome soldiers arranged in a fish-scale formation. Since there was a large gap between the platoons, they could move more flexibly and retreat faster. Once they could no longer retreat, they could switch to an offensive formation at any time. Due to the slight uneasiness in his heart, Camillus adopted this safe approach. However, how could the Daionia light infantry on the periphery let the Roman army retreat so easily? The stone throwers once again swung their catapults and threw lead pellets at the Roman army. The archers even boldly approached the periphery of the Roman army and got into a shooting position. Camillus had to transfer the Roman light infantry to this side as a precaution. However, the Daionia cavalry galloped in groups around the periphery of the Roman army. From time to time, they would break into the Roman army and get less than 20 meters away from them. It seemed like they were about to launch an assault. Although the messengers sent by Camillus repeatedly warned the Roman soldiers to ignore the harassment of the Daionia cavalry, the speed of the Roman soldiers was still significantly affected. At this time, the Daionia army was advancing very fast. They were less than 300 meters away from the Roman army. The Roman soldiers could already see the golden flags that were held high in the gray dust. They could hear the strong rhythm of the military drums, and rows of black soldiers that seemed to cover the sky were marching towards them in a relatively orderly manner. While the soldiers were attracted and intimidated by the momentum of the Dionysian army, Camillus was even more surprised. He found that the formation of the Dionysian army was very similar to the tactical formation of the Roman army after it was reformed. This made him suddenly realize that the Daionia army might not need to spend a lot of time to arrange their formation. They could directly attack him. If he forced himself to retreat here, he was likely to be chased by the enemy, which would cause chaos in his army and lead to a crushing defeat. After thinking about it again and again, Camillus finally made up his mind to repel the enemy in front of him before retreating. Since the decision had been made, Camillus immediately took action. He sent out a messenger to convey his order, asking the Rome army to immediately line up in a three-line formation when facing the incoming enemy. There were a total of 10 Rome squadrons made up of young soldiers, forming the front line. There were 1,200 soldiers in total. Behind them, there were 6 Rome squadrons made up of young soldiers, a total of 660 soldiers. The last line was made up of 6 veteran squadrons, also 660 soldiers. In total, there were more than 2,500 heavy infantry soldiers in the middle line. He also lined up in the same way on the left and right flanks. The Rome army had been fighting the war with new tactics for the past 10 years, so they were very familiar with it. In addition to the squadrons that were arranged to meet the enemy, they only needed to intersperse the small phalanxes formed by each squadron with each other. It didn't take long for them to form a huge 3-line formation that stretched for a mile. Camillus brought a total of 9,000 soldiers, all of whom were heavy infantry soldiers. There were a total of 75 squadrons. Together with the 3 squadrons that were trapped, there were a total of 78 squadrons. Among them, there were 40 squadrons of young soldiers, 25 squadrons of young soldiers, and 13 squadrons of veterans. In the formation, there were not enough squadrons of veterans, so he replaced them with squadrons of young soldiers. When the formation was completed, there were a total of 7,600 heavy infantry soldiers in Rome. At this time, there were 12 squadrons under his command, and most of them were composed of young soldiers. He arranged them in the 4th line behind him as a reserve force. While protecting the wounded soldiers, they also took care of the Dionia cavalry and light infantry that were patrolling in the rear. He also arranged the remaining 500 Rome cavalry on both sides of the formation, and more than 1,500 light infantry soldiers were scattered between the fourth line of reserves. This was mainly to guard against the enemy's cavalry and light infantry. While the Rome army was in formation, the advance of the 1st Legion of Dionia was slowing down. When they were 200 meters away from the enemy, the entire army stopped moving forward and quickly adjusted according to the enemy's formation. Amyntas placed the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd brigades in the front, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th brigades in the back. The length of the entire formation was almost the same as the Rome army. Both sides were in formation almost at the same time. At a distance of 200 meters, the soldiers on both sides were looking at each other curiously. The soldiers of Rome were also wearing a helmet that covered their cheeks. There were 2 colorful feathers on both sides of the helmet, and there was a red horsehair tassel in the middle of the helmet. The soldiers of Rome were wearing red short-sleeved shirts and chainmail. Only the captain of the platoon wore a bronze breastplate, bronze shin armor, and leather sandals. He held a long shield that was half the height of a man in his left hand, and a 2-meter-long spear in his right hand. In the Rome army, there were no other flags except for the flag-bearers of the left, middle, and right wings. Each of them was holding a red military flag embroidered with an eagle spreading its wings. In the Dionia army, the sub-team flags, company flags, and battalion flags were distributed in each small square formation in an orderly manner. They surrounded the legion flag in the center and fluttered in the wind. The statue of the god on top of the flag was shining in a golden light, like the stars in the night sky. It was a beautiful scene. After both sides were in formation, half of the battlefield was black, and the other half was red. The soldiers of both sides stood like mighty statues. The spears in their hands were arranged like a dense forest, and the shields were erected like towering walls. Both sides remained silent, but the thick murderous aura that permeated the battlefield was dispelling the dust. Amyntas, who had always been aggressive, did not immediately give the order to attack. On the one hand, he wanted to let the soldiers who had rushed all the way here take a breather and recover their strength. On the other hand, he wanted to buy more time and wait for the Volsci soldiers to arrive. After all, compared to the other side, the 1st Legion had fewer heavy infantry soldiers. The other side could quickly form a formation similar to that of Dionia. He felt that this opponent was very different from the previous enemies, so he acted more cautiously. However, he could wait, but Camillus could not. He could roughly guess the reason why the Dionysian army had stopped advancing after chasing them all the way here. Therefore, he waited for the soldiers of Rome to form a formation and stabilize themselves before he immediately gave the order, "Everyone, attack." Woo! The bugles of the army sounded. The soldiers of Rome held their spears and shields as they advanced. Slowly, the 4 lines maintained a relatively neat formation, pressing against the Dionia army. Camillus rode at the back of the center of the formation. From time to time, he would look back at the Dionia cavalry that was cruising behind the flank of the Roman army. At this time, Leds had already rushed to Amyntas' side. "You've worked hard, old friend." Amyntas nodded and thanked him. "In order to stop the Roman army, my legion has paid the price of more than 300 casualties," Leds said with a solemn expression. Amyntas was silent for a moment and asked, "Can your cavalry fight again?" Leds shook his head. "The horses have been running back and forth, and they are very tired. Moreover, the cavalry has used up their javelins. Now they need to recover their horsepower. They can only be used when the Roman army retreats. However, the enemy you are facing is not easy to deal with. Don't worry. If the Roman army wants to use the tactics that they stole from us to defeat our teacher, it will only be a joke," Amyntas said confidently while paying attention to the battle situation in front of him. If the Devers heard this, they might feel a little ashamed. Leds glanced at the reserve team of light-armored soldiers behind him. He felt a little uneasy, but he did not say anything. The captain of the company in front, Stephos, Amyntas' adopted son, clearly saw that the Roman soldiers in front of him stopped when they were about 50 meters away. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he shouted, "Brothers, prepare the javelins! Prepare the javelins!" The shouts of the Dionysian army's officers rose and fell one after another. The soldiers had already held the javelins in their hands. Mars! There was an earth-shattering roar from the Roman army. Even though the young Roman soldiers in their 20s had just been running around, they were still full of energy. They strode forward and charged forward. Stepho saw clearly that the Roman soldiers did not tilt their shields above them. Obviously, they did not understand the characteristics of the heavy infantry of Dionia. He sneered. As they moved forward, the speed of the Roman soldiers' charge increased rapidly, creating an indomitable and powerful momentum. The soldiers of the First Legion of Dionia stood still like a mountain. They did not move until the Roman army was about 30 meters away. Javelins! As the officers shouted, the front and back rows of Dionia threw the javelins in their hands at the same time. It was as if a hurricane was blowing on the battlefield. The charging young Roman soldiers stopped abruptly. The dense heavy javelins flew more than 20 meters and fell into the 10 rows of young Roman soldiers. The javelins easily penetrated their chainmail armor and pinned them to the ground. Dionia's eyes were filled with shock. Dionia's eyes were filled with shock. The heavy javelins that hit the wooden shields were deeply embedded in the surface of the shields. The javelins were bent and dragged to the ground. At this time, most of the inexperienced young Roman soldiers did not continue to charge forward. Instead, they subconsciously pulled up their teammates who were struggling on the ground or tried to pull out the javelins on their shields. This provided enough time for the Dionia soldiers to prepare for the second round of javelins. Therefore, when the second round of javelins was thrown, more Roman soldiers fell to the ground. Camillus, who had always been able to remain calm and wise during the battle, cried out in distress when he saw the scene on the battlefield. He did not expect the Dionia heavy infantry to be able to throw javelins. The young Roman soldiers were caught off guard and suffered a big blow. Of course, what he did not know was that heavy infantry with javelins was the characteristic tactic of the Roman legion. However, in the history of his previous life, this tactic was established because of the war between the Romans and the Simonians. The Simonians, who were good at using javelins, caused the Romans to suffer a lot. That was why the Romans began to learn from their opponents and improved their tactics. This allowed the Roman heavy infantry, which was almost a single unit, to have a mid-range attack capability. Just when the Roman soldiers were suddenly attacked and temporarily fell into chaos, all the flags in the Dionia army pointed forward. The soldiers shouted the name Hades and fiercely pounced on the enemy. Fight! Fight! The platoon jarls and squad jarls of the Roman soldiers who were not injured shouted as they took the lead to rush to the front to fill the gap in the broken battle line. The young soldiers in the back also rushed to the front without hesitation. They wanted to avenge their injured comrades. However, before the Roman soldiers could fill the gap in the front line, the Dionia soldiers had already charged forward. The left, middle, and right frontline troops of both sides collided with each other. Although the frontline troops of both sides were 10 rows thick, compared to the fully equipped 1st, 2nd, and 3rd brigades of the 1st Legion of Dionia, the Roman young soldiers who had just been hit by the javelins were obviously no match for them in terms of strength. Especially in the first row, after the Dionia soldiers broke through the enemy's shield with the force of the charge, the spear in their right hand stabbed out like lightning. The Rome soldiers dodged the stab, but another spear came from the side. Due to the disparity in numbers, the young soldiers of Rome often faced a dangerous situation of 1 versus 2. Therefore, although they fought bravely, the casualties were gradually increasing, and the formation was constantly retreating. At the same time, there were constant screams in the formation. Most of them came from the wounded soldiers who were hit by the javelins and lying on the ground. They were trampled many times by their retreating Rome teammates. Their screams gradually became silent, which added to the panic in the hearts of the young soldiers. Camillus, who was riding at the rear of the middle line, looked at the front line that was constantly retreating. He frowned and quickly made a judgment, not only the middle line, but also the left and right flanks. The javelin attack of the Dionia soldiers at the beginning, as well as the swift and violent charge at the right time, caused the brave but not calm young soldiers to panic. Blow the bugle immediately and change the formation. Camillus gave the order without hesitation. Out of trust in their commander, the trumpeters blew the curved bronze bugle without hesitation. It was Lucius, who was next to him, who raised a question to his father. Although the front line of the soldiers is unstable now, they are still fighting tenaciously. If we let them retreat at this time, it will easily increase their casualties. Why don't we change the formation after the battle has stabilized a little? If we issue the order later, the loss will only be greater. Camillus's face showed a little self-blame. I didn't expect to encounter the Dionysian army in Woolsey. I should have learned more about their combat characteristics in detail beforehand. Lucius wanted to comfort him by saying, even if you want to know, no one in Rome knows. But looking at the serious expression on Camillus's face, he did not say it out loud. Hearing the bugle, the Roman veteran platoons in the third line began to move forward. When they were about to come into contact with the gap between the adult veteran platoons in the second line, they did not immediately squeeze in and join together to form a complete new line. Instead, they stopped and let the gap that was big enough to fit a platoon's formation remain. Upon hearing the repeated blasts of the bugle, the young Rome soldiers who were struggling to resist the Dionysia's attack heaved a sigh of relief. However, under the reminders of the platoon leaders and officers, they still had to work hard to support the front line while retreating slowly. However, under the pressure of the Dionysia soldiers' attack, some of the Rome soldiers began to collapse. However, the platoon in the second line was not far behind them. Soon, the two sides clashed. With the middle-aged soldiers at the back supporting them, the young soldiers at the front at least had some confidence. The young soldiers who did not have the support of the platoon at the back sped up and retreated into the gap. Then, they slipped away through the gap on both sides of the veteran platoon. The Dionysia soldiers who had been fighting face-to-face would also squeeze into this gap. They would then face the situation of being surrounded on three sides. Of course, the young soldiers and the middle-aged soldiers who had not retreated would also face the same situation. Therefore, the lines of the two sides were intertwined like a dog's teeth, tightly biting each other. But as the middle-aged soldier platoons continued to retreat, the young soldiers would eventually completely retreat to the rear, and the middle-aged soldiers and veteran platoons would eventually form a new formation. Amyntas, who was also at the rear of the Dionysia army's middle line, had learned from the cavalry patrolling the periphery of the Rome army that the Rome soldiers were changing their formation. He had been leading troops to fight in Dionysia for more than 10 years. In the face of the Rome army with similar tactics, how could he not understand what the Rome people were going to do next? Legion commander, we should blow the bugle and let the 4th, 5th, and 6th brigades move forward. While Amyntas was still thinking, Printos suggested. Amyntas hesitated for a moment. He understood why Printos made this suggestion. He must have considered that the Dionysia soldiers at the front line had the upper hand in the offensive. If they could continue to strengthen their offensive, it would not be easy for the Rome soldiers to change their formation. On the contrary, it would cause more casualties because of the chaos. But judging from the current situation, the frontline soldiers were not able to do it. This might be because the wave of rapid attacks just now had exhausted the extra physical strength of the frontline soldiers. Otherwise, according to the previous combat characteristics of the 1st Legion, they would have seized the opportunity to attack the enemy fiercely at this time, causing the enemy's frontline soldiers to retreat and collapse. But now, the attacking speed of the Rome soldiers was constantly decreasing. Amyntas stared at the situation in front of him. He knew in his heart that once the Rome soldiers changed their formation, the physically exhausted soldiers of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd brigades would be at a disadvantage against the new formation of the Rome soldiers. Although he longed for the soldiers to be able to kill the enemy bravely, he did not want them to encounter difficulties and affect the outcome of the battle. So, he finally accepted Printos' suggestion. The Dionysia bugle sounded. When the officers and soldiers of the 4th, 5th, and 6th brigades heard the order, they were not surprised because they had seen the performance of their comrades in the front line. The officers and soldiers who were fighting breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them were so tired that they could not even breathe evenly. Fortunately, the enemy had been retreating. Otherwise, some of the soldiers would have fallen to the ground because of the weakness in their legs. So, the panicked young Rome soldiers saw a strange scene. The enemy who was chasing them suddenly began to retreat. When Camillus heard from the scout that the enemy was also retreating and changing their formation, he did not feel lucky that he had escaped. The calmness of the Dionysia general and the determination of his soldiers to carry out the order made him frown deeply. At this time, the battle line between the two sides had opened up to a distance of nearly 20 meters. The battlefield that was filled with the sound of killing just now had become a little quiet. There were only dead bodies lying in the middle of the open space and a few wounded soldiers groaning on the ground. Most of them were Rome soldiers. However, the young and old soldiers of Rome not far away from them were holding their weapons and staring at the enemy in front of them. No one went to help the wounded soldiers. Camillus understood that the Dionysius soldiers could afford to waste time, but his army could not. So, he ordered again, "Step up the attack." While the platoon jarls were shouting, the new Rome soldiers were more cautious. They covered their upper bodies with long shields and moved forward steadily. Obviously, the previous javelin attack had taught them a lesson. But in fact, the 4th, 5th, and 6th brigades of Dionysia, who had already thrown out all their javelins, were a little amused when they saw their opponents being so cautious. But when the two armies approached each other and started fighting again, the Dionysius soldiers could no longer laugh. The Rome soldiers were skilled in the combination of shields and spears. Their spears were accurate and ruthless, and their coordination with the shield formation was also very tacit. Their overall combat power was not weaker than the Legion of Dionysia. This really surprised the Dionysia officers on the battlefield. If the Dionysius soldiers knew about Rome, they would know that these new Rome soldiers had served for more than 8 years and had participated in many foreign battles. Many of them had even received the civic crown. The civic crown was a recognition given by the Senate of Rome to the citizens of Rome who had performed bravely in many battles. In public, all the citizens of Rome, including the senators, would show respect to the citizens who wore the civic crown. Even the citizens' fathers would be treated with courtesy. It was an honor, and there was no material reward. However, the citizens of Rome held it in high esteem and wanted to have it. It could be seen that the people of Rome were also a race that valued military virtue and martial spirit. For a time, the frontline soldiers of both sides were in a stalemate in the fierce battle. Of course, Camillus would not be satisfied with just maintaining a stalemate with the Dionysius soldiers in the front line. He must seize the time to defeat the enemy. So, he ordered the 12 Rome squadrons, which included 10 squadrons of youth soldiers and 2 squadrons of adult soldiers, to split into 2 groups and bypass the frontline formation on both sides to attack the enemy's flanks. After giving the order, Camillus turned around and asked, "Is the casualty count out?" "About, more than 400 citizens were injured or killed." Lucius could not help but shiver in his heart when he reported. The initial battle did not last long, but in this short period of nearly 20 minutes, they had lost 4 squadrons. This had never happened in the last 10 years of war. At this time, although Camillus was also heartbroken, the order he gave was very firm: "Let the retreating squadrons immediately regroup and wait for my order before attacking the enemy." The humiliation they suffered before must be washed away with victory. At the same time, Amyntas was also asking his adjutant, "What's the situation on the Borsi side?" Aristos glanced at the record board and said, "The messenger reported that they have already regrouped and set off. Satia has sent out 1,000 soldiers, and Pelevernham has sent out 7,000, and they are rushing here." Amyntas was relieved and continued to pay attention to the situation in front of him. At this time, a scout galloped over. "Report, Commander, the enemy has sent out more than 700 heavy infantry, and they are circling behind our left flank." As soon as the voice trailed off, another scout galloped over. "Report, Commander, there are 700 to 800 enemy heavy infantry on our right flank." Amyntas' expression changed slightly. He did not hesitate and said loudly, "Let the first platoon rush to protect the left flank. The second platoon protect the right flank. The third platoon." Amyntas paused for a moment, and Printos reminded him in time, "Don't forget about the Rome soldiers who have just retreated." Aristos, the adjutant, said with slight disdain, "Do those defeated soldiers still have the courage to fight? Don't underestimate the enemy." Although that was what he said, Amyntas did not think that the defeated Rome soldiers could regroup so quickly, but he was still cautious. "Let the third platoon be in the middle." After giving the order, he looked back at the soldiers of the 8th platoon, who were resting not far behind him. It would be great if they were also heavy infantry. At this time, Amyntas actually had such a thought in his mind, which showed the psychological pressure caused by the Rome soldiers' attack. "Immediately send someone to urge the Wersi soldiers to speed up." Amyntas was no longer in a relaxed mood. After Stephos led the company to retreat from the front line, they basically maintained the original formation, but most of the soldiers were sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. As soon as the soldiers recovered a little, Captain Tessus ordered, "Brothers of the 1st platoon, according to the current formation order, immediately turn to the left and face the incoming enemy." While cursing, the soldiers propped up their sore and swollen legs with their spears and picked up their long shields that were already feeling heavy. Under the command of the company captain Stephos and the division leader, they followed the other soldiers of the company and spun the formation of the entire 1st battalion to the left before marching forward with large strides. As soon as they arrived at the edge of the left flank, the soldiers saw that the Rome soldiers were not far from them. When the Rome soldiers saw that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived, they did not stop to regroup. Instead, they lined up in a large phalanx to fight. Instead, they formed small phalanxes and charged at the formation of the 1st platoon of the Dionia. This kind of offensive method that was often seen in the Legion of Dionysius training was actually used by the enemy. Stephos felt that it was ridiculous and nervous. Shield formation. He gave the order because he had no other choice. His soldiers were already exhausted and did not have the strength to launch a charge to counteract the opponent's charge. At the same time, the Dionia soldiers at the front line raised their shields with their left arms and steadied themselves in a horse stance. The squad leaders were also reminding them loudly, "Change to your short swords." He switched to a short sword. When the soldiers were tired and their muscles were sore, using a stinger would not only reduce the accuracy of their stabs, but it would also cause the stinger to slip backward when the opponent collided fiercely, scratching the palms of the soldiers and affecting the use of the weapon. On the other hand, short swords were easier to control, especially when the enemy wanted to use their strength to close in and crush them. This was the experience summed up in Countless Battles, which was compiled into the military law by the Dionia Ministry of Military Affairs, so the team officers could use it in a timely manner. The 6 Rome platoons were all made up of young soldiers. They ran with strength and roared like thunder. In fact, most of the soldiers of the 1st Legion were 25 or 26 years old, which was also the period of peak physical strength in their lives. It was just that they had not rested much since they set off from Celse in the morning and had consumed too much physical strength. Naturally, they could not compare with the opponent now. The Rome platoons hit the Dionia's shield formation one after another. It was like a boulder bombarding the city wall, causing the shield formation to sink one after another. The Rome soldiers used the strong momentum of the charge to break the opponent's shield formation, and stabbed the enemy who staggered back with the spears in their hands. The Dionia soldiers used all their strength to resist the enemy's charge first, and then slowly retreated with the soldiers at the back to ease the opponent's strong offensive. While protecting their whole body with the long shield, the short sword in their right hand stabbed out from the gap from time to time, killing and injuring the enemy who dared to approach and attack fiercely. The Rome soldiers attacked fiercely. When the soldiers at the front were stabbed down, the soldiers at the back stepped over the wounded and continued to attack. The Dionia soldiers were also tenacious in defense, constantly stepping forward to fill the gap, trying to maintain the integrity of the front line of defense. The battle had entered a white-hot stage from the beginning. At this time, Amyntas received another piece of bad news from the scout, reporting to the commander, "There are more than 2,000 Rome heavy infantry moving quickly to our right flank." Hearing this news, Amyntas's face was very ugly. The Rome soldiers still have so many troops? Did they regroup the defeated soldiers so quickly? Time did not allow him to think anymore. He looked back at the light-armored soldiers who were still resting and ordered, "Let the 3rd Battalion quickly rush to the right flank to organize the defense. After receiving the enemy, let the 8th Battalion quickly circle around the enemy's flank and attack from both sides." Commander Printos reminded him, "Since the tactics of the Rome soldiers are similar to ours, I am afraid they will not be afraid of being attacked from the flank. On the contrary, when the enemy's morale is high, let the light-armored soldiers fight with the heavy infantry. I am afraid they will not be able to defeat the enemy." We are not going to defeat the enemy now, but to defend and delay time." Printos' reminder made Amyntas ponder for a while. Indeed, since the Rome soldiers fight with a platoon of more than 100 soldiers, when the light-armored soldiers move to the rear of their formation, the platoon at the back only needs to turn around flexibly, and they can fight face to face. Soon, he changed his order, "Let the 3rd Battalion reduce the thickness of the formation, extend the length of the formation, and completely block the enemy's attack." Let the 8th Battalion rush to the rear of the 3rd Battalion and increase the thickness of the entire formation to resist the enemy's attack. Yes. The messenger ran away. At this time, Amintas was no longer as calm as before, and so was Printos. The atmosphere became a little heavy. Leds hesitated and said, "Well, do you want my cavalry to attack the enemy from the flank to relieve some pressure for the 1st Legion?" Aminta's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. "Thank you, Leds. My 1st Legion can resist the enemy's attack. Let your cavalry have a good rest. I don't want to wait for the enemy to retreat, and the cavalry can't chase after them because of exhaustion." Okay. Although Leds looked regretful, Aminta's words made him feel relieved. "Send the messengers to urge the Walsi to hurry up." Then, Aminta's impatient words made everyone around him understand that the Legion commander was not as competent as he said. In fact, Camillus did not send all the heavy infantry out. He left 3 new platoons at the rear to protect the light infantry and cavalry from being attacked by the enemy's cavalry. Although the light infantry of the Roman allies outnumbered the Daionia light infantry, they did not dare to attack the Daionia light infantry because they were afraid of the stone throwers. In fact, the Daionia stone throwers were running out of lead pellets, but they were ready to attack at any time, so the two sides were in a stalemate. Camillus paid close attention to the progress of the battle in front of him. The new front line formed by the old soldiers and the young soldiers not only blocked the enemy's attack, but also began to force the enemy to retreat. But their advance was very slow, which did not satisfy Camillus. He knew very well that the Daionia heavy infantry had fewer soldiers than them, and after a long march, their physical strength was not as good as theirs. Yet, after defeating his first line, they could still maintain a stalemate with the second line of soldiers, which was more powerful. This surprised him. Therefore, in order to defeat the enemy as soon as possible, Camillus did not keep the third line of reserves. He threw almost all of them into attacking the enemy's flank. Now that all the available measures had been used up, and all the available troops were pressed forward, all he could do was wait anxiously and pray to God. Patroclus, who was at the rear of the 6th Legion, was also surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a difficult enemy since he joined the army. These Roman soldiers used continuous shield attacks and stabs to consume the physical strength of the Daionia soldiers, but they rarely used brute force to crash into the shield formation to avoid going too deep into the enemy's line. Therefore, they could basically maintain a relatively continuous line of attack. In such a situation, it was difficult for the Daionia soldiers to exert the power of their daggers, because taking the initiative to get close to the enemy would undoubtedly consume more of their exhausted physical strength. Therefore, under the steady and continuous attack of the Roman soldiers, the Daonia's line of defense was forced to retreat slowly. But on the flank of the army, the attacks of the young Roman soldiers were much more violent, especially the more than 2,000 young Roman soldiers who were sent to fight at the end. In order to wash away the shame of their previous defeat, they did not need to use their physical strength at all. Some of them even fought with their lives on the line. This put the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Legion of Daionia under great pressure. Camillus was one of the 2,000 young soldiers. His platoon was attacked by the Daionia cavalry before being defeated by the javelin attack of the Daionia heavy infantry. The soldiers had been holding back their anger for a long time. After regrouping, they were sent to attack the enemy's flank and rushed to the front. At the rear of the platoon, Camillus witnessed several soldiers being stabbed in the chest by the enemy's dagger. However, he did not fall immediately. Instead, he used the last of his strength to hold on to the enemy's dagger, providing opportunities for his teammates behind him to kill the enemy. The valiant performance of the soldiers made Camus, who had been a veteran for many years, feel his blood boiling. The tall and burly Camus saw a general with a white tassel on his head shouting at the back of the enemy's formation. Without a second thought, he threw the spear in his hand, and the general fell to the ground. However, the enemy's formation did not fall into chaos. It was as though nothing had happened. The Daonians were still tenaciously defending against the attacks of the soldiers. Not long after, more than half of the soldiers under him were dead or injured. Camus' rear team was now in the front. However, when he looked at the enemy in front of him, he was stunned. It was the officer with the white tassel that he had hit with his spear. At this time, there was a big hole in the breastplate of the enemy's right shoulder. Blood was still oozing out. He lowered his right hand and held the shield in his left hand while glaring at Camus. Camus did not have his spear anymore, so he pulled out the sword at his waist to fight. The 1-meter-long sword was good for slashing, but the narrow space and the enemy's good defense made it difficult for him to unleash the power of his sword. With his rich experience, he took advantage of the difference in strength and kept hitting the enemy's shield. The heavily injured enemy obviously could not withstand such a powerful attack. A painful expression appeared on his face, and he finally knelt on the ground. Camus stepped forward again and swung his sword down. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left leg. He saw a short sword piercing his calf. Although the enemy's right shoulder was seriously injured, he was still holding the short sword in his right hand. However, he hid it behind the shield and pretended to be powerless to hold the weapon. When Camus let his guard down, the attack succeeded. Then, he pulled it out forcefully, and the sharp blade immediately cut through the tendons. Camus let out a blood-curdling scream. His body, which was leaning forward, lost its balance and fell forward, pressing the enemy to the ground along with his shield. The enemy also grimaced in pain, but the short sword in his right hand was still swinging, cutting the ankle of his teammate who was moving forward beside Camus. It was not until the soldier behind Camus pierced the enemy's chest with his spear that he spat out blood and shouted, "Hades!" Then, he died with a relieved expression. Although the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Legion fought bravely, the number of young Roman soldiers was more than double of their own. Under their crazy attacks, the formation of the 3rd Brigade had many gaps. The light armored soldiers at the back did not hesitate to fill in the gaps in time and bravely resisted the attacks of the heavy armored Roman infantry. The battle continued fiercely, and the scouts kept reporting back and forth. "Commander, the 4th Brigade's 2nd Brigade's captain is injured." "Commander, the 1st Brigade's 3rd Brigade's captain is dead." "Commander, the 3rd Brigade's 1st Brigade's captain is injured." "Commander, the 3rd Brigade's 1st Brigade's captain is dead." "The 5th Brigade's captain is dead." According to the usual practice of the Legion of Dionysia, the captain of a company rarely went into battle personally. If the captain of a company went into battle personally, it only meant that the company suffered heavy casualties. Hearing the reports of the scouts one by one, Aminta's face was as dark as the sky, frighteningly gloomy. At this moment, another scout galloped over. Reporting to the Legion commander, Hetbarus, the leader of the 3rd Brigade, is requesting reinforcements from you. The 3rd Brigade has suffered heavy casualties, and the leader has personally gone into battle. Go back and tell Hetbarus that I don't have any reinforcements, and I don't want to hear about the number of casualties. But he must stay there and block the Rome's attack. If he dies in battle, I'll take over. Amintas's face was ashen as he shouted sternly. The mounted scout galloped away. Amintas glanced at the guards behind him and shouted, "Let's go to the rear of the 8th Battalion." Amintas's words were aggressive. Printos opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him, but in the end, he gave up. At this time, Led said, "I'll send the cavalry to attack the enemy and reduce the pressure on the 3rd Battalion." Amintas glanced at him. This time, he didn't refuse and nodded. Of course, the movement of the Dionia cavalry could not be hidden from the eyes of the Rome scouts. Now that the right flank of Dionia was the area where the Rome's attack was the fastest, it was obvious where the Dionia cavalry would go. Camillus immediately said to Lucius, "Immediately lead all the cavalry and 3 heavy infantry platoons to the enemy's right flank. After defeating the enemy cavalry, lead them to continue to strengthen the attack on the enemy's flank. Completely defeat the enemy." Lucius hesitated. "But father, your safety, the fiercer your attack, the safer I will be." "Go. Go." Under Camillus's urging, Lucius left with his troops. There were only 1,400 light infantrymen left by the old governor's side. He called a few of the alliance's generals over and said sincerely, "My life is in your hands now." Camillus was not only highly respected in Rome, but also in the entire Latin alliance. People respected him very much because it was he who led the army to repel the Celts who ravaged the Latin region. Several Rome's generals immediately promised, "Lord Camillus, don't worry. If the enemy wants to hurt you, they will have to do it over our dead bodies." As soon as they returned, before they could set up their defense, the Dionia's catapults threw lead pellets at them. When the 7th Battalion of the 1st Legion saw the enemy's cavalry and heavy infantry leave, they also began to attack the Rome's flag, trying to kill the enemy's commander and reverse the situation in one fell swoop. The front and flanks of both sides were filled with heavy infantry and light armored soldiers, while the periphery was filled with cavalry and light infantry. Rome and the Dionysian army were engaged in a full-scale battle. The battle lasted for nearly 2 hours, and it had entered the final stage. The Rome had gained the upper hand. The entire Dionysia's line of defense was compressed into a semicircle, especially the line of defense on the far right. If it were not for the commander, Amyntas, personally raising his shield and spear to kill the enemy, and the legion's flag was erected behind them, the 3rd Battalion and the light armored soldiers would have already retreated. But now, they were just fighting with their last breath. Leds's 1st Cavalry Legion was also struggling to stop the enemy's cavalry and heavy infantry reinforcements. Although the Rome's cavalry was brave, there were not many of them, and they were not very lethal. However, their heavy infantry caused a lot of casualties to the Dionysia's cavalry. Although Leds was heartbroken, he knew that the 1st Cavalry Legion could not retreat. Otherwise, even though there were not many of them, the consequences would be unimaginable if they joined the battle. Just when Leds was worried that he could not stop the advance of the Rome's heavy infantry, a cavalryman shouted, "Commander, look!" In the midst of the dust, Leds turned his head to the south and saw a large number of black shadows in the distance, quickly approaching him. The Volsci. Led's spirit was lifted, and he shouted, "Brothers, hold on a little longer. Our reinforcements are here. Our reinforcements are here." The first to arrive on the battlefield were more than 1,000 Volsci warriors led by Corinth, the former consul of Antium, followed by 1,000 Volsci warriors from Sartia. The Antium warriors who departed from Pelevernham arrived earlier than the Wolsey warriors who departed from Xianxia. This showed how strong their desire for revenge against the Romans was. When they arrived on the battlefield, they did not stop to rest and immediately launched a fierce attack on the Red Rome soldiers. The Rome cavalry was the first to be defeated. Then, the 3 Rome heavy infantry platoons that were being held back by the Dionysia cavalry were also attacked. Just as they turned around to defend themselves, Sartia's warriors arrived and surrounded them. The Rome's heavy infantry was better equipped than the Volsci warriors, who only had spears, shields, and helmets. However, they were too few in number, and they had been fighting the Dionysia for a long time. Their stamina was depleted, and they were quickly overwhelmed by the Volsci army. Just as the Volsci army arrived on the battlefield, the vanguard of Antium and Sartia continued to charge at the young Rome soldiers who were fighting the Dionysia's 3rd Brigade and light armored soldiers. A hurried bugle call sounded from the rear of the Rome army. When the Antium warriors attacked the 3 Rome platoons, Camillus received an urgent report from a cavalry scout. The news that a large number of Volsci warriors had appeared on the battlefield was like a heavy blow to him. It took him a while to recover. At this time, regret and self-blame intertwined in his heart. He thought that with the large number of soldiers and stamina of his army, he could defeat the Dionysia first and then retreat. This was the safest way. He did not expect the Dionysia to be so difficult to deal with. The battle had lasted for so long, but not only did they fail to defeat the Dionysia, but they even attracted the Volsci, sound the bugle call for retreat. Camillus suppressed the regret in his heart and immediately gave the order without hesitation. "Officer Camillus, wait a little longer. We'll be able to defeat the Dionysians soon." The adjutant hurriedly advised, "The Volsci have just arrived. Perhaps there are not many of them. Our soldiers can definitely stop them, sound the bugle call for retreat." Camillus still shouted firmly, "Sound the bugle call for retreat." Camillus, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, never took chances in a war. If they were defeated, they had to try their best to save the lives of their soldiers. The bugle call for retreat sounded continuously. The first reaction of all the Rome platoon jarls who heard the bugle call was a little incredulous. From what they saw, their troops now had the upper hand, and some of the platoon jarls could already feel that the enemy on the opposite side could not hold on any longer. But out of absolute trust in their commander, Camillus, they still ordered their soldiers to retreat. The old and young soldiers in the left, middle, and right formation quickly began to retreat, distancing themselves from the enemy on the opposite side. After that, they quickly turned around and retreated in an orderly manner. Patroclus, who had already picked up his shield and spear and was fighting side by side with his soldiers, knew very well why Commander Amintas asked them to rush here from the place where the camp was built. Therefore, when the enemy suddenly retreated, the pressure on his platoon's defense was instantly relieved. He let out a long sigh of relief and immediately realized that the enemy was going to escape. Could it be the Volsky? He was not the only one who made the decision. The 4th and 5th platoon captains, as well as the other platoon's captains, quickly made a decision. They ordered their soldiers to rush forward and trap the enemy so that they could not escape. However, the exhausted legion of Dionysius soldiers only managed to widen the distance between them and the Roman soldiers. As for the young Roman soldiers on the flanks, the previous attack was too fierce. The formation of the two sides had become intertwined with each other and were too close to each other. It was difficult for the young Roman soldiers to retreat. This was especially so for the young Roman soldiers on the right flank of the Dionia army. Nearly half of the young Roman soldiers who came to attack the Dionia army were in a killing frenzy. They only cared about attacking and ignored the bugles and shouts from the outside world. At this moment, more than 2,000 Volsky soldiers from Antium and Satia quickly arrived. Together with the 3rd platoon of the 1st Legion and the light armored soldiers, they surrounded the young Roman soldiers from the front and back. However, the Roman soldiers did not panic. The platoons at the back turned around to resist the attack of the Volsky soldiers, while the soldiers at the front attacked even more desperately. The formation of the 3rd platoon and the light armored soldiers almost collapsed. Fortunately, they knew that the reinforcements had arrived, and it strengthened their confidence to hold on. At the same time, Amintas urgently transferred the soldiers of the 2nd platoon, which was next to the 3rd platoon, to strengthen the defense line. When the other reinforcements arrived at the battlefield, they saw that the entire Roman army was retreating, so they immediately began to chase after the Roman soldiers. The heavy infantry of the Dionia army was exhausted. After running for a while, they could no longer continue. Only the light infantry and cavalry were still chasing after them. The 7th platoon, which was made up of light infantry, had the best stamina in the 1st Legion. They ran desperately, trying to get to the front and intercept the 6 young Roman soldiers who were attacking the left flank. However, the Roman soldiers did not know that the reinforcements had arrived when they were on the left flank. Therefore, they responded to the military order and retreated instead of retreating in disorder. Their morale was quite good. Similar to the way the Dionysian army retreated, they retreated in groups of platoons instead of completely dispersing. They could immediately regroup and counterattack. After suffering some losses, the 7th Brigade no longer dared to block in front of him. Instead, they ran along with them and attacked with javelins and arrows at the same time, thus achieving some results. The Dionia cavalry's pursuit was even more direct. They directly rode their horses to charge from the rear, scattering the enemy's platoon, and then stabbed the lone enemies one by one. However, this method was more damaging to the tired horses. The cavalry only used this method a few times at the beginning of the pursuit. After that, they only attacked the scattered enemies. The battlefield was only 4 to 5 miles away from the Rome campsite. Camillus led most of the young soldiers, veteran platoon, and light infantry to retreat to the north gate of the campsite without any hindrance. Phraates had already received the news and had already opened the camp gates in preparation to receive Camillus. Camillus did not immediately enter the campsite. Instead, he reminded Phraates to guard the campsite to prevent the enemy from taking the opportunity to attack. He also ordered the light infantry to quickly stand on the wooden walls and climb up the sentry towers to attack any enemy that dared to approach the campsite. At the same time, he led the more than 3,000 young and veteran soldiers to line up 100 meters away from the campsite and launched a swift and violent attack on the Volsky who had caught up to them. As the Volsky only cared about pursuing the routed soldiers, their formation had long been scattered and disorganized. They were quickly routed by Camillus' troops. Camillus defeated several Volsky troops in a row and ensured the safety of the Rome's routed soldiers. Instead of pursuing them, he led his troops in a steady retreat and stood 50 meters away from the north gate of the campsite. Under the protection of the light infantry's arrows and javelins, he blocked the escape route of the routed soldiers. By the time the Volsky had no choice but to gather the pursuing soldiers and form a new army to approach the Rome campsite, Camillus had already led his troops into the campsite. Seeing the Rome soldiers densely packed on the wooden walls, the Volsci finally gave up on the idea of taking advantage of the situation to attack the Rome campsite. It was only at this point that this arduous battle finally came to an end. Although they had won the battle, Amyntas could not feel happy when he looked at the wounded soldiers on the ground. The rough casualty statistics were out. The First Legion had suffered more than 2,400 casualties, which was 1/4 of the entire legion. More than half of the Third Legion and the Light Infantry Brigade were lost. Although some of the wounded soldiers only suffered superficial wounds and would recover after bandaging, treatment, and recuperation, the First Legion had suffered a great loss. Led side beside him. The First Legion of cavalrymen had obstructed the retreat of the Rome's food supply troops at the beginning, and at the end they had blocked the reinforcements of the Rome's heavy infantry and cavalry. Therefore, they had paid a great price. In the end, the number of casualties was as high as 700, which was close to half of the legion. The war horse, in particular, had been severely damaged. It would probably take some time to recover before it could be used on the battlefield again. This is a big loss. Leds lamented on the side. His voice was loud enough for Amyntas to hear. Although he had tried his best to help Amyntas during the battle, it did not prevent him from venting his anger after the battle. Amyntas did not refute. In fact, he did not have the mood to refute now. He asked the orderly to inform the medical camp to treat the wounded soldiers. At the same time, he asked the guards, who were still strong, to bandage the wounds of the wounded soldiers and carry out the initial treatment. The soldiers had received training in this aspect during the usual military training. At this time, the soldiers of the First Legion were so tired that they did not even have time to take off their helmets and breastplates. They were lying on the ground and sleeping. They did not even react when someone stepped on them. They were too tired after being mistaken as corpses by the guards many times. Amyntas walked in the middle of the soldiers. He was careful not to wake them up. However, his heart was heavy. He had been the commander of the First Legion for 9 years. He was very familiar with all the soldiers and officers in the army. Now that he saw these soldiers and officers, who he used to get along with and fought side by side under his command, lying in a pool of blood one by one, how could he not feel distressed? At the same time, he was also blaming himself. Although the king of Devers told him several times to pay attention to the Roman army before he left, he still underestimated the people of Rome. Otherwise, he would not have ordered the soldiers of the First Legion to attack an enemy that outnumbered them after a long march. He treated the people of Rome like the Messapi, Pucetti, and Doni that the Legion of Dionysia had fought against in the past. However, it turned out that the king of Devers was right to worry. This army, which was somewhat similar to Dionia in terms of organization and tactics, was indeed stronger than the previous enemies of Dionia. If the First Legion had more stamina and more people, they would not have been so passive. Rome. Rome, Amyntas thought as he walked. In front of him, Hepburus stood up shakily. His right arm was bandaged and there was a long bloodstain on his forehead. He could only force a military salute with his left hand. Commander. Commander, lie down, Hepburus. Amyntas said hurriedly. Facing the commander of the Third Legion, he showed a rare gentle and concerned smile. Commander, brothers of the Third Legion. Hepburus looked sad. Before he finished his sentence, tears were already welling up in his eyes. Amyntas' smile froze on his face. He could only say in a low voice, thanks to the Third Legion and the Eighth Legion's tenacity in blocking the enemy's attack, we won this victory. The medical camp will do their best to save your soldiers. You have to receive treatment and recover as soon as possible. The First Legion can't do without you. After saying this, Amyntas left in a hurry. At this time, the adjutant, Aristonos, came over and whispered, Commander, Stephos suffered some minor injuries. It's not a big deal. These children of the old Dionia elders were familiar with each other. His injuries are too light. Amyntas' sigh stunned Aristonos. In the main tent of the camp in Rome, Camillus briefly described the battle to Phraates. After listening, Phraates could not help but gasp. Camillus, are you saying that the Dionia army marched all the way from Sels to the south of our camp, and without stopping in the middle, launched an attack on our supply troops, and then, they even resisted the continuous attack of more than 9,000 heavy infantry, and finally waited for the arrival of Wolsey's reinforcements? Yes. Camilla sighed and said with a solemn expression, the key is that we have more people than them. More than 9,000 heavy infantrymen, 2,000 light infantrymen, and 700 cavalry. The army I lead has nearly 12,000 people, while the Dionians, according to the many reports from the scouts, they have about 10,000 people, but the heavy infantrymen might only have 6,000 to 7,000 people. But even with such an army that is weaker than us and has fewer people, our Roman soldiers fought fiercely for more than 2 hours without being able to defeat them. For the past few years, the Roman army had been invincible in the Latin and Etruria regions. Frius, who was used to victory, found it difficult to accept the fact that the Roman army was inferior to the Dionysian army. Of course, he knew Camillus, and he did not think that the respected veteran would distort the facts in order to clear his name of losing the battle. So he could not help but ask, is the Dionysian army really that strong? Let's not talk about the cavalry of Dionia first. You already know the situation before this. As for the light infantry, we did not pay much attention to them. They were all provided by our allies, so they were undisciplined and lacked training and cooperation. But the light infantry of Dionia has catapults that can throw long-distance lead projectiles, archers, and javelin throwers. They are well coordinated and well trained. So before I arrived with my army, their light infantry of about 1,000 could suppress our 2,000 light infantry and 700 cavalry. Camillus analyzed seriously. More importantly, their heavy infantry is not much different from ours in terms of equipment. Even their formation and tactics are very similar to ours. However, their heavy infantry can invest in javelins. At the beginning of the battle, our young soldiers were defeated by the enemy's javelin attack. I also noticed that there are many flags in the Dionia army. They not only use bugles, but also drums and flags to convey orders. Therefore, the platoons of Dionia are more closely connected, and the speed at which they carry out orders is faster than us. After listening to this, Frius looked a little depressed, and said with a little doubt, it seems that our army is not as good as the Dionia army in every aspect? Maybe this army is the strongest in Dionia. The other armies may not have such strong fighting strength and fighting spirit. Camillus did not have any illusions. He said frankly, judging from the organizational ability and fighting level of this Dionysian army, I'm afraid that the other Dionysian army is not too weak. Otherwise, Dionia would not have become a powerful kingdom in just a few years. Besides, the kingdom of Dionia owns the entire southern land, and they have more soldiers than us. Provoking such a powerful opponent will be a big problem for Rome. At this point, Camillus looked worried. Frius suddenly thought of something and encouraged himself and Camillus, don't forget, we still have a powerful ally, Carthage. They have promised that if Dionia dares to declare war on us, they will declare war on Dionia. With Carthage attacking from the south, it is impossible for Dionia to send more troops here. We, Rome, have the advantage in fighting in Latin, which belongs to us. Camillus wanted to say something but did not. At this time, the adjutant walked into the big tent with a solemn face, my lords, the casualties of the army are out. A total of 4,460 heavy infantry soldiers are missing, 423 cavalry soldiers are missing, and 740 light infantry soldiers are missing. A total of 5,623 soldiers did not return to the camp. 5,623. That's half of the soldiers who left the camp. Frius' surprised expression was a little exaggerated. He then realized that Camillus was beside him, and quickly said, in fact, there may not be so many casualties and captured soldiers. Some soldiers may have run away, and when the enemy retreats, they will return. So, the sentries in the camp must pay attention to screening, and at the same time, arrange the troops and be ready to help them return to the camp at any time. Although Camillus had already expected this huge number was still unbearable for him. He could not help but cough repeatedly, and his adjutant hurriedly stepped forward to massage his back. After a long while, Camillus finally recovered. His face was gloomy, and he said in a low voice, this battle caused so many casualties among the soldiers, and it was all because of my mistakes in commanding. I will write a letter to the Senate and ask for punishment. I also want to remind them to be more vigilant against the Dionysian army, and to use their troops cautiously. Hearing Camillus's words, Phraates heaved a sigh of relief. Although he respected Camillus, it did not mean that he wanted to bear the responsibility of this failure with Camillus. He did not want this failure to affect his future career in Rome, but he still pretended to be loyal and said, "Camillus, how can this be your responsibility alone? You and I are both commanders of this army, and the decision to leave the camp to rescue the enemy was made by both of us." Camillus waved his hand. "Don't say any more, this is all my fault. I have underestimated the Dionia, otherwise, I would have immediately led the soldiers back after receiving the food supply team. You can't rely on luck in war." Camillus sighed deeply with remorse, then reminded him, "Not only did we lose so many soldiers, but some of them are also injured and won't be able to fight the enemy for a while. The number of soldiers who can fight in the camp is greatly reduced. Phraates, I suggest that you strengthen the camp's defenses tomorrow. No matter how the enemy provokes you, do not leave the camp to fight the enemy." No matter how young Phraates was, the performance of the Dionysian army had shocked him. He did not dare to risk his career and the lives of his soldiers, so he nodded and said, "You are right, Camillus. We should hold the camp until Quintus arrives with his troops." For the Volsci, this was a rare victory against Rome in 10 years, even though they were not the main force in the battle. When the Roman soldiers, who had no hope of breaking out of the encirclement, finally surrendered to the Volsci warriors, or when the Volsci warriors injured and captured the lagging Roman soldiers in the process of pursuing them, the Volsci soldiers who escorted the Roman soldiers back were filled with pride of victory. But the Volsci leaders knew very well who brought this victory. Under the lead of Consul Tullus of Selse and Consul Catimentalos of Pelevernham, they found Amyntas, who was treating the wounded soldiers. "General Amyntas, I didn't expect you to bring us such a rare victory the day after you led your army to Volsci. It is clear that Dionia is sincerely helping us. Thank you very much." "Thank you very much," Tullus said with a sincere expression. Catimentalos immediately took over the conversation and expressed his apology excitedly. "Please forgive my previous prejudice. When Toulouse told me that Dionia only sent 10,000 troops, I even complained, only 10,000 reinforcements? What can they do when the Roman army is invading with tens of thousands of troops? But you and your soldiers have proved the strength of the Dionysian army with your heroic performance. Please accept my respect for you." The consul of an important Volsci town immediately greeted Amyntas with the most honorable Volsci etiquette. Amyntas hurriedly helped him up and said humbly, "I'm just a warrior. My mission is to follow the orders of the kingdom and fight the enemy. If you want to thank someone, you should thank His Majesty the Devers who sent us here. The best thing we, Volsci, have done in recent years is to ally with the great Dionia. We are honored to fight side by side with the brave warriors of Dionia. Let's defeat the Roman soldiers together." Corlenus, the former consul of Antium, said loudly. "Yes. That's right." The other high-ranking Volsci officials also echoed loudly. Hearing these sincere words and looking at their excited expressions, Amyntas suddenly realized that the First Legion had made such a huge sacrifice to obtain this victory was very important. At this time, Catimentalos made a sincere request to the commander of the First Legion of Dionia, General Amyntas, since the Roman soldiers have suffered this defeat, they don't have many soldiers left in their camp. We have decided to attack the Roman camp and completely destroy the enemy. I hope you can help us." Amyntas was stunned. He then shook his head and said bluntly, "I don't think it's a good idea to attack the Roman camp now." He did not care whether the Volsci people looked happy or not. He continued to analyze the situation seriously. "I have carefully inspected the Roman camp today. Their defense is very tight. And after today's battle, I found that the Roman soldiers are very strong. Even if we can rely on our numbers to take down the camp in the end, we will definitely suffer a great loss. Can you bear such a loss now? It is said that the Roman soldiers have another more powerful army, and they will arrive soon. When that time comes, our numbers will be greatly reduced because of the continuous battles. What can we do to resist them?" Amyntas' words were like a can of cold water poured on the high-ranking Volsci officials, temporarily calming them down from the ecstasy of victory. Tullus, who originally did not agree to attack the Roman camp, took the opportunity to ask, "General Amyntas, do you have any suggestions for the next battle?" Amyntas thought for a moment and said, "We should adopt a defensive strategy and rely on defending the towns to kill a large number of the Roman soldiers. Defense? That will only allow the Roman soldiers to take our towns one by one. The loss of the Let city is proof of that. The Roman soldiers now have a very strong ability to attack cities. Montalos expressed his doubts and concerns. Amintas, who was usually hot-tempered, did not get angry at this moment. He patiently explained, when the army marched through Xianxia, I observed the town. Its defense facilities are too simple, so it is easy to break through. If you can take advantage of the victory of this battle and the time before the arrival of the other Roman army, you can speed up the improvement and reinforcement of the city's defenses. It will definitely cause a lot of trouble for the Romans when they attack the city. General Amintas, how should we improve the defense of the town? Tullus immediately asked humbly. First of all, dig the trench deeper and wider. Bury sharp wooden spikes at the bottom of the trench so that it will be difficult for the Roman soldiers to pass through it. Set up densely packed antlers between the trench and the city wall. Even if the Roman soldiers pass through the trench, it will take them a lot of time to bring their siege weapons to the city. Our arrows, javelins, and stones will be able to kill the enemy as much as possible. We have to set up traps outside the trench, and there's a lot of details to how to set up the traps. Amintas explained in detail as he drew on the ground with his dagger. The higher-ups of Wolsey were listening attentively to him. When the First Legion sailed to the Latin region, Carthage, who had received the news, sent out his army to declare war on Ionia as promised. However, in Carthage's Senate, there was a heated debate about this issue. On the surface, Hanno agreed to send troops to Sicily, but he believed that Ionia's current military power was strong. Carthage alone did not have absolute confidence in winning, so he needed to gather the military power in the hands of the governor of Iberia, Margo, because they had a large army all year round and often fought with the indigenous people of Iberia, so they had rich combat experience. According to reason, this request of Hanno was reasonable, and many senators expressed their approval. However, Pretacuba and the other Magonid senators firmly opposed it. They believed that although Mago had an army in Iberia, this army was used to defend against the invasion of the Iberian natives. If they were transferred away, the newly occupied land of Carthage and Iberia might once again fall into the hands of the natives. Hanno scoffed at this reason. He loudly sneered, does Margo still need to defend against the attack of the indigenous people of Iberia? I heard that the indigenous leaders of Iberia often go to Sicily to see him, and he scolds them like he scolds his slaves. And I also know that the officials of Malaga City and Gata City go to Sicily to see Margo much more often than to Carthage. The Iberian colonies are now very stable, but the military expenses that Margo applied to the Senate are increasing year by year, and the army under his command is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know who he is using this army to defend against. Shouldn't he use this army supported by Carthage's gold and silver to serve Carthage? If he doesn't agree, then does he have other ideas? What Hanno said could be said to hit the nail on the head. Pretacuba found it difficult to refute for a while, and many senators who had accepted bribes from Margo could not speak for him at this time. Hanno's proposal was also supported by the neutral senators. In the end, Hanno even said harsh words, if Margo does not send troops, Carthage will not send troops to Sicily. The meeting ended in discord. Soon, rumors began to spread in the city of Carthage. Hanno is afraid of Ionia, so he doesn't dare to send his army to fight. He's determined to violate the agreement with his close ally, Rome. However, another rumor was widely spread, Margo refused to send troops recruited with the taxes of the citizens of Carthage to fight against Ionia because he wanted to be the king of Iberia. This rumor caused an uproar in the city of Carthage. Many people gathered in front of the Senate to protest, scolding Margo as a traitor, and strongly demanding that the Senate revoke his position as governor of Iberia and transfer him back to Carthage for trial. When the news spread to the south of Iberia, Margo and the others were somewhat depressed. They knew very well that this was the disadvantage of not being in the center of power for Carthage, so it was difficult for him to control the situation. Although the Magonid family had a stable foundation in Iberia, once it left Carthage, it would become a rootless tree. Of course, they didn't want to be abandoned by the people of Carthage. Hanno's approach could be said to have hit their soft spot. After a discussion with Hacker, Margo quickly made a decision. So, a few days later, Pretacuba proposed at the Senate meeting, my lords, as a citizen of Carthage, Margo, the governor of Iberia, is certainly willing to send his troops to fight, but he wants to be the commander of the attack on Sicily. Indeed, with Margo's identity and military qualifications, no one among the citizens of Carthage dared to compete with him for the position of commander of the expedition, but how could Hanno let him do as he wished? Tepinlaco immediately stood up and expressed his opposition. The situation in the Iberian Peninsula is complicated, and there are many fierce indigenous people. Once Lord Margo leaves, and the new governor is not familiar with the situation there, I am afraid it will lead to instability in the newly occupied Iberia region. Wouldn't the efforts of these years be in vain? So it is better for Lord Margo to stay in Iberia, and only need to send the army over. Pretacuba immediately retorted, "My lords, you should all know that the members of the Iberian army are complicated. Most of them are foreign mercenaries. If they are commanded by outsiders, I am afraid they will not listen to orders. Not only will it not achieve the effect of the battle, but it will also cause chaos. If the Senate is really worried about the safety of the new Iberian territory, I recommend Hasdrubal, the son of Hamilco, to be the commander of the expedition. He has led the army to defeat the indigenous people in Iberia many times. He has rich combat experience and is a rare general talent in Carthage." Replacing Margo with Hasdrubal, the effect is still the same. Margo has a good idea. Hanno sneered in his heart. As a result, the Hanoverian senators all expressed their opposition, and even Octon shouted excitedly, "An army supported by Carthage's taxes does not listen to Carthage's orders, but is willing to listen to the command of only one person. Isn't this dangerous? Do we dare to give the command of the army to such a person, and put the city of Carthage in possible danger?" Octon's words could be said to be quite harsh, but he said the problem that many senators were worried about. The main members of the Magonid family had gone to Iberia, and they could not return to Carthage a few times a year. They also had a large army in their hands that was almost not composed of Carthage citizens. This in itself had already worried the Senate. Now that the command of the army was given to the Magonid family, it was obviously not what the senators wanted. On this issue, the leader of the neutral party, Essaruba, was in agreement with Hanno. In the end, with the support of the majority of the senators in the Senate, a resolution was passed. Malefio, the military governor of Namibia, would be the commander of the army, and Margo would not have to go, but Iberia must send no less than 20,000 troops to fight. This resolution was not only the opposite of the result that Margo and the others expected, but also greatly harmed their interests. Therefore, Margo, who received the news, delayed the implementation of the resolution and sent messengers to Carthage with a large sum of money to lobby the senators. In the back-and-forth wrangling between the two sides, the dispatch of troops to Sicily had been delayed. Just as the Senate of Carthage was arguing about the expedition, the Council of Syracuse was also engaged in a fierce debate. More than a decade ago, Syracuse was still the largest Greek city-state in Sicily, and even the most powerful city-state in the entire Greek world. Under the rule of the tyrant Dionysius, the people of Syracuse defeated the powerful Carthage people, conquered most of the land of Sicily, and became the overlord of Sicily. Dionysius even led nearly 100,000 troops north and crossed the sea to attack Greece in an attempt to expand his territory. However, after half a year of war with the newly rising Dionia alliance, the people of Syracuse, who obviously had the upper hand, eventually suffered a crushing defeat in both naval and land battles. Dionia's army even attacked Sicily, causing the people of Syracuse to rebel and overthrow Dionysius's rule. In the end, Dionysius and his family were betrayed and murdered by Sparta. The people of Syracuse, who were liberated from Dionysius's dictatorship, decided not to repeat the same mistakes. The people entrusted Herolas, who played a leading role in the process of overthrowing Dionysius's rule, to form a new democratic government in Syracuse. However, Herolas had other ideas. During Dionysius's rule, he held an important position in the city-state. At the same time, he seriously studied the political system of Dionia. That was why he opposed Dionysius, because Dionysius was too cruel and oppressed the people too much. It did not mean that he fully agreed with democracy. On the contrary, he believed that democracy was too free and undisciplined, inefficient, and prone to chaos. Especially when Syracuse experienced a crushing defeat and urgently needed to recover its national strength, he should centralize power and quickly make various decisions that were beneficial to the city-state's development. That was why he delayed forming a new government. Instead, he used his position as the highest leader during the war to frequently issue various decisions. These decisions were often made by him alone without discussing with anyone else, which was criticized by the people. During this period of time, there were two things that caused his reputation to plummet among the people. First, an important democratic figure in Syracuse, Diogenes, was arrested for vehemently opposing Dionysius's rule. He was supposed to be sentenced to death, but with the help of a friend, he actually escaped imprisonment and escaped from Sicily. After Dionysius's rule was overthrown, he actually brought a few warships and some soldiers back to Syracuse. Based on his heroic deeds against Dionysius, the people gave him a warm welcome and elected him as a general in the citizens' assembly. They hoped that he would enter Syracuse's wartime general executive committee and counterbalance Herolus's growing power. However, Herolas actually vetoed the results of the citizens' assembly and emphasized that any decision must be approved by him. This matter made the people very angry. However, in a previous decision issued by Herolas, a large amount of fertile land that Dionysius had once distributed to the mercenaries was distributed to the civilians in the port, and they were given full citizenship. Therefore, it was fully supported by the people and free people in the port area. In addition, in the wartime General Executive Committee, Phalcus, Ctesicus, and the others were all friends of Herolas and his supporters, so it seemed that his power was unshakable. The second matter was that although Dionia agreed to release the captured Syracuse soldiers and sailors, the Devers put forward a condition. They asked Syracuse to compensate for the damage caused by the Syracuse army to Great Greece, and also to ransom the captives. Of course, the amount of compensation was not small. In the many negotiations with Dionia, Herolas was forced to agree to pay the war reparations. This was why he wanted to concentrate his power to develop Syracuse as soon as possible, and let Syracuse walk out of the quagmire of defeat as soon as possible. However, the people of Syracuse discovered that some of the released Syracuse militia and sailors were missing. Herolas immediately sent people to negotiate with Dionia, but the reply of Dionia officials made them feel helpless. Due to the fierce attack of the Syracuse army, Dionia was already on the brink of destruction. In order to obtain food support from Carthage, they had no choice but to agree to the other party's request, and provide some Syracuse prisoners to Carthage. Herolas had no choice but to make an issue of the war reparations, and strongly requested that Dionia reduce the amount of compensation. However, the people of Syracuse felt that Herolas did not do his best, and allowed the people of Syracuse to become Carthage's slaves. The people were disappointed in him, and this included many civilians in the port area, because many of the prisoners that did not return were sailors of Syracuse. At this time, Devers ordered the spies hidden in Syracuse to spread unfavorable rumors about Herolas, because Devers knew that many of the decisions made by Herolas were correct, but he did not want to see Syracuse rise again. Therefore, the people's dissatisfaction and suspicion towards Herolas grew, and many people spread rumors that Herolas wanted to become the second Dionysius. During this period of unrest, according to Herolas's proposal, Phaseopexus, Damocles, these former generals and ministers under Dionysius, who should have been severely punished, suddenly escaped from prison, and led some dissatisfied people out of Syracuse. They met up with Macias's mercenaries in the mountains to the west, and actually occupied the small city of Achle to the west of Syracuse. Of course, Herolas could not allow the remnants of Dionysius to cause trouble in Syracuse's territory, so he decided to personally lead an expedition. Before he left, he ordered Phalcus, Cucius, Ctesicus, and the others to guard Syracuse. After all, he knew that the political situation was not stable recently. Unexpectedly, when Herolas led his troops to Achle and was about to attack the city, he received bad news. There was a rebellion in Syracuse. Not only did the citizens re-elect a general, but they also unanimously passed a proposal to put the dictator Herolas on trial. How could Heroles be so easily ousted from power in Syracuse? That was because of the support of Phalcus, Cucius, Ctesicus, and the others. It turned out that these close friends of Herolas deeply felt that after Herolas became the leader of Syracuse, he had become arbitrary and did not listen to their opinions. Although they were also members of the executive committee, they had almost no real power, so of course they were dissatisfied. Coupled with the influence of the rumors in the city, they were very worried that Herolas would really become a dictator. Therefore, after Herolas led his troops out of the city, under the persuasion of Diogenes, they resolutely chose to cooperate with the Democrats and abandon Herolas. When Herolas heard of the chaos in the city, he immediately led his troops back, wanting to quickly calm the situation. Who knew that before they even reached the city of Syracuse, more than half of his soldiers had fled? Seeing that things were not going well, Herolas could only take his confidants and escape from Syracuse by boat. He did not choose to escape to the kingdom of Dionia, which had helped him overthrow Dionysius, nor did he choose to escape to the former ally of Syracuse, Sparta. Instead, he chose to escape to the former mother state of Syracuse, Corinth. It was now the third year of the kingdom of Dionia, 391 BC, and the Corinth War was nearing its end. In order to prevent a situation like Herolas's, the Democrats in power in Syracuse elected 25 generals, led by Stesichos and Phaucus, to manage the affairs of the city. They also abolished some of the laws that Herolas had enacted when he was in power, including war reparations to Dionia, and the land allocated to the civilians in the port area has also been taken back. This not only worsened the diplomatic situation in Syracuse, but also made the people in the port area very angry. At the same time, Theagenes also proposed to increase the punishment of the citizens who had worked for Dionysius. This caused many people in the city to panic. The king of Dionia's Devers ordered the 8th Legion in Catanae to deploy troops to the northern border of Syracuse, as if they were going to attack Syracuse. In the end, the new generals of Syracuse gave in and had no choice but to increase the amount of war reparations. As for the rioting civilians in the port area, Theagenes and the others mercilessly sent troops to suppress them. It was at this time that Phasaphizes and Macias led the rebel army in Ochlai to Syracuse, shouting the slogan, "We will avenge the citizens who had worked for Dionysius." This slogan was accepted by many people in Syracuse. Therefore, Theagenes led the unstable civilian soldiers out of the city to fight, but they were defeated by the rebel army of Phasaphizes, who outnumbered them. They had no choice but to retreat into the city to defend. Phasaphizes and Macias were both experienced generals, and they were very familiar with the city of Syracuse. Phasaphizes pretended to attack the southern city of Syracuse, while Macias quickly led a small number of elite soldiers to the north, bypassing the mountains, and rushed to the northern city wall of Syracuse. They launched a sneak attack on Herxagate, broke into the city, and entered the Popical area. The people in the city were shocked. However, at this critical moment, the executive committee of 25 generals was discussing who should be held responsible for the loss of the city. At the same time, they were debating on how to defend against the enemy, but they could not come up with a concrete plan. It was not until Macias's army approached the inner city that the generals hurriedly gathered their troops to face the enemy. Naturally, they failed again. The panicked Democrats had no choice but to retreat to Ortygia Island, while Phasaphizes took the opportunity to enter the city and meet up with Macias. The original mercenaries under his command took the opportunity to retaliate in the city, causing the people to suffer unspeakably. Far away in Corinth, Herolas had been paying attention to the developments in Syracuse. At this time, after learning of the tragic situation of the people, as a patriot, how could he stand by and do nothing? Therefore, he requested some reinforcements from the government of Corinth, and led them back to Ortygia. It was already the 6th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 388 BC. The people of Syracuse warmly welcomed the return of Herolas, and begged him to forgive their betrayal. On the island of Ortygia, Herolas gave a heartfelt speech. He said, "No matter how the people of Syracuse treat him, he will come to protect this country and its people without hesitation. If he cannot save his mother, he would rather die on the ruins of his country." The people of Syracuse, including his former friends and political enemies, were deeply moved by his words. The people all shouted, "Save Syracuse! Save Syracuse!" Herolas saw that the morale was high, and the people could be trusted. He immediately formed an army, opened the long-closed city gate of Ortygia, rushed out of the isthmus, and launched a fierce attack on the rebel army. Phasaphizes and Macias hurriedly led their troops to meet the enemy. When the people in the city heard that the leader was Herolas, they all responded. The rebel army was defeated, and in the end, Macias died in battle. Phasaphizes was also captured, and the rebel army was basically wiped out. Herolas, who had won a complete victory, had his prestige greatly increased. Therefore, he did not hold a public meeting, and brazenly abolished the General Executive Committee, and stripped Theagenes, Phaucus, and the other 25 generals of their power. The people actually did not object to this. And this time, when he regained power, Herolas clearly wanted to establish a political system in Syracuse similar to Dionia, but at the same time mixed with Corinth's system. This was a political system where a few elites ruled the majority. For this reason, he relied more on Corinth to help him complete this task. Over the past few years, the turmoil in Syracuse had caused the people to suffer greatly. Furthermore, Herolas had reinstated the law he had enacted in Syracuse, and many people had benefited from it. Therefore, the people had tacitly agreed to Herolas' change of government, which seemed to be a dictatorship, and did not express strong opposition. And Herolas's political enemies such as Diogenes, Phalcus, and the others did not have the support of the people, and they could not cause any big waves. The political situation in Syracuse began to stabilize. Herolas's rule also gradually stabilized, but this stability was pregnant with danger. Among the Corinth people who followed Herolas to Syracuse, there was a young noble named Ammarchus. Because of his bravery in battle, he was recognized by Herolas, and became the chief of the city guards to protect the safety of Syracuse. At the same time, he also served as Herolas's palace captain. But he was jealous of Herolas's achievements, and vainly tried to replace him. In the 8th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 386 BC, when Herolas went to the temple of Apollo to offer sacrifices, an assassin bribed by Ammarchus assassinated the general of Syracuse. Then, Ammarchus seized the opportunity to usurp the supreme power of Syracuse. In order to consolidate his power, he wantonly promoted Corinth people, and the people of Syracuse complained about this. A few months later, during the harvest celebration of Demeter, Herolas's widow publicly revealed the truth of her husband's assassination. The people were angry, and they gathered together to overthrow Ammarchus's rule. Ammarchus also gathered his army to suppress them, but in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat and died in the chaos. When the power once again fell into the hands of the Democrats in Syracuse, Diogenes, Phalcus, Stesicus, and the others, having learned their lesson, did not create a strange government with 25 generals like before. Instead, they restored Syracuse's traditional democratic government with 10 generals, a council of 100, and a citizens' assembly. They also continued some of the policies and laws implemented during the reign of Herolas. At the same time, they continued to pay reparations to Dionia. In the years after the defeat of Dionia, the political situation in Syracuse had been in turmoil. It not only exhausted the energy and enthusiasm of the people, but also made some elites disappointed with the future of Syracuse. Pharisanus, for example, accepted the invitation of the Dionia Academy to teach in Thurii. At the same time, he wrote letters to the king of the Devers several times, asking him to reduce the reparations demanded from Syracuse. It was not until the 11th year of the kingdom of Dionia that the Devers generously wrote off the reparations. The political situation in Syracuse had once again stabilized and began to gradually recover its vitality. However, during the previous turmoil, Syracuse's agriculture and trade were hit hard. Many free people and merchants fled and chose the booming Catani. When the people of Syracuse opened their eyes and looked out, they were shocked to find that the power of Syracuse, which once dominated Sicily and shook the western Mediterranean, was now weaker than the former enemy of the kingdom of Dionia, Catani. The former allies around Syracuse, such as Carmendolina, Gela, Agrigento, and many others, had long since severed their ties with Syracuse. Instead, they went to curry favor with Dionia. The people of Syracuse cherished the glory of the past, but they also hated the culprit who caused all of it, Dionia. Most of the taxes collected by Syracuse were used to pay reparations. So a strange phenomenon arose in Sicily. While all the Greek city-states of Sicily were on friendly terms with the kingdom of Dionia, Syracuse, from top to bottom, was alienating this powerful neighbor. They refused every invitation from Dionia to celebrate, but had many disputes and conflicts with Leontini and Tanis, the allies of Dionia, over the frontier lands. Carthage had witnessed Syracuse's performance. Therefore, this time, Carthage sent an emissary with the mission of getting Syracuse to join the alliance against the kingdom of Dionia. In Syracuse's city hall, the 10 Syracuse generals all had solemn expressions after envoy Carthage walked out of the meeting room. I don't understand. Dionia and Carthage have been maintaining friendly relations for more than 10 years. Why is there a war all of a sudden? General Hictus from the port area asked in confusion. Compared to the people of Syracuse and other areas, the civilians of the port area still had a good impression of Dionia. This was because the civilians of the port area finally organized themselves with the help of Dionia and rebelled against Dionysius' tyranny. Thus, they became a force that could not be ignored in the political arena of Syracuse. Don't you understand? The reason why Carthage and Dionia could maintain friendly relations for more than 10 years was that they needed time to recover their strength. In fact, not only Sicily, the entire Western Mediterranean can't accommodate two powerful countries. They will inevitably go to war because of the conflict of interests. In the past, it was Carthage and Syracuse. Now, it's just Dionia. Polynices's voice was low as if he was recalling the past of Syracuse. As an official who once served Dionysius, he did not participate in the war to suppress the rebels due to the opposition of his sailors after the riot. Therefore, he escaped punishment later. In the war to overthrow the murderer Marcus, he fought bravely and made great contributions. He was recognized by the people and was elected as a general several times. If a war breaks out between Dionia and Carthage, it will be a great opportunity for Syracuse. Ever since Dionia occupied the cities of Catanae, Naxos, and Sicily in Sicily, they have greatly influenced Syracuse. The free citizens prefer to live in Catanae and Naxos, the merchant ships prefer to trade in Catanae, and the other cities in Sicily are more willing to interact with them. If this continues, when will Syracuse ever regain its former glory? Chief General Tiagenes was obviously in favor of cooperating with Carthage to fight against Dionia. But, can Carthage defeat Dionia? Pucius was worried. More than 10 years ago, he had experienced the war that decided the hegemony of Greece in the Western Mediterranean. He had seen and heard that a legion of Dionia landed in Sicily and defeated an army of tens of thousands led by Macias. Yes, the army of Dionia is too powerful. 2 years ago, they easily defeated the Cycles and occupied many of their towns. Now, the Cycles are circling around the Dionia like dogs, Philippus continued. As a comrade who had fought alongside the Dionysian army and overthrown Dionysius's rule, he knew very well the strength of Dionia and did not support going against Dionia. Our strength in Syracuse is no longer what it used to be. We are surrounded by the cities of Dionia and their allies. Once we declare war on Dionia, their army will immediately attack us. The people of Dionia are probably hoping that we will break the agreement so that they can conquer Syracuse and unify the eastern part of Sicily. The meeting room fell silent. As time passed, the generals knew that the reason why Syracuse was able to exist independently was because of the agreement between Carthage, Sparta, and Dionia. At this moment, Stesichos said in a low voice, "Everyone, if we don't provoke Dionia, will Dionia let Syracuse go? If Carthage is defeated, will Syracuse still be able to maintain its independence? No. We will be like Catarnais, Crotone, and Locri. We will be forced to assimilate into the kingdom of Dionia and become an ordinary city. We will lose our long history and glory that we are proud of. Therefore, I believe that helping Carthage is also helping ourselves." Stesichos' words moved the other generals. "Everyone, you have only seen the strength of Dionia, but Carthage is also very strong. Over the years, the people of Carthage have conquered Namibia in the interior of Africa, and also conquered the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula. Their land is even wider than the Kingdom of Dionia. More than 10 years ago, when Carthage was fighting with us, he was able to organize an army of 100,000 people. Now, he can easily do that." Tiagenes waved his arms excitedly, trying to convince the other generals. "Also, don't forget about Carthage's ally, Rome, who is about to go to war with Dionia. It is also very powerful and is the overlord of central Italy. It has strong heavy infantry and will not be easy to deal with. When Carthage and Rome join hands, it is already difficult for Dionia to resist. Moreover, according to the voice of the messenger of Carthage, they have other helpers. Dionia has fallen into the encirclement of Carthage. What are we waiting for if we don't join them now?" The people of Syracuse had close military and trade contacts with the west coast of Italy for decades, especially with the Campanian alliance. Although the Campanian alliance had recently sided with Dionia, the people of Syracuse did not reduce their attention there, so they knew the situation in Rome better. More than 10 years ago, Dionysius also put Dionia in a tight encirclement. What happened in the end? We all know it very well, Hyctus said lightly. But this time is different. Diogenes glared at him and wanted to continue persuading. Hyctus said coldly, it is indeed different this time. Compared to more than 10 years ago, Dionia's territory has increased several times, and so has its strength. Diogenes was speechless, and did not know what to say for a moment. At this time, Phaucus said in a low voice, I think we should do this. Let's not agree to Carthage's people first. This way, we won't blindly put Syracuse in danger. If Carthage really does declare war on Dionia and has a great advantage, then it is not too late for us to join them. I agree. Cucius immediately expressed his approval. This is the prudent approach. Soon, the other generals agreed one after another, including Staxicos. In the end, Diogenes nodded helplessly, but he was very angry in his heart. He could be said to be the most powerless chief general in Syracuse for many years. The other generals either participated in the rebellion against Dionysius, and had a deep friendship and many supporters, or were representatives of some special groups of people. After he escaped from Syracuse, his roots in the city had long been swept away, and because he first provoked a rebellion against Herolas, after Herolas successfully returned, he was once again suppressed, and the people who supported him that he had painstakingly gathered, once again left him. The reason why Diogenes, who did not have the support of a powerful force, could be the chief general for 2 consecutive years was because the citizens of Syracuse needed a person like him, who was not powerful but had a reputation, to balance a group of powerful former friends of Herolas and avoid a dictatorship. However, the stubborn and strong-willed Diogenes always believed that he was the one who could help Syracuse regain its former glory. The sky was still drizzling. Alcibiades led the pack out of the port area and went straight to Tulii city after getting on the main road. Since Alcibiades owned a lot of properties in Turin, he would come to Turin almost every month or two. Every time he came, he would find some changes in the urban area of Turin. He often lamented that the kingdom of Dionia was developing too fast. This time, there were many new changes in the city of Turin. In the past, there were more than a dozen large water wheels along the Creti River in Turin, which transported clear river water to the city through the viaduct. The water would then be transferred through the water towers to the large fountains distributed in an orderly manner throughout the city. The residents only needed to go to the fountain nearest to their homes to fetch water. It was very convenient and there was no need to worry about water supply at all. The drought this time taught the people of Dionia a lesson. Not only did it make them cherish water more, but it also made them prepare for a rainy day and take more measures to store water. For example, in the residential areas of the outer city, every household built a reservoir in the courtyard and covered it with wooden planks to prevent water from evaporating. Many citizens even raised money to build a small altar of Poseidon in their residential areas. Although the drought had ended, there were still many people lining up in front of the temporary grain stores that the city hall of Thurii had set up in the various markets of the city. There were even more people than before because the food stored in the homes of the people had basically been eaten up. Alcibiades looked at the long queue in front of him. The people basically maintained good order. He thought of a series of recent events in the country. His mother state, Ligwim, did not have fertile land and did not produce much. After becoming a free city of the kingdom, Ligwim was backed by Dionia. Its trade was prosperous, the territory was safe, and the citizens were rich and extravagant. The people did not have extra food reserves. After the drought ravaged Ligwim, several rivers in the territory were cut off, and the city soon began to run out of food. The council of Ligwim panicked and hurriedly asked the kingdom of Dionia for help. The Devers ordered a quantity of corn allotted to Ligim, and sent word that each man should control his purchases. The officials of Ligwim did not take it to heart at all. The grain was put on the market and was bought up by the rich people of Ligwim in the blink of an eye. So they had to ask for help from Dionia again. The Devers, in spite of their sullen and angry faces, authorized another shipment of grain to Ligwim, warning them that Dionia's reserves were to feed nearly 2 million people in the kingdom, and that there would be no surplus for Ligwim. If there is a food shortage in the future, please think of a solution on your own. Logically speaking, Billy Jim should have learned his lesson this time, but he didn't. The generals and council members of Ligim divided up the grain in private, and some even sold it in their own grain shops at a high price. The merchants of Ligwim also took action, going all over the Mediterranean to buy grain, then shipping it back to the Ligwim market to sell it at a high price. They even went to Dionia to make money in the same way, but they were severely punished by the kingdom's Ministry of Commerce. In the city of Ligwim, there were not only wealthy merchants, but also ordinary civilians and a large number of port freemen. They did not have enough money to continue to buy grain in the market, and the price of grain in the city was too high, but the council did not impose strict restrictions, causing the people to complain. It was at this time that someone exposed the fact that the Ligwim Council had twice embezzled the free relief grain from Dionia, which finally aroused the anger of the people. They gathered, robbed the grain shops, injured the merchants, and even shouted the slogan, "We don't want to be a free city, Ligwim should be completely integrated into Dionia." When Alcibiades left Ligwim and came to Turii, the riot was still going on. Alcibiades sighed, suppressed this annoying emotion, and went straight forward. After passing the interrogation of the city guards, he led the pack into the inner city. It was almost dusk, but the Victory Square was still very lively. Vendors were selling their goods loudly, bards were rapping and singing, some students from the Dionia Academy were giving speeches, both to exercise their courage and knowledge, and to promote their profession to the people, and some artists were performing their poems, music, and even plays they had just created, and went back to improve their works through the audience's response and feedback. Around the Victory Square, the people were discussing the contents of the Senate announcement that day posted on the stone wall. Under the steps in front of the library, young people were reading stories from books, surrounded by children who were listening attentively. Beside the fountain in Turi, women were chatting while drinking water, and children were laughing and having a water fight. It was a warm and peaceful scene. Seeing this, it was hard to believe that a war was actually happening in Dionia, and it was about to start a bigger one. Alcibiades sighed inwardly. He passed through the Victory Square, bypassed the Senate Hall, and arrived at the forbidden area that the people of Turii named the Hill of the Kings, and was immediately stopped and interrogated by the palace guards. Alcibiades stated his identity and origin, and a guard immediately rode to the king's mansion at the top of the mountain to make a report. While Alcibiades was waiting, the guards checked the items he was about to bring up the mountain. Alcibiades was already used to this. At this moment, a white-covered carriage pulled by 2 white horses came from the east under the protection of the guards. Although the carriage was not inlaid with gold or silver, the exquisite design of the carriage, the gorgeous decorations on the roof, and the elegant clothes on the white horses all showed the elegance and nobility of the owner of the carriage. "Brother!" The curtain on the side of the carriage was lifted, and a beautiful face was revealed. Agnes led Alcibiades into the carriage, and had the pack that had been checked follow closely behind as they headed towards the top of the mountain. "Is father feeling better?" Agnes asked with concern. "He's the same as before, paralyzed on the bed and unable to walk. The doctors sent by His Majesty have treated him several times, but there's not much progress. But he doesn't throw his temper like before, and just 2 days ago he told me that he wanted to come to Turii to see you. But, you know." Alcibiades shrugged helplessly. Agnes' face was immediately filled with melancholy when she heard this. She obviously knew what Alcibiades was referring to. All these years, the chief general of Ligum, Autolycus, would always use all sorts of indirect methods to hint to the Devers that they should choose Apox, the son of Agnes, as the heir to the throne. 2 years ago, at a family banquet, Autolycus, who had drunk a little too much, publicly declared, "Christoia isn't a pure Greek. Greeks in Asia Minor often marry foreigners, and was once a princess of Persia. If her child, Crotocatax, inherits the throne, I'm afraid it will cause public criticism. Moreover, Crotocatax's personality is too gentle, and he's not suitable to inherit the throne. Apox, on the other hand, is intelligent and has a pure bloodline, so he should be a suitable successor to the Devers." After these words were said at the banquet, the Devers flew into a rage. What he hated the most was the interference of others in matters related to the succession of the throne, and deliberately stirring up disputes to destroy his family. In his anger, not only did he smash the wine jar in his hand, but he also ordered the guards to chase him out of the mansion, ordering him to return to Ligum immediately, and never to come to Turin again. From then on, Autolycus's prestige in the Ligum Council was greatly reduced, and the councillors who usually tried to curry favor with him began to distance themselves from him. Autolycus, who had suffered such a blow, was depressed, and drank all day long. One day, he suddenly fell down and fell into a coma. After being rescued, he regained consciousness, but his lower body was paralyzed, and he could not walk. Thinking of these past events, Agnes's expression became gloomy. After all that had happened, she, who had been caught in the middle, was the most uncomfortable. On one hand, she felt very sorry for Kristoya. Although Kristoya later generously expressed that Adelaikras's words were drunken, and that she did not mind it. She even got along with Agnes as before, but Agnes had always felt guilty. On the other hand, her father had fallen ill from drinking, and she felt that she had to bear part of the responsibility. So this matter had always made her feel guilty. At this moment, she hesitated for a moment, and said, "I will ask His Majesty to lift the ban and allow father to come to Turin." Alcibiades shook his head and said, "Agnes, you must not ask His Majesty. You know father's temper. If he doesn't come to Turin, it will be good for you and the children." Hearing this, Agnes opened her mouth, but in the end, she remained silent. Seeing this, Alcibiades comforted her, saying, "Father can't come, you can go to Hegemon to see him." Agnes's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes, I can go to Hegemon, His Majesty shouldn't stop me." The two chatted in the carriage about recent interesting things in Hegemon for a while, and then arrived at the king's mansion. As soon as they got out of the carriage, they saw a few figures rushing over. "Uncle! Uncle!" According to blood relations, only Agnes's two children had the right to call Alcibiades uncle. However, in order to not let the children become estranged because of this difference in kinship, the Devers had specially talked to Alcibiades and made all the children call him uncle from the start. So the children running at the front were not Apophis and Avia, but Bryant and Eunice. "Uncle, what good gift did you bring us this time?" Bryant said, his eyes staring straight at the pack behind the carriage. Eunice didn't say anything. She just looked at him eagerly. The reason why Alcibiades was so popular with the children was that he would bring all kinds of gifts for them every time he came. "Of course I brought gifts for all of you this time. However, don't worry. Line up first and take them one by one." Alcibiades smiled and patted Bryant's little head. "Line up. Everyone, line up." Eunice immediately acted like a big sister. She directed her siblings according to their ages and quickly lined up. "Great, Eunice." Alcibiades praised and waved his hand at his subordinates. A servant immediately brought over a pure white pony. "Oh, she's so beautiful." Eunice's eyes were glued to the little white pony. "This is a pony I bought from the nomadic Bedouins east of Canaan. It's said to be especially good at running." "Eunice, she's yours now," Alcibiades said with a smile. "Really? That's great." Eunice was extremely excited. She hugged Alcibiades and gave him a big kiss. "Uncle, thank you so much." Then, she ran over to lead the pony. The servant quickly handed the reins to Eunice. The pony snorted and then docilely licked Eunice's hand. Eunice cried out excitedly again. Alcibiades touched his face and smiled. He looked back at his nephew. "Abelis, do you want a pony too?" Abelis tilted his head and revealed a mischievous smile. "Uncle, if I want a white pony too, can you give it to me?" This observant little fellow. Alcibiades patted his shoulder lovingly and smiled. "I don't have a second pony, but I have this." He waved his hand and a servant brought over 7 or 8 sandpaper rolls. Alcibiades pointed at them and said seriously, "There are poems written by the Egyptians, stories about the Egyptian gods, and part of Egypt's past history. I spent a lot of time and effort to buy them from the Greek scholars and Naucratis. If you don't like them, I'll be very sad." Apox immediately gave Alcibiades a strong hug excitedly. "Thank you, uncle. I like it very much." "Uncle, where's mine?" Bryant asked impatiently. "Don't worry, you won't be forgotten," Alcibiades said as the servant walked over. "Ah, puppy!" Bryant barked excitedly. In the servant's arms, there was a milky white puppy barking. This is a saluki. In Egypt, they're known as the Pharaoh's hound. They're very good at running and are very loyal to their masters. They can catch wild geese and hares, and they even dare to fight crocodiles and hippopotamuses. When you grow up, before Alcibiades could finish, Bryant had already picked up the puppy excitedly and ran away. This child. Alcibiades smiled and looked at his niece, Olivia, who was standing in front of him. Olivia, who had always been quiet, widened her eyes and stared straight at the little black cat in another servant's arms. Alcibiades did not say anything else and immediately placed the cat in her arms. Avria hugged the kitten in a flurry. The kitten meowed and rubbed her hand with its whiskers. Olivia thought that it was extremely cute. She looked up and asked Alcibiades, "Uncle, what's its name?" "It doesn't have a name yet. From now on, you're its master." "Of course, it's up to you to name it," Alcibiades said with a smile. And so, Olivia stroked the cat gently as she lowered her head and pondered. "Brother, I heard that in Egypt, black cats are the incarnations of gods." Agnes, who had been watching from the side, said worriedly. "In the hearts of the Egyptians, it's not just black cats. Cows, crocodiles, eagles, leopards. Many animals are objects of reverence, but that doesn't stop them from raising cats and dogs, hunting crocodiles and hippopotamuses. Moreover, this is Dionia, a land under the protection of Hades. The children are the descendants of Hades, so what's there to worry about?" Alcibiades said half jokingly and half seriously. Agnes's worry disappeared, and she asked, "Did you go to Egypt this time?" Alcibiades nodded. "Yes, I specially brought a set of high-grade cosmetics for the Egyptian concubines and princesses. I also brought a set for Princess Christoia." Following the direction of Alcibides's finger, Agnes saw many exquisite-looking large wooden boxes being carefully unloaded from the carts by the slaves. Agnes didn't refuse, and instead said with some joy, "Brother, you've really gone to the trouble." At the age of almost 40, she felt her skin begin to loosen, and her hair gradually lose its luster. She really needed to dress up and take care of herself. As far as she knew, in the Mediterranean, the country that was the best in this area was Egypt. They had a long history of thousands of years, a rich lifestyle, and a special environment, desert, sandstorms, and exposure to the sun. Egyptian women, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, placed great importance on beauty and dressing up. Over a long period of time, they designed many cosmetics, skincare products, and ornaments. For example, the Egyptian cosmetics that Alcibiades bought were made up of a variety of ointments and protective oils, mixed with plant juices, flowers, fruits, and herbs to moisturize and mask odors. They were carefully placed in bottles of various sizes, filling up 2 large boxes. This didn't include the cosmetics on the face, such as very finely ground mineral powder mixed with raw ingredients such as cat, hippopotamus, or crocodile fat, used to apply eyeshadow, and to draw eyebrows, blush, and lips. This was enough to fill up another large box. There were even more accessories, with wigs being the most important. The Egyptians generally thought that gray hair and natural baldness were extremely unsightly, so they invented wigs and even tried to mix various formulas to help the gray hair regain its original color. These wigs were all made from human hair and plant fiber pads. There were long, short, thick, dense, and all kinds of wigs, filling up another large box. As for the exquisite earrings, necklaces, anklets, hairpins, there were all kinds of them, a dazzling lineup. Alcibiades also carefully bought many tools that the Egyptians used for makeup, such as small tweezers, tongs, small razors, and eyebrow pencils made of ivory, so when Agnes said that he had put in a lot of effort, she wasn't wrong at all. "Hasn't Clotho returned yet?" "I brought him a present too," Alcibiades asked in a seemingly casual manner. "He and Adoris have been summoned to participate in military training. This training will last for 2 days, and they'll spend the night in the barracks. They'll only return the day after tomorrow. Sigh, wars are always endless. I hope that Clotho won't be sent to the battlefield," Agnes said with some worry. Clotho Catax was almost 19 years old. As an adult citizen of Dionia, he had already participated in military training for more than a year, and was now a reserve soldier of the 1st Legion. When he didn't need to participate in military training, the Devers arranged for him to run errands in the Ministry of Military Affairs, so that he could familiarize himself with all aspects of the Ministry of Military Affairs. As for why Adoris was also undergoing military training in Turin, that was because the Devers discovered that the original transfer of Adoris to Legio IV in Crotone was to hide his identity. In fact, the effect wasn't obvious, and instead made Adoris's life and training very inconvenient. So they simply transferred him back to Turin, where he was now a soldier of the 2nd Legion. Alcibiades was slightly disappointed that he wasn't able to see Clotho Catax. He had wanted to get closer to the eldest son of the Devers. From the various signs that Agnes had told him in the past, the Devers might have already made Clotho Catax their heir. Unlike his father, Audilis, Clotho Catax wasn't worried about this. He knew that Clotho Catax's feelings for Agnes were very deep, even more so than his own mother, Christoia. When Christoia heard that Alcibiades had arrived, she immediately asked the chef to prepare a banquet. Christoia didn't like Alcibiades, and the embarrassing scene 2 years ago had made her very angry. Fortunately, it was only a family gathering, and the Devers had strictly controlled it afterwards, so it wasn't publicized. With Christoia's lofty image in the eyes of the people of Dionia, she didn't think that Alcibiades' words would damage her image in the slightest. Moreover, the Devers had privately expressed many times that Clotho Catax was their heir to the throne, and that they had put in a lot of effort to nurture him. In addition, Agnes had always felt guilty about this, so they treated her with more respect. This allowed Christoia to get along with Agnes as usual. Agnes' brother, Alcibiades, was completely different from his father. Through Christoia's long-term observation, every time he came to the mansion, he not only treated her with respect, but also gave her endless gifts. He also liked every child, without any obvious bias. Hence, Christoia naturally had to return the favor and entertain him warmly. His Majesty just sent someone back to say that he has some important matters to attend to today, so he'll be back later. He asked Agnes and I to entertain you well as the mistress of the house. Christoia smiled and looked at Agnes, then raised the wine in her hand and said to Alcibiades, "Thank you very much for bringing us so many gifts, which are exactly what we need. Agnes and I would like to offer you our thanks. At the same time, we warmly welcome you." Alcibiades immediately expressed his gratitude. He drank a mouthful of wine, and heard Christoia continue, "Because of the drought, not only did the wheat seedlings wither, but all kinds of fruit trees were also seriously affected. Even the production of wine has sharply declined, so tonight's food is a little simple. I hope you don't mind." Alcibiades had long since noticed the food on his table. Meat soup, grilled fish, bread, a small jar of wine. The food was actually quite plentiful, but it was lacking compared to the hospitality he had received in the past. He remembered that the merchants in Ligwim, including himself, still held banquets from time to time even during the drought, and the food was much more plentiful. He couldn't help but sigh, "It's already very good. I think your meals have been simpler than this since the drought. We're already eating better than most of the people in Dionia. I know that many families can only eat 2 meals a day, and their main food is oatmeal," Agnes said with a sigh. As the priestess of the Temple of Hera, she had learned a lot from the people who came to the temple to worship. Alcibiades was silent. In fact, he knew very well that with the Devers' supreme status and wealth in Dionia, even during the drought, they could let their entire family live a life of debauchery. However, his brother-in-law was as strict with his family as before, and set an example for the people of Dionia. This habit and practice had deeply affected his family. Perhaps only someone like him could become a king. Alcibiades pretended to not care and drank a big mouthful of meat soup, then praised, "Your chef is still the best. No matter how little food there is, the food he makes is still so delicious. You must be tired after rushing all the way from Ligwim. Since it's delicious, eat more and replenish your strength." Christoia said with concern, then said with a sigh, "Thanks to the blessing of Hades, this terrible drought is finally over." She looked at Alcibiades and asked with concern, "I heard that the people of Ligwim rioted because they couldn't afford to buy food, and many nobles and merchants were injured. Your shop wasn't damaged, was it?" "Thanks to His Majesty's prestige, the angry people completely avoided my shop and workshop," Alcibiades said gratefully. This was indeed the truth. The rioting people of Ligwim prayed to the kingdom of Dionia, and naturally would not attack Alcibiades, who was related to the king of Devers by marriage. "Your Ligim council has gone too far. You don't care about the lives of the people at all. You deserve to be attacked by the people." That was her hometown, after all. How could she not be worried when she heard that the people of her hometown were starving? "If you had allowed my sister's bank to enter Ligim back then, the people there would have been able to get loans from the bank to buy food. Agnes' words were obviously a little naive. The riots in Ligum were not a matter of whether the people had money or not, but rather the uncontrollable madness of the merchant class. But when Ligum became a free city of the Kingdom of Dionia, one of the conditions made by the people of Ligum was that the Bank of Kristoia should not be allowed to establish itself in Ligum, because Ligum was a prosperous city, and usury was an important means of making money for the merchants of Ligum. If the Bank of Kristoia was established in the city, with its interest rate far lower than that of usury, the whole business of usury in Ligum would soon collapse. Alcibiades awkwardly wiped his face with his hand and suddenly said, "Maybe it won't be long before Kristonia Bank enters Ligur." Kristonia's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, and she asked in surprise, "Why?" Alcibiades knew that he had said something indiscreet, so he coughed dryly and said apologetically, "I'll have to wait until I see His Majesty the Devers and get his confirmation before I can say anything." Kristonia was deep in thought. She took a sip of wine and was about to speak. Bryance, who was eating at the side, was already shouting with dissatisfaction, "You adults always say things we don't understand, it's so boring." "Uncle, you went to Egypt before. Did you see a fish in the Nile River? It can not only swim in the river, but it can also climb on land. It's very fierce, and not only does it eat people, even lions can't beat it." "Is that true?" "Brother, you're talking about crocodiles, right?" Apox immediately corrected. Alcibiades laughed, "I'm not too sure if crocodiles can defeat lions. But crocodiles do eat people, and according to the rumors of the Egyptians, crocodiles even ate a great pharaoh." Apox was immediately interested and said, "Uncle, tell us the story." Under the urging of the children, Alcibiades did not refuse in order to avoid Kristoia's question. He carefully thought about it and said, "You should all know that the center of Egypt is in Memphis." The children nodded together. At school, the teachers had taught them the basic knowledge in this area. "Then do you know that the Egyptian pharaoh is also known as the king of Upper and Lower Egypt?" Only Apox nodded, and the other children shook their heads. Alcibiades explained patiently, "A long, long time ago, Egypt was not a unified country. It was divided into two countries, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. Lower Egypt was located in the downstream area of the Nile River. At that time, because of the floods, swamps and beasts ran rampant, the population was relatively small. Later, the king of Upper Egypt started a war and finally unified Egypt. After many, many years, through the efforts of generations, the Egyptians gradually turned the vast swamps and wetlands of the lower reaches of the Nile River into fertile plains. Among them, there was a pharaoh named Menes who played a very important role. He even built the city of Memphis on this fertile plain and moved his capital to Memphis. Except for Olivia, the other three children were gradually attracted by Alcibiades' story and listened very carefully. Menes was a very successful pharaoh. Under his rule, the kingdom of Egypt became more and more powerful and prosperous. One day, the weather was very hot, but he took his entourage to hunt. Not long after, they felt thirsty, so the group came to the Nile River. Pharaoh Menes asked his men to fetch water, and he sat by the river to rest. In the end, something that looked like a broken tree trunk was floating in the river not far from him. It was actually a crocodile in disguise. It suddenly pounced on Menes, who was not far from him, and bit him. Before his entourage could react, it dragged him into the river. The Egyptians organized an army to search the Nile River, but in the end, they did not find his body. Not long after, the Amon temple sent out an oracle. King Menes was brought to heaven by the crocodile god because of his great achievements. In the evening, the Devers who returned to the mansion received Alcibiades in the study. "This time, you brought many gifts for Crystal, Agnes, and the children. They are very happy. The children even prefer to see you, not me, their father," the Devers said jokingly. "Your Majesty, it's not easy for me to come here. Buying these gifts was something that I did in passing. It didn't cost much, and I'm very happy to make them happy," Alcibiades said hurriedly. "To the children, you're a good uncle. To Crystal and Agnes, you're a good relative. To me." The Devers smiled slightly, "You've done very well. Agnes has told me about her wanting to go to Ligum to see your father. I basically agreed, but not now. The situation in Ligum is very chaotic and not very safe. What measures does your council plan to take to stabilize the situation?" At this point, the Devers finally got to the point. Alcibiades blushed with shame, and said in a low voice, "The council has been debating whether to suppress the riots. Until now, they haven't come up with a concrete plan. Are you going to ask the Senate of Dionia to send troops to suppress the people of Lygum?" A sneer flashed across Devers' lips. In fact, he knew the situation in Lygum like the back of his hand. This time, the riots in Lygum were partly due to the intelligence department under him. According to the laws of Dionia, as a free city, Lygum could not have its own army. Of course, as the main body of a city's army, most of the ordinary citizens had participated in the riots. Under normal circumstances, the kingdom could not interfere with the internal affairs of its city. Therefore, if Lygum wanted to use the army to quickly suppress the riots, it could only apply to the kingdom of Dionia. Alcibiades smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's very cruel to stab one's own people with a spear. It's not just me, some of the clear-headed people in Lygum don't agree with this." "Oh?" The Devers was slightly surprised and asked, "Then what are you going to do?" "Your Majesty, I believe you know very well that the Lygum Council's management of the city has been very chaotic for the past 2 years. Many people don't want to manage the city well, but want to use power to satisfy their own selfish desires. Therefore, after they are elected through various fraudulent means, they often make proposals that are beneficial to their interests and detrimental to the development of the city. Many public positions in the city are held by their relatives or people who have no ability but have bribed them. Lygum seems to be prosperous, but in fact, the people have been dissatisfied with it for a long time. The drought this time only made the people's anger explode," Alcibiades said with a pained expression. The Devers listened calmly. Of course, he knew the situation in Lygum very well. In fact, if it wasn't for Adelaide Cruz's illness, the political situation in Lygum would be better. After all, he had the ability and prestige to control the council. Now, none of the elected generals and councillors in Lygum could control the overall situation. As a result, the riots had been happening for a few days, yet the council could not come up with a decent measure. "We can't let this situation continue in Lygum." Alcibiades suddenly raised his voice and said, "I've discussed with some people and decided to unite the people of Lygum. We'll hold an emergency citizens' meeting and vote together for Lygum to be fully integrated into the kingdom of Dionia." Hearing this, the Devers could no longer hide the surprise on his face. He leaned towards Alcibiades and asked, "Is your father behind this?" He knew Alcibiades, his brother-in-law. He was very talented in business, but he was not very interested in politics. Such an important matter that would determine the future of Lygum would be difficult to implement without the strong push of a famous and capable politician. "My father is not very interested in the politics of Lygum now, and he doesn't have the energy to do these things." Alcibiades glanced at the Devers and said, "This matter was proposed by General Phaedon, and he is the one who pushed it." "Phaedon?" The Devers touched his chin. He had been paying attention to this person. The general who led the army of Lygum made a great contribution in the war against Syracuse. After the war, he was also respected by the people of Lygum. For several years, he was elected as the general of Lygum, and for 1 year, he was the chief general of Lygum. However, even though he was resolute and decisive on the battlefield, he frequently suffered setbacks in the political arena. His proposals often failed to pass the Senate, and his ability to govern was criticized by many people. There were also scandals that his relatives used his power to accept bribes and gain benefits. Phaedon took the blame and resigned, and in a fit of anger, he announced that he would no longer hold any public office in Lygum. According to some inside information obtained by Aristaeus' intelligence department, Adelaide Cruz was secretly behind the criticism of Phaedon in the parliament of Lygum. The Devers' father-in-law, who had a strong desire for power, obviously did not want to see Phaedon, whose prestige had greatly increased, control the politics of Lygum. Alcibiades saw that the Devers did not speak, and thought that the king was doubtful that Phaedon alone could successfully implement this matter. So he emphasized again, not only Phaedon, but also some merchants have clearly expressed their support. Then, Alcibiades named several people. The Devers were surprised. These people, like Alcibiades, were famous merchants in Lygum. Were they not worried that after Lygum was fully integrated into the kingdom of Dionia, they would lose some of the rights they used to enjoy? Alcibiades saw the Devers' doubts and explained, "Your Majesty, Lygum is too small for us. We want to become real merchants of Dionia and have greater business in the entire Mediterranean. We firmly believe that after the war between Dionia and Carthage, the merchants of Dionia will have an unprecedented and precious opportunity to set foot in a trade area that they have never set foot in before. Alcibiades was a little excited. So that was it. It was not that they cared about the people, but that they were driven by profit. As merchants of the free city, they naturally could not have the same rights as the merchants of Dionia. The Devers smiled and said, "It seems that you are more confident about the upcoming war between the kingdom and Carthage than I am. Merchants are indeed the most adventurous. Did you come into contact with Sostatus?" Alcibiades nodded and felt a little nervous. He knew that the critical moment had arrived. The Devers said in a deep voice, "Then you must know the difficulties that the kingdom will face once this war starts, and the efforts that Sostatus and his people will make to help Dionia win this war." Alcibiades said without hesitation, "We merchants of Hegemon have more financial resources than the Turians. If the Turians can do it, we can do it too. If the Turians can't do it, we can do it too." The Devers did not say anything easily. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Very well, I hope that the merchants of Hegemon can prove it to me." "Your Majesty, you will see it very soon," Alcibiades said confidently. While Alcibiades was talking to the children about ancient Egypt, the foreign minister of Dionia, Xianxia, had arrived at the oldest kingdom in the eastern Mediterranean, Egypt. Egypt had established a unified kingdom more than 2,000 years ago. Its economy was prosperous, its national power was strong, and it had created a splendid culture. It was once the most powerful country in the entire Mediterranean. However, as time passed, its national power began to decline, and other races in the Mediterranean began to rise. Thus, the Egyptians' bad luck arrived. The Hyksos, Libyans, Assyrians, Persia, one after another, they invaded and finally ruled the most valuable land in the African continent. The Persia king appointed his loyal subordinates as the governors of Egypt. He squeezed the Persia and plundered their wealth to satisfy the extravagant lives of the Persia nobles and provide the material foundation for the further expansion of the Persia. The Egyptians were not willing to be ruled and oppressed by the other races. In 100 years, they rebelled many times. During this time, in 460 BC, Athens was at its most powerful. Athens' navy pressured Persia to the east, forcing them to shrink their defense line. In the south, they faced the army of Peloponnesus and won the two battles at Aegina and Megara. Athens even called this year the Year of Glory. At this time, the Libyans in Lower Egypt revolted and tried to overthrow Persia's rule. They asked the powerful Athens for help. Athens agreed and sent a navy of 200 warships to Egypt. At first, they won some victories and even captured the city of Memphis. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. Many Athens citizens and allies died on Egyptian soil. In 404 BC, Persia's ruler, Darius II, died. Little Cyrus fought with his brother Artaxerxes for the throne. The civil strife in Persia gave the Egyptians an opportunity. This time, it was still an uprising led by the Libyans in the Nile Delta. Their leader was called Amyrtanius. In the end, he succeeded and drove out the Persia and became the pharaoh of Egypt. But after only 4 years, he was usurped by one of his ministers, Nepherd, who then passed the throne to Harker. During Harker's reign, Sparta first attacked Persia, and then the War of Corinth broke out in Greece. After the peace of the king, Persia's king, Artaxerxes, finally recovered. In the 8th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 386 BC, he sent an army under the command of Phanabazos in an attempt to recapture Egypt again. Phanabazos even hired Greeks to participate in the battle, and their leader was the Athenian general Iphicrates. However, there were conflicts between the Persians and the Greeks, and they did not cooperate well. After 3 years of fighting, Harker drove the Persia army out of Egypt. Egypt was temporarily safe, but last year, Phanabazos fell seriously ill and was unable to preside over the government, leading to political instability. At the beginning of this year, his son Nepheritis hurriedly ascended the throne, but soon there was unrest in the country. In the end, Nectaneb, a general from the city of Bubastis in the northwest of the Nile Delta, seized the throne and became the new pharaoh of Egypt. Anxitanos recalled what he knew about the major events that had happened in Egypt over the years, especially this year, which was a tumultuous year for the Egyptians. Nectaneb had only been the Egyptian pharaoh for 4 months, and the political situation was still unstable. As the emissary of Dionia, he came to Egypt at this time, hoping to establish friendly relations. In fact, it was not the best time, but the situation forced him. Meanwhile, the Dionian steamer in which he was embarked, having passed the checkpoint at the mouth of the Carnaubik, had smoothly ascended the Carnaubik, a tributary of the Nile on the west side of the Lower Nile. It was now the end of October, past the flood season in Egypt, so the river was so calm that there was almost no movement. Ships sailing against the current did not need to be pulled by trackers on the riverbank. Rich Egypt benefited from the Nile, which rose and fell regularly every year. Every summer, when the rainy season came, the Blue Nile, which flowed through the Ethiopian highlands to the south of Egypt, swelled, carrying away a lot of sand in the valley. When the flood peak reached the Nile Valley, the flood overflowed the riverbed and flooded the land on both sides. The sand and organic matter in the river seeped into the soil, making the land on both sides of the Nile always dark and fertile. This was even more so in the Nile Delta downstream. When the Nile flooded, it could even turn the vast coastal lowlands into an ocean. And now, although the Nile had begun to recede, and the riverbank was still full of puddles and mud covered with water plants, the Egyptian farmers had begun to take care of their fields. They were bare-chested, barefooted, with only a piece of linen wrapped around their crotches. Some farmers built mud dams on the banks to keep the remaining river water in their fields as much as possible. Some cleaned up the water weeds and other miscellaneous items in the fields and caught a few fish in the puddles as an extra harvest. Some had already driven the oxen to start plowing their fields. Many papyrus boats were shuttling back and forth along the river, bringing farming tools, food, and wheat seeds to the peasant women working on the banks. Ansetanos also noticed that neatly dressed men with pen and paper could often be seen on the edge of the fields. They should be the pharaoh's scribes. They were estimating how the flood season would affect the next year's harvest, and at the same time supervising the farmers' work. Agriculture was the backbone of Egypt, and the pharaoh's emphasis on agriculture was far more important than other Mediterranean countries. But it also showed that the new pharaoh had begun to exercise his authority, which made Ansetanos less worried. "My lord, look over there," the captain shouted in surprise. It turned out that an Egyptian herdsman was herding a herd of cows to graze on the beach, but he did not expect that a crocodile was lurking there, and it almost bit the calves. The herdsman panicked and tried to chase the crocodile away, but he realized that the crocodile was not big, so he wanted to kill it. He ordered his hounds to harass the crocodile to prevent it from escaping back into the river, while he held a wooden stick and began to attack it cautiously. The thrilling scene soon attracted the attention of the papyrus boats and the farmers nearby. They gathered around with pickaxes in their hands to watch the show. Someone even shouted, "Hey, do you need my help? But you have to give me some points after you kill the crocodile." It was rare for the farmers to have a moment of leisure in their busy and boring work. At noon, Ansetanos and the others passed by a city, Naucratis. It was an Egyptian town that had a lot to do with the Greeks. More than 200 years ago, the Egyptians, with the full support of Greek mercenaries from Ionia and Calia, overthrew the rule of Assyria and gained independence. Pharaoh Psammetichus accepted the Greeks who had made great contributions and built the Daphni castle in the eastern part of the Nile Delta for the Greek soldiers to live in. He also issued an order to open Egypt's trade to the outside world and allow the Greeks to live in Egypt permanently. Therefore, the Mylians built a processing workshop by the Carnaubik River. As the Greeks continued to arrive, a Greek town gradually grew around the workshop area, named Naucratis, meaning Queen of the Sea. For a long time, the colonial city had become a common port for all Greek merchants, even under the current rule of Persia. In the past, Alcibiades had also conducted his trade here. Seeing the people in the port area wearing the familiar Greek costumes, Ansetanos felt even more at home. However, his boat did not stop there. Instead, it continued to move forward. Finally, at dusk, the ship passed through the Nile Delta and entered the wider Nile River. The sky was already dark, and the captain was not familiar with the river, so he did not dare to go further. He could only stop by the shore and go to hire trackers. Ansetanos and his subordinates spent the night on the boat. Listening to the splashing sound of the Nile and the weird sounds of animals on the shore or in the river, it was a strange experience for the young people, but for Ansetanos, who was already more than 50 years old, it was quite a torture. In particular, the mosquito bites really made him suffer. He only fell into a deep sleep late at night due to exhaustion. The next day, he forced himself to stay awake and continued to move forward. A few hours later, the ship passed by the ancient town of Giza. When Ansitanos looked to the west bank and saw the outlines of the great pyramids on the plateau of Giza, his spirits rose. At noon, the passenger ship finally entered Memphis, the capital of Egypt. There were more ships shuttling on the Nile River near Memphis, but it was rare to see the delicate papyrus ships. Instead, it was more of a long, narrow wooden ship with a canopy in the middle, with many oarsmen, and the length of the ship ranged from a few meters to tens of meters. Of course, there were occasionally large, tall, and spacious passenger ships. When Ansitanos was on the ship, he was amazed by the tall outer wall of Memphis, which was nearly 15 meters high. From outside the city, there were almost no buildings in the city, except for the towering obelisks and the palace in the center of the city. Because the pharaoh had received a message from the checkpoint at the mouth of the Karabic River in advance, the Dionia passenger ship was allowed to enter the dock in the inner city. This is a good sign, Ansitanos thought to himself. Ansitanos disembarked at the dock, where a carriage was already waiting. After getting on the carriage, under the driver's control, the carriage sped toward the palace. The inner city was where the prominent Egyptian officials, high priests of various temples, wealthy nobles, and members of the royal family gathered. Therefore, along the way, one could see magnificent temples, luxurious official residences, and mansions next to each other, showing the grandeur and luxury of the ancient capital. The carriage traveled on the wide and straight road. According to Ansitanos's visual estimation, the road was wide enough for a dozen carriages to travel side by side. At the end of the road, an even taller wall lay in front of him. That was where the Egyptian palace was located. When passing through the majestic gate, Ansitanos roughly estimated that the wall was more than 10 meters thick, which showed how concerned the pharaoh was about his own safety. As the carriage continued forward, he could see dozens of towering golden statues standing on both sides of the road, each about 20 meters tall. Although they had the bodies of humans, they had the heads of animals. Ansitanos knew that these statues should be the gods that the Egyptians worshipped. At the end of these huge statues, a magnificent palace stood towering, making Ansitanos, who got off the carriage and stood in front of the steps, feel small. On the top of the 100 steps, on both sides of the main entrance of the palace, there was a huge white goat statue. They lay on their stomachs, looking down at the guests outside the palace with their eyes wide open, making the center of Egypt less solemn and mysterious, but also more elegant and peaceful. An official led a team of mighty guards, walked down the steps with steady steps, and said, "Messenger from the kingdom of Dionia, the great pharaoh is waiting in the main hall. Please follow me to see him." Ansitanos bowed and opened his hands, letting the guards check if he was carrying any weapons. Ansitanos walked up the steps, passed through the huge pillars, and walked into the main hall. The 4 extremely smooth walls were complemented with glossy plaster, and painted with colorful floral decorations. On the smooth marble floor, there were lively lotus flowers, aquatic plants, birds, and animals, as if he was in the fresh nature. In addition, there were all kinds of strange and exquisite gold and silver utensils in the hall, making the entire main hall look magnificent. Pharaoh Nectaneb sat high on the throne. This general-born pharaoh was tall and strong, with dark skin. He usually liked to wear the red striped Memes headscarf, which symbolized his identity as a pharaoh, which was simple and elegant. However, he obviously valued this audience very much, so he wore the most orthodox red and white crown, which symbolized the unity of the 2 powers, and a gold-made uraz, a type of Egyptian cobra, decorated his forehead. At the same time, he also wore a fake beard, and held a scepter in his right hand. On his left sat the queen, a golden goose tiara clasped lightly on her head, and her outstretched wings pressed down her straight black hair so that it fell on her chest. She was wearing an expensive brooch and a gorgeous dress, looking graceful and luxurious. Ansitanos knew that Egyptian women had a higher social status, especially the queen, and even participated in state affairs. But today was the first time he saw a woman appear in a major state event, and he was slightly surprised. He did not know that it was precisely because the queen was not of royal blood that Pharaoh Nectaneb frequently let her appear in state events to improve her status and stabilize his and his family's rule. There were many ministers and generals standing on both sides of the main hall, and they all looked curiously at Ansitanos, who walked into the main hall. Ansitanos stood calmly in front of the throne and bowed respectfully. As a Greek scholar, he had to study historical materials from all over the world. When he was young, Ansitanos specially bought Egyptian slaves and studied Egyptian writing and language seriously. At this moment, he spoke loudly in standard Egyptian, "Honorable Lord of Upper and Lower Egypt, I bring the friendly greetings of the King of the Devers of the Kingdom of Dionia, and at the same time, I offer generous gifts to express his sincere congratulations. Congratulations on being favored by God Amon and becoming the master of Egypt." As soon as Ansitanos finished speaking, the minister closest to the pharaoh came forward and whispered a few words to the pharaoh. Pharaoh Nectaneb heard that the gifts from Dionia were a large number of spears, swords, shields, armors, and even a few three-tiered or warships docked at the mouth of the river. He was very satisfied. Egypt now did not lack food, nor did it lack gold, silver, and jewelry. What it lacked was better weapons and soldiers. Therefore, there was also a smile on his face. "Thank you very much for the sincere blessings and generous gifts from the King of the Devers of the West. Although Egypt and Dionia are far apart, I have heard many times about the prestige of the Kingdom of Dionia and the bravery of the King of the Devers. I am very happy to be greeted by a king who also has the noble blood of the gods." Egyptians believe that the pharaoh is the incarnation of the gods, and the pharaoh often publicly claims that he is the son of Ra. "I warmly welcome your visit, messenger of Dionia." Pharaoh Nectaneb stood up, stretched out his left hand, and made a welcoming gesture. What he said was not polite words, but he did have a little understanding of the Kingdom of Dionia. Although among the city-states and countries along the Mediterranean coast, the Egyptians were the most closed and conservative. They preferred to work on the land rather than sail ships and trade. Therefore, to this day, many Egyptian officials probably did not know that there was a Kingdom of Dionia in the Mediterranean Sea. But Pharaoh Nectaneb was different. Before becoming a pharaoh, he guarded the town of Sais for many years. Sais was not far from Naucratis, so he had heard many magical rumors about the Kingdom of Dionia from Greek merchants who came to Naucratis to trade. "Dear Pharaoh," Ansitanos continued Nectaneb's words and continued, "although Dionia and Egypt are far apart, because of this, there has never been any conflict of interest between the two countries. On the contrary, they can make up for each other's shortcomings. Therefore, the King of the Devers hopes that Dionia can establish a more friendly relationship with the country ruled by the pharaoh." "Just a friendly exchange?" Pharaoh Nectanebo sat down again, his eyes gleaming brightly. Nectanebo's rhetorical question stunned Ansitanos, but the pharaoh continued, "Why not form an alliance?" Ansitanos was really stunned this time. He did not expect Nectanebo to be so direct. Nectanebo did not care about his surprise and said seriously, "As far as I know, the citizens of Dionia are mainly Greeks. Egypt and Greece have always been friendly, and the city of Naucratis is the proof. Over the past few decades, the Greeks have helped Egypt fight against the tyrannical Persia many times. Today, there are many graves of the Athens people outside Memphis. Those are the sacrifices that the Greeks made when they joined forces with us to fight against Persia 70 years ago. We need to continue this friendship," Nectanebo said with a slightly emotional tone. He had obviously ignored the fact that the Athens people were hired by Persia to attack Egypt a few years ago. It turned out that the Egyptians hoped to form an alliance with Dionia to help them defend against Persia's attack. Ansitanos was no longer surprised why Nectanebo would talk about the alliance so urgently, although this diplomatic option was originally in his and the Devers' plan. But Ansitanos would never know that in the eyes of Nectanebo, the threat of Persia to Egypt was not just a potential threat, but a real and present danger. In the first half of this turmoil, some Egyptian officials in the towns of the Nile River Delta secretly sent secret letters to the land of Canaan, which was under the rule of Persia, adjacent to the eastern border of Egypt, in an attempt to surrender to Persia and let it reoccupy Egypt. This included some people in Memphis. Although the Persia people had been defeated by Egypt for more than 20 years, they had never stopped alienating and enticing the Egyptians. The governor of Persia in Asia Minor, Phanabazos, had been rebuilding warships and gathering soldiers for the past few years. Although the spies reported that this year, the governor of Persia, Phanabazos, had been summoned by the king of Persia and had led his troops to Babylon. But Nectanebo had never forgotten that a few years ago, it was this governor of Persia who had led his army to burn and loot in Egypt. Although he was defeated in the end, he did not suffer much loss and could make a comeback at any time. If it weren't for Nectanebo's slogan of preferential treatment for the monks, Pharaoh Hakal had restricted the monks from owning too much land and farm, which won the support of the Egyptian temple priests. Nectanebo's army would have been unstoppable. Even the army stationed in Memphis surrendered to him, and he quickly stabilized Lower Egypt in just a few months. As for Upper Egypt, which was centered around the Thebes, it was still the world of the priests. After Ansatanos realized what the pharaoh was really worried about, he immediately said solemnly, "Although Persia is far away from our Ionia, it also has its claws in the western Mediterranean, Carthage. This Phoenician state has been continuously sending gold and silver from the Iberian Peninsula to Tyre for decades, thus providing the king of Persia with funds for expansion and invasion, thus becoming extremely rich. As a new kingdom, our Ionia held the principle of living in harmony with our neighboring countries. More than 10 years ago, we signed a friendly agreement with Carthage, but we did not expect it to secretly support the neighboring forces of Ionia and constantly go against Ionia. After its plots were thwarted one after another, the people of Carthage actually tore up the friendly agreement with Ionia and threatened to wage war against Ionia. Therefore, Ionia is willing to form an alliance with Egypt to help each other and defend against the invasion of Persia and its affiliated forces." Pharaoh Nectanebo was surprised because this had just happened, and he had not received the news yet. He knew about Carthage. It was a powerful city-state established by the Phoenicians in the western Mediterranean. Their merchant ships often passed the Sea of Egypt and even traded with the coastal towns of Egypt. The Egyptians had long known that some Carthage ships carried gold and silver, but they had never thought of intercepting them. This was because the Egyptian army was not strong, and the navy was even weaker. In addition to the Egyptians not liking to sail, the lack of dense forests in Egypt was an important reason. Therefore, the Egyptians could only make small papyrus ships. If they wanted to have large wooden warships, they could only buy them from abroad. Therefore, Pharaoh Nectanebo immediately asked with concern, "I heard that Carthage is very powerful and has a powerful navy. If Ionia and Carthage go to war, can you win?" "Dear Pharaoh," Ansatanos said with a smile, "more than 10 years ago, the Greek overlord of the western Mediterranean, Syracuse, defeated Carthage one after another, forcing it to sign a humiliating peace treaty. However, this Syracuse that defeated Carthage suffered a crushing defeat when they attacked Ionia. We defeated Syracuse's powerful navy through a frontal naval battle, and we defeated Syracuse's powerful army through a frontal battle. In the end, Syracuse became an ordinary city-state in Sicily. Now, the land and population of the Kingdom of Ionia have increased several times compared to more than 10 years ago. How can Carthage be a match for us? The cunning Carthage only dared to declare war because we, Ionia, have encountered a drought this year and do not have enough food to supply the army." Ansatanos's words were impassioned, and his words also hinted at the predicament that Ionia was currently facing. While Pharaoh Nectanebo was pondering, the minister who spoke to him before suddenly interrupted, "Egypt and Ionia have become allies. If one day, the Persia army invades Egypt, will Ionia send an army thousands of miles to Egypt to fight against the Persia?" Ansatanos put on a proud posture and replied, "When Ionia was just established, we once risked destruction to declare war against a powerful enemy because our ally was invaded. In the short history of Ionia's establishment of nearly 20 years, more than half of the wars that took place were because of the invasion of our ally. In order to fulfill the covenant, Ionia had to fight against powerful enemies again and again. Fortunately, we won in the end. If you ask a person from the western Mediterranean, what is the greatest advantage of the Kingdom of Ionia? He will definitely tell you, Ionia keeps its promises and never betrays its allies. I've heard this sentence from the Greek merchants in Naucrates." Pharaoh Nectanebo spoke. When he was a general, he had heard this rumor. It was only after learning that the envoy of Ionia had arrived that he thought of forming an alliance. The Egyptian army was not strong. A few years ago, it was also with the help of more than 2,000 Greek mercenaries that they managed to hold the line of defense. Therefore, he believed that Ionia was the best choice for Egypt to form an alliance with a country that was stronger, more trustworthy, and far away from Egypt. Ansatanos did not expect that the thing that the king of Devers had been insisting and promoting would blossom in the distant Egypt. but he was happy about it. Pharaoh Nectaneb put his scepter on the ground and said loudly, "In return for the generous gift from the king of Devers, I will return it with 100 ships of wheat." And after Egypt and Ionia form an alliance, Egypt will continue to provide Ionia with free grain to solve the food shortage of the people of Ionia. Ansatanos, who had always been restrained, could not control the joy on his face at this time. For the pharaohs and ministers present, they did not feel that it was a big loss. Egypt had a lot of grain. With the blessing of the Nile River, Egypt had a bumper harvest. The vast number of Egyptian farmers had to hand over most of their harvest. The granaries and temples of various towns were filled with grain that had been collected, and some had even become moldy from being piled up for too long. After finalizing the alliance, Pharaoh Nectaneb also warmly invited Ansatanos to have lunch in the palace garden. After arriving at the garden, Ansatanos' eyes widened. In front of him was a huge artificial lake. The surface of the lake was covered with mist, lotus leaves and blooming lotus flowers. Beside the lake was a lush garden where all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, as well as rare animals, could be seen everywhere. Pharaoh Nectaneb and Ansatanos had a meal on a huge wooden boat in the lake. They ate fine wine and food, chatted about the past and the present, and there were beautiful maids accompanying them. For a moment, the guests and the host were happy. At the same time that the foreign minister of Ionia, Ansatanos, arrived in Egypt, an important meeting was being held in the city hall of Catanai in Sicily. The participants were Prososus, Leotychides, the commander of the 8th Legion of Ionia, Flarios, the commander of the 3rd Fleet, Cypros, the governor of Catanai, Myron, the governor of Naxos, Amycles, the governor of Messina, Aparosia, the governor of Sicily, Crelu, the governor of Hina, Hebita. In addition, the chief generals of the 2 allied city-states, Leontini and Tanis, were also participating. Logically speaking, the people present were all leaders of various cities, and there was not much difference in their positions. Referring to the many innovations that the king of Devers had in handling government affairs in the past, one of the smart ways to deal with this was to implement a round-table conference, so that there was no difference in status. However, Cypros was sitting at the head of the table, with Prososus on his left. This made the governors who were familiar with Cypros's character grumble in their hearts, but even if they were a little dissatisfied, they did not show it on their faces. Cypros looked around at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "My lords, you all know that a few days ago, our 1st Legion has gathered to the north to help the Warsi people resist the Rome people. If the Carthage people fulfill what they said when they tore up the agreement, then they will soon declare war on us and send their troops to Sicily. In fact, the signs from Carthage indicate that the Carthage people are indeed preparing for war. In order to understand the situation of our war preparations in Sicily, so that His Majesty and the Senate can control the overall situation of the war and formulate a better strategy, His Majesty has sent Sir Felicius of the Ministry of Military Affairs to Sicily to inspect. Now, please welcome Sir Felicius." All the governors were stunned. Felicius had come to Sicily, and they had not been informed in advance. End of chapter 709. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.